Chapter 1. The Gathering of the Strong. The inventory begins. Upon Naruto reopening his eyes, he was greeted not by the familiar sight of his office, but by an endless expanse of void. Where is this? Naruto, bewildered, glanced around, his mind recalling the last vivid image he should have been working in the Hokage's office. Dad, how did you get here? Suddenly, a voice both familiar and strange emanated from behind him. Turning around, Naruto found a golden-haired youth, aged around 15 or 16, standing there as if he had materialized from thin air. Boruto, how did you? Despite the disparity in height, age, and a ghastly scar across his right eye, Naruto instantly recognized him as his son, Uzumaki Boruto. Date, Imzolelieft Ulasif. Before Naruto could inquire about Boruto's circumstances, the emotions Boruto had suppressed for far too long erupted, and he leapt into his father's embrace. Faced with this suddenly grown child, Naruto refrained from pressing further, instead gently stroking Boruto's back, offering comfort. It's all right. Boruto, realizing he had just displayed an embarrassing display of vulnerability, quickly pushed Naruto away, his face flushed. Naruto, unfazed by the moment, responded with a warm smile, and in return, Boruto's spirits lifted, revealing a long-lost grin. By the way, Dad, how did you end up here? Me? Before Naruto could comprehend the situation, a barrage of questions flooded in, accompanied by flickering blue lights as one individual after another materialized in the vicinity. Naruto glanced around in astonishment. Sasuke? Tsunade? Everyone. Among those present were Uchiha Sasuke, Tsunade, Gura, Inoki, Matromi, Killer Bee, the Fourth Hokage, and more some familiar, others unknown. Not only these individuals, but even the likes of Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Madara, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had long since passed. Inoki, momentarily disoriented, exclaimed, "Where is this place?" Suddenly, a black-haired woman jumped forward, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she stared at Inoki. "Old man, how come you look so youthful?" "Kuratsuchi?" Inoki froze, recognizing his granddaughter, who appeared much more mature and was inexplicably adorned with the Kazekage hat. Nearby, Uchiha Madara regained control of his faculties, perplexed. Has the cycle of reincarnation begun? Something feels off. However, Senju Hashirama, with a hearty laugh, bounded over. "Madara? It's been ages. I missed you." Madara, wearing a look of disdain, pushed him away. "Cut the nonsense. Keep your distance." In stark contrast to the camaraderie shared by the two brothers, their younger siblings were at odds. Senju Tobirama scoffed. "You've lost to me before." Uchiha Izuna erupted in anger. "You insufferable white-haired fool. Ding. Welcome, esteemed warriors. To this realm you are now participants in the strongest inventory system." Just as the crowd buzzed with excitement, a colossal screen materialized in the sky, accompanied by an electronic voice. This system will present notable moments from various ninja, with some receiving more attention than others, and the criteria for ranking is based solely on merit. With each featured scene, a ninja will receive a reward revival, jutsu, anything you can imagine. Throughout this time, the system will pose random questions. Correct answers yield rewards, while incorrect responses incur penalties. How amusing, a bunch of nobodies. Uchiha Madara crossed his arms, his haughty gaze sweeping over the assembly. In his estimation, aside from Hashirama standing beside him, none could rival his strength. "All right, Madara, tone it down." Hashirama quickly intervened, chuckling to the others. "My friend here sometimes speaks without thinking." Who doesn't think before they speak? Though displeased by Hashirama's words, Madara merely retorted before turning away. Tsunade approached, gazing at the living embodiment of Senju Hashirama. "Grandpa." Upon seeing Tsunade, Hashirama grinned broadly. "Little Tsunade, it's been too long. What are you up to these days?" "I'm currently serving as the Fifth Hokage." How's Konoha faring?" Hashirama's expression dimmed upon hearing Tsunade's response, as images of her recklessly gambling away money flooded his mind. Though unaware of the specifics of Hashirama's thoughts, Tsunade quickly deduced, "Is that how you see me, Grandpa?" Noticing the commotion, Naruto approached. "It's fine. First Hokage, Tsunade, is doing splendidly. Hashirama, his eyes clouded, turned to Naruto. Who might you be? Ah, I forgot to introduce myself. I am the 7th Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto scratched his head, turning his back to point at the lettering on his cloak. Oh, so the Hokage has reached the 7th generation. Naruto, didn't you just return to the village? In contrast to Hashirama's admiration, Tsunade suddenly realized why the golden-haired figure seemed familiar. It was Naruto. However, in her memory, Naruto had only just returned to the village, and 2 years hardly seemed sufficient for him to mature so dramatically. It appears everyone has arrived from different timelines. Senju Hashirama, who had been silently observing, pieced together the information he had gathered thus far and arrived at this conclusion. Ding! Your assumptions are correct. You all hail from distinct timelines, so there is no need to feel any dissonance. Izuna, irritated, interjected. You're just a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Senju Hashirama retorted indifferently. A defeated foe. You. Ding. Warning to Uchiha Izuna. Combat is currently prohibited in this space. A duel arena will be open later for unrestricted battles. Under the system's warning, Izuna found himself unable to move, and with no other choice, he muttered, "Consider yourself lucky this time." Oof. Hashirama merely ignored him in response. Brother, it's been a while. At that moment, Sasuke spotted Uchiha Itachi. Observing the man before him, who was older than himself, Itachi, having absorbed the system's explanation, couldn't help but feel a swell of emotion. You've grown, Sasuke. Though his vision had blurred to the point of being indistinct, Itachi felt immense pride simply from Sasuke's silhouette. However, what truly overwhelmed Itachi were the voices of a couple nearby. Itachi, Sasuke? Upon hearing those voices, the brothers turned in unison, tears welling in their eyes at the sight of the figures they had long yearned for. Father, mother. Meanwhile, on the other side, Minato and Kushina, having just experienced the chaos of the Nine-Tails rampage, were coming to terms with the strange turn of events. They were well aware that they had been pierced through by the Nine-Tails claws, yet their wounds had miraculously healed, even their clothing restored. Minato, what is happening to us? Ding! All ninjas transported by this system will have their fatal injuries mended, ensuring they are restored to their peak condition, unless the injury does not affect combat. Perhaps hearing Kushina's query, the system in the sky provided clarity. Boruto touched the scar over his right eye, murmuring, "No wonder my eye injury hasn't healed." Naruto patted Boruto's shoulder. "All right, don't dwell on that. Go greet your grandparents." As they heard footsteps approaching, Minato and Kushina instinctively looked over, spotting Naruto leading Boruto toward them. "Mom, Dad, it's been too long. This is my son, Uzumaki Boruto." "Hello, Grandpa and Grandma. Is that really you, Naruto?" Confronted with her suddenly grown son, who even had a child of his own, Kushina felt a wave of disbelief. After all, just a moment ago, she had bid farewell to baby Naruto, and now an adult man stood before her claiming to be her son. It was disorienting. "Without a doubt, you've grown. Indeed, Grandpa is far more handsome than Dad. You little brat." In response to his son's teasing, Naruto playfully ruffled Boruto's hair, acknowledging that in terms of charm, he could not quite measure up to his father. "Your grandson is quite the handsome one," Kushina exclaimed, continuously pinching Boruto's cheeks, much to his discomfort, for aside from Hinata and Himawari, no girl had ever touched his face before. Simultaneously, many others were also reunited with familiar faces due to this extraordinary encounter across time. Orochimaru approached Sarutobi Hiruzen with a sly smile. "It's been a while, Hiruzen-sensei." Having just sealed Orochimaru, Hiruzen's hands had been transported here, and he faced Orochimaru with palpable hostility. "Orochimaru, are you still intent on destroying Konoha?" Orochimaru merely smiled nonchalantly. "What are you saying? I am now the director of the Konoha Research Institute, a position approved by the 7th Hokage." On the other side, Akai, whose right foot had regenerated, shook Kakashi while laughing heartily, exclaiming, "Ah, youth truly is magnificent, Kakashi." Yer. Although Kakashi was somewhat speechless at Akai's antics, he felt a wave of joy seeing Akai, who had almost perished after unleashing the 8 gates, now full of life and vitality. "Jeraiya-sensei, Nagato, As a red-haired man rushed over, Jeraiya focused his gaze and realized it was none other than his disciple, Nagato. Nagato apologist, Zaing, Imsori, Jeraiya. It wasn't until I was educated by Naruto that I recognized the perilous nature of my previous thoughts. Ah, Naruto, that boy. Upon hearing Nagato's words, Jeraiya quickly recalled how, after his demise, Naruto had triumphed over pain and managed to persuade his somewhat naive disciple. After some time of interaction, it was noted that the individuals gathered here included the past Kage of the 5 great nations, along with some formidable ninjas, such as the members of Akatsuki and Kushina, who, while not a Kage, possessed cage-level prowess. Ding! Now that everyone has arrived, we shall begin the review of the iconic ninja moments from Ton 20. He is revered as the doctor of the ninja world, possessing mastery over all elemental transformations, essentially serving as the encyclopedia of ninjutsu for the entire realm. Inheriting the will of fire from the previous Hokage, he dedicated himself to the prosperity of Konohagakure. Although mistakes were made, under his leadership, the village flourished. He is the third Hokage of Konohagakure, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chapter 2. Third Hokage versus Orochimaru. We shall now commence the presentation of the iconic scene featuring the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, confronting Orochimaru. The system will pose questions at certain moments, so please pay attention. As the holographic display illuminated Sarutobi Hiruzen's visage, the scene shifted to the skies above Konohagakure. At that moment, the Sound Ninja Quartet was casting the 4 purple flames formation to block external interference, while Sarutobi Hiruzen, adorned in Hokage robes, faced off against Orochimaru, who donned the cloak of the 4th Kazekage. Raza, witnessing this scene, could not help but angrily berate Orochimaru. "Damn you, Orochimaru." Orochimaru maintained a smile, replying, "You can't blame me after all. You are rather easy to defeat." 4th Hokage chuckled, Konohagakure truly is a factory for rogue ninjas. Unlike us in Kumogakure, we don't even have a slot in Akatsuki. Inoki chimed in, "Who are the traitors from the Kin and In brothers?" 4th Hokage. Tobirama glanced around the scene, puzzled. "Strange. Where is Danzo? Why hasn't he appeared in this situation?" Shimura Danzo hastily explained, "I was leading the route to evacuate the populace at that time." Ding! Warning to Shimura Danzo. Lying is prohibited in this space. The punishment for this infraction is the deprivation of all Sharingan. Danzo, damn it. Those were the Sharingan I painstakingly collected. Uchiha clan. Uchiha Madara. We need to have a serious talk sometime, Danzo. The video continued. I always knew this day would come. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone turned cold as he continued. Taking my head will not be so easy. Orochimaru, with a sinister smile, replied, "Haha, I should inform you, it's best to decide on the 5th Hokage soon. Because 3rd Hokage, that is you, will die here today." As Orochimaru licked the kunai in his hand, a single tear inexplicably fell from the corner of his eye. Sarutobi Hiruzen, somewhat bemused, remarked, "Are you so pleased that you are moved to tears? Or is it that, deep down, killing your teacher brings you a modicum of sorrow?" "Absolutely not." Seemingly provoked by Hiruzen's words, Orochimaru abruptly plunged the kunai into his own palm with a swift motion. The pain seemed to alleviate his mood slightly, and with a yawn, he stated, "I've been rather sleepy since earlier, but now I finally feel awake." With that, Orochimaru released his hold on Sarutobi Hiruzen and distanced himself, engaging in his own thoughts. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to confront Orochimaru. "I know you are not one to act out of hatred. You possess neither a goal nor a motive." Orochimaru calmly withdrew his kunai. "If I must say, I find moving things intriguing stillness can be quite dull. A motionless windmill, while it can be enjoyable to observe at times, generally lacks value." At this point, Orochimaru's expression appeared somewhat excited. "Thus, I intend to use the destruction of Konohagakure to set the windmill in motion." Observing Orochimaru in his current state, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a ripple of emotions within. Before regaining his composure, his gaze shifting, "You truly have not changed. I can finally fight you again." Orochimaru also readied himself for battle. Shimura Danzo scoffed, Had I been the Hokage back then, Orochimaru would never have turned traitor. Orochimaru retorted, "Don't get too smug. Danzo, we are quite compatible." Naruto interjected, "After I became Hokage, I investigated the records of Root and discovered that not only did you, Danzo, attempt to sell information about Konohagakure and Orochimaru, but you also repeatedly conspired with external forces to murder the innocent." Shimura Danzo, you speak nonsense. Orochimaru, Lord Tobirama, I am a witness, I can testify. He. Tobirama's eyes glimmered with murderous intent. Danzo, you truly are something else. As the crowd engaged in conversation, Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Orochimaru within the video prepared for battle, exuding an overwhelming pressure that caused the tiles beneath their feet to fracture. With the gentle descent of a single leaf, the combat commenced. Ninjutsu, Tile Shuriken. With a final hand sign, the tiles beneath Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to gain sentience, transforming into a barrage of sharp shurikens aimed at Orochimaru. In response, Orochimaru merely smirked, leaping into the air just as the shurikens were unleashed, simultaneously morphing his tongue into a venomous serpent. The snake, agile and deft, ensnared Sarutobi Hiruzen, sinking its fangs into his neck. Yet, before the serpent could deliver its venom, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already transformed into a puddle of mud. Earth release. Earth flow river. Before Orochimaru could touch down, Sarutobi Hiruzen executed the earth flow river technique, turning the ground into a flowing river of mud. Unprepared, Orochimaru lost his balance and was engulfed by the turbulent earth, rendered immobile. Earth release. Earth dragon bullet. Without granting his opponent a moment's respite, Sarutobi Hiruzen conjured a dragon's head from the mud river, unleashing a torrent of mud and debris towards Orochimaru. Fire release. Fire dragon bullet. Drawing in a deep breath, Sarutobi Hiruzen unleashed a searing stream of fire. Upon contact with the mud expelled by the dragon's head, it ignited as if doused in gasoline, transforming the mire into a raging inferno. Truly, the third Hokage was remarkable. Observing Sarutobi Hiruzen's fluid maneuvers, the Umbu members outside the barrier praised his prowess, recognizing that creating new ninjutsu required not only mastery of the techniques but also the ability to simultaneously manipulate different elemental transformations. Typically, combining ninjutsu necessitates the collaboration of at least two individuals. Yet here, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhibited this capability alone. Naruto Uzumaki, Grandpa Third, is incredible. Hashirama Senju, you've grown stronger. Hiruzen. Uchiha Madara, let us disregard such rudimentary maneuvers. Senju Hashirama, the two of us should be evaluated separately, without comparison to others. Uchiha Sasuke, in any case, neither of you can surpass the strength of Naruto and me now. Uchiha Madara, you insolent brat, are you truly an Uchiha? Cease these trifling antics, Orochimaru. As he observed the figure gradually disintegrating amidst the roaring flames, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained vigilant. Truly, he is the esteemed Sarutobi sensei. Indeed, as the fire subsided, Orochimaru emerged from the parched earth, slightly soiled yet entirely unscathed, indicating that the previous strike had failed to injure him. With a cold smirk, Orochimaru discarded his Kazekage cloak and assumed a combat stance. The real battle was about to commence. Noticing Orochimaru's shift from jest to seriousness, Sarutobi Hiruzen likewise removed his Hokage cloak, revealing the combat attire he had been donning beneath. As their gazes locked, Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly launched a shuriken, immediately forming seals to unleash his ninjutsu. Ninjutsu. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. As chakra surged forth, the shuriken split into two, then into four, transforming within half a second into a veritable tempest of shuriken rain. Orochimaru, refusing to slacken his pace, had already formed seals in anticipation of the incoming ninjutsu and promptly slammed his hands onto the ground. Summoning technique. Impure World Reincarnation. In an instant, two coffins labeled 1 and 2 rose before Orochimaru, effectively blocking the torrent of flying shuriken. But it was not over yet. Without allowing Sarutobi Hiruzen a moment to be astonished, Orochimaru summoned a third coffin, boldly inscribed with a 4-character phrase. No, I cannot permit the third one to emerge. Fully aware of the dreadfulness of impure world reincarnation, Sarutobi Hiruzen hastily altered his seals, forcing the third coffin back down with the previously summoned shuriken. It seemed the third one was thwarted, but it mattered little. Although Orochimaru appeared somewhat vexed by his inability to summon the third coffin, his expression bore no trace of disappointment. With a resounding thud, the two heavy objects hit the ground, and the figures within the coffin slowly emerged. Upon recognizing them, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened in shock. Stepping forth from the coffins were two individuals clad in armor reminiscent of the Warring States period, none other than the former leaders of the Land of Fire, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama, Orochimaru, not only have you mastered impure world reincarnation, but you have also summoned me. Impressive. Orochimaru. Heh. I appreciate the praise from the esteemed second Hokage. Uchiha Madara, haha. Hashirama, your expression is as foolish as ever. Senju Hashirama, why does it feel different from what I summoned with Tobirama? Orochimaru. To the first Hokage, at that time, I had not fully mastered the impure world reincarnation. Although I could summon the target and they possessed immortality, their powers were significantly diminished compared to their true selves. Chapter 3, a performance starring 3 Hokages at this moment. Senju Hashirama had just regained his self-awareness and saw Sarutobi Hiruzen ahead, softly remarking, "It's been a long time, Hiruzen." Senju Tobarama, realizing he could not control his own body, was taken aback. So this is the impure world reincarnation. He then looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and couldn't help but sigh. It seems a considerable time has passed. You've aged as well. I never expected to meet you both in such a manner. Sarutobi Hiruzen wore a bitter smile in response. The first and second Hokages were well aware of their own strengths. Even at full power, they knew they could hardly contend with them. As the creator of the impure world reincarnation, Senju Tobarama understood what was about to transpire and apologetically stated, "It appears we must fight you. If the elderly wish to reminisce, let us cease here." As Orochimaru spoke, he implanted 2 kunai embedded with control seals into the heads of the 2 Hokages. In an instant, clouds of smoke erupted, and the appearances of the 2 Hokages shifted from a faint black hue to a complexion resembling that of ordinary humans. Uchiha Madara. Senju Tobarama, you have constantly labeled us Uchiha as malevolent. Yet, how virtuous can one be who has created such a ninjutsu? Senju Tobarama, I do not deny this, but rather than promoting this ninjutsu, I chose to seal it away. Uchiha Izuna, who knows whether it was your elder brother who requested the sealing, or if you undertook it yourself. Senju Hashirama, in truth, it was. Senju Tobarama, silence, elder brother. Senju Hashirama, sobs the 4th Hokage, it is truly ironic that the village of Konoha, which prides itself on justice, is the very source of such blasphemous jutsu that desecrate the dead. Senju Tobarama, what can one expect from a bunch of simple-minded, brawny muscleheads? All Hokage, what did you say? Are you looking for a fight? Senju Hashirama, Tobarama, cease your words. Esteemed guests, I apologize on behalf of my brother. Uchiha Madara, Hashirama. I have long asserted that your kindness is excessive. You ought to fulfill your role as Hokage while I handle these adversaries. I assure you they will not see the light of another day. Senju Tobarama, though it pains me to admit it, I find myself in agreement with Madara on this occasion. Elder brother, even if you are reluctant to act, Madara is more than capable of taking action. Senju Hashirama, you two should temper your words. I have always advocated for harmony above all else. Tobarama and Madara, silence, elder brother, Hashirama. Senju Hashirama, sighs the 2 Hokages. Thoroughly under control, launched an unhesitating assault on Sarutobi Hiruzen, who could only mount a feeble defense. Although the first and second Hokages lacked the prowess they possessed in life, even reduced to a mere 10th of their original strength, they were more than enough to give the 3rd Hokage considerable trouble, especially given the overwhelming 2-to-1 disadvantage. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his hand to block Tobarama's flying kick, swiftly grasping his ankle. With a rapid spin, he utilized inertia to hurl him back. Tobarama quickly adjusted his stance, supporting himself with one hand and executing a graceful backflip to land steadily. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already formed the necessary hand seals. Fire release. Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. The flames unleashed were far more ferocious than the combined ninjutsu from before, surging forth and engulfing both Hokages in an instant. Yet, Sarutobi Hiruzen deemed this power insufficient and continued to channel more chakra, transforming the flames from a bright red to a scorching golden hue. However, for Senju Tobarama, who had dedicated his life to countering the Uchiha, his greatest asset, aside from various forbidden techniques, was his mastery over the very antithesis of fire release. Water release. Water barrier. As Tobarama unleashed his jutsu, the once fire-ravaged environment, devoid of even a drop of water, suddenly became inundated with torrents of water. This overwhelming deluge not only subdued the ferocious flames but also transformed the area into a miniature lake. Karatsuchi, who is the true Mizuki here? Your water release is astonishing. Anoki, this is not even his full strength. Just how powerful are these individuals? 4th Hokage, how did this man perish in the past? With such power, surely he could not have been felled by the likes of the Gold and Silver Brothers? Gold and Silver Brothers, what the hell? Which side are you on? Uchiha Izuna, damn that white-haired one, always targeting me. Kisame Hashigaki, I find myself intrigued by such a level of water release. I would like to engage in combat. Killer Bee, this is not good. Otherwise, you might find yourself drowned. Fool. Cretin. After suppressing Sarutobi Hiruzen's fire release, Senju Tobarama continued to form a hand seal, forcefully stomping his right foot down. Water release. Water colliding wave. With hands joined together, an astonishing volume of water coalesced into a towering column, rapidly expanding outward. As the tidal wave threatened to engulf him, Sarutobi Hiruzen hastily summoned an earth-style wall to defend himself, the triangular rock barrier barely holding against the surging torrents. Once the water began to subside, Hiruzen swiftly leaped atop the rock wall, only to witness Tobarama completing his final hand sign. Would release secret technique? The Sea of Trees descends. In an instant, every corner of the 4 purple flames formation, including the rock wall Hiruzen stood on, began to sprout trees. Despite his frantic attempts to evade, the rapid growth of the trees proved overwhelming. Within a mere breath, the entire area transformed into a verdant paradise. ensnaring Sarutobi Hiruzen himself in the encroaching limbs. Indeed, facing two opponents was proving to be quite a strain. Following the earlier confrontation, Hiruzen understood that if the battle continued in this manner, his defeat was merely a matter of time. Fortunately, he had prepared a countermeasure for this predicament. As soon as Tobirama unleashed the Sea of Trees, he had already bitten his finger. Ninjutsu, summoning technique, come forth. King of Monkeys, Enma. With the explosion of smoke heralding the summoning technique, Hiruzen's spirit beast, Enma, materialized before everyone present. What a troublesome entity has emerged. Naturally, Orochimaru was familiar with Enma, as this was his mentor Hiruzen's exclusive summoning beast, a creature of considerable power. Upon sighting Orochimaru, Enma could not help but lament, Hiruzen, it is your reluctance to strike that has led to this calamity. To this, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not deny, for had he been resolute in the past, Orochimaru would have had no chance to escape from Konoha. Yet, with matters having progressed to this point, Hiruzen commanded, attack. Quickly, do not allow him to transform. Aware of the formidable might of Enma's transformed golden staff, Orochimaru hastily directed the two former Hokages to intercept. However, Enma was no pushover. He delivered a powerful punch to the advancing Senju Tobirama, slamming him into the ground, before pivoting to unleash a straight punch at the approaching Senju Hashirama. Yet, Senju Hashirama was quick to react, dodging to the side while attempting to pursue further, only to be forced to leap back as Enma's tail swept across, compelling him to evade. Uchiha Azuna, huh, white-haired one. I never anticipated you would find yourself in such a predicament. Senju Tobirama, the strength within me is but a fraction, not even 1/10 of its peak. What is there to be angry about? Uchiha Azuna, nonetheless, it does not hinder me from mocking you. I have resolved to use this to deride you each day. Senju Tobirama, humph. After all, you are my defeated subordinate. Your ridicule of me is tantamount to mocking yourself. Uchiha Azuna, with a swift transformation, the Monkey King freed himself from the entanglement of the two Hokages, and amidst a cloud of white smoke, a black staff materialized before everyone. Without the need for Sarutobi Hiruzen to explain, the staff promptly shattered the nearby trees, rescuing the immobilized Hokage. Observing Hiruzen regain his mobility and seize the staff, Orochimaru realized that continuing the battle with both Hokages would diminish his advantage. It was time for him to take matters into his own hands. Although Orochimaru knew that if he engaged in combat, the two Hokages would merely be spectators, he nevertheless unsheathed the Kusanagi from his mouth without hesitation. Come forth, he exclaimed. Sensing the actions of the two Hokages beginning to stagnate, Hiruzen charged towards Orochimaru. Clang, clang, clang. Their weapons clashed, sending sparks flying, and within mere moments, they exchanged blows, neither gaining the upper hand. However, in terms of hand-to-hand combat, Orochimaru, despite being one of the legendary Sanin, was still a disciple. The former Hokage Hiruzen had the advantage. As the staff swung, Orochimaru gradually found himself at a disadvantage. His Kusanagi sword forced into a defensive position until he managed to block the staff momentarily. Seizing the opportunity while Hiruzen struggled to withdraw the staff, Orochimaru gestured, and suddenly, Senju Hashirama, who had been observing from the sidelines, launched a surprise attack with a sweeping kick that caught Hiruzen off guard. Naruto Uzumaki, no matter how many times I witness it, it still feels so despicable. Orochimaru, 7th Hokage, this is battle. There is no concept of despicable or honorable actions. Everything is merely strategy. Uchiha Sasuke, no wonder he almost became a pariah. Anyone could kick him. Orochimaru, that's a matter for the future, Sasuke. Chapter 4, Sealing Technique. The Reaper's sealing technique confronted with the two former Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, though initially taken aback, quickly regained his composure as the current Hokage. In close combat with the two Hokage, he stealthily affixed explosive tags to Hashirama's thigh and Tobirama's arm. After a swift backflip to the ground, Sarutobi formed hand seals, and with two deafening explosions, both Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama were rendered incapacitated. Deara, although not particularly aesthetic, it's still quite impressive. Scorpion, a tedious form of art. Inoki, traitor, where are you? Get back here. Deara, old man, I'd rather die than return. Give up that thought. Inoki, you little brat, are you itching for a fight because you think it's safe here? Deara, so what if I am? You want to come at me? Aha. Inoki, ouch. My back. However, such injuries, capable of being fatal to most, were trivial for the two Hokage. The previously obliterated flesh swiftly reassembled itself. Sarutobi, this is merely a futile endeavor. Yet, witnessing Orochimaru's mocking smile, a tear escaped Sarutobi's eye. No matter how malevolent Orochimaru had become, he had once been his most cherished disciple, and even knowing of his human experiments, Sarutobi found it hard to act against him. Resolute in his conviction, Sarutobi cast aside his past obsessions and declared, this ends here, Orochimaru. Orochimaru, indeed. But the finale will come at the cost of your life. With a sinister grin, Orochimaru commanded the two Hokage to attack once more. Sarutobi brandished his staff, skillfully evading their advances, and seized the opportunity to strike, forcing them back before retreating to reassess the situation. Observing the two Hokage, resembling relentless machines of war, Sarutobi murmured, if I do not resolve the souls bound by the Edo Tensei, all efforts will be in vain. Thus, It seems there is no alternative. Minato Namikaze. Could it be that technique? Sarutobi, precisely, it was the only choice I had to protect Konoha and the future of the children. I am willing to sacrifice my life. Naruto Uzumaki, Grandpa Third. Boruto Uzumaki, what technique is so mysterious? Minato, the sealing technique, the Reaper sealing technique. Determined to employ the Reaper sealing technique, Sarutobi addressed the two Hokage with regret. Forgive me, first Hokage, second Hokage. I must utilize that technique. Ha 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 ha. How pitiful. Even the former professor of the shinobi world cannot resist the ravages of time. Orochimaru mockingly derided his former mentor, tearing away his own skin, revealing not crimson flesh beneath, but a beautifully crafted feminine visage. Jeraiya, what the hell? Many, what the hell? Naruto, haha. I knew there would be this reaction. Orochimaru, do not worry, seventh Hokage. I have not employed the technique of immortality since the war. Naruto, of course, I know you haven tea, otherwise, I would not have spared you. Boruto, seeing dad like this for the first time, I thought he never got angry. Tobirama Senju, now that looks somewhat like a Hokage. I was beginning to suspect you were my brother in disguise. Naruto, really? Thank you, Uncle Second. Witnessing this scene, Sarutobi was momentarily stunned and questioned. Who are you really? Orochimaru, with a chilling smile, replied, Are you unable to comprehend due to the suddenness? Have you figured it out? Reflecting on Orochimaru's past experiments, Sarutobi arrived at the grim realization. Heartbroken, Sarutobi expressed his past thoughts. The reason I did not choose you to be the fourth Hokage was precisely because of your twisted ideology. Orochimaru remained unfazed. Continuing to reveal his ambitions, this technique of immortality is to ensure my soul persists in this world. In other words, I must find a new vessel. At this, Orochimaru touched his face, reverting it to its original form. The technique of reincarnation allows my soul to inhabit that body. I adopted this guise to evoke memories in you. My teacher, Orochimaru taunted, aging is truly a hollow experience. Seeing you has profoundly illuminated that reality for me. I shall acquire a younger, perfect body in Konoha. And you, dear teacher Sarutobi, shall perish here. Reflecting on the events of this time, Sarutobi found clarity. Is it Uchiha Sasuke? Orochimaru did not deny it, but rather confirmed. Indeed, it is Sasuke. You truly are beyond redemption. As he spoke, Sarutobi completed his hand seals, and his chakra surged, manifesting as a fearsome spectral figure of the Shinigami behind him. Is this the Grim Reaper? Sarutobi merely turned his head slightly, and the chilling aura of death enveloped him, confirming he had truly taken the final step in his life. Ha. Enjoy the lamentations of your final moments. However, Orochimaru still felt confident in his advantage, dismissing any notion of defeat, and boldly commanded the two Hokage to initiate their final assault. Genjutsu, the technique of the dark pursuit. Senju Hashirama interlaced his fingers, unleashing a torrent of chakra that obliterated the light around them. Suddenly engulfed in darkness, Sarutobi could only rely on his other senses to perceive his surroundings. Yet no matter how attentively he focused, he sensed a barrier impeding his perception. Bang, 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 caught in the depths of darkness. Sarutobi was mercilessly beaten by Hashirama and Tobirama, blood soon streaming from his eyes and mouth. Shadow clone technique. Feeling the moment was right, Sarutobi swiftly created two shadow clones. The moment they appeared, they sniffed the air and dashed towards a direction, momentarily changing course but ultimately seizing something. Simultaneously, the Shinigami extended its claw, piercing the soul before it, its claws reaching through the clones' abdomens, gripping tightly. Ultimately, as the two souls were forcibly torn from their bodies, the surrounding darkness dissipated. It became evident that the bloodstains on Hashirama and Tobirama indicated that Sarutobi had not merely endured a beating, but had also marked them, facilitating their capture. Apologies. I've caused you trouble, Sarutobi. The two Hokage, having regained their true selves, expressed their apologies in succession. Please forgive me. Sarutobi Hiruzen decisively sealed the two previous Hokages, leaving the shadow clone with the 8 trigram seal etched upon its abdomen. The successful sealing of the former Hokage shadow clone marked the completion of his mission, after which he dispelled the technique and vanished in a puff of white smoke. Meanwhile, his real self, wielding the Rui Jingu Bang, swiftly advanced towards Orochimaru, who, with no other option, grasped the Kusanagi sword to defend himself. However, in close combat, Orochimaru was no match for the determined Third Hokage, who, disregarding his own life, forced Orochimaru to retreat in panic. With a sharp crack, the Kusanagi sword was sent flying by the Rui Jingu Bang, leaving Orochimaru's arm numb as he witnessed the staff descending upon his head. In a desperate attempt to avoid being crushed, Orochimaru unleashed a multitude of serpents from his right hand, ensnaring the Rui Jingu Bang midair. Just as Orochimaru prepared to mock him, Sarutobi Hiruzen discarded his weapon and lunged at Orochimaru, gripping his shoulders tightly as the Grim Reaper's hand emerged from his abdomen, piercing through Orochimaru's body. Feeling the life force draining from his body at a visible rate, Orochimaru's fear intensified. In a frantic effort to resist, he raised a finger while the Kusanagi sword, which lay some distance away, glimmered and lunged towards Hiruzen's back. Despite the Sarutobi summoning his strength to intercept the attack, he was a moment too late. As he clutched the sword, it penetrated the chest of the elderly Hokage. Witnessing Hiruzen's feeble expression, Orochimaru questioned, "Why didn't you evade?" Hiruzen coughed up blood and replied weakly, "The Shiki F gene technique is executed at the cost of the user's life. Regardless of the outcome, I shall not survive. There is no need to evade. You wish to battle me, did you not? Then let us confront death together." With a sardonic smile, Hiruzen's expression provoked great indignation in Orochimaru. The technique that sealed the Nine Tails? Yet, amidst his fury, an unsettling realization dawned on Orochimaru. This technique could overpower even the Nine Tails. "You madman! You old fool! Get away from me!" In a fit of desperation, Orochimaru thrust the Kusanagi sword into Hiruzen's body, but the sword remained firmly grasped by Hiruzen, making no progress. Recognizing that his strength was waning, Hiruzen shifted his focus, exerting all his might to extract a fragment of Orochimaru's soul. "I shall claim all your beloved jutsu." With a fierce roar, Hiruzen called upon the Grim Reaper, who brandished a short blade. In a swift flash, a portion of Orochimaru's soul was drawn into Hiruzen's abdomen. As the soul was sealed, Orochimaru's hands decayed at an alarming rate, and in the span of a single breath, the hands he once prided himself on were utterly ruined. Having accomplished his task, Hiruzen succumbed, fulfilled in his promises, duties, and responsibilities, a smile gracing his lips even in death. The scene lingered on the visage of the Third Hokage, smiling as he departed from this world. Chapter 5, the duel arena opens as the video concluded. The crowd erupted in a flurry of emotions. Some were moved, while others scoffed. The Fourth Hokage erupted in laughter. To sacrifice one's life only to seal a pair of hands, truly remarkable. As a staunch critic of the Third Hokage, Danzo seized every opportunity to deride him, declaring, "Had it been me, such a situation would not have arisen." Yet, Sasuke quietly interjected, "You sacrificed everything just to seal a bridge." Danzo, faced with the relentless provocation from the Uchiha, felt both fear and helplessness, acutely aware that he stood no chance against Sasuke and could not escape. In contrast to the Fourth Hokage's merciless mockery, the atmosphere among Konoha's side was considerably more harmonious. Hashirama patted his junior on the back. "You have done well." Hiruzen, Naruto chimed in, "Indeed, and the will of fire you have instilled lives on, embraced by us all." However, Inoki scoffed, "What will of fire? Pure brainwashing." Madara crossed his arms and taunted, "As if you do not possess your so-called will of stone. Oh, by the way, I was the one who dealt with the Tsuchikage you held in such high regard." This remark sent Inoki into a rage. "Madara, you scoundrel." Tobirama, unusually siding with Madara, retorted, "What? Do you wish to fight? Regardless of his flaws, he is still one of my own in Konoha, and you shall not lay a hand upon him." Faced with the combined might of the Uchiha and Senju, Inoki immediately recoiled, realizing that he would be overwhelmed. Some claimed that the Third Hokage was the most ineffectual leader, as he had tacitly permitted Danzo's actions, indirectly leading to the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. Yet, others hailed him as the greatest Hokage, for under his leadership, Konoha experienced an extended period of peace. Regardless of public opinion, whether benevolent or sinister, the Third Hokage remained the most steadfast inheritor of the will of fire and an irreplaceable leader in Konoha's history. Mastering all chakra natures and proficient in 1,000 jutsu, he was widely recognized as a distinguished instructor of ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Third Hokage of Konohagakure. What? The Uchiha clan was annihilated? What transpired? Upon hearing the news, Madara almost activated his Susanoo. Though he was no longer the clan leader, it was still his kin. How could he remain calm in the face of such devastation? Tobirama furrowed his brow. "Hiruzen, Danzo, kindly elucidate the situation." "I had arranged for the Uchiha to serve as the village's security force, did I not?" Danzo quickly explained. "Sensei, the Uchiha conspired to rebel, leaving us with no choice but to resort to this extreme measure." Confronted with the inquiries of the former Hokage, Hiruzen sighed deeply and replied, "To be candid, shortly after your deaths, the ninja world erupted into conflict once more. Many from both the Senju and Sarutobi clans, as well as numerous aspiring youths from Konoha, perished on the battlefield. Though we ultimately achieved victory after a harrowing struggle, the village's combat capacity suffered significantly. I had been focusing on recuperation, but over a decade ago, the Ninetales, which had been sealed away, suddenly re-emerged, striking Konoha with renewed devastation. While the identity of the orchestrator behind the Ninetales incident remains unknown, it is certain that it involved members of the Uchiha clan. Consequently, the Uchiha were met with suspicion and hostility from the other clans. Over the years, their grievances escalated to a breaking point, culminating in my receiving news of their impending rebellion. Initially, I intended to appoint Uchiha Sasuke to quell the insurrection, as his Sharingan possessed the ability to alter perceptions. However, the very next day, I was informed of Uchiha Sasuke's disappearance. Ultimately, I had no choice but to take such measures. After speaking, Hisashi couldn't help but sigh. If he had a choice, he would not wish for the Uchiha clan to be annihilated. After all, the Uchihas were, in every sense, a part of Konoha. However, sparing the Uchihas would lead to even greater devastation for the village. The disappearance of Sasuke pained Hisashi the most. Not only was Sasuke loyal to Konoha, but his ocular technique could have perfectly resolved the current crisis. Yet, Why did he vanish at such a critical moment? Danzo snorted coldly. Humph. The eradication of the malevolent Uchiha clan is only to be expected. However, Senju Hashirama, who had always harbored animosity towards the Uchihas, cast a frosty gaze at Danzo. Evil or not, the Uchiha clan is still a member of Konoha. Senju Hashirama reproached. Regardless, such internecine strife within the village should never occur. Itachi stepped forward to explain. Shirsue's disappearance was due to Danzo's ambush. Had I not arrived in time to assist, Shirsue would have perished at Danzo's hands. Danzo stubbornly retorted. Everything I do is for the sake of Konoha. Sasuke, expressing his deep dissatisfaction with Danzo, scoffed. For Konoha, you trade its confidential information. For Konoha, you remain passive. Nearly leading to the death of the fifth Hokage. Is this what you mean by doing it for Konoha? Naruto also chimed in. Moreover, you have clandestinely researched Hashirama's cells and conducted inhumane experiments, resulting in numerous deaths. While we were organizing the root base, we discovered many abominations born from failed experiments, which took us a long time to clear out. As he spoke, Naruto recalled how those monsters had nearly annihilated the Umbu members sent to confront them, and he himself had to personally cleanse the area. Just as Danzo was about to offer an explanation, he remembered that lies could not be spoken in this space, leaving him momentarily speechless. Danzo, you truly are something else, Senju Hashirama remarked, his eyes as frigid as ice. Were it not for the restrictions in this place, he would have refrained from speaking. Madara, suppressing the urge to strike, declared, so, the Sharingan you mentioned must have been acquired from here. Let us engage in a meaningful conversation. Ultimately unable to contain himself, Madara raised his voice. Hey, system, when will your so-called duel arena open? Ding. The duel arena is now open. The arena was divided into a deathmatch mode and a standard mode. In standard mode, neither party would truly perish. In deathmatch mode, the defeated would face total demise, with the victor receiving rewards and the loser receiving none. Humph, it has finally commenced. Madara smirked coldly, then turned to Danzo. Danzo, let us converse. System, activate deathmatch mode. However, Sasuke stepped in front of Madara. No, let me handle this. Instantly, Madara's fury ignited, and the skeletal form of Susanoo materialized beside him. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to make me step aside? Sasuke showed no signs of retreat, summoning his own Susanoo skeleton. You, a relic of the past, should not interfere. Humph. It seems the current generation has forgotten the essence of respect. You are certainly not someone deserving of it. Observing Sasuke's defiance, Madara's anger transformed into a sinister smile. His chakra surging. Both parties simultaneously amplified their chakra output, and Susanoo swiftly evolved from skeletal form into a towering giant, standing 30 to 40 meters tall. The terrifying presence of the giant instilled trepidation in those around them. Inoki was left in awe at the sight of the two Susanoo figures. Is this truly Uchiha Madara? Tsunade gazed at Susanoo, astonished. Did my grandfather really battle foes of such caliber? Karatsuchi felt as though she was staring at two colossal mountains. Are these two truly ninjas? Enough, Madara, stand down. Sasuke, do not engage. Just as both sides prepared to strike, a massive wooden dragon and several golden chakra claws restrained one of the complete Susanoo forms. Do not hinder me, Hashirama. I intend to teach this disrespectful brat a lesson. Let go of me, Naruto. I shall send this fellow back to his grave. Ding. Warning. Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Sasuke. Unauthorized combat outside the duel arena is prohibited. Should this occur again, violators will be eradicated. Only when the system intervened did both parties reluctantly disperse their Susanoo, allowing those around them to finally breathe a sigh of relief, as they genuinely felt they were on the brink of demise. Meanwhile, Danzo, the target of two furious Uchiha, stood trembling in the cold wind. Previously, he had thought that with his Sharingan arm, he could at least contend with Madara, but after witnessing the complete Susanoo, that pitiful notion shattered completely. Chapter 6. The duel commences. Uchiha Sasuke decimates Danzo. Ding. How many wish to challenge Shimura Danzo? Upon hearing this, Danzo abruptly lifted his head to gaze at the system, discovering that the screen had transformed into two sides, one displaying his name, while the other bore Madara and Sasuke's names. I shall oversee this duel. Who is in favor? Who is against? Faced with the two enraged Uchiha, even the leaders of various villages broke into cold sweats. Who among them would dare oppose these two titans? However, this group did not include Hashirama and Naruto. Hashirama restrained the oncoming Madara, chuckling, enough, Madara. Sasuke, let us remain calm and have a conversation. Naruto also grabbed Sasuke, who was itching for a fight. Indeed, Sasuke. Now is not the time for internal conflict. Humph. At the advice of their friends, the two Uchiha simultaneously turned their heads away. Ding. Given that two individuals are challenging simultaneously, this system will randomly select one for the challenge. The first duel in the arena, Uchiha Sasuke versus Shimura Danzo. Ding. Due to the overwhelming disparity between the two, Shimura Danzo's Sharingan will temporarily be restored. TSK. Humph. Madara clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction at the system's decision, while Sasuke smirked slightly, indicating his approval. As for Danzo, terrified for his life, he attempted to shout that his Sharingan had been confiscated as an excuse to avoid the fight. But the system restored all of his Sharingan before he could utter a word, leaving him utterly speechless. Ding. The two parties shall now be transported. The mode is deathmatch. Please take heed. Hey, why is it immediately deathmatch mode? Shouldn't I have to consent first? Danzo's protests were cut short as he and Sasuke were transported away. Simultaneously, the scene displayed their figures. At that moment, Danzo and Sasuke found themselves in a canyon, standing on opposite sides, with a countdown timer appearing between them. 3. Sasuke unfurled his cloak. Come now. Release your hand. Though the shirt he wore was stylish, his left sleeve hung empty, signifying that he had lost an arm. 2. Realizing he had no means of escape, Danzo reluctantly unsealed his right hand. As the bandages were removed, a hand brimming with transplanted Sharingan was revealed, enough to astonish anyone who gazed upon it. 1. Danzo warned in a hollow voice, "You will regret this, Uchiha." Sasuke calmly drew the Kusanagi sword, aiming it at Danzo, declaring, "I have long regretted allowing you to die so easily back then." The battle commenced, with the electronic prompt of the system echoing. Sasuke had already teleported to Danzo's front, leaving him no time to react. In an instant, Sasuke stood behind Danzo, gripping a bloodied eye in his hand. After a second, Danzo finally felt the excruciating pain in his right eye and clutched it, letting out a harrowing scream. How swift! In the face of Sasuke's actions, everyone, except Naruto, was rendered speechless. They had no idea how Sasuke had gotten past them. Was it a space-time ninjutsu? But where was the marker? When did he do it? The master of forbidden techniques, Tobirama, immediately recognized that Sasuke had employed a space-time ninjutsu akin to the Flying Thunder God technique. Yet he was intrigued that Sasuke seemed to have teleported without using any markers. Naruto, with a hint of pride, explained, "Uncle Second Hokage. This is a unique ocular technique of Sasuke's known as Tenchi-Riki, which allows him to switch places with any object within his field of vision, even the air itself." Tobirama raised an eyebrow. To switch places without a marker was significantly more advanced than the Flying Thunder God technique, which required a prior mark. Were it not for the fact that Tenchi-Riki was an ocular technique, he would have been eager to learn it, especially for the day he would confront Madara and Izuna, as it would greatly increase his chances of victory. Sasuke had indeed grown stronger. Seeing such a Sasuke, his parents could not help but feel a sense of pride. Meanwhile, Danzo had regained his composure, caressing the empty socket where his eye once was, fury igniting within him. With one of his Sharingan closing, both Danzo's body and the eye in Sasuke's hand began to shimmer and ultimately vanished into thin air. Sasuke remained unfazed, turning his gaze to a distance where Danzo's figure suddenly appeared. Izanagi? How could that man wield our Uchiha secret technique? As a legitimate Uchiha, Izuna instantly recognized this as their Izanagi. Enough of your chattering. It's merely Izanagi. For every time you can use it, I can kill you that many times. Sasuke, uninterested in Danzo's words, utilized Tenchi-Riki once more to teleport before Danzo, swiftly severing his arm with a clean strike. Despite the pain from losing his hand, Danzo gritted his teeth and formed hand seals with one hand. The Sharingan on his severed limb closed, reviving him completely while he vanished from Sasuke's sight. Upon witnessing this, not only Izuna but even Madara ground their teeth in frustration. Using such ninjutsu as a means of teleportation was a reckless abuse of power. Wind release. Vacuum wave. A barrage of wind blades surged toward Sasuke from his blind spot, yet he barely turned his head as the skeletal structure of Susanoo enveloped him, its formidable defense effortlessly neutralizing the surprise attack. Sasuke then pivoted and surged forward like a bolt of lightning, leaving Danzo in a hasty defense with a kunai in hand. However, the Kusanagi sword, imbued with lightning, sliced through Danzo's body as easily as cutting tofu. Yet, Sasuke appeared unsatisfied. He formed hand seals and turned again. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A fierce blaze engulfed Danzo's form, and amidst the dazzling flames, the shadow representing Danzo gradually disintegrated into ash. Do not hide, Danzo. You are not dead yet, are you? With a stoic expression, Sasuke withdrew the Kusanagi sword, glancing at Danzo, who had retreated to a distance unbeknownst to him. In just a few exchanges, Danzo had already exhausted several revival tokens, while the damage he inflicted was pitifully zero. Although he recognized the gap between himself and Sasuke, it was glaringly apparent that the disparity was far too vast. Despite his utmost efforts, he could not leave a single scratch on Sasuke. Summoning the universal pull. Before Danzo could initiate the summoning technique, Sasuke pulled his hand back, and Danzo felt an irresistible force drawing him forward. In the next moment, Sasuke, wielding his blade like a streak of lightning, relentlessly sliced around Danzo. The Kusanagi sword, charged with lightning, not only cleaved through Danzo's flesh but also amplified the sensation of pain with each strike, intensifying the agony several-fold. Danzo hastily employed Izanagi to escape Sasuke's assault range. Yet even fully revived, he still felt a lingering dread from the earlier encounter. Sasuke swiftly locked onto Danzo's position with his Sharingan and hurled several shurikens at him. Clang, clang, clang. Danzo easily deflected the projectiles with his kunai, but in the next instant, Sasuke switched places with one of the shurikens, his hand already charged with power as he unleashed Chidori, infused with Amaterasu. Boom! Chidori effortlessly pierced through Danzo's body, and the Amaterasu flames swiftly spread along the current, engulfing him before he could utter a sound, exploding him into a mass of black flames. What tremendous strength! Boruto exclaimed, marveling at the display. Though he held confidence in defeating Sasuke, he knew it would require the powers of the Otsutsuki, transcending the realm of ninjas. Otherwise, he feared he would gain no advantage against his master. This is somewhat akin to the Uchiha. The current generation is indeed formidable. Madara and Hashirama could not help but praise upon witnessing Sasuke's relentless onslaught against Danzo. Chapter 7. Danzo's demise. The questioning phase begins. Haha, despicable. Danzo, having once again sacrificed a revival token, gasped for breath. That last blow had been a devastating strike, both physically and mentally. Sasuke, reclaiming the Kusanagi sword, taunted. What's wrong? Are you afraid? As the leader of the root organization, have you begun to fear? Uchiha, Sasuke. The moment Danzo heard Sasuke's disdainful jibe, his pride erupted like a volcano. Roaring, he hastily formed hand seals, causing his unnaturally white right arm to sprout trees violently. These trees slithered towards Sasuke like venomous serpents. Yet Sasuke stood resolute, transforming into a bolt of lightning and launching himself forward. The onlookers beheld Sasuke as he effortlessly shattered all the trees in an instant, then infused the Kusanagi sword with Amaterasu before hurling it to pierce Danzo's chest. Boom. Before Danzo could react, the Amaterasu erupted, instantly obliterating his remains into fragments. Subsequently, no matter how Danzo struggled or attacked, he could not leave a single mark on Sasuke, while he himself faced death repeatedly, burned to ash by the great fire dragon, pierced through the chest by Chidori, and electrocuted after being reduced to a mere stick by the Kusanagi. As the duel raged on in the canyon, the ferocious flames had evaporated much of the moisture, rendering the once clear sky now shrouded in dark clouds, crackling with thunder. No, I cannot die yet. At this moment, Danzo's fear was unmistakable, written all over his face. His Sharingan had been completely exhausted, and should he perish again, it would truly be the end. Today, I shall avenge the Uchiha clan, who suffered at your command. What? As Sasuke's Rinnegan, concealed beneath his hair, began to radiate a luminous glow. A sudden eruption of Amaterasu engulfed Danzo from beneath. These flames, manipulated by the power of jutsu, morphed into terrifying spikes that pierced Danzo's body. Despite being impaled like a hedgehog, each spike deftly evaded any vital damage, leaving Danzo acutely aware yet utterly immobilized. Subsequently, these jutsu summoned a dreadful gravitational force, swiftly coalescing numerous stones into the sky, forming an enormous spherical rock, a manifestation of one of Sasuke's Rinnegan abilities, the demonic illusion, Heavenly Star. This technique was aptly named Kirin. At this moment, Sasuke stood resolutely on the ground, slowly raising his right hand, which was infused with 1,000 birds. The overcast sky, under the guidance of this energy, unveiled two fearsome lightning beasts, which emerged, roaring menacingly at Danzo, ensnared within the celestial sphere. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, Sasuke forcefully swung his right hand downwards, unleashing the two Kirins simultaneously upon the surface of the Heavenly Star. A cataclysmic tempest of lightning erupted, engulfing the entire sphere. Boom. The collision of the two Kirin unleashed a violent explosion, generating a shockwave that flattened the surrounding land for miles, instantaneously clearing the sky of any clouds. Truly, a masterpiece. Witnessing the explosive spectacle that spanned several kilometers, Daidar's eyes sparkled with admiration, overwhelmed by envy. After all, to create such a devastating explosion, he could only resort to a self-destructive C4, whereas Sasuke executed this with elegance and flair, intensifying his envy to an extraordinary degree. The victor is none other than Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke commenced his teleportation. In no time, he found himself back in the system's realm. Naruto approached and gently patted his shoulder, to which Sasuke responded with a smile. Their bond transcended the need for words to convey their mutual concern. Madara was quite pleased with Sasuke's earlier performance, remarking, "Well done. I shall not dwell on your previous indiscretions." Uchiha Makoto inquired with concern, "Sasuke, how's your left arm?" Sasuke replied with a smile, reflecting on how he had strayed in the past, and how a dear friend sacrificed everything to bring him back. This stood as a testament to that time. Though Sasuke did not articulate his thoughts explicitly, as a fellow Uchiha, and observing the bond between Sasuke and Naruto, they found peace in their understanding. Tsunade felt a private joy, thinking, the troublemaker is finally gone. Izuna expressed her discontent, lamenting, "It's truly frustrating that so many Sharingan were lost like this. Alas, may my old friend rest well." In contrast to others' reactions, Hisashi felt a profound sorrow over Danzo's demise, for Danzo had been a long-standing friend, and such a bond cannot be easily forgotten. The first Raikage quickly cautioned his juniors. "Those two Uchiha from Konoha are best left undisturbed." Anoki, rubbing his temples, remarked, "Why are all those from Konoha so formidable?" Yugura sighed. "I initially thought one Uchiha Madara was troublesome enough. Now there's another Uchiha Sasuke." The ranking for Ton 20 has concluded, and the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, has been rewarded with the ability to use bloodline limit techniques as long as he possesses the corresponding chakra. How intriguing, Hiruzen mused. For bloodline limits could only be wielded by those with the appropriate lineage. Even a master of all elemental chakra could not utilize these techniques. With this newfound ability, his repertoire of jutsu as a teacher could expand, despite his current state of being deceased. However, Onoki interjected, "Third Hokage, didn't you just die from the Shikifuin? What use are these rewards to a dead man?" Hiruzen chuckled softly, "I shall study this. If any breakthroughs arise, I can inform Naruto, allowing him to bring them back to his era and enhance Konoha's combat prowess. Even in death, I remain devoted to Konoha." Ding. The first question. Who is the next Hokage after Sarutobi Hiruzen's death? A. Hatake Kakashi. B. Uzumaki Naruto. C. Tsunade. D. Jeraiya. Note: Konoha is forbidden from answering this question. If you cannot afford to lose, do not play. Madara stared at the final note, feeling exasperated. Hashirama beside him reassured, "Come now, it's all in good fun." As for the others, they were all transported from a time before the Fourth Great Ninja War, and naturally, they knew who the next Hokage was. With a virtual button appearing before everyone except the Konoha side, and the system's notification sounding, they swiftly pressed the button. The fourth Hokage answered successfully. Onoki, glancing at the grinning fourth Hokage, muttered begrudgingly, "It's all about speed. The Hokage truly excels." Indeed, although Gaara felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, it was not overwhelming. The fourth Hokage, retracting his still smoldering fist, declared, "Of course, it's Tsunade. Congratulations, that answer is incorrect. The penalty for a wrong answer is that the chakra consumption for jutsu is tripled." The fourth Hokage exclaimed in shock, "How can this be? The fifth Hokage is Tsunadeheim." Onoki echoed his confusion. "Isn't Tsunade the fifth Hokage?" Naruto, stifling a laugh, interjected, "Grandma Tsunade is indeed the fifth Hokage, but..." At this point, Naruto recalled the system's voice, "Seventh Hokage, just a gentle reminder will suffice. Don't go overboard." Alas, the system had issued a warning to him alone, leaving Naruto no choice but to comply. However, his final remark did remind everyone that Tsunade was undoubtedly the fifth Hokage, but that was the outcome, not the process. Gaara answered successfully. Onoki turned to Gaara, "Do you know who it is?" Gaara responded calmly, "If the answer isn't the current fifth Hokage, then it must be the candidate following the third Hokage's death, and among them, the most competitive is Jeraiya. Congratulations. That answer is correct. The reward for a correct answer is a 5-fold increase in sand manipulation speed." Onoki realized, Jeraiya, of course. He is one of the legendary Sanin, and his prestige and strength are more than adequate for the role. Frustrated by the simplicity of the correct answer, the fourth Hokage howled in dismay. Beside him, Killer Bee fanned the flames. "You speak without thinking, foolish brother. Idiot brother. Scoundrel." In his frustration, the fourth Hokage, a hot-tempered individual, delivered a punch to Killer Bee, sending him flying like a projectile. What is happening? How did this escalate to violence without any intervention? Izuna pondered, bewildered. For he had been halted by the system before engaging, yet now, witnessing someone being struck without interference, left him confused. Ding. This system will not prevent normal scuffles between brothers. Faced with this response, Izuna felt quite helpless, as he could not exploit this bug. Any intention to confront Tobirama would be aimed at annihilation rather than mere sibling rivalry. Nonetheless, upon reflection, such brotherly banter could only be displayed by the muscular figures from the Cloud Village. Chapter 8. Is the third Hokage a good man or a bad man? Ding. The second question. During the tenure of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, a series of events occurred, such as the annihilation of the Uchiha clan and the Cloud Village's ambush followed by extortion against Konoha. Is the third Hokage a qualified leader? This question has no standard answer, thus no penalties for failure exist. As long as the responses align with the system's criteria, they will be deemed correct. Onoki seized the opportunity to mock Hiruzen. "Your leadership of Konoha has been quite spectacular." The fourth Hokage joined in the ridicule. An organization claiming to be the roots of Konoha yet steeped in corruption. Grandfather. Although Naruto wished to support the third Hokage, who had cared for him in his youth, as he became the seventh Hokage and learned more about the hidden truths, it became difficult to trust blindly as he once had. Indeed, the third Hokage's weakness had allowed other ninja villages to treat Konoha as an easy target, for any deaths of their villagers in Konoha could be manipulated to gain advantages, regardless of the circumstances surrounding their demise. Yet, before others could voice their frustrations, an overwhelming aura erupted as Madara subtly activated his Susanoo. Addressing the others with a menacing tone, "Ultimately, I am one of the founders of Konoha. The affairs of the village are its own. And when did it become your place to pass judgment?" Merely standing and speaking, an appropriate aura of pressure swept through the hearts of all present like a tempest. In response to this overwhelming force, only a handful remained composed, while the majority trembled, their legs quaking. Were it not for their pride as formidable warriors, they would have surely collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, Hashirama promptly restrained Madara, saying, "Enough, Madara. If you wish to fight, come to me, do not trouble them." Although Hashirama's words belittled those who had just been shaken by the oppressive atmosphere, they were rendered speechless. Who would have thought that one day I would gain the support of Uchiha Madara? At that moment, Nikizane erupted into laughter, stepping forward with a relaxed demeanor. "Though I do not know if you will accept this, I must extend my gratitude." With that, Nikizane bowed deeply to Madara before continuing, however. I shall not refute my past errors. At that time, I was indeed too cowardly, believing that as long as I did not instigate war and could maintain peace, sacrificing a little of myself was inconsequential. Yet, the early days of White Fang, the subsequent incidents with Nozomi, the Hyuga clan, the Uchiha clan, and many others suffered harm, whether directly or indirectly due to my compromises. As he spoke, the sorrow in Nikazane's eyes was unmistakable. He truly regretted all that he had done. Did he genuinely desire peace? Perhaps, but more so, he feared conflict and the onset of war. He wished to avoid such outcomes, hence sacrificing a small portion to preserve the greater whole. Was there any value in speaking of this now? Uchiha Fugaka interjected with irritation. The mistakes have already transpired. Your remorse now resembles nothing more than crocodile tears. Nikazane forced a bitter smile. Indeed, nothing can be done now, unless I can return to the past, especially since I am already deceased. Oh, but I can send you back to your past self, resurrecting you in that time, came the unexpected reply. Nikazane's eyes lit up. How can that be achieved? You will need to acquire a special reward card. Using this item will allow you to choose a reward that sends you back to the past. Nikazane adjusted his Hokage hat. It seems I must strive harder to atone for my past mistakes. Previously, he had been indifferent to rewards, for even if he were to resurrect, the past errors would remain. But now, the prospect of returning to the past offered him a chance to rectify his mistakes. However, Minato expressed his concerns. Wouldn't this create a temporal paradox? Rest assured, upon your return, any changes will spawn a new timeline, thus creating a parallel world. There is no need to worry about affecting other timelines. Is that so? Then that is reassuring. Minato was acutely aware of the implications of temporal paradoxes. Any unexpected occurrences in the past could lead to a cascade of butterfly effects in the future, ranging from the sudden disappearance of individuals to the potential demise of entire worlds. Tobirama suddenly inquired, let us set that aside for now. Why did the Uchiha clan rebel? The Konoha Guard I established was meant for the Uchiha to manage village affairs, thereby alleviating the rift between the village and the Uchiha. To this, Fugaka scoffed. I certainly believe in the character of the second Hokage. Although you harbored disdain for us, you did not oppress us, which allowed the Uchiha to continue living in Konoha. Yet, who could have anticipated that having the entire guard comprised of Uchiha would hinder our ability to manage affairs with others? As the villagers feared we would show favoritism towards our clan, despite my efforts to ease tensions, it ultimately proved fruitless. The guard could only address Uchiha internal matters, thus becoming a true Uchiha guard. Facing Fugaku's grievances, Madara retorted, in the end, you are no different from that Saratobi brat. Both of you are rather weak. If it were me, I would simply deal with it directly. Any dissent would be met with my fist. Have a modicum of respect for others' parents, he added, only to be met with a retort from Sasuke. Fortunately, Sasuke had mellowed considerably. In the past, he would have been quick to strike first. Fugaka raised a hand to halt his son. Enough, Sasuke. He speaks the truth. In some respects, I am indeed akin to the third. Speaking of which, I should have the most authority on this matter. From my perspective, the third was deserving of the title Hokage. He embodied the will of fire and devoted himself to the village. While I cannot call him a good man, he was certainly an admirable leader for the village. That is my answer. The response was candid and appropriate. Thus, the answerer, Uchiha Fugaku, received a reward, the choice between upgrading his Sharingan to the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan or being resurrected in Sasuke's era. Upon hearing the option of upgrading his Sharingan, Fugaku initially contemplated discreetly revealing that he had already possessed the Mangekyou Sharingan. However, the second reward extinguished that thought entirely. As a deceased individual, he had grown less attached to life, but the allure of being resurrected in the era when his son had matured was irresistible. Now, as he observed Sasuke nearing adulthood, it was clear that his son had likely married and had children. This meant that he would now be a grandfather, a role in which he longed to see his precious grandchild. The desire to witness his beloved grandchild eclipsed even that of possessing the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. With this in mind, Fugaka glanced at his wife. If he were resurrected, what would become of her? Would he leave her behind? I choose to retain the reward, he declared, his decision not made for the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, but rather to await the moment when his wife could also be resurrected. If that were not possible, he would remain by her side. Chapter 9. The arrival of family. Speaking of which, I completely forgot to mention to you, Mom and Dad, that I am married now and have a lovely daughter, Sasuke remarked as he produced a family photo taken at that time, with Sarada's joyous smile prominently displayed, radiating her current happiness. What an adorable granddaughter! Mikoto exclaimed upon seeing the picture, nearly bursting with affection as she longed to embrace Sarada. Fugaka feigned seriousness. I hope you did not make things difficult for the young lady. To this inquiry, Sasuke scratched his head, feeling somewhat helpless, as he had often been away on missions, leaving Sakura to manage the household. Although he had sent money home, it was hardly sufficient, given his nomadic lifestyle. The most pressing issue arose when he heard from Naruto that Sakura had inadvertently damaged the house they were still paying for, compounding their financial struggles and increasing Sakura's burden. At this moment, Mikoto recognized Sakura and remarked, "Isn't that the girl who chased after you when she was little?" "Indeed," Sasuke replied. "You were so indifferent to her back then. How did you end up marrying her?" "Wait, That actually happened? At this moment, Mikoto's spirit of gossip ignited, compelling her to invite her dear friend Kushina to indulge in the latest tidbits about her son. Is Grandma truly such a gossip monger? Hinata typically refrains from engaging in idle chatter, and Himawari is remarkably well-behaved, leading Boruto to mistakenly believe that his grandmother, Kushina, was similarly demure. However, upon meeting Kushina in person, the stark contrast left Boruto somewhat embarrassed. Ah ha ha. In response, Naruto could only scratch his head and chuckle foolishly. His impression of Kushina forever anchored in that fateful encounter years ago, leaving him unaware of her true character. It seems that an expansion of the guest list is in order. This time, an exception shall be made to include additional attendees. Uchiha Sakura, Uchiha Sarada, Uzumaki Hinata, and Uzumaki Himawari have arrived. Wait. Upon hearing that their wives and children were to be transported here, both Naruto and Sasuke instinctively sought to prevent it, realizing that they were in an unknown and perilous place and did not wish to entangle others in their predicament. However, the system acted swiftly, and before they could protest, several figures materialized before them. Naruto? Sasuke? Exclaimed the two wives upon recognizing their husbands, momentarily stunned. Sarada, seeing Sasuke, was momentarily at a loss for words, while Himawari, without hesitation, rushed into Naruto's embrace. The parents of both parties gathered around, and to avoid any unnecessary complications, Naruto and Sasuke hurriedly introduced their wives and children to one another. Ah, Himawari is so adorable, Kikina exclaimed, unable to contain her joy as she enveloped Himawari in her arms. Hello, Grandpa and Grandma. The slightly older Sarada politely greeted Fugaku and Mikoto, compared to the boisterous Kikina. Mikoto gently ruffled Sarada's hair, while Fugaku nodded in satisfaction. Where are we, Naruto? Hinata inquired. I'm not entirely sure. All I know is that this place is not our world, Naruto replied. He and Sasuke then explained the situation to Hinata and Sakura, which managed to soothe their anxieties. At that moment, Boruto couldn't help but ask Himawari, how did you know I was your brother? In his timeline, he had exchanged identities with Kawaki due to the influence of the Divine Tree and was now a traitor to the 7th Hokage and his family. Moreover, given Sarada's appearance, it was clear that this was after he had left Konoha, yet Himawari had called him brother as soon as she arrived. With a gentle smile, Himawari replied, a brother is a brother. Boruto's eyes glistened with emotion at her tender expression. 3 years ago, he had been living happily as the son of the 7th Hokage in Konoha, but now, 3 years later, his identity had been usurped. His parents trapped in a dark abyss, and his friends turned against one another. Even his trusted mentor, Sasuke, had been consumed by the Divine Tree while trying to protect him. Though he bore no resentment towards Kawaki, the sight of these familiar faces stirred deep emotions within him. Upon noticing the scar on Boruto's eye, Hinata's heart ached. Boruto, what happened to your eye? Boruto choked back his emotions and forced a smile. It's nothing, Mom. I accidentally got hurt during training. You can always talk to me about anything, dear. I'm always here for you, Hinata reassured, gently stroking her son's head. Mom Boruto could no longer hold back and collapsed into Hinata's embrace, quietly weeping. His mature demeanor often made one forget that he was still just a 15-year-old boy, burdened with the weight of saving the world. After a considerable time, Boruto regained his composure, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he sat surrounded by those he knew so well. It's rare to see Boruto cry, one remarked. I couldn't help it. It's none of your business. The playful banter between childhood friends lightened the atmosphere, easing the tension. While everyone was concerned about Boruto's experiences, he was reluctant to share, and thus, no further inquiries were made. Sakura, seated beside Sasuke, looked around in awe, exclaiming, I never expected to see so many renowned figures here. Meanwhile, individuals from various ninja villages had gathered, with the exception of the Akatsuki organization. Their leader, Nagato, was currently seated alongside Konan and Konoha, behaving rather demurely beside Jeraiya. Aside from a few who had no village to return to, most had already departed for their respective homes, some voluntarily, like Itachi, and others under duress, like Deidara. You'd better stay put, grumbled Inoki, encasing the unruly Deidara in rocks, leaving only his shouting head exposed. Soon, Inoki grew tired of the commotion and fashioned a stone mask to silence Deidara. Jeraiya, ever the extrovert, was engaging a white-haired man who bore a slight resemblance to him. Hey, what is your name, my friend? I am called Fushin, the man replied. Fushin was reluctant to engage, as he felt no familiarity with Jeraiya, whose existence was merely a means to counter a certain entity. Despite sharing a visage and some techniques, their personalities and worldviews were vastly different. What is wrong, Naruto? Tsunade noticed a melancholic glimmer in Naruto's eyes as he gazed at Jeraiya and inquired. It's nothing. It's just been a while since I've seen the old pervert, Naruto replied with a faint smile. He understood that Tsunade was from a timeline shortly after he returned to Konoha, and thus refrained from mentioning Jiraiya's fate in the future. Is that so? Tsunade sensed the sorrow hidden within Naruto's expression but chose not to press further, recognizing that if Naruto was unwilling to discuss it, there must be deeper reasons behind his reticence. Ding. The countdown begins for Ton 19, highlighting the legendary moments of ninjas. He is the son of the 7th Hokage. Possessing extraordinary talent from a young age, often regarded as a prodigy. Although there was a rift between him and his father due to the latter's position, they reconciled after battling alongside one another. He is Boruto Uzumaki, the genius prodigy of Konoha. Chapter 10, A History That No Longer Exists. This is a narrative erased from memory, belonging to Boruto Uzumaki. Amidst the torrential rain, golden and purple lights clashed violently in the forest, each collision resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Ultimately, two beams of light broke free from the forest's grasp, colliding mid-air with a resounding explosion that obliterated the surrounding 10-mile radius. Suddenly, amidst the flames of the explosion, Sasuke, cloaked in a mantle, was propelled backward, his expression grave and devoid of the calm demeanor he had shown against Danzo. At that moment, a piercing resonance echoed, and a shuriken forged from high-density wind chakra hurtled toward Sasuke. Amaterasu. Sasuke swiftly unleashed Amaterasu, incinerating the spiraling shuriken entirely. While it is true that fire techniques can enhance wind techniques, this principle applies only when the former is weaker than the latter. Moreover, Sasuke's Rinnegan is not merely for show. As long as he does not willingly cooperate, even the most formidable wind techniques would fail to be augmented by Amaterasu. However, just as Sasuke landed and rolled to mitigate the impact, a radiant golden light surged toward him, explosively shattering the very ground beneath him. Fortunately, Sasuke reacted swiftly. After executing several backward flips to evade, he firmly grasped the Kusanagi sword and engaged in a fierce clash with the shadow before him. Golden and purple glimmers flickered amidst the swirling dust until boom. Sasuke and his opponent collided fists, the resulting shockwave dispersing all the dust. Revealing the identity of the person he had been battling since the outset, the current 7th Hokage of Konohagakure, Naruto Uzumaki. Uzumaki Naruto, what is happening? Why can't I recall this memory? Uchiha Sasuke, I too share your sentiment. While Naruto and I may engage in sparring, it should not be devoid of mercy. Vortex Boruto, moreover, why do your eyes appear somewhat peculiar, Dad? Namikaze Minato, Naruto's gaze is imbued with an overwhelming intent to kill. Fourth Hokage, indeed. It seems that the land of fire harbors no virtuous souls, not even the Hokage can escape such murderous intent. After a brief struggle, Naruto unleashed a chakra claw, his fist swinging forcefully towards Sasuke. In a moment of urgency, Sasuke managed to activate his Susanu's skeletal form for defense, but was met with a thunderous impact, sending him hurtling away as a violet streak before he crashed into the mountainside. The sheer force of Naruto's punch had already inflicted cracks upon the formidable Susanu, a testament to the tremendous power behind it. Just as Sasuke regained his composure, he beheld two Narutos, each wielding a Rasengan, poised to bring about his demise. However, with a flash of his Rinnegan, one of the Narutos swapped places with Sasuke, absorbing the blow from the other shadow clone. Boom. As the mountainside erupted, Sasuke landed on the ground, facing Naruto in a standoff. The two had been embroiled in a protracted battle, neither able to gain the upper hand. Do not impede me. I will not allow you to enter the battlefield. In response to Naruto's furious proclamation, Sasuke stood resolute, sword in hand. Nearby, ninjas from various villages were engaged in a fierce conflict, resembling the catastrophic scale of the Fourth Great Ninja War. If Naruto, as the 7th Hokage, were to join the fray, the casualties would undoubtedly surpass those currently inflicted by the ninjas. Thus, Sasuke was determined to prevent Naruto from advancing to the battlefield at all costs. Vortex Naruto, what is happening? The ninja world should be at peace. How could such a large-scale war erupt? Senju Tobirama, it seems this is the source of your peculiar behavior. You must be under the influence of Genjutsu. Vortex Naruto, Uncle Tobirama, that should be impossible. Kurama would assist in breaking the Genjutsu once I fell under its sway. I should be immune to it by now. Kurama, that is indeed strange. Why did that version of me not aid you in dispelling the illusion? By all rights, anyone could be affected, except for you. In that case, I shall not hold back. Having engaged in previous combat, Naruto understood that to confront the man obstructing him, he must summon all his strength. As he spoke, a terrifying surge of chakra erupted from him, the once golden and gentle chakra transforming into a deep crimson hue, infused with murderous intent. As the chakra coalesced, a massive fox had emerged from the crimson torrent, followed by its claws and tail. This was none other than the tailed beast, the Nine-Tails, Kurama, once sealed away with immense sacrifice by the village of Konoha. Indeed, it is as I suspected, Sasuke thought, gazing at the Nine-Tails, with his chakra surging to its peak. His complete Susanoo materialized in an instant, standing resolutely against the formidable Nine-Tails. Uchiha Sasuke, although I do not recall such an event. It now feels as though the roles have reversed from those days. Uzumaki Naruto, indeed, back then I exerted every ounce of my strength to prevent you. And now it has transformed into you striving to stop me. Uzumaki Boruto, huh? Did Dad and Master experience something similar in the past? Uzumaki Naruto, haha. Indeed they did. However, we shall reflect on that later. For now, let us focus on this. Senju Hashirama, oh. The 7th Hokage is indeed the perfect Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails, such a rarity it is. Had it not been for the Nine-Tails' excessive ferocity, I would not have had to seal him away. Uchiha Obito, merely a beast that I can control at any moment. Kurama, Uchiha Obito, nothing more than a clown who has been sold out and is now counting the coins for others. Uchiha Madara. What did you say? Ninetales, speak the truth. Uzumaki Naruto. Enough, enough. You too. Clash. Boom. A tailed beast ball was deflected by an arrow, soaring into the distance, followed by the emergence of a mushroom cloud. At the same moment, Susanoo engaged in fierce combat with the Ninetales. The twin blades clashed violently against the shield formed by the Ninetales, releasing a torrent of sword energy that cleaved through several kilometers of canyon. Before Susanoo could withdraw the long sword, the Ninetales clutched it tightly, exerting tremendous force in a perfect shoulder throw that slammed Susanoo into the ground. Immediately, the Ninetales pinned Susanoo beneath its weight, unleashing a pre-charged tailed beast ball almost at point-blank range upon Susanoo. Boom. The massive explosion uprooted the earth, with the center's temperature elevating the very stones to vapor. However, thanks to the power of Tenketsu, Susanoo had already teleported into the sky, with the Chidori in hand pulsating with light. Ultimately, it summoned a dazzling Raijin, whose body crackled with electricity and, guided by Chidori, sank its fangs into the neck of the Ninetales, much to the discontent of Naruto within, who thrashed about in frustration. Yet, all this effort proved futile, as Raijin transformed into a slowly ascending orb of white light. Boom. Accompanied by a deep rumble. The shockwave from the explosion swiftly swept across the land for miles, even affecting the distant battlefield, forcing a temporary cessation of combat. Koharu, is this what it means to be a Hokage? The residual force of battle can wreak such devastation. Uchiha Madara. This is merely a standard procedure. Uchiha Izuna, brother is the strongest. Senju Tobirama. In the end, was he not defeated by our elder brother? Senju Hashirama. This reminds me of my battle with Madara, where I effortlessly altered the terrain. Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke has completely surpassed me. Uchiha Sasuke. I am still far from it, brother. Gazing down at the deep crater created by the explosion, several tailed beast balls suddenly pierced through the smoke and soared into the sky. Susanoo swiftly swung its sword, cleaving through the nearest tailed beast balls before ascending with powerful wings. Die. At that moment, as the continuation evaded, the earlier tailed beast balls transformed back into Naruto, who had already amassed a spiral shuriken composed of various tailed beast chakra in his hands. Aya. As 9 Narutos hurled 9 tailed beast spiral shurikens towards Susanoo. The Ninetales below had also gathered strength, compressing the tailed beast balls into beams of light and launching them forth. TCH. Everything happened too quickly. By the time Sasuke activated his defense, the tailed beast balls had detonated all around him, obliterating every tailed beast spiral shuriken in the vicinity. The dim sky was instantly transformed into a blinding daylight, with radiant white light hanging in the air, refusing to dissipate. The ensuing shockwave surged forth like a ferocious flood, annihilating everything around it, even sending many ninjas from the battlefield soaring into the sky. Chapter 11. The Friendship Offensive of Konoha. Observing the destructive power exhibited by Naruto in the video, the inhabitants of other ninja villages fell into a stunned silence. Damn, they thought the Uchiha clan was bizarre enough. But how could this seemingly affable 7th Hokage be so formidable? Are those emerging from Konoha truly ninjas? After several seconds, the luminous sphere in the sky finally vanished, revealing a once overcast sky transformed into a boundless expanse of blue. Humph. Opposing me, are we? Unable to sense Sasuke's chakra any longer, Naruto revealed a sinister smile. However, before he could revel in his triumph for even a second, a sudden danger from behind compelled him to swiftly defend himself. Before Naruto could turn, Chidori collided with his hand. Fortunately, the protective chakra cloak prevented it from piercing through his arm, merely propelling him out from within the Ninetales. Naruto was sent crashing into the ground, his chakra cloak involuntarily dissipating, revealing his original form. Rising once more, Naruto gasped for breath, while Sasuke also returned to the surface, his heaving indicating his considerable exhaustion. Having battled for an extended period, Naruto was eager to rejoin the fray, unleashing powerful techniques, while Sasuke, determined to intercept Naruto, spared no effort in his counterattacks. Just then, Sasuke noticed a shift in Naruto's gaze. Almost simultaneously, the hidden shadow clones surrounding them reverted to their true forms and began to assault Sasuke. Without hesitation, Sasuke unleashed Amaterasu to envelop himself, then utilized Kagetsuchi to manipulate the flames, instantly shattering Naruto's shadow clones. Just as he dispelled Amaterasu, Naruto's true form had already prepared a Rasengan, closing in from behind Sasuke. Sensing the approach, Sasuke summoned Chidori, pivoting to confront his friend. Rasengan, Chidori. The two lethal techniques collided fiercely, the golden spiral and purple lightning effortlessly demolishing everything around them, tearing through the air. With no clear advantage, both Sasuke and Naruto intensified their chakra output, amplifying the strength of their attacks. As the central energy was compressed to its utmost limit, the resulting violent energy exploded forth. Before the flames of the explosion could dissipate, Sasuke was sent spiraling backward. But Naruto, disregarding his own injuries, relentlessly pursued and attacked Sasuke, who could only withstand Naruto's onslaught. If I were to lose here, it would signify the destruction of the ninja world you painstakingly built. Since childhood, you, with your foolish ambition of becoming Hokage, now seek to ruin what you have created. I will not allow such a thing to occur. Just as you once thwarted me, I too will risk my life to stop you this time. Uzumaki Boruto. Oh. Master Sasuke truly cares about dad's ideals. Uchiha Sasuke. It is somewhat embarrassing. Senju Tobarama. You are not like that fellow Madara. Uchiha Madara. It is easy to speak eloquently. Yet among this group, only you have developed the forbidden jutsu of Edo Tensei. Senju Hashirama. Huh? The bond between you two is truly remarkable. In the scene, Sasuke narrowly evades Naruto's punch, only to be met with a dazzling golden fist of chakra crashing down before him, compelling him to swiftly deploy his Susanu's skeletal form for defense. In an instant, Sasuke transforms into a purple streak, plunging into the earth behind him and stirring up a cloud of dust. The next moment, he utilizes the body flicker technique to appear behind Naruto, delivering a spinning kick that strikes Naruto's head. Although Naruto manages to raise his hand in defense just in time, he is still sent spiraling away, rolling on the ground multiple times before kneeling in defeat. Why must you obstruct me? Frustrated after a prolonged stalemate, Naruto's emotions are laid bare, his face a canvas of anger and resentment. I can't stand you. What is your true purpose? Ultimately, all of Naruto's emotions erupt through this single exclamation. However, this mere outburst of Naruto's feelings causes Sasuke to pause slightly, as he sees in Naruto the reflection of his former self, stubborn and unyielding. This recalls a memory from a year after they became Genin, when he sought vengeance against Itachi and resolutely allied himself with Orochimaru, only to be confronted by Naruto along the way. Additionally, years later at the Valley of the End, when his madness over Itachi consumed him, Naruto again intervened to halt his reckless actions. And finally, at the Valley of the End, Naruto fought valiantly to protect the leaders of all villages and to rescue the self that had succumbed to darkness. In each of these encounters, Sasuke incessantly questioned Naruto's concern for him, despite their lack of blood ties. Yet, Naruto's response remained unwavering. We are friends. You are such a slacker. Reflecting on this, Sasuke slightly curls his lips into a smile, though he refrains from voicing Naruto's answer. Instead, he calmly inquires, then let me ask you in return, what exactly are you? Are you merely the puppet of that insignificant creature, Mukiyatsu, or? Before Sasuke can finish, Naruto stands frozen, his mind, once filled with memories of war, now flooded with strange yet familiar recollections. They depict a golden-haired boy who, starting from nothing and alone, achieved his dreams and acquired everything. It dawns on him that these are not foreign memories but rather the memories of Uzumaki Naruto. As the memories resurface, the fierce light in Naruto's eyes gradually calms, his pupils transforming back to their original gentle blue. I believe I have mentioned several times that I have always been your friend. Naruto relaxes his combat stance, standing tall as he gazes at Sasuke, revealing a goofy yet reassuring smile. Friends. As he utters these words, particles of light emanate from Naruto, soaring into the sky and expanding at a visible pace. These luminous particles halt the ongoing battles in the distance, officially declaring the end of the Fifth Shinobi World War. Anoki, is this the power of friendship from Konoha? Truly impressive. Terumi Mei, 7th Hokage, I am tempted to marry you. Uzumaki Naruto, I am already married. Uzumaki Boruto, exactly. Senju Hashirama, haha, Tobarama, I was right. The Uchiha can coexist peacefully with the village. Senju Tobarama, I never claimed that the Uchiha must be eradicated. Uchiha Obito, you had better not have uttered that statement. Nagato Mikagami, wasn't he one of my subordinates in the Hidden Rain village? Conan, I recall his presence was quite negligible, and his strength lacking. How could he have orchestrated such an event? Hatake Kakashi, speaking of which, didn't the system mention that this was supposed to be Boruto's iconic moment? Why does it seem that we are still witnessing scenes of Naruto and Sasuke? This matter requires some elucidation. There is no need to rush. At this moment, the scene depicts Naruto relaxing, plopping down onto the ground, gazing upwards as he exclaims, ah. Finally feeling rejuvenated. Well done, Boruto. Sasuke internally commends Boruto, then strides over to Naruto, extending his hand. Have you rested enough? The situation is far from resolved. Naruto, undeterred, grasped Sasuke's hand and rose. Yes, I'm well aware. Let us move. Chapter 12. Boruto's mission as Naruto regained his composure. Boruto made his way to the depths of a cavern situated several dozen kilometers from the Hidden Leaf village. Uzumaki Boruto, this is what I looked like at 12. Why do I lack any memory of this? Kutsuki, is this what Boruto looked like as a child? How adorable. Uzumaki Boruto, all right, Grandma, please stop pinching my cheeks. Kutsuki, I refuse. It's not every day I get to hold my grandchildren. Minato Namikaze, Boruto, you have truly endured much. Who are you? Observing someone who managed to breach the organization's defenses, the bespectacled scholar, Jakusei, in a state of panic, questioned him. Although he could develop formidable scientific ninja tools, his own combat prowess was rather unimpressive. Winning a one-on-one match against a mere genin without relying on scientific tools would be quite an achievement. Before Boruto could respond, another voice interjected. He is the brave ninja who previously thwarted the Otsutsuki invasion, and also the son of the 7th Hokage. As the identity was revealed, Boruto remarked, oh, it seems you know quite a bit about me. Mikagami courteously stated, I intend to eliminate all the Kage and their clans once the plan succeeds. Therefore, I conducted a prior investigation on you. I apologize if this caused any offense. Boruto merely shrugged. It matters not, for your impending plans will amount to nothing. Mikagami chuckled softly, arms outstretched. Regardless, welcome to our base of Zero. You must be the one known as Mikagami. Indeed. I shall lead Zero to dominate the entire ninja world, surpassing pain, and becoming the true deity. In response to Boruto's inquiry, Mikagami spoke with increasing pride about his grand aspirations. Conan, to aspire to be a god? Such delusions are truly laughable. Nagato, Mikagami. What has transformed the child who once devoted himself wholly to the Hidden Rain village into this version of himself? In the scene, Boruto scoffed. What a magnificent dream you possess. Mikagami dismissed it with a smile. Children simply do not understand. You did not come here merely to listen to my musings. Did you? Boruto firmly replied. Indeed, I did not. Besides rescuing my comrades and dismantling your organization, I aim to save the nameless lives exploited by your trivial ambitions. Upon hearing Boruto's intentions, Mikagami revealed a knowing smile, then mused, what do you think? Just as Mikagami finished speaking, a long-haired female ninja descended, slowly approaching Boruto. Upon seeing Unnamed, Boruto stepped forward with excitement. At last, I have found you, Unnamed. Unnamed coldly replied, what are you doing here? Did I not make it clear before? I have nothing to say to you. Boruto hastily retorted, you may not, but I certainly do. It's only now that my voice can truly reach you. Faced with Boruto's earnest expression, Unnamed felt a flicker of emotion, for she knew Boruto spoke truthfully. He genuinely wished to assist her. Yet, the memories of the persecution she faced from ninjas haunted her, and she harbored intense hatred for all ninjas. It was because of them that she endured such suffering. She despised not only her own clan, the Uchiha, but all ninjas. At this realization, Unnamed suddenly brandished a kunai, launching an attack on Boruto, who quickly drew his kunai to defend himself. The clash of their kunai sparked as Unnamed suppressed her inner fury. If you refuse to leave, then perish here. Boruto countered, I will only return if you come with me. You are truly bothersome. Cease this, Unnamed. I have no desire to battle you. You are infuriating. By the end, Unnamed began to waver, for she genuinely found joy in Boruto's company. However, recalling her own plight, she could not let go of her resentment. Vanish from my sight. Torn between her feelings, Unnamed screamed as she attacked Boruto. How long do you plan to assist Zero? Until this ninja world is destroyed. Do you truly wish to annihilate the ninja world? Is that your satisfaction? Of course. Only with the destruction of the ninja world will my hatred cease. As Boruto defended against Unnamed's onslaught, he sought to persuade her, but her attacks grew increasingly fierce, and numerous shadow clones attempting to ambush her were swiftly eliminated. Boruto executed a series of backflips to create distance. I understand you carry a heavy past, but how could you possibly know my past? Stop being so self-righteous. Unnamed formed hand seals, unleashing a fireball of 3 meters in diameter. Boruto quickly prepared a Rasengan, hurling it forth. The unique Rasengan, infused with lightning nature transformation, detonated upon contact with the fireball, dissipating the incoming flames. Now safe, Boruto continued. I am not being self-righteous. I know of your past as a weapon, and how you were ultimately sealed away against your will. However, even if you destroy the ninja world, you will not find redemption. Unnamed clutched her forehead, roaring. You speak so eloquently, yet do you truly understand? Do you know what it feels like to remain in darkness for so long? You have only known me for a few days. There is no way you could comprehend. The memories of that time cling to me like vengeful spirits. And the cries from that period will never fade from my mind. No parents, no one to help me in my despair. How could you possibly relate? Who set me on this path? Was it not these ninjas? This ninja world? Therefore, I must utterly annihilate these ninjas and the world they inhabit. Unnamed's fervent declaration left Boruto momentarily speechless, and even the audience beyond the screen was taken aback. Senju Hashirama, what kind of experiences could lead a girl of merely a few years to such madness? Uchiha Madara. Nameless? I believe I have encountered this term in ancient manuscripts. The Uchiha clan once possessed a weapon referred to as Nameless. Senju Tobarama, haha. It is evident that the Uchiha are indeed a malevolent clan, resorting to using a young girl as a weapon. Uchiha Izuna, white-haired one, do not slander my brother. During our leadership of the Uchiha, we have never engaged in such actions. Senju Tobarama, regardless of your words, who truly knows the reality behind them. Fourth Hokage. For the first time, I find the second Hokage's words to be undeniably accurate. Indeed, the Uchiha are malevolent. All Hokage agreed. The Wagakure populace, we concur. Kirigakure populace, we agree and second that. Senju Tobarama, haha, it seems the reputation of your Uchiha is rather unsavory. Uchiha Madara, is that so? Would you like to train with me shortly? The crowd that had just voiced their agreement. Chapter 13, Boruto's Persuasion. Boruto set down the kunai in his hand and spoke earnestly. Frankly, I initially believed that a mere conversation would suffice to alter your perspective. It appears my assumptions were excessively naive. At this juncture, Boruto's tone was laced with self-mockery. Moreover, upon reflection, as you rightly pointed out, our acquaintance has spanned only a few days. To claim that I understand you is indeed a presumption. Our environments are disparate. I was born in modernity, able to grow up without concern, whereas you were born in the Warring States period, exploited amidst conflict. The turmoil within you is far more profound and dark than I had envisioned. Our positions are entirely divergent. It seems you have finally grasped the reality that I am utterly unlike you. Observing Boruto's realization that reconciliation was unattainable, Nameless felt a sense of relief. The next step was simply to expel Boruto. However, Boruto's resolute shift in attitude took him by surprise as he declared, "Yet, even so, I shall not abandon you. If our positions differ, should we not strive to bridge the gap?" With that, Boruto approached Nameless, gazing at the boy exuding a gentle aura. Leaving Nameless momentarily at a loss for words, Boruto continued, "I lack the time to fully comprehend your thoughts. I cannot fathom the pain you have endured. But that is merely a temporary state. We can take our time, share your burdens with me, vent the frustrations that have accumulated within your heart. And only then can we contemplate the future. Let us speak a little each time, gradually, and allow joyful memories to overshadow those that are unpleasant." Listening to Boruto's words, Nameless felt that joy had begun to outweigh resentment within him. Boruto radiated such warmth and tenderness, akin to the sun illuminating the shadows of his over a decade-long existence. How wonderful it would have been had he been born in this era. Uchiha Sarada sighed, "You really know how to flirt, Boruto." Uzumaki Boruto replied, "I don't even remember that happening. Stop teasing me." Uzumaki Hinata remarked, "Boruto's personality is so reminiscent of Naruto, he treats others with such warmth." Kana added, "Speaking of sunshine, my father Minato is even more like the sun." Naruto and Minato smiled knowingly. Boruto, oblivious to Nameless' inner turmoil, continued to persuade her. "At least through the heroic ninja, I have come to know you, and that makes me genuinely happy. We are no longer strangers, we are friends. So, can we make this happen?" As he extended his hand, Nameless instinctively reached out. Despite her hatred for ninjas and the ninja world, she found no animosity towards Boruto. "You are merely a weapon. A weapon does not require a name. Nameless, from this day forth, that shall be your name." Yet, as memories of the Uchiha clan's persecution flooded her mind, hatred overwhelmed her thoughts. With a sharp motion, she withdrew her hand, rejecting his offer. "Are you even listening to me? Replacing joyful memories with loathsome ones means nothing to me. I only wish to annihilate the entire ninja world. No matter what you say, my resolve will not waver." Her voice crescendoed into a near shout as she fought against the truth of her own desires. Determined to seek vengeance and destroy the ninja realm, Boruto gazed at the frenzied Nameless and said, "Stop lying." Nameless vehemently denied, "I am not lying." "No, you are lying. You are so annoying. If you weren't lying, then why are you crying now?" His words struck a chord, and she suddenly became aware of the tears streaming down her face. Why? Why was she crying? She had not intended to weep, yet the tears flowed uncontrollably. At that moment, the voice within her, speaking from the shadows, urged, "Nameless, kill him, eliminate this bothersome fool and silence your turmoil. Only then can your dream of a destroyed ninja world be realized." The weight of those final words tipped her already wavering heart further towards vengeance. "Nameless, do not heed him," Boruto implored. "You are insufferable. Stop tormenting me. It is all because of you that I suffer, so please, do not disturb my thoughts any longer." As Nameless lifted her gaze, Boruto clearly saw her eyes transition from the three-tomo Sharingan to the kaleidoscopic Mangeki Sharingan, indicating her readiness to strike. Naruto exclaimed, "This is bad. Boruto, hurry and get away." Boruto replied, "Dad, I'm still here, and you yelling from there doesn't help." Naruto responded, My apologies. I got a bit carried away." Sarutobi Hiruzen commented, "Naruto remains the same as ever, carefree regardless of age." Boruto agreed, "Right? And Dad still makes a fuss at home." Naruto chided, "Don't speak so recklessly in public." Uchiha Madara, the kaleidoscope. "I never anticipated that such a young girl would awaken the kaleidoscope. Such talent is no wonder she is regarded as a weapon." Uchiha Izuna, "I am somewhat curious about the abilities of her eyes. You, who know nothing, should not recklessly invade another's heart." The Nameless One, consumed by madness, relentlessly attacked Boruto. Yet, despite the seemingly frenzied assaults, she only wielded kunai, which Boruto managed to counter effectively. Clash. Once again parrying the opponent's kunai, Boruto remarked, "Indeed, you are correct. I understand nothing. It was only recently that I learned of your past." The Nameless One forcefully kicked him away, her eyes narrowing with intensity as a sphere of black flames surged toward Boruto. As he was propelled backward, he hastily formed hand seals, summoning a shadow clone to serve as a shield against the entirety of Amaterasu, quickly following up by creating another shadow clone to launch himself forward. Boruto noticed that his flying kick was thwarted by the Nameless One's crossed arms, prompting him to urgently say, "But you have endured immense pressure, and thus, you are in great pain. I fully comprehend this. Therefore, please share all your torment with me." However, the more Boruto spoke, the more entangled the Nameless One became. She envisioned a future filled with vengeance, yet Boruto illuminated an alternative future, one she was reluctant to forsake. Yet these two futures could not coexist. She could not relinquish the suffering inflicted by the ninja world, nor could she abandon the light bestowed upon her by Boruto. "Shut up." Ultimately, the Nameless One seized his ankle and forcefully slammed him to the ground, then mounted him, gripping the kunai tightly as she plunged it downward. Oh no. As Boruto faced impending doom, he instinctively shut his eyes. However, after several seconds of waiting without feeling the kunai penetrate his body, he felt a few drops of tears fall upon his face. When he opened his eyes, he was met with the kunai mere inches away and the Nameless One's sorrowful expression. With tear-filled eyes, she lamented, "What are you? Why do you always appear in my mind? My past memories were filled with pain, so why does your smile now surface? Why, even when I find you bothersome? Does your face linger?" Boruto replied earnestly, "As I mentioned earlier, I cannot currently grasp your pain, though I feel a deep sense of regret. I am indeed at a loss. However, I can transform your loathed, painful memories into joyful ones. We could play as ninja heroes or embark on outings together. In essence, we can experience all the things you were unable to do before. These are things I can still accomplish. So, will you grant me a chance? Just one final opportunity, and I shall help you embrace the present ninja world and its wonders." As Boruto spoke, his tone grew increasingly gentle, causing the Nameless One's inner resolve to dissolve completely. The kunai slipped from her grasp, clattering to the ground as she broke down in tears. Chapter 14. Boruto in danger. Reinforcements arrive. Observing the Nameless One, who had entirely lost her will to fight, Miryujin could not suppress a sigh. What a disappointment. Nameless One, wasn't your intent to annihilate the ninja world to avenge past grievances? Is your hatred only of this magnitude? In the end, you are but a child. Although Miryujin had never anticipated the Nameless One would carry through with her plans to the end, reflecting on her earlier fervent expressions was both absurd and dull. Boruto helped the Nameless One to her feet and warned Miryujin, "I will take her away. Do not attempt to obstruct me." Miryujin shrugged. "To me, something that has lost its utility is inconsequential, whether discarded or given away." Upon hearing Miryujin's words, Boruto clenched his fists. "What do you mean by utility? You, like those before you, merely view her as a tool?" Previously, while retrieving memories of his father, Boruto had inadvertently glimpsed the Nameless One's past. She too deserved a beautiful childhood, yet her kin had treated her as a weapon, ultimately imprisoning her. Now, having been unsealed, they were once again using her as a weapon, failing to recognize her as a person. Miryujin shook his head. "Please do not misunderstand. To a god like me, whether a daimyo, a kage, or the echoes of the past, all are but ants." At that moment, behind him, Kazuki attempted to reason with his former subordinate. "Did you not hear? To him, you are also an ant. Does that not concern you?" Yet, Takusei laughed maniacally. "Teacher Hazuki, it seems you've misunderstood. As long as I can freely develop scientific ninja tools, their opinions of me do not matter. The true happiness lies in creating the scientific tools I envision." Facing Takusei's reaction, Hazuki gritted his teeth in frustration. At that moment, regret surged within him. He lamented allowing such a duplicitous individual into the scientific ninja tool research facility. His own vision for developing such tools was to assist others. Yet this individual recklessly created dangerously high-risk scientific tools. Initially, he had expelled Takusei for this very reason. But little did he know that the expelled Takusei would ally with Zero, leading to the current predicament. Miryujin waved his hand. "Very well, take her. But only after I have utilized her." "What do you mean?" Just as Boruto intended to escort the Nameless One to a safe place for rest, a formidable force hurled him away. When he lifted his gaze, he beheld the astonishing chakra emanating from the Nameless One. However, despite the outpouring of incredible chakra, her expression was one of torment as she clutched her head and knelt, shaking uncontrollably. Kazuki gasped in shock. "Takusei, Takusei manipulated the devices on his arms." Chuckling. "Did you really think we released her seal without a plan? Don't underestimate me. I am exceedingly cautious." Miryujin elaborated. "Have you heard of the sealing symbol? It is a forbidden technique developed by the second Hokage. When applied to an opponent, it can control their movements. The second Hokage, truly. The second Hokage is a master of forbidden techniques. Uchiha Azuna. In the future, if there are any forbidden techniques, it is highly probable that they were developed by the white-haired one, Senju Hashirama. And so what? This merely indicates that I have created a greater number of jutsu. Uchiha Azuna, how can you still take pride in yourself? Have you ever considered the detrimental impact your forbidden techniques have had on future generations? Senju Hashirama, that can only be attributed to the malevolent intent of the practitioner. If one were to deem the developer of a jutsu as malevolent simply because it is wielded by a wicked individual, then you are not in a position to cast stones. Uchiha Azuna, TCH. In the scene, Miryuji continued to speak. By employing this, the controlled individual shall never betray the caster. Do you not see this as the ideal means to manipulate a weapon endowed with self-awareness? Tajikase explained with great pride. Moreover, I have made slight modifications to modernize it. For instance, the current form of the binding seal is merely the headband adorning her head. How charming, don't you think? It appears to be an ordinary accessory. Listening to Tajikase's words, Boruto felt an overwhelming urge to confront him physically. However, he could not afford to disregard the critical situation concerning Nameless. To realize my ideals, I must unleash her formidable weaponry powers. Miryuji, arms outstretched like a deity, commanded, "Now, weapon of liberation, wreak havoc upon all." As Nameless succumbed to complete control, the bound Shikadai shouted urgently, "Boruto, do not hesitate. Fight now. Otherwise, we will perish." Yet, still hesitating, Tajike sneered. Do you truly believe a mere genin can contend with Uchiha's weaponry? At this moment, the fully controlled Nameless unleashed a ferocious assault upon Boruto. If earlier, Nameless had merely been venting emotions, now she aimed to end Boruto's life. Her strikes were so relentless that he was exhausted merely attempting to block, leaving him no strength to awaken Nameless. In a dire turn, Nameless seized Boruto's wrist, yanking him off balance before delivering a devastating kick to his abdomen. The immense force caused Boruto to spew blood, his body crashing like a cannonball into a 2-meter-thick stone pillar. Coughing, Boruto astonishingly managed to rise from the rubble, though the injuries rendered him unsteady, each sudden movement sending excruciating pain through his chest. Nevertheless, Boruto remained determined to awaken Nameless as consciousness. However, the only response he received was Nameless forming hand seals, taking a deep breath before unleashing. Fire release. Great fire destruction. The air, infused with chakra, transformed into a violent wave of flames, quickly engulfing Boruto's field of vision, and in that instant, he felt the grip of death. Just as the situation seemed dire, a golden figure appeared before Boruto, extending a massive chakra claw that firmly grasped the searing fire wave. Regardless of its ferocity, it was held steadfastly in place. Upon closer inspection, Boruto exclaimed joyfully, "Dad? You did well, Boruto," Naruto replied, turning his head with a slight smile, before clenching his fist to shatter the terrifying fire wave into fragments. "What is happening? Hey, be careful." Tajike, astonished by the ease with which someone could obliterate such a fearsome jutsu, only then noticed that the controller on his wrist was inexplicably engulfed in black flames. Fully aware of the terror these flames possessed, Tajike hastily discarded the controller, but the speed of Amaterasu was too swift. Before it even touched the ground, the controller was incinerated into nothingness. Just as one crisis was averted, another emerged. A dark-haired man had effortlessly rescued all the hostages right under Muriaji's nose. The speed was so incredible that it seemed less like rapid movement and more akin to instantaneous teleportation. Indeed, the very moment the hostages vanished, Sasuke appeared beside Naruto, safely escorting them away. Seventh Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki. The shadow supporting him, Uchiha Sasuke. The two strongest individuals in the current ninja world had converged here. Chapter 15. Muriaji's ideal. You two certainly know how to stir up trouble. Facing Muriaji and Tajike, the primary instigators of this crisis, Naruto rarely displayed an expression filled with murderous intent. However, Muriaji showed no fear before the mightiest forces of the ninja world. "Have you arrived, you two sinners?" "Sinners?" Muriaji's words left everyone bewildered. When had they become sinners? Sasuke scoffed, retorting, "What right do you have to say that? You've plunged the entire ninja world into chaos, and yet you still have the audacity to blame others." Muriaji merely smiled faintly. "Heh, it appears you are unaware of the magnitude of your transgressions," Naruto inquired. Perplexed, "What are you talking about?" Muriaji continued, "Our organization, Zero, is founded on the principle of returning the ninja world to zero. Surely, some may ask why we should return to zero when the current ninja world is so peaceful. The truth is, the era you have created is fundamentally a sin." Hearing this, Sasuke interrupted in discontent. "Those who wish to rebel always speak this way. I've lost count of how many times I've heard such nonsense." Muriaji smiled subtly. "It seems you, well-versed in darkness, are also familiar with the malevolent spirits lurking in the depths. However, Zero is different. Those who follow me do so in hopes of changing this era. I, the founder of the organization, have individuals joining voluntarily, willingly assisting me, and embracing my vision." Naruto retorted vehemently, "What utter nonsense?" Muriaji questioned. "Heh, then let me ask you, does this world yearn for battle? You may be satisfied with a peaceful and tranquil era, but peace breeds the absence of conflict, and the disappearance of conflict extinguishes the existence of shinobi. In an era devoid of battle, where do the tormented souls, twisted by their suffering, find refuge? Thus, they seek solace in Zero. For some, the meaning of life is to fight. Others seek to test their skills, while some earn their living as mercenaries. There are even those who lost their families in past wars, seeking an outlet for their rage. The desire for battle and emotional release resonates with Pain's ideology of ruling through power." In concluding his thoughts, a sinister grin spread across Muriaji's face, a sickly smile. "Nagato, I remember now. It was I who turned him into this. Conan, the words you spoke to him at that time should not have been problematic." Nagato, indeed. There was no issue, however, his understanding was flawed. "I merely wished to make an impression. Who could have anticipated he would interpret it so askew?" Naruto Uzumaki. "I seem to recall an organization called Zero in the past, but my memory of it is somewhat vague." Uchiha Sasuke. "I just recalled. Isn't this the pathetic organization that I annihilated not long ago? The report I received described it as a formidable cult, yet upon entering, I eradicated them in less than half an hour." Jeraiya. "How is it that what you are saying completely contradicts what was presented in the video?" Hiruzen Sarutobi. "If you continue watching, you will understand." Upon hearing the name Pain, Naruto vehemently interjected. "You are mistaken, Pain. No, Nagato does not yearn for war, but rather for the peace that follows it. Your actions merely serve to justify those meaningless battles." As the one who sought to persuade Nagato, Naruto was acutely aware of Nagato's longing for peace, even if it meant plunging himself into darkness without hesitation. Miria responded, "What is wrong with that? The cycles of time perpetually repeat. After conflicts conclude, peace is attained, only for disputes to arise anew. This is the essence of time's law." Shaking his head, Miria scoffed, saying, "Moreover, you seem to misunderstand. While I may agree with Pain's ideology, it does not mean I will replicate his actions. I am who I am. I will utilize his thoughts as a foundation to forge my ideal era, which entails obliterating the current shinobi world and returning to an age of turmoil. Upon realizing my ideals, I shall transcend pain and become a god." As he spoke, Miryu bore a serene expression, envisioning himself as a deity. Deidara, why does everyone aspire to be a god? How can someone who lacks appreciation for art possess such allure? Anoki, who told you, you insolent brat, to fiddle with those explosives? Now look at you, simple-minded and clumsy. Deidara, old man, who are you calling simple-minded and clumsy? Anoki, whoever it refers to, that's who. Nagato, a god is it? How ironic, to be a god yet solely indulge in personal whims, disregarding the will of the masses. Fourth Hokage, I distinctly recall you charging into Konoha, wreaking havoc, and ultimately reducing it to a massive crater. Nagato, Sasuke dismissed him. Is this your aspiration? How utterly superficial. I have encountered many dreamers like you, especially when I was but a shadow supporting the village from outside. Time and again, I would encounter such oddities who believed they could dominate the world and realize their dreams, only for me to use my fist to shatter their illusions, ultimately imprisoning them within Konoha. Naruto attempted to counter. The sacrifices you are making, both internally and externally, are far too great. You are merely spreading misfortune throughout the shinobi world. Miryu, however, remained unfazed. Achieving greatness necessitates sacrifice. My subordinates are well aware of this and willingly joined Zero, including Nameless, who sought to eradicate the shinobi world and revel in the use of power. Boruto, having witnessed Nameless' memories, weakly retorted, Nameless would never desire such a thing. Miria shrugged, glancing at Nameless, who had lost control and knelt on the ground, vacant-eyed. Indeed, due to someone's tiresome instigation, she has lost her fighting spirit and cannot even maintain control, rendering her nothing but a burden. Vortex Boruto, you just said you wanted to take her away, right? Allow me to assist you. With that, Miria seized Nameless by the arm and lifted her. Bam! No one anticipated that Miria would deliver a solid kick to Nameless' chest, the sound of cracking bones echoing as she was sent hurtling away. Nameless, as she was about to crash to the ground, Boruto, disregarding his own excruciating pain, leaped up and caught Nameless, using his body as a cushion to protect her. You scoundrel! Naruto, be careful. Witnessing his son once again injured, Naruto was on the verge of exploding with anger when Miria seized the opportunity to approach him, thrusting a kunai towards his neck. Chapter 16. Miria's hidden move faced with an almost certain fatal ambush. A normal person would scarcely have time to react before being slain, but Naruto was no ordinary individual. He had previously evaded even the lightning-fast lightning release, Light Fong, at close range. Although his sensory abilities were currently inferior to those in Sage Mode, such an assault was impossible to evade. At the very moment the kunai was about to make contact with Naruto's neck, Naruto grasped Mirio's wrist, and two golden chakra arms extended from behind him, fingers entwined, crashing down with tremendous force. Boom. The once level ground was instantly transformed into a massive crater as Naruto struck down, while Miryu had already freed himself from the grip and leaped back to avoid being reduced to pulp. Following this, he formed hand seals, concentrating chakra in his mouth. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A fireball, comparable to the one previously unleashed by Nameless, surged toward Naruto, the flames emitting such intense heat that even at a distance, one could feel the searing sensation. Yet, Naruto did not budge an inch. Instead, he raised his fist, concentrating chakra into an even larger chakra fist surrounding his body, then swung it with great force. This seemingly simple punch was executed with incredible speed and unrelenting momentum, effortlessly shattering the ferocious fireball and, with unmitigated power, striking Miryu directly. Though Miryu attempted to defend himself, the impact felt as if he had been struck by a freight truck, causing him to spit out a mouthful of warm blood, before crashing into the wall behind him. In just one exchange, Naruto showcased the vast chasm that separated him from Miryu, a gap that could not be bridged by mere ambush. After a moment, Miryu emerged from the wall, wiping the blood from his mouth and expressing a hint of excitement. Truly, you are the hero of the shinobi world. Even after the considerable exertion you endured earlier, the 7th Hokage still possesses such formidable combat prowess. Before arriving here, Naruto had engaged in a prolonged battle with Sasuke, which had been nothing short of cataclysmic. Yet, despite both of them having significantly depleted chakra, their combat strength remained terrifying. Naruto retracted his chakra fist and coldly stated, "Come quietly with me to Konoha prison." Had he not held back just then, that blow would have been sufficient to end Miryu's life, for he needed to preserve the lives of these shadowy figures to allow the interrogation team to extract intelligence. Miryu, easing the pain coursing through his body, acknowledged, "Indeed, even in your current state, I cannot defeat even one of you. It seems returning with you is my wisest choice." Senju Hashirama. To dare challenge a perfect Jinchuriki, this Miria fellow is quite audacious. Uchiha Madara. Generally, I prefer to refer to such audacious individuals lacking in strength as fools. Nagato. I once found Obito to be rather insightful. However, now he seems rather juvenile and foolish. Conan. It is easy to know a person's face, but difficult to comprehend their heart. Nagato. Uzumaki Naruto. If this fellow truly possesses the audacity to challenge us, why is it that I hold such a vague impression of the organization known as Zero? Sasuke Uchiha. I am uncertain. In fact, I wouldn't have remembered the existence of this organization if it weren't for today. Ryujin, with a sinister smile, remarked, if I were facing you at full strength, perhaps I would consider joining you. However, the mere fact that I am still standing here indicates that I still possess a chance of victory. Sasuke, somewhat weary of debating with this fool, suggested to Naruto, next time, let us just incapacitate him. As long as he is alive when we bring him back, it suffices. Sasuke had engaged in such dubious tasks on numerous occasions, particularly when dealing with those who could neither articulate their words nor be killed outright. He preferred to render them crippled and drag them back, confident that his wife would eventually heal them. Ryujin paid no heed to Naruto and Sasuke, who were deliberating on how to deal heavy blows, and continued speaking. Have you ever heard of the 8,000 spears? This ability allows one to manipulate the chakra of the connected individuals at will, and it can even endlessly transfer back to the caster. Therefore, the Uchiha clan of the past sought to enhance all ocular techniques through the 8,000 spears. Although the experiment ultimately failed, the existence of this ocular technique still astonished the entire world. Upon hearing Ryujin's words, Sasuke glanced at the unconscious figure in Boruto's embrace. So, this is the ability of Uchiha Nameless, is it? Ryujin confirmed. Indeed, it is a unique capability of Nameless, and only Nameless S. Sharingan can wield it. However, one day, I received news that there exists a prosthetic eye in this world that not only restores vision but also grants immense power. At this moment, Suzu seemed to recall something. Looking astonished at Taikasai, a prosthetic eye? Could it be that you, Taikasai, have obtained that prosthetic eye? Taikasai, with no intention of concealing anything, revealed a twisted smile of satisfaction. Precisely, Master Suzu. I merely provided the prosthetic eye to Lord Ryujin, and as a result, I acquired remarkable data. Initially, I was troubled by the source of chakra supply, but later I discovered a solution that resolved all my issues in one go. Upon hearing this, Suzu hurriedly warned Naruto, be cautious, 7th Hokage. The prosthetic eye developed by Taikasai can disregard the limitations of bloodline inheritance to replicate ocular techniques. Disregard bloodline limits. Naruto was taken aback by this revelation. Bloodline limits are a unique form of ninjutsu that can only be utilized by those of the same lineage. Even Kakashi Hatake, renowned as the copy ninja, is incapable of using it due to the absence of such a connection. Taikasai wore an even more exaggerated grin. Master Suzu speaks the truth. My prosthetic eye possesses the enchanting ability to completely ignore bloodline restrictions, enabling anyone to wield ocular techniques. Kagami-me, to disregard even bloodline restrictions is truly a terrifying thing. Anoki, is such a thing genuinely so formidable? The era of the 7th Hokage is indeed astonishingly powerful. Uchiha Madara. Ultimately it is merely a counterfeit. How could a genuine article possess such might? Senju Hashirama. If it could be mass-produced, it would significantly enhance the village's security. Uzumaki Naruto. First Hokage. That is simply impossible. This scientific ninja tool, the ocular prosthetic, is something I have prohibited from development. The reason being, utilizing this eye requires an immense amount of chakra. According to the data provided by Kazuhiko, using it for just 30 seconds could completely deplete the chakra of a J-nin. If it were to be used by an ordinary person, they would perish within mere seconds due to chakra exhaustion. Senju Tobarama. Such a perilous device. The 7th Hokage has made a wise decision. In the video, Sasuke and Naruto remain unaware of these matters. Sasuke cast a wary glance towards Ryujin. If such a capability truly exists, indeed, I currently possess 8,000 spears. Having discerned Sasuke's inner thoughts, Ryujin maliciously unwrapped the bandages from his head, revealing a pair of crimson eyes, with a pattern identical to that of an unnamed Sharingan, burning brightly before them. Chapter 17. Crisis for Naruto and Sasuke. Uchiha Madara. How dare someone who is not of the Uchiha clan wield the Sharingan? Truly despicable. Hatake Kakashi. Ahem. Uchiha Izuna. Hey, 7th Hokage, how did you deal with this fellow? Naruto Uzumaki. In my timeline, I prohibited the development of the ocular jutsu. Furthermore, Sasuke expelled hand cues from the research facility. As for Zero, after Sasuke eliminated them all, Miria was imprisoned in the city of Ghost Lantern. Naruto. At the mere call from Sasuke, Naruto instinctively comprehended their next course of action. The two surged forward simultaneously, intent on extinguishing the looming crisis in its infancy. It seems you have sensed the peril of these eyes, but it is too late. However, before Naruto could advance further, a kaleidoscopic pattern swiftly emerged on the back of his right hand. Almost immediately, the chakra within him rebelled against his will, soaring from his body and gravitating towards Mirio. Simultaneously, not only Naruto but countless individuals throughout the ninja world, regardless of age or gender, who bore the same kaleidoscopic design on their hands, found their chakra departing their bodies, traversing mountains and seas to converge within Mirio. In an instant, Mirio was imbued with an astonishing amount of chakra, unleashing a formidable aura. Under this pressure, even Sasuke was compelled to halt in his tracks to resist. At that moment, Mirio resembled an explosive super scion, enveloped in a blue chakra flame, mockingly proclaiming, "Now, everyone in the ninja world possesses the seal of lunar connection. You should comprehend what this signifies." As the chakra continued to swell, the aura surrounding Mirio grew increasingly solid. Their chakra is now at my disposal, and I can collect it at my whim. Furthermore, with this vast reservoir of chakra, I can unleash the tremendous power of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Even that power is within my reach. As he spoke, the chakra flame transformed from a chilling blue to an ominous blood red, coalescing into a familiar skeletal structure. Layer upon layer of matter, bones, veins, muscles, skin, was formed by this blood-red chakra. In just 2 seconds, a towering red giant, over 50 meters tall, loomed before all. Uchiha Madara, Susanoo. How could that counterfeit pair of eyes possibly be utilized? Uchiha Izuna, why is my Susanoo different from my brothers? Yagura, what a terrifying design. Is this for real? Not only the audience outside the scene, but also Naruto and Sasuke, who were present, were taken aback, for this was a unique ability of the Uchiha clan. When Kakashi once activated Susanoo using Obito's Mangeki Sharingan, it was already quite surprising. Now, a non-Uchiha utilizing an artificial eye has managed to summon Susanoo as well. However, compared to others' complete Susanoo forms, the one wielded by Hiruzen was grotesquely damaged, with visible ribs protruding from its chest. Hiruzen jested, after all, it is not the original eye. So there are some distortions, but it is sufficient to ensure your demise. Is that so certain? In response to Naruto's inquiry, Hiruzen manipulated Susanoo to draw a weapon. Of course, for you are no longer the strongest of your generation. As the long sword was drawn, a violent aura of blade energy surged forth, and faced with this tempest that seemed capable of tearing everything apart, Sasuke swiftly activated his Susanoo to shield everyone. However, once they withstood the storm, Sasuke soon realized that this tempest contained a high concentration of chakra. The moment Susanoo made contact, a portion of its surface was instantly torn apart. This rendered the purple Susanoo unable to withstand the storm, which soon overturned it entirely, simultaneously annihilating the entire base. When tranquility returned, the once hidden base of the Zero organization within the mountains was left as a vast pit, with a towering red giant resembling a demon standing at its center. As Naruto pushed away the boulders encasing him, he surveyed his surroundings and discovered that only Sasuke remained nearby. Boruto and the others had seemingly vanished, though Naruto could sense Boruto's chakra lingering close by. Remarkable resilience. Yet Hiruzen looked down upon the two. You are now merely ants that I could easily crush with a flick of my wrist. The red Susanoo raised its long sword and swung down, casting a crimson glow upon Naruto and Sasuke, enveloping them in an aura reminiscent of hell itself. Fully aware of the impending dread of this strike, both Naruto and Sasuke wasted no time and unleashed all their chakra. As the golden fox emerged, the purple armor swiftly enveloped its form, and a long sword materialized in the fox's grasp. This was the combined technique of Naruto and Sasuke, a fusion of tailed beast and Susanoo armor, the tailed beast catastrophe. Just as the nine tails raised the long sword above its head, the red sword struck down upon it. And in the next moment, an overwhelming pressure shattered the ground beneath the nine tails, forcing its lower half into the earth. Despite the nine tails' desperate resistance, the opposing force was vastly superior. Not only was it a struggle to deflect the weapon, but merely enduring the blow was a challenge. Observing the pair's struggle, Hiruzen sneered. Is this what you call resistance? It is merely draining your dwindling chakra, desperately prolonging the inevitable. It was a tragic fate for those who once made history. This is not looking good. Focus. Yet, at this moment, Naruto and Sasuke had no time to entertain Hiruzen's taunts. They were entirely devoted to resisting the incoming strike. Uchiha Madara. Humph. To fall into such a predicament from this mere assault, 7th Hokage, you are utterly feeble. Senju Hashirama, however, Madara, do not forget that prior to this, those two had already engaged in a fierce battle for an extended duration. Consider whether, in our respective conditions at the Valley of the End, we could have withstood such a blow. Uchiha Madara. Senju Tobarama. Scientific ninja tools, intriguing inventions indeed. If possible, I would genuinely like to meet the developer of those scientific ninja tools, known as Keisuke. Uchiha Izuna. Oh, so you, with your white hair, have found a day to take interest in matters beyond your usual pursuits. Senju Tobarama, do you truly perceive me as one who remains oblivious to the affairs of the world in your Uchiha eyes? Uchiha Izuna, is it not so? Senju Tobarama, I can't be bothered to engage with you. 4th Hokage, is this the power of scientific ninja tools? We must commence the research and development of scientific ninja tools upon returning. Anoki, it seems we are all on the same page. In the video, Ryujin amplified the power of Susanoo's arms, laughing maniacally. Your era has come to an end. Now it is my time to shine. Boom. At that moment, the crimson blade was suddenly struck by an unseen force, the instantaneous release of pressure granting the nine tails a moment of respite, allowing it to violently thrust the red blade aside. Ryujin was taken aback, for he had seen no attack, yet that blow seemed to materialize from thin air. It was Boruto and Naruto, who, having regained their breath, turned to face the source of the assault, astonished to see a figure radiating blue chakra flames. Frozen in the aftermath of the strike. Boruto. Chapter 18. The Battle with Mu Ryujin. You? How are you still able to move? Seeing Boruto not only standing again, but also emanating a continuous surge of chakra flames, it was evident that his chakra had fully replenished. However, a glance behind him at the unmoving figure of Nameless lying on the ground brought clarity to Mu Ryujin. Is it Nameless? It matters not. After all, this shall be the last time. Boruto did not reply to Mu Ryujin but instead reflected on the scene after being blown away. Due to Mu Ryujin's attack, the unconscious Nameless slowly opened her eyes, only to see Boruto's unconscious form. Nameless, weak and feeble, nonetheless mustered her strength to crawl towards Boruto. I despise the ninja world and its practitioners, but with you, this world still has hope. Nameless grasped Boruto's hand, a ghostly blue light shimmering upon their touch. Recalling this moment, Boruto turned to Nameless and solemnly stated, "Wait for me. I will resolve this and return immediately." What good does transferring chakra do? It is merely a futile endeavor. In the face of Mu Ryujin's derision, Boruto approached Naruto and Sasuke, who, due to their immense exhaustion, had to dispel the tailed beast transformation. Mu Ryujin scoffed disdainfully. This battle is beyond the realm of mere children. Boruto clenched his fists. You have gone too far. This era was forged through the struggles of my father and his comrades, yet you seek to obliterate it all. I cannot forgive you. At this moment, Boruto raised his gaze, his eyes aflame with fury. However, what I cannot pardon most is your exploitation of the tormented Nameless. You do not even regard her as a human. Mu Ryujin laughed derisively. Fool, Nameless was always a weapon. What is wrong with utilizing a weapon? Nameless is my friend. Before Mu Ryujin could finish, Boruto's furious roar interrupted. You dare harm my friend. I will not let you escape. Faced with Boruto's wrathful shout, Mu Ryujin momentarily froze, only regaining his composure when a bead of cold sweat trickled down his neck. I am sweating? In front of a lowly shinobi relying on Nameless for chakra. Impossible. He refused to accept it. How could a self-proclaimed god of the new era be intimidated to the point of sweating by a mere low-ranking shinobi? If this is the case, I shall eliminate you here. My son is fighting with all his might. As a father, how could I stand idly by? Agreed, as a master, I cannot lose to my disciple. As Mu Ryujin radiated murderous intent, two imposing figures joined Boruto's side, his father, Naruto Uzumaki, and his master, Sasuke Uchiha. The sight of Boruto fighting so desperately for Nameless was truly unbearable. Mu Ryujin summoned a multitude of shuriken, unleashing them upon the enemy. Do you not comprehend the extent of her suffering? As Boruto retorted, Naruto swiftly summoned Kurama's head behind him, launching a barrage of tailed beast balls, each explosion obliterating the shuriken. I know, but what of it? That is her fate. From the very beginning, her destiny was sealed, unchangeable. Mu Ryujin commanded Susanoo to raise its blade and strike downwards. Naruto swiftly took Boruto and Sasuke and leaped to either side, the colossal blade cleaving the ground and carving a chasm kilometers long. Mu Ryujin continued, I merely utilized her effectively. This is the happiness of her existence as a weapon. Boruto roared, do not impose your beliefs upon her life. She is a person, not the weapon you claim her to be. At this moment, Sasuke infused Amaterasu into the Kusanagi sword, unleashing a black crescent arc. Mu Ryujin raised his hand to block, but suddenly, the Amaterasu crescent erupted, shattering part of Susanoo's hand. Unfazed, Mu Ryujin mocked. Even if I regard her as human, utilizing her and discarding her afterward is her unalterable fate. How tragic. Naruto swiftly threw a raisin shuriken at Susanoo's joint. You are mistaken. Destiny can be altered. I have witnessed many who have changed their fates, including the one you idolize, Pain. Observing the devastation wrought by Amaterasu, Mu Ryujin hastily commanded Susanoo to leap aside. Yet another raisin shuriken hidden in the shadows struck Susanoo's right leg directly. The ferocious wind chakra rapidly disassembled Susanoo's right leg, and the massive form collapsed to the ground. Mu Ryujin seethed. This is why he cannot ascend to godhood. Meanwhile, Sasuke unleashed a partial Susanoo from a distance, an arrow formed from Amaterasu poised to fire. To me, you, shackled by antiquated beliefs, are the truly pitiable man. Foolishly aspiring to become a god, it is laughable. Infuriated, Mu Ryujin summoned a plethora of shuriken for an A0E attack. TSK. A bunch of detestable fools. Why do you still resist? Your era has ended. Cease your self-righteous drivel. It is your foolish ideals that must come to an end. The era created by my father and his comrades shall endure. As Boruto countered, Sasuke launched the Amaterasu arrow, which, through the manipulation of Kagaya's power, fragmented into a torrential downpour of arrows. In an instant, the battlefield was filled with explosions from shuriken and Amaterasu. However, these shuriken were no match for Sasuke's Kage-enhanced technique. Within moments, they were utterly consumed, leaving only the Amaterasu arrows to rain down upon the Crimson Susanoo. After several violent explosions, Mu Ryujin's Susanoo lay in tatters, unable to even rise again. What is happening? How could I possibly be suppressed? At this moment, Mu Ryujin's eyes widened in disbelief at the reality before him. a seventh Hokage, drained of chakra, a nearly depleted Uchiha, and a mere lowly shinobi relying on Nameless as chakra. Yet, these three seemingly insignificant figures had collectively reduced his Susanoo to a pitiful state. Uchiha Madara, despite his colossal stature, his mobility is remarkably poor, rendering all that chakra a futile endeavor. Uzumaki Naruto, it is precisely due to his lack of mobility that the outcome of that situation was uncertain. Uchiha Sasuke, to put it bluntly, Mutasuki is simply a novice with an insatiable appetite for challenge. Hatake Kakashi, however, it is also thanks to Naruto and the others' formidable strength. Otherwise, even against such adversaries, they would be unable to mount an effective counterattack. Obito Uchiha, that merely indicates your weakness. Kakashi Hatake, Obito? How did you? Obito Uchiha, I am not here, leave. Kakashi Hatake, Obito, where are you? Obito. Chapter 19. Do not underestimate us ninjas, this I shall not acknowledge. For long. The self-proclaimed deity, Mu Jin, is now on the verge of breaking down. In his frenzied state, he wielded Susanoo, raising the long blade in his hand. Fingers forming seals as an immense amount of chakra converged into the sword. As the chakra gathered, the blade's form became increasingly formidable and terrifying. How could I possibly admit to this? In his madness, Mu Jin unleashed a hysterical roar, swinging the long blade towards Naruto and the others. Witnessing the horrifying chakra emanating from the blade, Naruto understood that if it were to strike the ground, not only would the earth be cleaved in two, but the ensuing devastation would undoubtedly impact numerous regions' ecologies. And the chakra, Kurama, who do you think I am? Two with no other choice. Naruto clasped his hands together, unleashing the final chakra alongside the 9 tails within him. A radiant golden light erupted, and a colossal golden fox surged skyward to confront this cataclysmic blow. Bang! Kurama, having taken the full brunt of the strike, found his feet sinking into the ground. However, even this could not withstand the immense power, and Kurama was forcibly pressed into the earth. Nevertheless, through Kurama's valiant effort, the strike that should have cleaved the land only succeeded in embedding him deeper into the ground, avoiding further devastation. With a crack, Kurama's claws dug deep into the blade, preventing Mu Jin from lifting it. Sasuke, I understand. Even as Naruto called out, Sasuke had already drained his chakra, launching a pitch-black Amaterasu arrow. Taken by surprise, Mu Jin could not evade, and the arrow struck Susanoo's head directly, resulting in a violent explosion that obliterated the outer shell encasing Mu Jin. Now is the time. Boruto. With no excess chakra left to fight, Naruto and Sasuke had no choice but to place their hopes in the chakra-rich Boruto. At this moment, Boruto had gathered all his chakra into his hands, forming a dazzling Rasengan, addressing Mu Jin. The era is established by humanity. Boruto was hurled forward by Naruto's shadow clone, swiftly arriving before Mu Jin, shouting, "We do not need a self-proclaimed deity." Rasengan. The brilliant blue sphere accurately struck Mu Jin's chest, its rotational force relentlessly tearing into his body. Yet, Mu Jin's unwillingness compelled him to cry out, "Why? Why must I lose to a mere brat like you? You shall not underestimate us, ninjas." Boruto roared, intensifying the output in his hands. The destructive power of the Rasengan escalating to a terrifying degree, completely engulfing Mu Jin's figure. Ultimately, the entire Susanoo, this tempestuous vortex, was utterly shattered. Vanishing into the air, Mu Jin himself, propelled by the Rasengan's impact, crashed onto the emblem of the Zero organization, losing all vitality. Hashirama Senju. Well said, Boruto. That remark about not underestimating us ninjas is truly inspiring. Tobirama Senju. Vortex Boruto, you have splendidly inherited our will of fire. Vortex Boruto, thank you for the praise. Esteemed former Hokage. Sakura Uchiha. Quite impressive, Boruto, to have received praise from the former Hokage. What troubles you? You appear burdened with thoughts. Boruto Uzumaki. I find myself pondering why, despite acknowledging Nameless as a friend in the video, I possess no memories of her. Minato Namikaze. Perhaps this timeline diverges from our own, existing in a parallel world. Boruto Uzumaki. Grandfather, I cannot quite articulate it. Whenever I see Nameless, I am overwhelmed by a sense of familiarity and sorrow, as if I am somehow acquainted with her past. Sakura Uchiha. Surely you have developed feelings for her. Boruto Uzumaki. How could that be? I have merely encountered Nameless for the first time. While I may feel sympathy for her, that does not equate to affection. I am not the type of man who falls for every girl he meets. Kunoichi Kyuka. Indeed, Boruto, do not emulate Master Jeraiya. Jeraiya, I am quite devoted. Do not tarnish my reputation, Kyuka. Kyuka, is that so? Each time you return to the village, your presence is easily traced to various open-air baths. Jeraiya, well? Gathering inspiration is indeed a significant endeavor. Tsunade, Jeraiya, you incorrigible rogue, be mindful, Sunflower is still here. If you dare to corrupt her, I shall ensure you experience the depths of hell. Jeraiya, my apologies. Naruto Uzumaki. Speaking of the archetype of a man who falls for every girl he meets, Sasuke. It seems you fit that description most aptly. Uchiha Sasuke, do not slander me, you insignificant underachiever. Uzumaki Naruto, Though my memory is somewhat hazy, I cannot shake the feeling that I have encountered you before in a manner of unwavering affection. Uchiha Sasuke, you must have misjudged. Sakura Uchiha, hearing Naruto say that. I share a similar impression. Uchiha Sasuke, how is that possible? Sakura, are you still unaware of my true nature? Sakura Uchiha, I am well aware of that. Which is precisely why I feel a sense of dissonance. In that hazy memory, you were frivolously flirting with numerous girls, even late into the night. Uchiha Fugaku Sasuke. You have changed. Uchiha Makoto, how could such a wonderful child be like this? Uchiha Sasuke, mother and father, I refuse to become like that. Uzumaki Naruto, indeed, indeed. And in my memories, Shikamaru has turned into a fool, CHG has become quite handsome, and Hinata has grown rather irritable. Uzumaki Hinata, huh? Why would I become like that? Uzumaki Boruto, an irritable mother? That's hard to imagine. Uzumaki Himawari, mom has always been gentle. Uzumaki Boruto, though when she truly gets angry, it can be quite terrifying. Suddenly, a voice called out from the video, young master. It was the distressed voice of Fangzhu. The group, having just dealt with Mulio, turned to see Fangzhu's expression filled with sorrow. Sensing something amiss, Boruto hurried over to Fangzhu, swiftly arriving at Wu-Ming's side. At that moment, Wu-Ming appeared fragile. His complexion ghostly pale. Had it not been for the faint rise and fall of his chest, he would have seemed lifeless. Boruto approached Wu-Ming and gently called out to him, but Wu-Ming showed no response. Wu-Ming, that's wonderful. I will take you to get treatment right away. Upon hearing Wu-Ming's voice, Boruto felt a surge of hope and prepared to assist him to the Konoha hospital for healing. However, Wu-Ming shook his head. No, it's all right. I know my body best. The rest no saving me. Chapter 20, the option to save Wu-Ming. Wu-Ming summoned his last ounce of strength to manage a somewhat acceptable smile. I am very happy to have become friends with you, Boruto. As he spoke, tears streamed down his face. Yet I am still in so much pain, unable to forget the past. It torments me greatly. Boruto lowered his head and spoke softly. You need not say more. I understand. Yet Wu-Ming's condition continued to deteriorate, his eyes now devoid of light. Huh? Boruto? Where have you gone? Seeing Wu-Ming reach out as if to grasp something in his blindness, Boruto quickly took his hand. Don't worry. I am right here beside you. At that moment, Wu-Ming's palm felt icy cold. Despite his desire to grasp Boruto's hand tightly, he lacked the strength. Boruto focused and noticed a beautiful crystal had appeared in his hand. Wu-Ming managed a faint smile. This is the gem of our friendship. Although small, I cherish it greatly. Will you accept it? Boruto's vision blurred with tears, yet he quickly donned a smile. Of course. And I must say, this gem needs to grow larger. Let us go play together in the future, alright? Unfortunately, Wu-Ming had completely lost awareness of the outside world, engulfed in darkness. He could only watch as the light receded further away, murmuring in despair. How frustrating. Why must this be the end? I still wish to be together with Boruto. Before he could voice his final regrets, Wu-Ming's vitality had utterly vanished, his feeble hand slipping to the ground, with only the tears on his face narrating his unwillingness. Witnessing Wu-Ming's demise, Boruto was engulfed in sorrow. The others felt equally helpless. Naruto and Sasuke had exhausted their chakra, unable to assist, while the remaining few were not even medical ninjas and could offer no help. Meanwhile, hidden nearby, Shoujo observed the scene with a smirk, retreating, though this time I failed. What about next time? However, just as Shoujo took 2 steps back, he was met with Shikamaru's voice. Startled, Shoujo turned to find himself not only confronted by Shikamaru, but also surrounded by ninjas from the 5 great villages. Without giving Shoujo time to react, Shikamaru gestured for 2 leaf ninjas to step forward and apprehend him. Sakura Uchiha, the nameless young lady has perished. Boruto Uzumaki, Nameless. Hashirama Senju, the life of this young girl is indeed tragic. She spent her childhood as a weapon of the Uchiha, only to be exploited after her awakening. Alas, Uchiha Madara, the past actions of the Uchiha truly infuriate me. Senju Tobarama, oh, I never anticipated you would feel this way. Uchiha Izuna, what is so peculiar about it? After my brother became the leader of the Uchiha clan, he consistently advocated for harmonious development within the village, which ultimately fortified the Uchiha lineage. Senju Tobarama, I do not dispute this point. The video swiftly progressed to subsequent events. Following Boruto's decisive conclusion of Momoshiki and the dismantling of Kara, the various ninja villages initiated extensive internal investigations. The outcome revealed that all major villages had spies embedded by Kara, with Konoha being particularly afflicted by the highest number of infiltrators. Fortunately, thanks to this thorough search, all Kara spies were apprehended, and following the information provided by these individuals, members scattered across various locations were also captured. One could say that Kara, which had previously caused tumult within the ninja world, was now relegated to history. Meanwhile, after the demise of Nameless, Naruto could not bear to subject the young girl to experiments, thus he and Sasuke laid her to rest in the Uchiha clan cemetery, allowing her spirit to return home. As for Boruto, due to the death of Nameless, he remained in a state of deep sorrow, returning home immediately after completing missions for several consecutive days. Even when his friends, like Shikadai, invited him to play games, he exhibited little enthusiasm. The radiant gem entrusted to him by Nameless was transformed into a necklace for his sister Himawari, as he believed that her cheerful disposition would provide warmth to the gem. In stark contrast to his own despondency, one day, after Team 7 completed a daily mission, Sarada, in an effort to help Boruto regain his spirit, took the initiative to suggest a return to the Ninja Heroes game, despite her usual reluctance to engage in such activities. Ninja Heroes is a unique VR game based on Nameless' Tsukuyami, enhanced by a summoning technique. Logically, after Nameless' passing and the loss of Tsukuyami as its foundation, the game should no longer be playable. However, after all this time, it continued to operate normally, albeit devoid of the previous quests. Though Boruto was disinclined to play, he had no choice but to log in alongside Mitsuki, given Sarada's unwavering determination. Yet, upon successfully logging into the game, Boruto was met not with the familiar ninja village, but with a vast expanse of pure white, at the center of which loomed a towering stone gate. Here, in this crevice of time? How did I end up here? Boruto instantly recognized this place as the special realm he had ventured into while seeking his father's memories. But why was he here now? Boruto, hearing someone call his name. He turned to the source of the voice, discovering a white-haired man clad in white robes, his eyes tightly shut. Uzumaki Naruto, Sharon. I never imagined it would be him. Uchiha Madara. Why do I sense something unusual about him? Who is he? Uchiha Sasuke. He hails from the Otsutsuki clan. Uchiha Madara. How is that possible? The Tsutsuki clan should have long since perished. Naruto Uzumaki. Indeed, the Tsutsuki no longer exist on Earth, yet they remain on the moon. The outer path golem you summoned resides within the depths of the moon. Uchiha Sasuke. Furthermore, the Tsutsuki clan has not been extinguished. There are still members of the Tsutsuki existing in this world. Uzumaki Naruto. Moreover, your infinite Tsukuyami plan ultimately served merely as a shroud for someone else's ambitions. Uchiha Obito, what did you say? Uzumaki Boruto. I cannot disclose that. It would be a spoiler. Mr. Sharon. Boruto immediately recognized the identity of the person before him. Otsutsuki Sharon, a sudden apparition, stood in stark contrast to the previous Otsutsuki Mamashiki he had encountered, as Sharon exhibited no intent to attack, but rather sought to assist him. Sharon spoke. I am acutely aware of your current distress, which is why I have maintained this space. Boruto paused, realizing that the game continued to exist despite the long-past death of Nameless. There were rumors outside that the Raiden Corporation had taken over its operation. Sharon continued, I sustained this space to provoke a miracle. Boruto furrowed his brow, perplexed. A miracle? Sharon nodded. Indeed, it is only within this space that it is feasible. A method that can be deemed forbidden. Boruto chuckled. It sounds rather remarkable. What precisely must be done? Sharon hesitated for a moment, then raised his head, articulating each word. Interfere with history. Chapter 21. Means of returning to the past. Interfere with history? Boruto was taken aback. He and Sasuke had been warned against such actions when they traveled back in time, as meddling could yield irrevocable consequences. Sharon affirmed, correct. Previously, we merely sought to retrieve Naruto's memories without the capability to alter history. However, this time is different. Should you succeed, you will have the power to change another's past. Boruto appeared reluctant, but such actions. Sharon interjected. Indeed, excessive interference with history could precipitate cataclysmic disasters. Yet this modification concerns only a single individual. As long as you proceed with caution, no harm will ensue. So, how can this be accomplished? Boruto felt a surge of determination. If it were indeed possible to alter Nameless' past, he must take the risk. Sharon elaborated. If you can fulfill 3 specific conditions, you may create this possibility within a brief span of time. Boruto inquired, what are the 3 conditions? Sharon extended his right hand, raising his index finger. First, the starting point must be an unstable space capable of manipulating the laws of time. Is this unstable space here? Boruto pondered and quickly connected the dots. Sharon nodded in approval. Precisely. The ninja heroes were indeed created by Tsukuyami, thus the flow of time here is exceedingly slow, facilitating a successful link to the past. Continuing. Sharon raised a second finger. The second condition requires a full moon night. The passage to the past must harness the flowing power of the dragon veins, which are most potent during the full moon. Boruto quickly asked, when is the next full moon? Tomorrow. Sharon extended a third finger. The final and most crucial condition is that there must be an item connecting a present individual and a past individual, imbued with both their chakra. Boruto recalled an item that fit this description. However, it was a significant treasure entrusted to him by Nameless. Should he truly part with it? Sharon continued. Although it is challenging, this step is essential. Otherwise, you will remain forever trapped in the interstice of time and space. Boruto, you understand the conditions I have outlined, do you not? Observing Boruto's silence, Sharon gently reminded him. He did not wish to coerce Boruto into altering history, as failure could obliterate this world. Yet, Sharon was eager to witness the choice made by the son of the child of destiny. After a prolonged silence, Boruto resolved his inner conflict. The expressions of Nameless, filled with regret, pierced his heart. She was his friend, and he had been unable to assist her in the Warring States period. Now, if he could, he wished to try. Boruto declared, assisting Nameless in the Warring States period would be the best choice, Mr. Sharon. Sharon nodded in agreement. Indeed. The Warring States period is pivotal in shaping Nameless' character, marking her moment of destiny. As long as you can save her from that time. Boruto clenched his fists in determination. Sharon stated, tomorrow night, I will await your arrival here. If you are certain about altering Nameless' fate, bring with you the item that can establish a connection with her. Understood. After logging out of Ninja Heroes, Boruto's expression solidified with resolve, shedding the despondency of recent days. Soon, he was besieged by Sarada and Mitsuki, who questioned his whereabouts. They had seen his login but had not encountered him at all. To alleviate their concerns, Boruto fabricated a story about a game bug. Mitsuki was indifferent as long as Boruto was safe, but Sarada found it exasperating. Having taken the initiative to play the game only to encounter such an issue. After settling Sarada and Mitsuki, Boruto sought out Himawari, requesting the necklace he had previously given her, as it was the item that could establish his connection with Nameless. Though he felt guilty towards Himawari, he knew he needed it. Anticipating that he might upset her, he was pleasantly surprised when Himawari, understanding her brother's request, promptly returned the necklace without hesitation. Uzumaki Boruto, Himawari. You are so good. Uzumaki Himawari. Hihi. Tsunade, Jeraiya, you are henceforth prohibited from approaching Himawari within a 20-meter radius. Kurama, exactly. Jeraiya. Huh? I said nothing. Tsunade, do you have an objection? Jeraiya, none. Absolutely none. Minato, Lady Tsunade, there's really no need to be so wary of Jeraiya. He knows his limits. Jeraiya, Minato. You're the best. Tot, Gyokuten. This is truly my true self. Tsunade, Minato, don't plead for him. I know his character better than you do. The following night, Boruto tucked the necklace into his pocket and donned the VR glasses that had first connected him with Nameless. Soon, amidst a dazzling array of colors, Boruto logged into Ninja Heroes and smoothly made his way to the temporal nexus. Sharon, who had been waiting there, sensed Boruto's chakra and inquired, have you secured the item to connect with Nameless? Yes. However, that is a tangible item from the real world and cannot be brought in. Boruto initially intended to affirm but quickly realized that this was a game world, and real objects could not be transported within. Sharon smiled gently. As long as you keep it on your person, I can summon it. With that, Sharon waved his hand forward, and a strange light coalesced before Boruto. In the next moment, the luminous necklace appeared out of thin air. As Sharon turned his palm, the glowing necklace flew into his hand. Now that all conditions are met, I will utilize the environment of Ninja Heroes as a foundation to establish a gateway to the past, employing the power of the dragon veins to open it, and finally guiding you to Nameless' past with her luminous necklace. Boruto became excited. Next, it is time to rescue her, right? What is it, Mr. Sharon? Sharon paused for a moment before stating, there is actually one final step. A significant decision must be made before interfering with history. Boruto, bewildered by the inquiry, responded, at this point, what decision could possibly remain? I previously mentioned that as long as you do not act recklessly, there will be no major crisis. Indeed. What is it? Suppose you truly resolve the Unnamed's predicament in the past, then all that you and the Unnamed have built in the present will vanish without a trace. What? Upon hearing Sharon's words, Boruto stood frozen, for he was determined to save the Unnamed. How could he forsake the bond between them? Sharon elaborated, this event is entirely centered around the Unnamed. Once the Unnamed heads toward an unsealed conclusion, the absence of this pivotal figure means that Zero cannot rebel. And your active role in this rebellion will also dissipate, including your pursuit of your father's past. Boruto lowered his head. How could this be? Sharon continued, not only that, but your meeting with the Unnamed was forged through the game of Ninja Heroes. If Zero does not rebel, Ninja Heroes will cease to exist, which implies that your connection with the Unnamed will vanish, correct? Thus, you must decide, will you continue to live holding on to your bond with the Unnamed? Or will you return to the past to save the Unnamed at the cost of losing that connection? Observing Boruto's renewed despondence, Sharon silently awaited his response. However, Boruto soon lifted his head, his expression resolute, declaring, there is no need to fret over such matters. From the very beginning, I never considered a second option. I will save the Unnamed, no matter what. Sharon inquired further, even if it means losing that connection? Boruto placed his hand upon his heart. As long as the bond once existed, it cannot be easily severed. Even if I ultimately forget the Unnamed, the important things will remain in my heart. It seems I have been overly concerned. You truly are strong, Boruto. Having received Boruto's answer, Sharon smiled with relief. This was indeed the man who once took his fiancée Eve from him, the son of Naruto Uzumaki. Chapter 22, the Uchiha clan of the past let us prepare to depart. With Boruto's unwavering resolve established, Sharon said no more and turned to make the necessary preparations. After all, to offer further counsel at this juncture would be an affront to Boruto's determination. Sharon spread his arms wide. The luminous gem necklace floating before him, to the distant past, the door of trajectories, at the cost of the laws, originating from the dragon veins. Accompanied by the signposts of yonder, let a fleeting miracle unfold at this moment. As Sharon formed the tiger seal with his hands, the gem necklace flew into the stone door, which then slowly opened, revealing the swirling currents of time within. Once the spell was cast, Sharon turned to Boruto and said, "Enter through this door, and you shall arrive in the world of the past. The gem will bring you to the unnamed side. And the rest is up to you." Boruto nodded. "Yes, I understand." Sharon cautioned, "Let me inform you beforehand. Your existence in the past is limited to before dawn of the following day. Once the sun rises, regardless of your success or failure, you will be forcibly returned." Boruto, hands on his hips, chuckled, "Mr. Sharon, I truly appreciate everything you have done. I will undoubtedly succeed." Sharon returned the smile. "Save your gratitude for after you have succeeded." "Indeed." Boruto nodded earnestly, then walked deliberately toward the door. "The unnamed awaits me. This time, I will surely convey what I could not tell you before." With that, Boruto leaped fearlessly into the torrent of time. Uchiha Madara, young man, I admire your courage for daring to venture alone into the Warring States period. Vortex Boruto, I will go without hesitation for the sake of my friends. Uchiha Izuna, the Warring States period is far from the era of peace you know. It is a miracle you have survived. Senju Hashirama, indeed, before Madara and I established the first hidden village, fierce battles raged among the clans, with the average age of ninjas not exceeding 20. Uzumaki Boruto, yes, I am aware. I have read about it in books. However, whether it is the Boruto in the videos or the one I am now, as long as I can assist my friends, I will bravely face any danger. Senju Hashirama, it is truly fortunate for Nameless to encounter a friend like you. In the Warring States period, Boruto swiftly materialized from the air, only to unexpectedly tumble to the ground. Ouch. When he eventually sat up, cradling his head, he discovered that he was surrounded by a tranquil forest, the melodious chirping of insects momentarily distracting him from his pain. This is the Warring States period. As Boruto marveled at his arrival in this era, he also pondered the unique serenity it offered. In his own time, he was accustomed to the dazzling lights and bustling streets, making it difficult to appreciate the peace brought by the forest and the starry night sky. I recall Mr. Sharon mentioning that the luminous stone would guide me near Nameless. Boruto surveyed his surroundings and spotted a flickering light in the distance. If that is the case, it certainly raises suspicion. Soon, Boruto stealthily approached the village, only to be taken aback upon realizing it was the stronghold of the Uchiha clan. Unbeknownst to him, as he drew near, an Uchiha had noticed his presence and silently approached from behind. Not long after, in the Uchiha dungeon, Nameless huddled in the corner, hugging her knees and trying to diminish her presence. This was not due to a desire for violence. On the contrary, she wished to avoid it. Only by making her clan forget her existence could she evade being sent to the front lines and forced to harm others. Yet, as a weapon of the Uchiha clan, she was destined for battle. Regardless of her reluctance, she would ultimately find herself on the battlefield, inflicting pain upon foreign foes. Suddenly, the clanging of the iron door startled Nameless. It was not yet the time for the next day's operation. Why would the door open early? Fortunately, the one who opened the door had no intention of entering. After tossing someone inside, they locked the door and departed. That hurts. Shortly after, the golden-haired youth who had been thrown and regained consciousness. However, he did not notice Nameless hidden in the corner. Instead, he surveyed the cell. This is a prison? Oh, right. I was captured. Though the golden-haired boy's tone conveyed some annoyance, he showed no signs of despair, which puzzled Nameless. After all, this was the Uchiha dungeon. What awaited him were the Uchiha's cruel tortures, yet he remained unfazed. Time was of the essence. There was no point in wasting it here. Muttering to himself, the golden-haired boy prepared to bend the iron bars. Just as his hand was about to touch the bars, Nameless spoke up. "Do you wish to die?" Boruto was halted by the familiar voice. Before he could ponder its owner, flames suddenly ignited around his fingers upon touching the bars. How hot. Why are these iron bars burning? Wincing from the burn, Boruto stepped back, shaking off the flames before sitting down on the ground. While he was curious about the bar's mysterious combustibility, he was even more intrigued by the person who had just warned him. As Boruto turned around, he saw a black-haired girl in a blue robe, her limbs bound in bandages and secured with 4 locks. Rising, he brushed off the dust and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. If you hadn't warned me, I might have turned to ash." Observing the pitiful girl, Boruto crouched down to lighten the mood. "I didn't expect there would be others here. Were you captured too?" However, the girl remained curled up, clutching her legs, indifferent to Boruto's inquiry. He pressed on. "Though it may sound strange to ask someone I just met, I'm searching for someone. You must know her. She's also of the Uchiha clan." At that moment, the girl slightly lifted her head and explained in an emotionless tone, "You need not ask me. Nothing concerns me." Boruto's eyes brightened as their gazes met, and he excitedly grasped her shoulders. "Is it Nameless?" "Yes, and so what?" came her equally apathetic reply. In stark contrast to Nameless' indifference, Boruto was radiantly joyful, nearly embracing her. "Indeed, I can't believe you're in a place like this. I finally found you." Releasing Nameless, Boruto stood up, grinning. "All right. The first goal of finding Nameless is accomplished. Now we just need to escape together." After a lengthy speech, Boruto noticed Nameless' unchanged demeanor and shrugged. "Did you think I couldn't break out? Fear not. This mere prison is no match for my ninja techniques." Yet, in response to Boruto's enthusiasm, Nameless merely shrank back, her frail form retreating. "You can leave on your own." "What?" This time, Boruto was taken aback, for the Nameless before him was vastly different from the one he knew. Nameless continued in a flat tone, I am a weapon, born solely for the clan's battles, instructed to use ninja techniques to eliminate enemies. I will not cry. Will not flee, will not waver. I can only endure pain until my death. I must remain here in the prison until commanded otherwise, and even in emergencies. I cannot leave. This is my mission, and I must adhere to it. Listening to Nameless recite the mission imparted by the Uchiha clan, Boruto's fists trembled with growing frustration. Chapter 23, The Sincerity of Uzumaki Boruto Uchiha Madara. At this very moment, I find myself somewhat in agreement with the ideals of that fellow Tobirama. Senju Tobirama, oh? The renowned Uchiha Madara actually acknowledges me? What an honor. Uchiha Madara, spare me, I merely find these Uchiha to be quite displeasing. Uchiha Izuna, it is a privilege that my brother acknowledges you, you wretched white-haired fool. At that moment, within the video, Boruto knelt before the Nameless figure, saying, that is not true. You should not dwell in this dark, damp place. Boruto extended his hand, grasping the Nameless one's arm. You are not meant for battle. You too can walk your own path. However, upon noticing the scars hidden on the Nameless one's arm, Boruto felt a surge of compassion. How could one treat the Nameless in such a manner? I will surely liberate you. With renewed determination to rescue the Nameless, Boruto stood and turned, completing the charge of his Rasengan, preparing to break open the cell in the next moment. Yet, before Boruto could shatter the prison, the Rasengan erupted uncontrollably, causing him to experience a throbbing headache. I cannot even use ninjutsu. She has been confined in this dreadful place all along. His gaze fell upon the Nameless one, his heart aching further. He understood that the Uchiha clan had treated her poorly, but he never fathomed they would completely disregard her humanity, treating her worse than mere cattle. Contemplating this, Boruto approached the iron gate step by step, resolutely grasping the bars with both hands. In the next instant, fierce flames enveloped his hands. Since ninjutsu was off the table, he would break through by sheer force. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain in his hands, Boruto strained to bend the bars. For a moment, the entire cell was illuminated by the flames erupting from his hands. The blaze not only dispelled the darkness within the cell, but also cast a flicker of light into the Nameless one's long-dimmed heart. She lifted her head in astonishment, gazing at Boruto, who was ablaze. It was known that the iron door had been sealed specifically to prevent her escape. Its strength far beyond what an ordinary person could endure. But why? Why would this stranger go to such lengths? Please, don't do anything foolish, she cautioned, concerned for Boruto's safety. Yet, through the agony, Boruto replied, this is not foolishness. Moreover, no matter the challenge, as long as one does not give up, new paths can be forged. Reflecting on the journey to reclaim Naruto's memories, Boruto's voice swelled with pride. My father paved his own path in just this way. By now, the bars had bent slightly under his efforts. I will do the same. I will not give up, which is precisely why I am here. As the flames engulfed his entire arm, the Nameless one urged him urgently, stop. I have already given up. This is how it is. Do not succumb to a fate dictated by others. Boruto's roar interrupted her. Your fate is yours to determine, yours to create. His bellow seemed to amplify his strength. And with a fierce shout, Boruto broke through 2 bars despite the flames. With a triumphant laugh, he successfully opened an exit, staggering back a few steps. His arms severely burned. Even merely remaining in the air caused him excruciating pain, let alone moving them. Yet, he paid no heed to his injuries, turning to the Nameless one and saying, this is not your place. Why? Why would someone like me? What was that sound? It seemed to come from the direction of the cell. They had indeed discovered it. Suddenly, the voices of the Uchiha clan echoed nearby, and Boruto sensed danger. Rushing to the Nameless one, extending his hand. We must leave. Has the seal on the cell been broken? Who did it? Could it be the Senju clan? If so, their target must be you. We cannot allow you to escape. We must retrieve you. Gazing at Boruto's outstretched hand and hearing the Uchiha's conversations, the Nameless one felt her thoughts wavering. She was a weapon, meant to follow her clan's directives, yet she yearned for a life beyond. Sensing her hesitation, Boruto urged, once we leave this place, you will no longer be exploited. The Nameless one remained fearful, but, trust me, Boruto asserted firmly. Even if it costs me my life, I will ensure your safety. Believe in me. Faced with Boruto's earnest gaze and his prior selfless actions, the Nameless one's heart finally wavered, leading her to grasp Boruto's hand. Let us go. Gripping her delicate, frail hand, Boruto swiftly pulled her onward as they fled. Soon, the Uchiha clan members realized the cell had not been breached from the outside but from within, and upon recognizing their blunder, they began to investigate the surroundings. Quickly, they traced Boruto and the Nameless one's escape route through footprints and scents. Despite their relentless sprint, the Uchiha's pursuit was relentless. Just as they reached the edge of the forest, Boruto sensed the Uchiha closing in from behind. In a moment of panic, he shoved the Nameless one into a nearby thicket, leaping away to divert the pursuers. You were the one back then, looking down on us, you little brat. As the Uchiha clan members caught sight of the blonde boy who had previously been captured and imprisoned as a suspected spy, they were momentarily taken aback. Uchiha Jia inquired, "Where is Nameless?" To which Boruto responded with a light chuckle, "Who knows? We ran off in different directions. I have no idea where she went. Uchiha Jiraiya remarked. Some have witnessed your joint escape. Your defense of her is futile. Boruto, wearing an expression of indifference, retorted, we parted ways midway. She is not here at all. Uchiha Jiraiya's expression darkened. Concealing the truth serves no beneficial purpose for you. Boruto shouted vehemently. I have already stated that I truly know nothing. Uchiha Itachi chuckled coldly. You possess quite a boldness for a child. However, your jest towards an adult has gone too far. Boruto responded icily. Even if I were aware of her whereabouts, I would not divulge that information to you. Allowing you to capture her would only lead her to misfortune. Uchiha chuckled lightly, saying, that is not misfortune. Her very existence serves the purpose of bringing us victory. Uchiha Obito echoed, to fight for one's clan, that is what it means to be a ninja. This statement infuriated Boruto, who, clenching his fists, roared, you bastards treat her merely as a weapon, claiming to be ninjas. Uchiha let out a cold snort. Oh, you seem to possess quite a profound understanding. Yet, this is the fate that accompanies one's birth in this era. Those who fight as ninjas. Those who are wielded as instruments of war. Such a symbiotic relationship is what fortifies a clan's strength. Uchiha Madara, you are speaking nonsense. Uchiha Izuna, brother, calm down. Even if you project onto the screen, they cannot hear you. Anoki, I never expected Uchiha Madara would be provoked. Senju Hashirama, having interacted with Madara the most. I understand well that he genuinely cares for the development of his clan. Otherwise, he would not have joined me in founding the village. Haiden, despite being a product of the Warring States era, one can still become irate because of it. Truly, devotion to my lord is the only path forward. Nagato, the survival strategies from the Warring States period are indeed barbaric. Senju Tobarama, there is no choice. For survival, everyone has exerted their utmost efforts. Whether through barbarism or kindness, as long as one can continue to live, the means become irrelevant. Boruto, filled with rage, exclaimed, is this chaos truly worth disrupting her entire life? This is the Warring States era, after all. Upon witnessing Boruto assume a battle stance, the three did not underestimate him simply because he was a child, for they had taken down numerous young warriors in this era. Chapter 24. The choice of the Nameless. I will never allow you to do this. I refuse to let her endure such pain again. Faced with the three ever-ready Uchiha, Boruto exhibited no fear. His only prayer was for the Nameless to escape swiftly from this place. Having lost patience in conversing with Boruto, Uchiha spoke to his two kin beside him. Show him a taste of what he's up against. Make him reveal the Nameless hiding place and ancestral lineage. Before long, both sides clashed, but the disparity in experience and strength left Boruto at a disadvantage. Were it not for the Uchiha's intent to interrogate him without resorting to lethal force, Boruto, with his severely burned hands, would have had no chance to resist. However, the Uchiha soon recognized Boruto's uniqueness. Despite being merely a child, his combat awareness was remarkably high, and he wielded some unfamiliar ninjutsu that displayed a level of combat prowess surpassing that of the young warriors they were accustomed to. Had Boruto not been injured, capturing him would have been an impossible task. Yet, in this world, there are no what-ifs. In a moment of distraction, Boruto was struck aside, but he managed to steady himself and land gracefully. Impressive. Each strike is exceedingly fierce. Is this what the ninjas of the Warring States era are like? At this moment, Boruto was utterly exhausted. Simply prolonging the fight was a testament to his limits. Unless something unexpected occurred, he would soon be captured by the Uchiha. But it mattered little. As long as the Nameless could escape, he would be forcibly transported back come dawn, preserving at least one life. Meanwhile, the Nameless had indeed fled, gripped by a profound fear of the Uchiha pursuers. Through extensive indoctrination from the Uchiha clan, she had long believed that no one in this world would treat her kindly. Even if someone did, it would only be for her ocular jutsu, the 8,000 spears. In her heart, she felt convinced that no one would come to her rescue. Suddenly, the stumbling Nameless heard the sounds of battle behind her, and fearing the Uchiha as pursued, she hurried onward. That person must have acted on a whim to save me. Surely, there was no genuine goodwill nor malice, so all I need to do is escape. Reassuring herself, the Nameless quickened her pace to flee from this tormenting place, for in her mind, there had never been altruism devoid of ulterior motives. Simultaneously, Boruto sprinted in the opposite direction of the Nameless's escape, maximizing her chances of fleeing. However, the three pursuing him were no pushovers. Explosive tags and great fireballs relentlessly bombarded Boruto. Before long, nearly depleted of energy, Boruto arrived at an open space, panting heavily as he propped himself up on his legs. Uchiha approached him, not having exerted much effort. It's time to surrender, kid. Boruto wiped the sweat from his chin and, summoning his remaining strength, resumed his battle stance. It's not over yet. Uchiha Jiraiya gazed at Boruto's stance and couldn't help but utter a word of praise. Humph. Although our acquaintance has been brief, it is evident to me that you are an exceptional ninja. As a sign of respect, let us engage earnestly. No sooner had he spoken than the three of them leaped backwards simultaneously, swiftly forming hand seals to unleash the same ninjutsu. Fire release. Phoenix Fire Technique. The Phoenix Fire Technique, unleashed from 3 angles, effectively sealed off all of Boruto's escape routes. Unless he possessed Earth Release, which he did not. Was this to be the end? As long as Nameless could escape, that was all that mattered. Confronted with the impending specter of death, Boruto remained preoccupied with whether Nameless had successfully fled, and then, with a sense of acceptance, he closed his eyes. At that critical moment, a surge of pitch-black flames erupted beneath Boruto's feet, and the rapid spread of the dark fire enveloped him, forming a swirling vortex of darkness. In the face of this sudden eruption of black flames, a torrent of fireballs was swiftly devoured by the black powder, illustrating that black powder and ordinary flames were on entirely different levels. Amaterasu. Upon the sight of the black flames, the Uchiha clansmen immediately recognized it as Amaterasu, a Jinjutsu exclusive to the Manjiki Sharingan. At this moment, not only the Uchiha, but Boruto himself was perplexed. He was not Sasuke, so how could Amaterasu manifest before him? It was not until he heard the labored breaths behind him that realization dawned upon him. Among those he knew, aside from Sasuke, the only other individual capable of wielding Amaterasu was Nameless. As anticipated, when Boruto glanced back, he found Nameless panting heavily, her left eye stained with blood tears, indicating that Amaterasu had indeed been summoned by her. Here she was. With Nameless now present, the Uchiha trio quickly converged. Boruto hastily positioned himself in front of Nameless. Wary of the Uchiha trio, why have you come here? You could have simply escaped while I was engaged in battle with them. Nameless shook her head. I do not know. I am uncertain myself, but regardless of whether it is mere chance or a sudden impulse, no one has ever come to my rescue until now. Upon hearing Uchiha A's voice, Nameless shuddered, resembling a frightened kitten, her body trembling incessantly. You should be aware of the consequences we face if we resist. Uchiha Itachi continued to deliver a harsh lesson. The consequences of betraying one's clan are dire. Have you truly contemplated this? Just a mere 2 sentences shattered the hard-won courage that the Nameless one had painstakingly gathered, rendering her speech faltering. Fortunately, Boruto's voice snapped her back to reality. Huh? What a ramble. She is no longer the Uchiha Nameless you once knew. No one commands her. She has returned of her own volition. Moreover, it is not to surrender to you, but to forge her own path. As Nameless observed Boruto pointing towards the backs of the Uchiha trio, memories of the prison cell flooded back. Boruto's silhouette, his words, each stirred within her a sentiment known as courage. She yearned to respond to Boruto's feelings. No longer would she compromise with the Uchiha. She would carve out her own destiny. With this thought, her tightly closed eyes gradually opened, revealing crimson orbs where 3 tomos swiftly coalesced into a new design. Then, Nameless stepped beside Boruto. If my fate is to be determined and created by myself, she gazed earnestly at Boruto and declared, then I choose to fight alongside you. Although we have only just met, why do your words envelop me in warmth? Even I do not understand it now. As she spoke, a hint of helplessness crossed her features, yet her smile radiated brighter. Of all the people I have encountered thus far, you are the most extraordinary. Your words are unique, and I cannot fathom why I feel this way. Nameless extended her hand towards Boruto. Thus, I can now fight for my destiny. Boruto perceived Nameless' resolve, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he grasped her hand. In an instant, a vast surge of chakra flowed from her palm directly into Boruto, causing an explosive manifestation of visible chakra energy around them. With the overwhelming influx of chakra, Boruto's injuries healed at an astonishing rate. Within mere seconds, he was nearly restored. Is this the 8,000 spears? Although Nameless had previously channeled chakra through the 8,000 spears, the magnitude of this transmission was far greater, surpassing what his body could typically withstand, yet it imposed no burden whatsoever. No wonder the Uchiha clan once placed such immense value on the 8,000 spears. The capacity to amplify chakra without side effects is akin to wielding a cheat in the world of ninjas. I have entrusted you with all the chakra I gathered. We can still fight, right? Of course. Chapter 25. After the victory unexpectedly, I must confront Nameless as an adversary, though it is quite a challenge. We absolutely cannot allow them to escape. The Uchiha trio could hardly fathom that the typically submissive Nameless would choose to stand against them, confronted with the terrifying Yachikamaru. Along with the transplanted Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi, the difficulty level escalated from ordinary to hellish. Despite the immense challenge, they were determined to reclaim Yachikamaru, refusing to let it slip from the Uchiha's grasp. With this in mind, the 3 Uchihas launched a coordinated assault on Boruto and Nameless. However, infused with an overwhelming surge of chakra far exceeding his limits, Boruto's dynamic vision rivaled that of the Sharingan, allowing him to perceive their every move with clarity. With a mere push of his foot, he swiftly closed the distance to Uchiha C, lowering his stance as he unleashed a Rasengan that struck the opponent's chest before he could react. The violent force of the spinning attack tore through Uchiha C's torso, propelling him backward like a cannonball, crashing through several trees before falling, lifeless. Remarkable. Boruto marveled at the devastation he had wrought. His actions felt instinctual, yet his strength, speed, and reflexes surpassed anything he had experienced before. Damn it. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Just as Uchiha A attempted a surprise attack on Boruto, Nameless retaliated with an equally formidable fireball, igniting the sky with scorching flames. In this contest of fireballs, Nameless found himself at a disadvantage due to his youth. Despite possessing a vast reservoir of chakra, he could not overpower his opponent. At that moment, Boruto swiftly formed another Rasengan and hurled it at Uchiha. Seeing such a blatant tactic, Uchiha felt no fear, confident in his countermeasures. However, the spiraling Rasengan suddenly vanished mid-flight, prompting a derisive smile from Uchiha, who deemed Boruto incapable of hitting his target. In an instant, as Uchiha prepared to engage Nameless with full force, a spiraling impact erupted on his face before he could respond, and the flames unleashed by Nameless engulfed him. When the charred remnants fell to the ground, Boruto and Nameless discovered that the fireball had consumed not Uchiha, but a wooden post. Where did he go? Suddenly, a sharp blade pierced through Boruto's chest from behind, and he widened his eyes in disbelief. Humph! Before Uchiha could finish his taunt, Boruto transformed into a cloud of smoke, leaving Uchiha both astonished and enraged. Not again! That elusive jutsu. Uchiha harbored a deep-seated hatred for the shadow clone technique, wondering who had devised such a troublesome ability. Unlike typical shadow clones which were mere projections without substance, this technique produced tangible copies, each possessing identical chakra flows, rendering even the Sharingan incapable of discerning the real from the decoy. Battling against such a ninjutsu felt akin to a game of chance, where success hinged solely on luck. Lightning style. Thunderblade. At that moment, Boruto, having leapt into the air unbeknownst to anyone, unleashed a devastating surge of electricity. His near-light-speed attack leaving Uchiha no time to react. The instant the thunder blade struck, Uchiha let out a horrific scream, collapsing moments later. His body shrouded in dark smoke. Damn it! With only a few exchanges, their side had lost two formidable fighters, and Uchiha was now drenched in cold sweat. They were all acutely aware of Yachikamaru's terrifying power. Typically, they wielded it against others, viewing it merely as a useful ocular technique. Yet, facing it directly, they now comprehended its true horror. The mere ability to channel chakra had transformed a mere child into such a formidable adversary. What would happen if they faced even greater threats? Uchiha has ceased to entertain any further thoughts of retreat. No matter the cost, I shall reclaim the 8,000 spears. Casting aside his previous trepidations, Uchiha once again surged forward with his blade in hand. At this juncture, Boruto and the Nameless One, weary from their earlier exertions, could only struggle to fend off Uchiha's onslaught. Even when Boruto unleashed the vanishing spiral sphere and utilized shadow clones, he found his efforts effortlessly thwarted by Uchiha's Phoenix Fire technique. How could it culminate in such a manner? Ultimately, Boruto was cleaved in two by Uchiha. His cerulean eyes filled with despair in the face of imminent demise, while the Nameless One was captured by Uchiha. Observing the Nameless One, who writhed and wept in his grasp, Uchiha erupted into laughter. Nameless One, this is the fate that befalls a traitor to his clan. Your 8,000 spears now belong to me. With that, Uchiha exhibited no semblance of mercy, and amidst the heart-wrenching cries of the Nameless One, he gouged out his eyes and pressed them into his own sockets. Haha, the 8,000 spears are mine now. Uchiha Ibito, this fool is oblivious even after being ensnared by an illusion. Uchiha Izuna, this young girl, despite her tender age, possesses extraordinary ocular techniques such as the 8,000 spears, alongside Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi. Senju Hashirama, the ability to absorb and supply a substantial amount of chakra, and most remarkably, it does so without any adverse effects. It's no wonder the Uchiha clan values it so highly. Senju Tobarama, moreover, even the perfect Jinchuriki cannot evade its control. It is indeed a terrifying power. Namake's Minato, I truly wish she had been born in an era of peace. Her life has been far too arduous. As the audience outside the narrative observes, Uchiha Itachi has long been ensnared by the unnamed Tsukuyomi. And all that has transpired was merely a figment of his imagination within the illusion. How perilous it was. Thank you, Nameless. Boruto sighed in gratitude towards Nameless, recalling how Uchiha Itachi had ambushed him, and fortunately, Nameless had utilized Tsukuyomi to render the enemy devoid of self-awareness, thus saving him. Indeed, receiving Boruto's gratitude filled Nameless with joy. This was her first genuine happiness since becoming a weapon. We must hasten our departure before other Uchiha clan members arrive. Boruto glanced around and swiftly took Nameless' hand, leading her deeper into the forest. They could not afford to linger, as their current state was only temporary. If any pursuers remained, Boruto could not guarantee his ability to ensure Nameless' escape within the allotted time, so it was best to leave immediately. However, Boruto was somewhat overly concerned, for his actions had inadvertently signaled the Senju clan to launch an assault on the Uchiha stronghold. Consequently, fierce battles erupted within the Uchiha encampment, leaving no time to pursue Nameless. By the time they realized she had vanished, it was already the following afternoon. Chapter 26, Mission Accomplished. History restored. The two continued to run without pause, unaware of any pursuers until the sun began to rise, at which point they finally halted. Leaning on their knees to catch their breath, Boruto raised his gaze towards the distant Uchiha stronghold, which was shrouded in smoke. Wiping the sweat from his chin, we should be safe here, right? Nameless, still in disbelief, murmured, I can hardly believe it. Have I truly escaped? Boruto affirmed, indeed. You are now free. Freedom. Nameless struggled to grasp the reality of having attained the freedom she had once yearned for. A freedom she had only been able to envision in her dreams. The sun had begun to peak over the eastern mountains, casting a golden and gentle light upon the earth, filling Nameless' vision with a radiant hue. Suddenly, Boruto noticed his own form growing faint and could not help but jest. Haha, it seems this is all I can manage. Huh, you're not coming with me? Upon hearing Boruto's words, Nameless feared he would refuse to accompany her. Boruto scratched his chin, speaking apologetically. I'm sorry, but for certain reasons, I cannot go with you. Nameless again posed the question that had lingered in her mind. Who exactly are you? I cannot divulge too many details. But suffice it to say that I have always wished for you to attain freedom, Boruto replied with earnest sincerity. Why? Why go to such lengths for someone like me? Faced with Boruto's serious demeanor, Nameless found it hard to believe, as she considered herself merely a disposable weapon within the Uchiha clan. Why would anyone intervene on her behalf for such a reason? Boruto explained. To me, you are not merely someone of little significance. You are a cherished friend. He placed his hands behind his head, grinning. Thus, I wish to assist you, even at the cost of my own life. Though Boruto spoke lightly, it sent tumultuous waves through Nameless' heart. Observing the bewilderment in her wide-open eyes, Boruto chuckled softly. But for you, at this moment, you likely do not comprehend what I am saying. Nonetheless, to me, you are simply you, and that will never change. So, what is it? It was only then that Nameless emerged from her painful memories, confirming that it was not a dream. Someone truly wished to save her for the sake of friendship. Leaning her small head against Boruto's chest, she sobbed. I have always been alone in the darkness, regarded as less than human, and I believed I had no companions. As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks, yet here stands someone who, neither by chance nor whim, has come to save me. Someone who is willing to consider me a friend. I am so fortunate to have survived this long. At that moment, Nameless broke into loud sobs. For the first time in over a decade of bleak existence, she felt warmth, the desire to live, and truly experienced what it meant to have a life. Boruto gently patted her back, offering silent comfort. When Nameless finally composed herself and looked up, she exhibited a charming smile. Thank you for saving me and granting me freedom. Yes. Boruto's response was succinct yet resolute. However, at that moment, time was slipping away for Boruto, his form beginning to shimmer with blue particles. Ah, how vexing. Has the time truly come? Huh, what's wrong? Noticing Boruto's odd demeanor, Nameless hurriedly grasped his arm, trying to keep him by her side. Boruto shook his head slightly. Though I am reluctant, I must bid you farewell. However, there is one final thing I must tell you. Grasping Nameless' shoulders, Boruto spoke earnestly. Remember, you are no longer Nameless. Light. Uchiha Hikari. This is the true name bestowed upon you by your father and mother. You must live in a new place, under the sun, and continue to thrive. As he spoke, Boruto hesitated, recalling Uchiha Hikari's intense disdain for the shinobi world and its practitioners. He then continued with sincerity. I hope you come to understand that the shinobi world is not solely filled with suffering. Uchiha Hikari could not comprehend the matters Boruto spoke of, what the shinobi world entailed, or the essence of suffering. All she understood was that Boruto was about to leave her side. She dreaded the prospect of returning to solitude, terrified of losing her soul friend. Thus, Uchiha Hikari hastily grasped Boruto's arm, pleading, Wait, please. I don't want you to go. I know nothing about you, not even your name. Uzumaki Boruto. That is my name. Before Uchiha Hikari could finish her words, Boruto's resolute voice answered her plea. Remember this. Even if we part ways, we will always be friends. You will never be alone. I will always, always cheer for you. Be Boruto. Just as she finally uttered the name of her friend, Boruto's figure became completely transparent. Uchiha Hikari desperately reached out, trying to grasp his form. No, please don't go. Boruto. Yet, once Boruto's body faded into transparency, he lost all corporeal essence, vanishing before her eyes, leaving only the echoes of his final words in the sky. You must be happy, Uchiha Hikari. After a while, Uchiha Hikari knelt on the ground, gazing upward, calling out the name of the friend who had saved her life. Thus, Uzumaki Boruto successfully rewrote Uchiha Hikari's history, liberating her from a life defined by the Uchiha clan's weaponry. However, Uzumaki Boruto paid dearly for this, sacrificing all his experiences with Uchiha Hikari and the hard-won history of his father. Although upon waking the next day, Uzumaki Boruto sensed something amiss. He felt no trace of the previous despondency. Instead, warmth enveloped his heart. Uchiha Hikari fulfilled her promise to Boruto, living a life of happiness under the sun until her final days, free from battles, hatred, and suffering, basking only in the gentle sunlight that Boruto had once brought into her life. As Uchiha Hikari's life trajectory was rewritten, this chapter of history transformed into a tale that, while non-existent, had genuinely occurred. Chapter 27. Uchiha Madara's confusion. After watching this video, Boruto placed his hand over his heart, revealing a serene smile. So that's how it is. I was right. Even if I forget, that bond we forged will remain in my heart. Initially, when watching the video, Boruto felt a dissonance with Uchiha Hikari, as if she should not have remained the same. Yet, he was puzzled, for he did not know her, yet felt an inexplicable concern for her. Now, all the clues aligned. It was his past self who had sacrificed everything to reclaim Uchiha Hikari's life. Boruto harbored no regrets. In fact, he would unhesitatingly choose to save Uchiha Hikari's life again if given the chance. Why? The word friend was enough to compel his sacrifice. Truly my son, he thought. Although chaotic, the outcome was ultimately positive. Well done, dear grandson. Courageous indeed. A formidable youth. At that moment, Naruto, Sasuke, and even the legendary Hashirama Senju praised Boruto's actions. After all, Boruto had risked his entire life, and had Uchiha Hikari not been swayed by his words, he might have perished in the past. However, while Konoha thrived in harmony, other villages were shrouded in gloom. Boruto, still a mere genin, had dared to venture into the Warring States era to rescue someone from the brutally formidable Uchiha clan. Are all those from Konoha truly anomalies? This was the shared sentiment among many in the other ninja villages. It was one thing for the 7th Hokage and Sasuke, who possessed the Rinnegan, to be powerful. But how could young Boruto exceed expectations so dramatically? At 12, he had already demonstrated such extraordinary prowess. Now, as a mature young man, his strength could only have grown. Ding. It is now time for questions. The first question, what abilities does Uchiha Hikari's Mangekyou Sharingan possess, and how did she acquire these abilities? A correct answer would yield a resurrection card, allowing one to bring back a deceased individual. A wrong answer would have the respondent's chakra and permanently inhibit any future increase. Initially eager to answer, the Raikage S group hesitated upon hearing the punishment. If it were merely a halving of chakra, they could train to regain it. But the implication of never being able to increase it again was daunting. It meant their combat capabilities would be severely diminished. After all, the difference in chakra levels directly impacted fundamental combat prowess. Previously, when Naruto and Sasuke had abundant chakra, their battles were earth-shattering, but once their chakra was depleted, they were left utterly powerless. Similarly, Boruto, after receiving the immense chakra transmitted from the 8,000 spear, could effortlessly send enemies flying using the same techniques as before. Boruto, a genin, had already demonstrated such a stark contrast in performance based on chakra levels, let alone the formidable individuals present. Humph, a bunch of cowards. Madara, perceiving the hesitation of others, confidently stepped forward, arms crossed. Allow me to answer. Uchiha Hikari's Mangekyou Sharingan possesses only one ability, the 8,000 spear. Are you mad? Did she not demonstrate the abilities of Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi? Before anyone could react to Madara's statement, Tobirama could no longer restrain himself. Uchiha Hikari had clearly utilized Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi in the video. How could Madara be so foolish as to assert there was only the 8,000 spear? No one expected Madara to falter in such a manner. Brother, you are wise yet foolish at times. In response to Madara's evidently incorrect answer, some mocked him while others expressed concern. Please explain your reasoning, one asked. Madara elaborated. Throughout the history of my Uchiha clan, the users of Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi are numerous. Yet not in short supply, and ocular techniques can indeed be transplanted. How is that possible? Ocular techniques can be transplanted? Many displayed expressions of shock at Madara's assertion, with Tobirama maintaining a stoic facade, yet attentively listening. How could it not be? But this is a secret art of the Uchiha. I cannot divulge it to you. While Madara spoke to everyone, his tone was directed pointedly at Tobirama. Ignoring Madara's provocation, Tobirama remained unresponsive. After all, he could not retaliate, and he was in the wrong. Continuing his explanation, Madara stated, consider Uchiha Hikari's significance to the Uchiha clan in the video, and her unwavering focus on the 8,000 spear. This aligns perfectly with my theory. Since Uchiha Hikari possesses the formidable ocular technique of the 8,000 spear to ensure the survival of the weapon on the battlefield, it is imperative to enhance it. Therefore, her Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi must have been abilities transplanted from other Mangekyou Sharingan. Uchiha Madara answered correctly, earning a reward of 1 resurrection card, and a complete answer would double the power of all ninjutsu. As the system's voice faded, an uncontrollable surge of powerful chakra erupted around Madara. Not only were those around him taken aback by this spectacle, but Madara himself gazed at his palms, feeling the strength surging within him, and a sinister smile gradually crept across his face. Ha, ha, ha. Now there's no need for the reincarnation of the heavens, he exclaimed, reveling in his infinite Tsukuyomi plan. Before he could elaborate, Sasuke had already exposed the secret. How do you know? He questioned. We come from the future. You said it yourself. I will not fail like the version of me from your world. I never claimed your plan would fail, Madara replied, surprised. He understood himself better than anyone. Once he set a plan, he would pursue its realization even beyond death, according to his understanding of the clan stone tablet. After the infinite Tsukuyomi, all people in the world would fall into an eternal dream. Since it was successful, why then the contrary claims? 7th Hokage. You can say what you want, but don't lay everything bare. Listening to the system's notification in his mind, Naruto shrugged and remarked, regarding this matter, we cannot reveal everything. But it is certain that your plan is both a success and a failure. Ding. Next question. Chapter 28. It's far more interesting to watch the video. Ding. Next question. With the arrival of the system's voice, everyone had to temporarily abandon the previous topic, yet Madara remained concerned about the comments made by Naruto and the others. Is it true that Uchiha Light was saved? Or was she taken back to the Uchiha clan to live her life as a weapon? The correct answer would yield a random recovery reward, while an incorrect one would incur a penalty of losing one ninjutsu. A. Yes, B. No. Please answer quickly. The moment the button appeared, the fourth Hokage slammed it down, exuding confidence as he observed his still smoldering fist. The others had no choice but to let the faster fourth Hokage and Shursui refrain from participating, leaving the question primarily for the muscular warriors of the Cloud Village. The fourth Hokage confidently declared, of course, it's A. You already mentioned she lived a happy life. Besides, Boruto doesn't have the memories from that time. If she was to live as a weapon, they would have met again in the future. The absence of such a meeting suggests she is no longer a weapon of the Uchiha. The fourth Hokage AI answered correctly, achieving a 50% completion rate for his reasoning, and was rewarded with the restoration of his left arm and an additional enhancement of 50% to his lightning armor. Damn, I dug my own grave. As the system's voice concluded, his severed arm visibly regrew at an astonishing pace, soon replaced by a new, robust limb. Testing his restored left hand, the fourth Hokage found no discomfort, had it not been for the lighter skin tone of the new arm. He might have thought he had never lost it. Huh. Following a fierce shout, the fourth Hokage activated his enhanced lightning armor for the first time. In the next moment, he could hardly believe that even at 50% enhancement, he felt invincible, convinced that even Susanoo would be ineffective against him. The sight prompted Inoki to remark, I never expected you to think things through. The fourth Hokage scoffed, do you truly believe we are mere muscle-bound brutes? Karabi chimed in, don't underestimate us. We are quite clever. You fool. It's only answering a question. Don't get too cocky. Inoki expressed his exasperation towards this group of muscular men, though he was even more frustrated that they had yet to answer a single question correctly. Ding. Next question. Who is Otsutsuki Shuren's descendant in the video? And what is his relation to Naruto Uzumaki? This question carried no penalties for incorrect answers, and the newcomers could not respond. The younger generation, including Naruto and his friends from the future, were well aware of the answer due to their experience with the lunar crisis. Since this was not a rapid-fire question, everyone except those who knew the answer pondered how to respond. Conan fell into deep thought. Speaking of Otsutsuki, why does this surname sound unfamiliar? Have any of you heard of it? Not only were younger ninjas like Conan perplexed, but even the elder Inoki was equally baffled, unsure of whom to inquire for clarification. Ultimately, Madara provided the answer. Otsutsuki, that is the surname of Sage of Six Paths, the very origin of all ninjas. He then turned to Naruto and asked, Young man of the Uzumaki clan, you seem surprised by Shuren's appearance. What do you know? Ding. Please do not directly inquire of the parties involved. Upon hearing the system's warning, everyone understood why Naruto and the others were not permitted to answer. After all, it was their personal affair. Naruto chuckled helplessly. You see? I can't tell you directly. Considering the available information, Tobirama speculated, based on my conjecture, the 7th Hokage's relationship with this Otsutsuki Shuren must be significant. Hashirama pondered. If two men have a connection, they are either friends or rivals. Ah ha ha. This caused Naruto to blush slightly, for Hashirama's guess was not far from the truth. He and Shuren were indeed rivals. However, it was thanks to Shuren's involvement that he realized his true feelings for Hinata. As Naruto's embarrassment became apparent, both Madara and Tobirama reacted almost simultaneously. Madara proclaimed, friends, while Tobirama countered, rivals. Ding. Congratulations to Senju Tobirama for answering correctly. Reward, 100% enhancement to water release techniques. Upon hearing the system's reward announcement, the expressions of the others instantly soured. Damn it. Now his water release is comparable to the ocean, with a further 100% boost, he might as well take on the role of Mizukage. Anyone who fights him would surely drown. Rivals. Amidst the astonishment of many, some were taken aback by the revelation, as no one had expected that the man who seemed to be Boruto's godfather, Shuren, was actually Naruto's rival. Dad, what connection do you have with Mr. Shuren? In that moment, the curious Kutsuki quickly turned to her daughter-in-law, eager to learn the details of this astonishing drama. Naruto shielded the bashful Hinata behind him and began recounting the events of the past. This tale traced back to the era of the Sage of Six Paths, who had a brother named Otsutsuki Himura. After sealing Kaguya, the elder brother Himura, the Sage of Six Paths, remained on Earth. While the younger brother Himura took some of his people to the moon to live and guard Kaguya's remnants, the Outer Path Divine Tree retorted, that is impossible. The surface of the moon lacks air, making it utterly inhospitable for life. Even for those of the Otsutsuki clan, it is one thing, but for others, it is inconceivable. Naruto replied, indeed, it seems implausible, yet their dwelling is within the moon's interior. Boruto inquired, but Dad, how did you become involved with Shuren? Naruto explained, that brings us to the crux of my story. Subsequently, the Otsutsuki clan on the moon experienced a devastating internal strife, resulting in severe casualties among its members, leaving only Shuren alive. At that juncture, the need arose to continue their lineage and awaken their own unique ocular power, the reincarnation eye. The reincarnation eye? This revelation astonished Madara. Among the three great ocular techniques, the Byakugan was considered the weakest. After all, the Sharingan surpassed the Byakugan in both replication and observation capabilities. Not to mention its potential to evolve into the Manjiki Sharingan, gaining even more formidable abilities. The Rinnegan was another level entirely, incomparable to the Byakugan. Yet now, someone claimed that the Byakugan and Sharingan could both be upgraded? Hinata, shedding her shyness, added, "Indeed," before venturing to the moon. Shirin dispatched a puppet to abduct Hanabi and transplanted her eyes, resulting in a unique form of the Byakugan, the reincarnation eye. Ding. A notable scene in the ninja world. Ton 18, The Moon Crisis. Merely discussing it seemed futile. It was better to witness the moment firsthand. Chapter 29, The Crisis from the Moon. In the scene, the moon began to crumble, with numerous fragments dislodging and hurtling towards Earth due to its gravitational pull, transforming into fiery meteors. However, these colossal rocks, measuring hundreds of meters, disintegrated in the atmosphere, with only a few reaching the ground, creating craters. Suddenly, the moon's surface erupted, a golden energy manifesting as fierce flames that blasted open a deep pit. Within this pit, a golden-haired figure slowly emerged, appearing weak and vacant-eyed, yet clutching some significant red remnants in hand, as if holding something of utmost importance. "Is that Dad?" Boruto exclaimed. "What happened? Why does Naruto look like this?" Kakashi observed. "Naruto bears no visible wounds, nor signs of a battle. Could it be that his chakra has been completely depleted?" Tobirama remarked. "But the 7th Hokage is also a perfect Jinchuriki. He should be devoid of any deficiencies in chakra." Naruto confirmed. "Indeed. I fell unconscious due to my chakra being entirely extracted, and the explosion was triggered by my chakra." Boruto questioned. "What transpired?" Naruto urged. "Just keep watching." He observed the scene of his farewell to Hinata, witnessing her gradually drifting away. The pain in Naruto's heart intensified. He yearned to reach out and grasp Hinata. Yet she nestled in Shurin's embrace, moving further away. "Hinata!" He cried out, rising in alarm, his fear subsiding as he beheld the desolate surroundings. "At last, you've awakened." Shikamaru's voice brought Naruto back to reality. At last? 3 days have already passed. At that moment, Shikamaru sat beside Naruto, adding firewood to the campfire while asking, "What transpired between you and Hinata?" "Nothing," Naruto replied curtly. However, facing the inquiry, the usually carefree and optimistic Naruto responded with an unusual detachment and turned to lie down. At this juncture, Sai approached and remarked, "You were mumbling in your sleep, calling out for Hinata, even uttering many embarrassing lines. Witnessing this vulnerable side of you has been quite enlightening." "Hey," Shikamaru noted, somewhat exasperated. Although Sai had learned to socialize, his communication skills still lacked finesse. Engaging with Sai required navigating his blunt remarks, which could inadvertently trigger sensitive topics. Yet, Naruto remained unfazed by their taunts, lost in thoughts of the previous scene. 3 days prior, he had felt shy and flustered after inadvertently confessing his feelings for Hinata. When he finally mustered the courage to profess his love, Shurin had intervened. Everything had seemed normal until Naruto attempted to protect Hinata and confront Shurin, only for Hinata to hand him the scarf she had woven, then willingly approach Shurin's spaceship. In that moment, he was paralyzed by disbelief. He had recklessly pursued her, only to be swiftly drained of chakra by Shurin's assault. After waiting for an extended period, Shikamaru, noticing Naruto's despondency, reminded him, "How long will you allow yourself to wallow in despair?" Boruto remarked, "I truly did not expect this side of Dad." Naruto chuckled. Haha. At that moment, I thought Hinata had truly rejected me since she hadn't explained anything. Uchiha Sasuke, you're at the bottom of the barrel. Who told you to be so oblivious, confessing only at that moment? Uzumaki Naruto, damn you Sasuke, as if you were any better. If it weren't for Sakura taking the initiative to travel with you, you wouldn't even have Sarada. Uchiha Sasuke, you scoundrel, you have exposed my secrets. Uzumaki Naruto, who told you to insult me first? Sakura Uchiha, all right, you two should cease this childish quarrel. Hashirama Senju, ha ha ha. The bond between you two is truly remarkable. Uchiha Madara, why does it feel so overwhelmingly strong? As Naruto remained unperturbed, Shikamaru grew increasingly frustrated. Have you given up on women, and now you seek to relinquish the Hokage title as well? Perhaps it is best to abandon both, be it women or the Hokage. As Shikamaru's words grew more provocative, the already melancholic Naruto could no longer contain his anger upon hearing them. Furious, he rose and seized Shikamaru by the collar. What did you say? Are you here to quarrel with me, Shikamaru? However, Shikamaru, equally incensed, retorted, I may not know what Hinata is going through, but you are a ninja. Come on. With that, Shikamaru forcefully pulled Naruto away, initially reluctant. Naruto had no choice but to comply when Shikamaru brought him to their destination. There, he was taken aback to find Sakura lying weakly on the bed. It was known that Sakura had mastered the 100 healings technique, and her chakra reserves were now comparable to that of a tailed beast. Unless she faced an enemy specifically targeting chakra, she should not have had to worry about depleting her chakra. Yet now, she lay there, clearly exhausted. Sakura had nearly poured all of her chakra into Naruto's body in a desperate attempt to save him from the clutches of death, which had led to her current condition. As Shikamaru reflected on the events of 3 days prior, when Sakura had fought to save Naruto, he recalled how Naruto, a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, possessed chakra far exceeding that of ordinary individuals, especially with the Nine-Tails power augmenting it. If others' chakra could be likened to a lake, then Naruto's chakra was akin to the ocean, an entirely different realm. Thus, in her determination to save him, Sakura had activated the 100 healings technique. Yet, even the vast chakra she stored could barely fill the seemingly bottomless void of Naruto's needs. Sakura. Naruto? At the sound of Naruto's voice, Sakura regained some awareness. Though she still felt overwhelmingly heavy, unable to rise. Sakura, I'm sorry. Meanwhile, at the entrance, Sai asked Shikamaru, is it really fair to leave both her physical and mental recovery solely to Sakura? Can she manage that? Shikamaru simply uttered a remark before departing. Sai pondered for a moment and shrugged. That does seem to be the case. Chapter 30, Naruto's determination with Sakura's comforting presence. Naruto finally recounted the events that had transpired before their arrival. Upon hearing his account, Sakura expressed a sense of relief. Oh, I see. I never imagined it was you who confessed first. Previously, Naruto had been chastised by Sakura for his overtly straightforward demeanor, yet it was he, not Hinata, who had taken the first step. Gazing at the ceiling, Sakura softly mused. By the way, you once said you liked me. But that was probably just because I liked Sasuke, right? You didn't want to lose to him. Naruto, somewhat bewildered by Sakura's words, initially struggled to grasp their meaning. However, upon reflection, he realized she was indeed correct. In their childhood, he had been the despised fox spirit among the villagers, while Sasuke basked in the glory of being a school superstar. The stark contrast created an illusion in his young mind that as long as a girl liked him, he would be more popular than Sasuke. Yet, as he matured, he recognized the folly of that thinking. Years ago, when Sakura had feigned a confession, he had seen through it immediately. Sakura continued, this time, it's genuine, I assent it. Hinata is a wonderful person, perhaps too good for you. But it's over now, she has chosen to be with Shino. Faced with Sakura's playful teasing, Naruto could only offer a wry smile and a shake of his head. His first sincere confession had ended in failure, and what stung most was that the object of his affection had turned to another in his presence. Observing Naruto's forlorn expression, Sakura scolded him. You truly are a fool. There must be some unspoken circumstances. But before Naruto could retort, Sakura interrupted. When a woman genuinely loves someone, her heart doesn't waver easily. I understand this all too well. As she spoke, images of Sasuke flooded her mind. Like Hinata, she had loved someone for over a decade, evolving from youthful naivety to mature understanding, yet her feelings had remained steadfast throughout all those years. Sakura Haruno, mother certainly possesses the gift of eloquence. Uchiha Sakura, haha. How could that be? Uzumaki Boruto, no wonder I always wondered how my dad, such a straightforward man, managed to marry someone as gentle and virtuous as mom. It turns out it was Aunt Sakura who said it. Uzumaki Naruto, why do you say that about me, your father? Kushina, alas. It is my fault for passing away too early and not teaching Naruto well. He has completely failed to inherit Minato's character. Namake's Minato, yet. I feel that Naruto is quite gentle as well. Kushina, clearly, Hinata is such a wonderful person, yet she has been in love with this blockhead for over a decade. I feel a bit sorry for Hinata. Uzumaki Naruto, Mom, even Uzumaki Hinata. It's alright, Mom. Naruto is doing very well now. Jeraiya, how wonderful. Naruto seems to have finally come to his senses. Hinata, even I, though rather foolish, have finally understood. When you chose to be with him, the intention behind the scarf you gave me is akin to the threads of a scarf woven over time, which cannot be easily unraveled. After a long silence, Naruto comprehended everything Sakura had said. He could no longer remain in a state of confusion. Hinata had already entrusted him with the scarf. Yet he had foolishly believed she did not harbor feelings for him. Hinata had already expressed her heart, and he must respond to it. Wait for me. You have always loved me as I am. As a man, there are things I must say. Murmuring, Naruto exited the cave and beheld the long-missed sunlight. He raised his right hand toward the artificial sun in the sky, clenched it into a fist, and resolutely declared, Hinata, I will undoubtedly rescue you. Meanwhile, on the other side of the earth, faced with the increasing number of meteors, a colossal weapon was unveiled in the heart of the land of lightning's hidden cloud village. This was a special weapon, the chakra cannon, developed specifically by the hidden cloud to counter the ocular technique Susanoo. This intermediate-level weapon could inflict severe damage even on Uchiha Madara in his complete Susanoo form with a direct hit. The hidden cloud was compelled to deploy this weapon as the star ring around Earth had become visibly apparent. A rather ominous sign indicating that meteors capable of devastating the planet's surface had accumulated nearby. The fourth Hokage gazed at the massive weapon that had gradually emerged. Feeling somewhat reflective, I never imagined we would need to resort to this contraption in times of peace. This weapon had originally been designed as a precaution against Sasuke, who had once sought to eliminate the Five Kage and re-establish order within the ninja world. Yet, the fourth Hokage was acutely aware that, in a real confrontation, this weapon would merely serve as a large target for Susanoo. After all, it required 50 elite shinobi hours of charging to fire a single shot. Ample time for Sasuke to circle the globe and strike back. Hokage-sama, the chakra cannon is ready. Excellent. Everyone, listen closely. Begin channeling chakra. Upon receiving his subordinate's report, the fourth Hokage issued the command. As the crowd responded in unison, they began to concentrate chakra into the cannon. Although they could not defeat Sasuke, the chakra cannon was more than sufficient to confront the immobile stones in the sky. Moreover, their objective was to fire at full power to obliterate the moon and eliminate future threats. Observing the energy levels rising within the chakra cannon, the fourth Hokage commanded, first, use the dispersive chakra cannon to eliminate the excess meteors. Exterminate. Fierce. Personally piloting the chakra cannon, Killer Bee Sang ran while aiming at the sky. Soon, the electronic screen locked onto thousands of meteors positioned within the star ring, and Killer Bee pulled the trigger. Boom. The massive chakra accumulated at the cannon's mouth, unleashing a blue beam that shot into the heavens, the ensuing shockwave creating a powerful storm. The destructive chakra beam ascended to the atmosphere before rapidly dispersing, splitting into 2. Then 4, then 8, multiplying until it transformed into a torrential downpour. Boom. In an instant, the sky was illuminated by crimson flames, and a series of explosions gradually spread across the star ring, leading to Earth. Within mere moments, a quarter of the meteors had been annihilated, and this was just from the dispersed firepower. The potency of a concentrated shot was unimaginable. Fourth Hokage. Haha. As expected, we are indeed the strongest. Uchiha Madara. Merely a colossal target. What is there to be proud of? Uchiha Sasuke, the power could indeed obliterate us. Yet I can annihilate all of Kumo before this contraption launches its assault. Third Hokage. Foolish son, this is a privilege of the future that you possess. What use is your current arrogance? Fourth Hokage, my apologies. The chakra cannon is cooling down, preparing for a second charge. As the chakra cannon undergoes its second charging, smoke billows from its muzzle as it expels numerous scalding cooling devices, releasing a torrent of steam. Chapter 31. Breakthrough and Rescue of Hinata. Part 1. Within the artificial sun located inside the moon, a somber bell tolls continuously in the castle of the host, celebrating a rather extraordinary wedding. In the central hall of the castle, the host walks alongside Hinata, who is adorned in a black wedding gown. As they slowly approach the altar, however, in stark contrast to the host's somewhat smug expression, Hinata remains expressionless, her eyes vacant, resembling a mere puppet. Simultaneously, a revitalized Naruto and his companions soar towards the artificial sun aboard the flying bird painted by Sai. Yet, before they can draw near, a multitude of puppet dolls emerges from within the artificial sun, followed closely by an onslaught of chakra energy projectiles. Prepare to break through. Naruto. Oh. In the midst of their evasive maneuvers, Shikamaru commands, and Naruto hurls the spiraled shuriken he had prepared. The golden spiraled shuriken slices through numerous puppets with ease, ultimately detonating into a massive vortex, obliterating all puppets caught within its explosive radius. At that moment, Shikamaru leaps behind one of the puppets and, before it can react, connects the shadow imitation technique to its shadow. Shikamaru undertakes this action because this particular puppet serves as the control center for the artificial sun. Thus, seizing control of it is imperative to open a passageway. Prepare to charge in, forcefully controlling the puppet to form hand seals. He summons the entrance and beckons everyone to breach the encirclement of puppets. However, the intensity of the attacks from within only escalates, with a greater barrage of chakra projectiles assailing them, making mere evasion a strenuous endeavor. Whoa. Suddenly, the flying bird carrying Sakura is struck, instantly reverting to ink as she plummets downward. Just as Sakura is at a loss, Naruto leaps to catch her, landing on the back of the flying bird that Shikamaru had previously occupied. Thank you, Naruto. It should be I who expresses gratitude. A brief exchange of thanks occurs as the two lower their bodies, allowing the flying bird to accelerate swiftly, breaking through the encirclement. Before long, they successfully breach the circle, descending into the park at the center of the castle. Naruto, can you sense Hanabi's location? No sooner had Shikamaru spoken than an orange hue appeared at the corners of Naruto's eyes. When he reopened them, his pupils had transformed into elongated, toad-like shapes. If an ordinary sensing ninja is akin to a sonar detector for a limited area, then Sage Mode is comparable to a global spy satellite. The perceptive abilities of Sage Mode not only encompass an extensive range but also allow for a clear discernment of an individual's physical characteristics. Aside from the inability to detect scents, Sage Mode can even perceive minute details, such as a mole on one's posterior. As Naruto's gaze sweeps across the surroundings, it swiftly fixates upon a high tower. There. Sakura, Sai, you two go rescue Hanabi, Naruto, and I will search for Hinata. Understood. With Shikamaru's command, the two teams spring into action, racing in opposite directions. Meanwhile, as a fierce battle rages outside, within the wedding hall, the host and Hinata continue their wedding ceremony with unwavering composure. With the puppets assisting, they have arrived at the altar. After presenting a cookie for the host to bite, he turns to Hinata, slowly leaning down, the cookie inching closer to her lips. Vortex Hinata. Ah. Vortex Naruto. I had no idea it would be this intense before my arrival. Sakura Haruno. You imbecile Naruto. Are you still in the mood to lament here? Naruto Uzumaki. I apologize. Tsunade, we should never have allowed Jeraiya to teach Naruto. Kushina, what should we do, Minato? I feel like this child has been utterly wasted. Naruto Uzumaki, no way. Boruto Uzumaki, just like dad. Himawari Uzumaki, daddy, how embarrassing. Hinata, just as the two were about to share a kiss, A shout interrupted their moment. You bastard. Seeing the girl he liked on the verge of being kissed, Naruto, consumed by rage, threw a punch at Shikamaru. However, Shikamaru not only deftly avoided Naruto's powerful blow but also took Hinata along to the escape route, saying, you won't be able to hit me. At that moment, Shikamaru caught up, and noticing Hinata was missing, he inquired, Naruto, where's Hinata? Over there. As Naruto pointed to Shikamaru's escape route, a multitude of puppets surged around them. Encircling the two, Shikamaru formed hand seals, blocking the entrance, and told Naruto, leave this to me. I'm counting on you. Without hesitation, Naruto dashed into the escape route, leaving Shikamaru to confront a horde of puppets. Hey, this is a restricted area. All right, let the puppet show begin. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sai and Sakura rode a fierce, majestic lion, racing towards the tower's summit, demolishing any puppets that stood in their way. Hanabi is up there. As a former member of the Root, Sai possessed a certain level of sensory ability, and as they drew closer to the tower's peak, he could faintly sense Hanabi's chakra. What the hell? However, upon reaching the top, they were greeted by a swarm of child puppets blocking the entrance. Gahaha. Before Sai and Sakura could react, these seemingly adorable puppets morphed into malevolent spirits, launching a frenzied assault on the two. Despite their childlike appearance, these puppets were emotionless creations, and Sai had no qualms about destroying them. Even Sakura could take them down with a single punch. Elsewhere on Earth, as the number of meteors increased, various nations began taking action to prevent them from damaging the ninja villages. Wind release, sand barrier. In Sunagakure, Gaara raised his hand, commanding a multitude of sand to form large defensive platforms, upon which meteors fell, causing no harm to the village. Water release, water dragon jutsu. In the village of Amagakure, the Mizukage, Terumi-me, stood atop the highest point, unleashing a water dragon that obliterated a meteor approaching the village. The water dragon continued its rampage, destroying more meteors in the vicinity of the hidden mist. Dust release, original world severing technique. The Tsuchikage, Anoki, soared into the air, using the original world severing technique on a meteor, instantly reducing it to dust. 6 o'clock, an enormous one. Simultaneously, in Konohagakure, Kakashi had gathered personnel atop Hokage Rock, preparing for the massive meteor plummeting from the sky. Compared to the meteors faced by other ninja villages, the one approaching Konoha was far larger. If it struck, the village would be obliterated. As the meteor entered the attack range, Kakashi issued the command, all personnel, attention. Crane wing formation. Understood. At Kakashi's command, Lee, having opened the 5th gate, led a group of taijutsu elites who had opened the 4th gate, forming a green blade. The green blade not only slowed the meteor's descent, but also sliced through its surface. However, this alone would not halt its fall. 6th gate, open. Lee pressed forward, opening the 6th gate and delivering a powerful punch to the meteor's core. The force of Lee's punch was indeed terrifying, shattering half of the meteor. Yet the resulting shockwave sent the other half tumbling toward Konoha. Just as the meteor was about to decimate the village, a blue lightning bolt pierced through the meteor, expanding and obliterating it into dust. This sudden strike left no time for reaction. Amidst the explosion's smoke, Kakashi recognized a familiar figure. You are the person, cloaked in a large shawl, turned slightly, revealing his left eye, a Sharingan unmistakable. Since that guy isn't here, the safety of Konoha is in my hands. Sasuke. Kakashi instantly recognized that the one who had just destroyed the meteor was his student, the wandering protector of the village, Uchiha Sasuke. Chapter 32, Breaking Out. Saving Hinata, Part 2. With Sasuke's departure, the surviving crowd finally exhaled in relief. Lord Hokage. What's wrong? Just then, someone called out to Kakashi, who turned to see a familiar figure collapsed nearby. Lord Hisashi. Kakashi hurried over to check on him, discovering numerous wounds covering his body, chakra nearly depleted, and several broken ribs. It was a miracle he had made it this far. Was it Sasuke? Kakashi murmured as he glanced in the direction Sasuke had gone, then quickly called for the medical team to provide assistance. Meanwhile, following the flow of Hinata's chakra, Naruto had tracked down the underground base of the castle, where Shikamaru stood with Hinata, waiting for Naruto's arrival. Hinata. After calling her name several times with no response, Naruto turned to Shikamaru, demanding, what did you do? Give me Hinata back. Sure, I'll return her to you. Shikamaru smirked, then gestured, prompting Hinata to suddenly attack Naruto, as if receiving an order. Hinata, stop. Faced with Hinata's assault, Naruto had no intention of fighting back. He could only defend himself while trying to awaken her consciousness. But no matter what Naruto did, Hinata remained unresponsive, mechanically repeating her attacks. As he was pushed back by Hinata's relentless strikes, Shikamaru chuckled. What do you think? My wife is quite skilled, isn't she? However, Naruto was too preoccupied with finding out how Hinata had ended up like this to pay attention to Shikamaru's taunts. Upon closer observation, Naruto noted that Hinata's attacks were monotonous. She merely swiped and pushed, lacking the ferocity she displayed when using her gentle fist technique. Is she being controlled by that guy? Naruto quickly concluded, gathering chakra in his right hand, enveloping it in golden energy. Hinata, I'm sorry, just hold on a little longer. under the confinement of perceptual abilities. Naruto's hand pierced through Hinata's chest, and in that fleeting moment of seizing the luminous sphere controlling Hinata, he became inundated with a multitude of her memories. He perceived the thoughts of Otsutsuki Kinshiki, the confrontation between the main and branch families of the Otsutsuki clan, and ultimately, Hinata's desire to weave a scarf for him once more. As these memories surged unexpectedly into his mind, Naruto's expression grew increasingly furious. He crushed the sphere that held Hinata, exclaiming, "You shall not treat Hinata as a puppet to toy with. She belongs to me. Return her." However, Sharon remained unfazed, raising his hand towards Hinata, an invisible force yanking her away. "Hinata, withdraw." As Naruto attempted to grasp Hinata's hand, Sharon unleashed a fierce tempest from his palm, compelling Naruto to cross his arms and lower his body in an effort to withstand it. Yet, ultimately, he succumbed, being hurled against the wall and firmly embedded within it by the storm. Having lost control of the luminous sphere, Hinata quickly regained consciousness, only to find herself in Sharon's embrace. Observing this, Sharon summoned another sphere. "It is not yet your time to awaken. Cursed be this final stir of life." But before Sharon could again manipulate Hinata, the sensation from her eyes forced him to collapse to the ground, immobilized, amidst a blend of exhilaration and joy. With no time to consider Sharon's condition, Hinata hastily ran towards Naruto, who had just freed himself from the wall, and upon seeing her approach, he heard her say, "Naruto, I'm sorry, But before she could finish, he enveloped her in his arms. "I already know. There is no need to say anything now. I am the one who should apologize." Under ordinary circumstances, Hinata would have flushed crimson, smoke emanating from her cheeks, and her vision would have darkened. Yet in this moment, she felt the warmth radiating from Naruto, and it was this comforting sensation that caused her cheeks to redden slightly, her head resting gently against his chest. "Uzumaki Hinata, do not look. Kushina, well done Naruto. You've inherited your father's essence." Sakura Uchiha, if it were the Hinata of the past, she would have surely fainted by now. Boruto Uzumaki, huh? Did mom really faint whenever she saw dad back then? Uchiha Sasuke, I had heard before that Hinata had harbored feelings for that underachiever for many years, and yet, as we were departing from the village, he casually remarked to Hinata, "You're quite a nice person." Vortex Boruto, Dad, you Vortex Naruto, that was all in the past. Senju Hashirama, I never imagined that the 7th Hokage would be so oblivious to matters of the heart. Senju Tobirama, as if you weren't equally slow to realize that your own wife had been trying to tell you about marriage for ages. Senju Hashirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Naruto has truly matured. Jeraiya, alas, I too wish to find someone to marry. Suddenly, lost in her thoughts of being enveloped in Naruto's embrace, Hinata remembered something important. Reluctantly freeing herself from his hold, she exclaimed, "There is something far more pressing. We must hasten to destroy the reincarnation eye." The reincarnation eye? As Hinata dashed out, lifting her skirt, Naruto, though confused, did not hesitate to follow her. While Naruto and Hinata made their way to the location of the reincarnation eye, Sakura and Sai successfully broke through the encirclement of puppets and entered the room where Hanabi was held. Hanabi, however, upon seeing her condition, a surge of fury welled up within them. Hanabi's eyes were swathed in layers of bandages, and the pronounced hollows around her sockets made it painfully evident that she had lost her eyesight. Sakura knelt and brushed aside Hanabi's hair. "This is too cruel. She is just a child." They could hardly fathom that someone would dare to gouge out a child's eyes. "Hanabi, we need to leave," Sakura softly said as she gently lifted Hanabi into her arms, swiftly gathering the tattered scarf from the floor before hastily exiting with Sai. Meanwhile, under Hinata's guidance, Naruto arrived before a colossal energy sphere, radiating dazzling light that provided ample sunlight for the artificial sun. Hinata gazed at the energy sphere and explained, "This is the reincarnation eye. If we destroy it, the moon should cease its movements." Upon hearing this, Naruto prepared to unleash a powerful strike to shatter it. "Understood. Watch me obliterate it with my Rasengan." Seeing this, Hinata hurriedly intervened. "No, the reincarnation eye is cursed. Anyone lacking the bloodline of the Feather Village will have their chakra instantly drained upon contact." "How could that be?" Naruto, recalling how he had once been felled by a similar attack that drained his chakra, felt a sense of caution. "I will destroy it." At that moment, Hinata stepped closer to Naruto, her fists clenched at her waist as chakra surged and coalesced into two majestic lion heads. With her energy fully charged, Hinata leapt into the air and struck at the reincarnation eye with her fists. Gentle fist. Twin lions roar. As Hinata's fist collided with the surface of the reincarnation eye, ripples of chakra spread across its surface. Yet, her full force attack proved insufficient. The reincarnation eye remained intact. "How is this possible? I can't destroy it?" Hinata was momentarily taken aback, realizing her might could not breach the defenses of the reincarnation eye. Observing Hinata's dismay, Naruto contemplated for a moment before proposing, "Hinata, transmit your chakra to me." "Huh." Noticing Hinata's surprised expression, Naruto extended his hand. "If we combine our powers, we might just be able to obliterate it." "All right." Hinata happily grasped Naruto's large hand, a warmth radiating from it that reminded her of the Fourth Great Ninja War when she had last held it. As Hinata transferred her chakra, Naruto intensified his chakra flow, and and soon, golden and purple flames enveloped them. They leapt into the air, their hands gathering a Rasengan, which was then shrouded in the power of the lion's roar. Together, they struck the surface of the reincarnation eye. This time, their combined attack effortlessly shattered its exterior, and the energy within began to unravel. Ultimately, the massive reincarnation eye disintegrated into countless white dots. Naruto observed these dots, feeling an odd sense of familiarity. Hinata, however, recognized immediately, so the reincarnation eye is composed of Byakugan. These countless Byakugan not only belonged to the branch family, but also included those from the main family, collectively forming the current reincarnation eye. Senju Tobarama. I never would have imagined that Byakugan could transform into reincarnation eye. Uchiha Azuna. White-haired one. Do you wish to conduct research? Senju Tobarama. Research is indeed my intention, yet I shall not engage in any malevolent acts. Uchiha Azuna. I do not believe a single word you say. As the reincarnation eye was destroyed by Naruto, the puppets that once roamed the castle lost their vitality in an instant, collapsing to the ground in a lifeless state. What on earth is happening? Shikamaru had just used the shadow imitation technique to incite a civil war among a group of puppets, and now, their sudden immobility left him perplexed. Shikamaru. Hearing Naruto's voice, Shikamaru turned to see Naruto approaching with Hinata. Naruto, Hinata, are you both alright? Hinata nodded. Yes. I apologize for what happened earlier. Shikamaru looked around, inquiring, this is not the time for apologies. The crucial matter is what transpired. Not only have the puppets ceased to function, but even the artificial sun has vanished without a trace. Naruto explained. That is due to the source of power. The reincarnation eye has been destroyed by us. The moon should also be motionless now. What? This revelation momentarily left Shikamaru at a loss. They had merely come to rescue someone, and yet, in a bewildering turn of events, the crisis had been averted? Hey, Hinata. Soon after, Sakura and Sai arrived, bringing along their mission objective, Hanabi. Hanabi. Thank you all. Upon seeing Hanabi, Hinata repeatedly expressed her gratitude, feeling guilty for not only failing to rescue Hanabi, but also inadvertently complicating her companion's mission. At that moment, Sakura retrieved a torn piece of scarf from her ninja gear and handed it to Hinata, saying, this is yours, Hinata. Naruto, observing the fragment Hinata received, remarked, this must be the scarf that Sho had torn apart. Huh, how did you know? Hinata was astonished. For Naruto should have been outside the artificial sun when the scarf was destroyed, making it improbable for him to be aware of this incident. Naruto, scratching his head and feeling somewhat bashful, explained, I glimpsed your memories while traversing through Sho's technique. Sakura added, you intended to give this to Naruto, didn't you? At Sakura's comment, Naruto could only muster the courage to say, so this scarf was meant for me? Then, may I keep it? However, it was in tatters. Truth be told, Naruto receiving it would be ideal, yet Hinata felt embarrassed to present such a damaged item, especially to Naruto. Nevertheless, Naruto was unconcerned, extending his hands. It matters not that it is torn, for it is a scarf crafted by you. Overwhelmed by Naruto's gentle demeanor, Hinata could not resist. Blushing as she personally handed the tattered scarf to Naruto. Holding this invaluable token in his hands, Naruto smiled and replied, thank you. I shall cherish it dearly. Kikina. Oh dear, Naruto, you truly know how to charm. Even I feel shy. Boruto. Grandma, please stop. Mom is about to faint. Jeraiya. Where on earth did this kid learn such things? Hiruzen Sarutobi. Jeraiya. At your age, you should also consider finding a wife. Otherwise, your apprentice has children while you remain single. Jeraiya. Well, Hiruzen Sarutobi, did you not have feelings for Tsunade? Now is the time to pursue her. Tsunade, I have no intention of marrying yet. Hashirama Senju. Tsunade, dear, being single at this stage, you ought to contemplate your future. Tsunade, grandfather. You should refrain from such comments. Hashirama Senju. Ugh. Fourth Hokage, why does it seem that the god of ninjas is so prone to tears? First Hokage, would you have dared to confront him directly to claim the tailed beasts otherwise? First Kazekage, it was also fortunate that the first Hokage's character was lenient, allowing us to benefit. By the time of the second Hokage, he had transformed into a miser, unwilling to part with even a penny. Tobarama Senju, why does it feel as though you all enjoy asking my elder brother for favors? Uchiha Madara, are you implying that all the tailed beasts I painstakingly gathered have been taken by you fools? The previous Kage, no, we haven't said anything. Unlike the laughter of Naruto and his companions, Sharon stood amidst the ruins of the rebirth eye, his fists clenched tightly, trembling incessantly. This was the entirety of their clan. They had devoted their Byakugan from a young age, resulting in the creation of the current rebirth eye. Yet, we, as a clan, sacrificed all our ocular powers to form the treasure of the Otsutsuki, and they dare to. I shall utilize this eye to utterly obliterate the earth. To vanquish your world, Naruto. As he spoke, Sharon opened his eyes, revealing a haunting azure glow that underscored the terror of his gaze. Just as Naruto and his companions reached the castle's exit, Shikamaru noticed that the peculiar clock on his wrist had resumed its ticking. What is happening? Is this clock still moving? The crisis they believed to be over had once again begun to unfold, prompting everyone to remain vigilant for any lurking dangers. Chapter 34. The lunar battlefield. No one on Earth was aware of the events transpiring on the moon. Meanwhile, The Kage of the Five Great Nations convened an urgent Five Kage summit via video communication. The fourth Hokage presented the results of their attacks. All meteors along the assault trajectory had been annihilated. Noki, with a mocking tone, remarked, "You concealed such a weapon. The Hokage is truly formidable." However, Tsunade interrupted him. "Lord Sasuke, could we please stay on topic?" The Hokage disregarded Noki's taunts and continued. "Next, we shall eradicate the moon entirely using a space-time chakra cannon." Eradicate the moon? The mere mention of annihilating the moon left the other four Kage stunned. Surely this is unwise. Destroying the moon is exceedingly perilous. Especially as Kakashi sought to dissuade them, considering the moon's gravitational pull has always influenced the Earth's tidal changes. Should the moon vanish, the ecological balance of the Earth would undergo drastic alterations. The Hokage, however, resolutely stated, "As long as this bomb of a moon hovers overhead, the Earth cannot rest easy. Let us remain calm and deliberate." Kakashi recognized that arguing would lead nowhere and instead said, "The current situation indicates that the moon has ceased to move." "No, it seems it has not stopped." "What?" However, the report from the Mizukage left Kakashi dumbfounded. Meanwhile, within the moon, Naruto and his companions were equally bewildered, all gazing at the peculiar clock on Shikamaru's palm. Why has this clock begun to tick again? According to Hinata, they had destroyed the rebirth eye at the moon's core, which, theoretically, should have rendered the moon immobile. Not to mention, Shikamaru was equally perplexed. "I cannot comprehend it either. What is happening?" Suddenly, the entire castle trembled, startling everyone. They knew this structure was suspended in midair and would not be susceptible to earthquakes. The only reason for such a tremor could be an enemy. As expected, they looked up to see a colossal stone giant, towering around 50 meters, rising from within the castle, and it promptly swung its fist at Naruto and the others. Boom. The massive stone fist shattered the castle floor, sending everyone flying amidst the shockwave. Kaibai, faced with the towering stone giant, Naruto, cradling Hinata, summoned his golden chakra cloak. Subsequently, a torrent of chakra surged forth from his body, ultimately manifesting as a golden fox of size comparable to the stone giant. Boruto, huh? Can Mr. Kaibai leave Dad's body directly? Kaibai, he can, but not for long. Otherwise, Naruto will be in peril. Boruto, this is my first time witnessing such a thing. Himawari, haha, the great fox. Uchiha Madara, so, a perfect Jinchuriki can achieve such heights. Senju Hashirama, after all, there is no level of tailed beast that you cannot control. Uchiha Madara, it sounds as if you are unable to exert control. First Hokage, such a display of vanity. As soon as the Ninetales emerged, it lunged at the stone giant, knocking it to the ground, and then began to pummel its foe with furious blows. Yet, the resilience of the stone giant was formidable, as the Ninetales' incredible strength, capable of crushing rock as if it were mere clay, failed to shatter the giant's head after several strikes. At that moment, Sai conjured 3 flying birds to catch the others, hovering near the 2 colossal beasts, poised to assist the Ninetales when the opportunity arose. Suddenly, the stone giant forcefully shoved the Ninetales off its body, rising to seize its opponent's head and forcefully pressed it into the ground. However, the stone giant seemed oblivious to the devastation it had wrought. And in the instant the Ninetales lost its balance, it grasped the giant's arm and yanked it down with great effort. Ninetales. As Naruto witnessed the Ninetales and the stone giant plummet into the deep pit created by his chakra explosion, he was about to rush to their aid when he sensed a terrifying wave of chakra approaching. It was SH-10. Following the direction of the chakra's flow, he saw SH-10 riding a flying puppet speeding toward them. With hands forming seals, a pale green chakra erupted from SH-10's body, rapidly enveloping him and forming a chakra cloak that appeared to be a flame. Silver will rebirth explosion. SH-10 offered no chance for the enemy to react. Several truth-seeking orbs spun in his hands as he pressed his palms together, unleashing a cataclysmic storm from the circular formation of the orbs. Instantly engulfed by the tempest, the onlookers could only let out horrified cries as they were swept away, the storm's momentum undiminished, tearing through the lunar surface and creating yet another massive crater. Lord Hokage, Lord Hayashi has urgent matters to report. On Earth. Kakashi received a notification from the medical team and hurried to the infirmary, where he found Hayashi had shown signs of recovery after treatment. Mr. Hayashi. Upon seeing Kakashi, Hayashi weakly implored, "We cannot, under any circumstances, destroy the moon's fireworks. Hinata should be there too, on the moon." What is happening? Kakashi felt bewildered by this information. He could not be certain about the fireworks, but Hinata had been on Earth with Naruto and the others on a mission. How could she have ended up on the moon? Not good. Lord Hokage. What is it? Just as Kakashi was grappling with confusion, an urgent communication from the communication team reached him, causing him considerable distress. Trouble seemed to be piling upon trouble. The Ninetales is fighting on the lunar surface. What? Upon receiving the message, Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief. The Ninetales? On the moon? How did this deity find itself on the moon? After reassuring Hayashi for a moment, Kakashi hurried to the observation station atop Hokage Rock. Through the station's instruments, he and the others finally discerned the chaos unfolding on the moon's surface. At that moment, the Ninetales and the stone giant had battled from within the moon to its surface, with a cacophony of rocks and tailed beast balls colliding, resulting in a series of explosive detonations. Realizing that ranged attacks were futile, the Ninetales dashed forward without hesitation, nimbly dodging several falling boulders, and tackled the giant, launching a fully charged tailed beast ball directly at the giant's head. Boom! Following the violent explosion, 2/3 of the stone giant's head vanished. Yet, despite the seemingly fatal condition, the stone giant merely shook itself and retaliated with a powerful punch to the Ninetales' head. Caught off guard, the Ninetales was sent sprawling to the ground, and to its astonishment, the stone giant began absorbing nearby rocks, visibly repairing the damage inflicted by the Ninetales with alarming speed. Wow, how shameless. Seeing this, the Ninetales couldn't help but curse. This creature not only possessed immense defense but also an absurdly rapid recovery rate. Unless its energy source was severed, defeat seemed inevitable. Chapter 35. Naruto vs. SH-10 in the Land of Lightning, atop the high platform of Kimogakure. The fourth Raikage awaited the charging of the chakra cannon. The dashboard indicated that energy levels had reached 97%, with only 3% remaining before firing. At that moment, a message arrived from his secretary, Raikage-sama. There is an urgent communication from Lord Hokage. Why choose this moment? The Raikage, displeased, jumped down from the cannon platform and followed his secretary to the communication room. Upon seeing the Raikage online, Kakashi immediately urged, please do not fire the chakra cannon. Naruto and the others are on the moon. The Raikage was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure. I have no other choice. This is for the sake of Earth. Their sacrifice is unavoidable. The time-space chakra cannon is about to be fired. Gaara interjected urgently. Raikage-sama. What is it? Gaara pleaded. I implore you, just wait 1 hour. Is that possible? What? The Raikage was taken aback. He did not recall this stoic individual displaying such emotion. Terumi May supported Gaara's request. I too endorse this course of action. The Raikage was astonished. Water Shadow. Terumi May explained. Naruto is a hero from the previous battle. He deserves our all-or-nothing gamble. Suchikage. In response to the Raikage's call, Anoki remained unusually silent, faced with the choice between the safety of Earth and the lives of heroes. He was at a loss. Logically, as Suchikage, he should prioritize the safety of the planet, but as an elder, he did not wish to sacrifice the lives of the young, such as Naruto. Kakashi spoke. Just 1 hour is all we ask for them. This hour may equate to decades. During this time, they are bound to create miracles. The Raikage challenged Kakashi. Do you have any evidence? Only my intuition. Kakashi replied resolutely. While Kakashi argued his case, on the lunar surface, Naruto rose from a pile of rubble, helping Hinata to her feet. Hinata, are you all right? Yes. Before Hinata could respond further, a figure descended with incredible speed, crashing nearby and sending dust and debris flying. Hearing Hinata scream, Naruto steeled himself, raising his hand to sweep away the swirling dust with a fierce gust of wind. There stood SH-10 atop a cliff, having pulled Hinata beside him. Stay close to me, Hinata. At this moment, SH-10 had become unhinged. After seizing Hinata, he conjured a massive iron cage and violently tossed her inside, slamming the door shut. Just watch him perish from there. Hinata. With a menacing grin, the figure confronted the furious Naruto, who charged forth. In an instant, golden and azure lights clashed upon the lunar surface, creating a series of profound craters with each impact. When the two adversaries finally separated, the ground beneath them lay shattered and broken. Naruto, as he leapt back, hurled a spiraling shuriken. The figure deftly sidestepped the projectile, only to find it detonating explosively behind him. Fortunately, he swiftly transformed the truth-seeking orb into a shield, narrowly avoiding dismemberment. However, as he retracted the shield, the orb was rendered inoperative, for it was not impervious to sage techniques. Suddenly, the figure raised his hand to summon several truth-seeking orbs. Launching a barrage against Naruto, the world created by the Sage of Six Paths has failed. The earth shall meet its demise at your hands. The earth will never perish by your hand. Naruto wielded a Rasengan in each hand, using them as weapons to fend off the relentless assault from the orbs. Seizing the opportunity while Naruto was preoccupied, the figure formed a series of hand seals and raised his hands skyward. Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion. With a surge of golden chakra, a colossal sword forged from energy materialized in the figure's grasp. As Naruto repelled the truth-seeking orbs, the Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion descended upon him, flooding his vision with radiant light. The slender energy sword cleaved through the entirety of the moon, and with a sweeping motion, the figure bisected it completely. What was transpiring? Meanwhile, on Earth, Kakashi observed in disbelief as the moon transformed into a black and white visage, his eyes widening in astonishment. Upon detecting the lunar disturbance, the communication team urgently relayed the news. The moon has cracked. What? Kakashi felt as though his head might burst. How could a mere skirmish result in the moon's destruction? They were indeed more formidable than the first Hokage. Senju Hashirama remarked. I thought my battle with Madara could reshape the terrain to a flat expanse, but it appears the 7th Hokage and his team surpass even that. Uzumaki Naruto humbly replied. You flatter me, first Hokage. Uchiha Madara. What is this? I can even summon a rain of meteors. Uchiha Sasuke, you can only produce a mere drizzle. Uchiha Madara. You insolent brat. Are you truly a member of the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Fugaku, ancestor. This child Sasuke merely requires guidance. In the video, the figure glanced at the moon, which had been cleaved in two, the corners of his mouth curving into a slight smirk. Has it come to an end? Not just him. Hinata also closed her eyes in despair. The ferocity of such an assault was beyond comprehension. How could it possibly be over? Suddenly, Naruto's voice rang out. As the figure searched for Naruto's presence, numerous clones of Naruto erupted from the fissures like dumplings. Within mere seconds, the sky was filled with Naruto's forms, each one wielding a colossal Rasengan charged with immense power. How bothersome. Despite the figure having launched the majority of the truth-seeking orbs as projectiles, their impact was negligible against the sheer volume of Naruto's clones. Supersized Rasengan. With the chakra Naruto poured into his hands, the Rasengan expanded from the size of a palm to 3 or 4 meters in diameter. In response, the figure hurriedly amalgamated the remaining truth-seeking orbs, forming a semicircular shield around himself. Boom. The multitude of supersized Rasengan collided with the outer shell of the truth-seeking orbs. Yet the devastating spiraling force failed to create even a crack in the protective barrier. Humph. Just as he was about to mock Naruto, the figure sensed a looming danger from below. He hastily looked up, and in the next moment, Naruto emerged from the ground, his fist the size of a sandbag swinging past the spot where the figure's head had been moments before. However, he never anticipated that Naruto's punch was merely a feint. The real attack was a Rasengan coalescing in Naruto's other hand and already aimed at his face. Boom. This time, the figure was struck squarely on the head, his body bursting through the protective barrier of the truth-seeking orbs and crashing against a distant cliff like a projectile. Enraged and with a contorted expression, the figure rebounded from the cliff and summoned a multitude of light orbs for a saturation bombardment. Useless. Give up. I will not yield. Naruto deftly evaded the light orbs, then hurled a Rasengan shuriken, the explosive spiral storm instantly obliterating a significant number of light orbs. At that moment, Naruto stood tall, holding the tattered scarf that Hinata had entrusted to him, and earnestly stated, "Weaving a scarf requires considerable time if the sentiment cannot be conveyed. The scarf will only grow longer, with no end in sight." Chapter 36. The conclusion. Let this be the means to conclude everything. The figure, unwilling to relent, summoned a multitude of light orbs to gather ahead, a terrifying energy converging at the center before being unleashed. The ferocious energy beam shattered the ground in its wake, not to mention the high probability of vaporization upon impact. I will not allow you to succeed. In the face of the figure's energy beam, Naruto concentrated all his chakra into his hands and forcefully blocked the radiant assault. With the beam pushing against him, Naruto charged forward. Conveying heartfelt intentions is not simple. It requires an extensive amount of time, until one can bravely voice it. Therefore, how could I allow you to conclude it so easily? The figure's destructive energy beam was forcefully repelled by Naruto, and what awaited the figure next was Naruto's golden fist. Bang! The moment the fist made contact with the figure's head, he felt Naruto's resolve, the determination he had held since childhood, and his love for Hinata. Yet, all these sensations were overwhelmed by the subsequent waves of pain, and by the time he felt the sharp agony in his back, his body was already embedded in the cliff once more. The figure wore a look of disbelief. A single punch, and I what? My Rinnegan, it has vanished? As if sensing the figure's acknowledgement of defeat, the Rinnegan he had painstakingly formed began to regress back to the Byakugan state. With the disappearance of the Rinnegan, all that the figure had controlled lost its source of power. Meanwhile, a stone giant engaged in battle with the Ninetales suddenly froze, prompting the Ninetales to swiftly approach and deliver a punch to its head. The golden fist shattered the stone head into dust, leaving the Ninetales momentarily stunned. Was it truly that easy to destroy? As the stone giant collapsed to the ground, devoid of movement, the Ninetales felt a sense of bewilderment, having won inexplicably. On another front, the iron cage imprisoning Hinata dissipated into thin air, and Naruto rushed over to embrace her. "Hinata, I'm so glad you're safe." "Yes." Hinata wrapped her arms around Naruto, her face radiating joy. At this moment, the figure was utterly drained, consumed by thoughts of escaping to revive his Rinnegan and return for vengeance. He was a descendant of the Tsutsuki clan, tasked with settling the score with the remnants of Kaguya. He must survive. He must survive. Please, return Hanabi's eyes to me. However, before the figure could act, Hinata's voice resonated before him. Looking up, he saw Hinata had approached him unbeknownst to him. "No, don't." Witnessing Hinata reach for his eyes, the figure's face twisted in terror, yet he lacked the strength to resist. In a panic, he cried out as Hinata successfully extracted his eyes. "Uzumaki Naruto, don't look, Himawari. Uzumaki Boruto, Mom really holds nothing back. Uzumaki Hinata, Mom, I am a ninja too. QB, truly worthy of being my daughter-in-law." With little effort, Hinata preserved Hanabi's Byakugan, while Naruto approached the figure and stated, "It is all over, Sharon." "No, it is not finished." Choosing to embrace despair once more, the figure gathered numerous Byakugan around him with the guidance of chakra. Naruto quickly shielded Hinata behind him, gazing at the increasingly imposing figure. "What is happening? What is that?" The figure, devoid of his eyes, glared with his pitch-black sockets at Naruto and the others, grinning maliciously. "Ha! I shall use these eyes to end everything. Puppet rebirth. Naruto. Hinata. At that moment, Shikamaru, Sakura, and Sai also arrived, but Naruto raised his hand to halt their advance, sensing an imminent danger. Hinata urged, Sharon, stop struggling. You are merely adhering to the erroneous teachings of your ancestors. The figure retorted angrily, silence. As the last descendant of the Tsutsuki clan, I must ensure the destiny of Kagaya's legacy blossoms. Uzumaki Boruto. Sharon seems quite obsessed at this moment. Senju Hashirama. Much like Madara, once they set their minds to something, they will never back down. Uchiha Madara. Uzumaki Naruto. Therefore, I was quite astonished to see that Sharon actively chose to assist you. I believed he would remain on the moon, uninvolved in earthly affairs. Naruto. As Sharon spoke, a cerulean sphere of light coalesced in his hand, swiftly absorbing the surrounding chakra at an alarming rate, rendering even Naruto a veritable reservoir of chakra, unable to maintain his chakra cloak for long. Naruto could only kneel, supporting himself on the ground. This is bad. My chakra is being drained. Haha. Allow me to demonstrate the power of Jutsuin, potent enough to shift the moon. Naruto. This is where your journey ends. With a sinister grin, Sharon proclaimed his victory. Any chakra not of the Jutsuin lineage that approached him would be drained in mere moments. Just as Naruto felt his chakra slipping away, a hand was placed atop his, and a surge of chakra flooded into his body. As this warm chakra enveloped him, the prior gravitational pull vanished without a trace. Naruto looked up to see Hinata's face. Hinata. At that moment, words were unnecessary. They exchanged a smile, grasped each other's hands, and rose together, for their gratitude required no verbal expression. Naruto turned to Sharon. Sharon, it is not over yet. Why? Sharon could scarcely believe what he sensed. Why? Why was that chakra not being absorbed? Hinata gazed at the chakra enveloping her. Because there is also Jutsuin chakra within me. Jutsuin's power will utterly obliterate the world of the Sage of Six Paths. Obliterate it completely. Before Sharon could fathom why Hinata possessed Jutsuin chakra, the sound emanating from her Byakugan severely disrupted his thoughts. Ultimately, Sharon ceased to ponder and bellowed. Lifting the sphere above his head, the world of the Sage of Six Paths, plunged into darkness, shall be annihilated by the light of justice. However, as Sharon ascended into the air, confronted by the rays of sunlight, his Byakugan began to struggle. Soon, the Byakugan exhibited signs of devouring Sharon, eliciting a wretched cry from him. Sakura, witnessing this, inquired in confusion, My goodness, what is happening? Shikamaru, based on his deductions, began to explain. That guy's technique has absorbed the sun's energy, exceeding the chakra's capacity limit. Naruto, don't go near, it's too dangerous. Just as Shikamaru finished speaking, Naruto disregarded the peril and leapt towards Sharon, reaching out to grasp his trembling hand. Chapter 37, Kiss Under the Moon on Earth. In the land of Thunder's hidden cloud village, the Hokage glanced at the time on his hand. An hour had elapsed since he promised to delay the cannon fire. After silently mourning for Naruto and his companions, he raised his head and issued an order. Time S up, prepare to fire the space-time chakra cannon. However, after a 2-second wait, the chakra remained in a charging state. The Hokage inquired of Killer B at the control panel. What is going on? Reluctantly, Killer B replied, I can't shoot at Naruto. The Hokage scolded him. Don't let your emotions cloud your judgment. This is about the survival of the planet. Hokage-sama. They're riding on the moon. What? It's Kurama. He has written something on the moon. Just as the Hokage prepared to pilot the craft himself, his secretary interrupted with urgent news, halting his actions. Meanwhile, various nations observed the moon's movements, particularly Konoha's reconnaissance team, which, after magnifying the image hundreds of times, finally discerned the text. It conveyed a singular message, a special symbol signifying the completion of a mission among ninjas. It means mission accomplished. The mission is complete. With confirmation that the moon had not moved towards Earth, but was instead gradually receding, Kakashi sighed in relief. My intuition has proven accurate with this favorable outcome. At that moment on the moon, Kurama crossed his arms, visibly displeased. Seriously, you made me right. You know I'm not good at this. Beside him, Naruto clasped his hands in apology. I'm sorry, Kurama. Originally, Shikamaru intended to notify Konoha of the mission's progress via radio, but the signals here were insufficient. So he had to request the Colossal Ninetales to ride directly on the moon's surface. Shortly thereafter, Naruto and Hinata brought Sharon to the ancestral grounds of the Tsutsuki clan, arriving at the underground burial site. This, Sharon, though unable to see the graves, could clearly perceive through his sensing ability that millions of Tsutsuki clan members lay buried here. Hinata explained, this is the spirit of Jutsuin, guiding me to this place. Upon sensing the devastation brought by his kin, Sharon finally comprehended Hinata's words and recognized his long-held errors, ultimately kneeling before the spirits of his ancestors. Afterward, as Naruto and the others prepared to return to Konoha to report on the mission, near the underground lake connecting Earth and the moon, Hinata extended an invitation to Sharon. Sharon, the people of Earth will embrace you. Sharon politely declined. No, I wish to remain on the moon to atone for my sins. Hinata responded, Sharon, I hope to see you again on Earth one day. Faced with Hinata's gentle demeanor, Sharon made a promise. From now on, The moon will never draw near to Earth again, never. After parting ways with Sharon, Naruto and the others leapt into the lake, preparing to return to Earth. At that moment, Hinata recalled something and grasped Naruto's hand, asking, "Naruto, there's something I've always wanted to know. What is it? The scarf you've been wearing recently. Who gave it to you?" Hinata mustered her courage to ask this question that had long troubled her. She had been curious about the precious scarf Naruto always wore since their time on Earth, but had never had the opportunity to inquire. Naruto retrieved the treasured scarf from his backpack. It was knitted by my deceased mother before I was born. Kushina, huh? Isn't this the one I knitted before? How did it end up in Naruto's possession now? Old man, give me an explanation. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Well, would you believe me if I said I forgot? Kushina, I certainly do not. Minato, Kushina, don't be impulsive. Boruto, Grandma is way scarier when she's angry than Mom. Himawari, Grandma isn't angry. Kushina, I'll listen to Himawari. Understanding the origin of the scarf, Hinata finally sighed in relief. I see. I was overthinking it. Not far away, Hanabi. Her eyes healed by Sakura, called out to her sister. Seriously, sister, I can't stand you. How long are we going to chat? We should leave. After Hanabi departed, Shikamaru, not wishing to remain a third wheel, advised, let us go. This space is about to collapse. Following that, he left with Sakura and Sai. Seeing this, Naruto reached out to take Hinata's hand. Let us return to Earth together. The two walked hand in hand towards Earth. As the floating spheres around them reflected the memories of their past. Hinata, what is it? From a young age, Hinata was bullied, and Naruto, oblivious to the danger, stepped in to rescue her, only to end up battered and bruised. Previously, Iruka-sensei had posed a question in class about whom we would wish to be with when the world faced its end. During their time at the Ninja Academy, Naruto was a constant source of trouble, causing chaos throughout Konoha, while Hinata remained in the background, anxious about the lessons Naruto might face. As for me, I wrote no names. I knew neither my parents nor had any friends. Later, during the Chunin exams, Hinata was severely injured by Neji, prompting Naruto to vow, using her blood as a pledge, to teach Neji a harsh lesson. However, times had changed. I wish to be with you. As the events unfolded during Pain's invasion, Hinata, undeterred by the overwhelming power of Pain that subdued Naruto, bravely stepped forward and confessed her feelings to him. From that moment on, I wish never to part from you. Not until death takes us. Shortly thereafter, Naruto affirmed his feelings for Hinata and charged toward her with determination. Listening to Naruto's heartfelt words, Hinata shed tears of joy, having finally received a response from the man she adored. At that moment, the space around them began to collapse, the illusionary spheres shattering one by one at a speed that matched Naruto and Hinata's own. Observing this, Naruto cradled Hinata in his arms and gently urged her to hold on tightly. Without hesitation, she wrapped her arms around his neck, pressing herself against his chest, declaring, I will never let go. Witnessing Hinata's resolve, Naruto embraced her firmly and extended his hand downward, gathering chakra into a Rasengan, which he subsequently compressed, transforming it into a beam of energy that propelled him forward, leaving only a brilliant blue afterimage. Along the way, Naruto accelerated using the same method, blasting out from the underground lake. Be careful not to overdo it. You might crash. I won't crash. Ignoring Shikamaru's warning, Naruto had already formed a giant Rasengan in his hand, directing it toward the stalactite-laden ceiling. Boom. In the forest, the giant Rasengan created a massive crater, as Naruto carried Hinata upwards into the sky, beneath the moonlight. Hinata, Naruto. Their eyes met, and as Naruto gently cradled Hinata's face, he lowered his head. And under the moon's glow, they shared a kiss. Chapter 38. The unexpected respondent through the combined efforts of Naruto Uzumaki, Hinata Hyuga, Sakura Haruno, Shikamaru Nara, and Sai, they successfully averted the catastrophe of the moon colliding with the earth. During this adventure, Naruto officially recognized his feelings for Hinata, and shortly after this battle, the two joyfully united in matrimony, starting a new family together. After watching the video, Koyuki could no longer contain her youthful excitement and exclaimed, "Ah, this is so romantic." However, Hinata, feeling bashful, covered her face and hid behind Naruto, embarrassed that such an intimate moment had been witnessed by so many. We at the Cloud Village must continue to advance our technology. The Cloud Villagers were confident about their future development of chakra cannons, though lacking in agility. Their immense power was undeniable. If they continued to refine and mass-produce them, Cloud's future battles could unleash a barrage of chakra cannons. Ding. This scene nominates the ninja Naruto Uzumaki for an award. The side effects of the heavy particle mode have vanished. Heavy particle mode? I don't recall such a thing. Naruto was perplexed upon hearing the mention of this mode. He was well aware that he only possessed Sage mode and tailed Beast mode. Perhaps even a fusion of the two, known as Sage Fox mode. But what was this heavy particle mode? Boruto chuckled and reassured him, "Don't worry about it, Dad." Meanwhile, the nine tails within Naruto felt a twinge of surprise. Heavy particle mode was the strongest enhancement the tailed beasts could grant their Jinchuriki. Once activated, it rendered the user nearly invincible, even against the likes of Six Paths Obito, who could not triumph even with the 8 gates opened. However, the price for activating this mode was akin to that of the 8 gates, It required a sacrifice of life. Opening the 8 gates cost the user's life, while heavy particle mode necessitated the sacrifice of the tailed beast. Thus, tailed beasts would only activate the self-destructive mode for a Jinchuriki they genuinely trusted. Unexpectedly, the system seemed aware of this, raising some eyebrows. The 4th Hokage posed a question. However, I am somewhat perplexed. Why do we see such harmony among the 5 great nations in this video? Koharu agreed. Indeed, I even found myself pleading for the people of other nations. Gaara pondered. It seems your timeline is set after the 5 Kage Summit and before the 4th Great Ninja War. Anoki inquired, how did the 4th Great Ninja War come to be? While our villages may not get along, we should understand the consequences of instigating such a large-scale conflict. Since the 3rd Great Ninja War, an unwritten rule has emerged in the ninja world. We must avoid another war of this magnitude. The immense consumption of resources and the severe depletion of new generations of shinobi would hinder village development for years, even if victorious. Thus, the 3rd Hokage's continuous adoption of a conciliatory policy and Itachi's willingness to sacrifice his clan to preserve Konoha's overall fighting strength stemmed from this understanding. Regarding the discussions about the 4th Great Ninja War, Hashirama nudged Madara beside him. Madara, do you have any insights into the instigator of the 4th Great Ninja War? Madara shot Hashirama a glance. How could I know? By that time, we were already dead. How could we provoke a war? Yet Sasuke interjected, from a certain perspective. It was indeed you who initiated the war. Huh? How so? Madara asked with keen interest. Although he did not mind instigating war to fulfill his infinite Tsukuyomi plan, his strategy did not include inciting war as a means to advance his agenda. Thus, Madara was eager to discover if the one who could upheave the ninja world single-handedly was indeed himself. Ding. Next comes the question time. Who initiated the 4th Great Ninja War? A. Uchiha Madara B. Uchiha Obito C. Uchiha Sasuke. This question prohibits Naruto Uzumaki and others from participating. Upon hearing the prohibition, Naruto wore an amused smile. Ahaha, I knew it. Sasuke sighed in resignation. Well, it doesn't matter. I don't care about those rewards anyway. Shikamaru quickly answered. It must be Uchiha Madara. Madara maintained his curious demeanor. How can you be so certain it was me? Anoki declared firmly. Who else? But you could instigate a war capable of affecting the entire world. Koharu, aware of Madara's legendary feats, concurred. If you were the enemy, the 5 great nations would indeed unite against you. Humph, how amusing. The alliance of the weak. Interesting. Upon hearing those words, Madara couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, he relished combat, yet who would take pleasure in fighting a child? In this gathering, apart from his long-standing rival Hashirama, only Sasuke, also from the Uchiha clan, and Naruto, who could match Sasuke's prowess, ignited his inclination for battle. As for the others, engaging them would not be a fight. It would merely be an act of bullying, utterly devoid of interest. Ding. Incorrect answer. As a penalty for the wrong response, 1 ninjutsu will be revoked. Water release. Wave surge. Upon seeing the penalty, Yagura breathed a sigh of relief, fearing he might lose a powerful technique, but it turned out to be merely a C-rank ninjutsu. Now, it was the others' turn to worry. The first Kazekage mumbled, if it's not Uchiha Madara, then who could it be? Could it be Uchiha Sasuke? Tobirama recalled that only Sasuke had been able to stand toe-to-toe with Madara, leading him to speculate that Sasuke might be the instigator of the war. Tsunade, who hailed from a time when Naruto returned to the village, was unaware of the antics Sasuke had engaged in during the 5 Kage Summit. She promptly refuted, impossible. According to Naruto and the others, Sasuke was at most 16 or 17 at the time of the 4th Great Ninja War, and moreover, he had no intention of starting a war, although what was to follow was somewhat similar. Hearing this, Naruto couldn't help but wear a bitter smile. After sealing Kaguya, Sasuke had contemplated challenging the entire ninja world alone, positioning himself as the enemy of all, thereby ensuring the continued existence of the allied forces. In essence, this course of action bore little difference from Obito's initiation of the 4th Great Ninja War. I choose Uchiha Obito. Just then, an abrupt voice rang out, and everyone turned to see the least conspicuous figure, Hiruzen, who was preoccupied with offering sacrifices to the evil god. Why choose him? Why? What does it matter? I simply chose him. In response to the inquiries of others, Hiruzen dug in his ear, wearing a look of utter bewilderment. Ding. Correct answer. Reward for the correct response. Mastery of all chakra attributes. Chapter 39. The duel begins. The duel concludes. Ding. Correct answer. Reward for the correct response. Mastery of all chakra attributes. Upon seeing this reward, the majority felt as though they might spew blood in disbelief. Mastery of all attributes? Mastery of all chakra attributes? One must understand that the more chakra attributes one masters, the greater the variety of ninjutsu they can unleash. And there exists the possibility of learning special techniques, such as dust release. While it is true that as a Kage-level powerhouse, one may master multiple chakra types, those who achieve mastery over all chakra attributes are exceedingly rare throughout the ninja world, including the Sage of Six Paths. Most individuals, including Naruto and Sasuke, do not possess mastery over all chakra attributes, often lacking even one. Thus, it is evident how rare it is for someone to master all chakra attributes. Mastery of all chakra attributes? What is this nonsense? Haiden activated his chakra but felt no discernible change, leaving him utterly perplexed. Where's the promised reward? Why does nothing appear? Though Haiden remained baffled, others felt their anger surging. Damn it, he asked, taking advantage of the situation. At this moment, quite a few had silently clenched their fists, mentally rehearsing how they would thoroughly pummel this scoundrel, including his partner Kakuzu. Ding. Given that no one has participated since the duel arena opened, the system will now forcibly select 2 individuals to engage in battle at regular intervals. Participants may choose their mode. The victor will receive a reward, while the defeated will face no penalties. Listening to the system's announcement, many felt apprehensive at first, recalling Sasuke's brutal defeat of Danzo. But when they learned that they could choose their mode and that losing would incur no penalties, their worries dissipated. As long as they avoided the deathmatch mode, it was a guaranteed win-win situation. Either they would defeat someone or be defeated themselves. Let the duels commence. Who will voluntarily participate in the duel arena? Faced with this sure-win scenario, nearly everyone was eager to join, but no one dared to step up due to pride. Commencing random selection. Please hold on. Duel arena. Normal mode. Uchiha Itachi versus Kakuzu Itachi. Can I forfeit? Upon seeing his opponent, Kakuzu immediately felt disheartened. Fighting him would leave no room for his 5 lives to shine, as one genjutsu could incapacitate him entirely. Brother, be careful. Itachi, do not underestimate him. Rest assured, among colleagues, I am quite familiar. In response to his family's concerns, Itachi waved his hand dismissively, assuring them that everything was under control. As an undercover member of the Akatsuki, he was practically ready to unearth their entire ancestry. For the sake of fairness, both sides would battle in their optimum state. The teleportation began. Soon, Itachi and Kakuzu found themselves transported to a familiar location, the Valley of the End. Battle countdown. 3. Itachi removed his Akatsuki cloak. Kakuzu, this is our first official battle. Isn't it? 2. Kakuzu similarly shed his cloak, revealing the 4 masks on his back. I won't hold back, Itachi. 1. Itachi's eyes instantly transformed into the Meijiki Sharingan. Perfect. I share the same sentiment. The battle commenced. As the signal for battle echoed, Kakuzu immediately summoned 4 monstrous avatars formed from the hearts he had divided, launching a comprehensive offensive against Itachi. Earth Release, Earth Spear, Wind Release, Wind Cutter, Lightning Release, False Darkness, Fire Release, Fire Style, Water Release, Water Shield. 5 immensely powerful ninjutsu converged upon Itachi, yet a pale crimson light erupted from within, revealing Itachi encased within the skeletal frame of Susanoo. This was Itachi's Susanoo. Though it was merely a skeletal form, its defensive capabilities were such that not even Kirin could breach it, let alone these ninjutsu. Is this how you greet me? Let me respond in kind. Knowing Kakuzu possessed 5 hearts, each embodying a distinct chakra attribute, Itachi realized that to defeat Kakuzu, he must either eliminate all 5 hearts at once or consecutively slay him 5 times. However, this task was not overly daunting for Itachi, especially since he felt none of the previous debilitating weakness. Even his nearsightedness had vanished. Thus, Itachi was at his peak, ready to unleash his full power from the very beginning. Yata Mirror. The arms of Susanoo extended, and 5 crystalline Magatama emerged in succession, then with a sweeping motion, they soared toward Kakuzu's avatars and his main body. The Magatama flew with astonishing speed. Kakuzu barely managed to evade, while the wind-based avatar was obliterated, and the water-based avatar was severely diminished, rendering it nearly incapable of fighting back. Only the fire and lightning-based avatars dodged flawlessly. Damn it, don't think I'll concede so easily. Kakuzu hastily intertwined his fingers, and the avatars promptly returned to his body, merging into him. In the blink of an eye, Kakuzu transformed into a formidable creature composed of numerous black tentacles, retaining only his own head and 3 others from the masks. This was Kakuzu's most powerful form, the Earthgrudge Fear Mode. Prepare yourself. As the changes in Kakuzu's hand seals took effect, the 3 masked heads opened their mouths, channeling the powers of fire, wind, and lightning. The newly formed jutsu, a harmonious blend of the 3 elemental techniques, manifested as a tricolored storm. Its mere passage and the force of its expansion reducing the ground to dust. Yet, in the face of Kakuzu's full-force attack, Itachi sought to unleash the full extent of his power, something he had refrained from doing due to illness. Boom. A deafening explosion engulfed Itachi's figure. However, in the next moment, a more brilliant red light erupted from within, revealing a towering red giant rising from the flames. Uchiha Sasuke, is this the Susanoo of my brother? Uchiha Madara, remarkable. You are able to manifest the complete form of Susanoo using only the Meijiki Sharingan. Senju Hashirama. Yet, Madara, did you not also utilize the Meijiki to awaken Susanoo in the past? Uchiha Madara. Hashirama, you may be unaware, but to activate Susanoo, one merely needs to wield their ocular power to its utmost potential. However, to achieve its complete form requires an extraordinary level of talent. Senju Hashirama, I see. No wonder you were astonished by his ability to manifest the complete form. Confronted by this colossal red being of light, Kakuzu felt a wave of despondency, realizing that his previously boastful attack had barely grazed the opponent's defenses. What a futile endeavor. It is over. Standing atop Susanu's forehead, Itachi gazed down at Kakuzu, skillfully drawing forth the exclusive longsword of Susanoo. Is this truly a challenge that a ninja can face? Yet, even the mere sword wave emanating from the blade left Kakuzu immobilized with fear, not to mention the impending strike of the descending sword. Boom. The sword descended with great force, cleaving a chasm that stretched for several kilometers. Simultaneously, Kakuzu was teleported back into the void, his ragged breaths revealing that the previous strike had indeed instilled a sense of dread within him, truly terrifying. The victor is Uchiha Itachi, and as a reward, he is relieved of all negative effects. In a battle lasting merely 1 minute, Itachi triumphed with overwhelming prowess. Chapter 40, A New Reckoning. The Five Kage face off against Madara. This is the most formidable clash in the Fourth Shinobi World War. Yet it is also a moment for the Five Kage to recognize the vast chasm that separates them from once mighty foes. One could argue that the Five Kage are overconfident, or perhaps self-assured, but the moment they chose to engage despite the immense disparity, they became the bravest of souls. Uchiha Madara versus the Five Kage. Senju Hashirama. Madara, how did you come to battle the Five Kage? Uchiha Madara, you ask me? Who should I ask? In the command center of the ninja allied forces, Tsunade stood in confrontation with a shinobi from the Cloud Village. The reason for this standoff was the emergence of the true Uchiha Madara on the battlefield, inflicting devastating losses upon the ninja alliance. In light of the situation, the Kage had no choice but to engage the enemy. However, as a user of the heavenly transfer technique, Mabui understood the intricacies of this jutsu and urgently attempted to dissuade Tsunade. This is reckless. The heavenly transfer technique is designed for the transportation of objects, unlike summoning and reverse summoning techniques, and cannot be applied to living beings. There's no time for hesitation. How can we know unless we try? Tsunade could no longer afford to wait. She needed to hasten to the battlefield. Mabui, fearing Tsunade's lack of awareness regarding the dangers, hastily explained, it's truly impossible. The speed of the human body cannot keep pace with the rapid transfer. One would be torn apart. Historically, only the Third Hokage has succeeded with this technique. The Hokage cannot. Please reconsider. The heavenly transfer technique is a unique spatial jutsu of the Cloud Village that allows for transportation if the coordinates are known. However, unlike the Flying Thunder God, which enables direct teleportation, this technique disassembles the target for brief long-distance conveyance. Thus, the Cloud Village has always utilized this jutsu for transporting objects, as anyone other than the Hokage who attempted to use it has bid farewell to this world. Beside them, Kakashi pondered for a moment and suggested, I have an idea. Let us use the Flying Thunder God technique. No need for that. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, then pointed to the diamond mark on her forehead. I will use this. Kakashi understood immediately. The 100 Healings technique, a medical ninjutsu of Tsunade's own creation, allows for the rapid release of accumulated chakra to stimulate cellular division, facilitating swift healing of injuries. While the upper limit of this technique remains unknown, Tsunade was confident that with the 100 Healings technique, even if she were to be severed in half, reattaching the limbs would result in healing within mere seconds. Realizing this, Kakashi, holding his forehead in resignation, remarked, I see. But this is a perilous gamble. Lady Tsunade's luck with bets has not been favorable. Tsunade, however, remained unfazed and stepped onto the transfer platform, resolutely stating, only when it comes to gambling with my life does it differ, which is why I have survived until now. Seeing this, Mabui could only turn her gaze toward her superior. Raikage-sama, please persuade the Hokage to reconsider. Yet, the fourth Raikage's response surprised Mabui. Mabui, prepare for the heavenly transfer. 2 individuals. Yes. With no alternative, and since her leader had spoken, Mabui chose to trust the decision. She approached the transfer platform, ready to send the 2 Kage to the battlefield. Meanwhile, in the safe zone where the Daimyos were hiding, Noera Kakashi, Aoi, and Shizen surrounded the 5th Mizukage. Terumi-mei. Observing the trio's posture, Terumi-mei could not help but exclaim, incredible, spatial movement. Isn't that the technique of the 4th Hokage? To this, Noera Kakashi chuckled awkwardly. We were originally part of the 4th Hokage's escort team, but now we serve the 5th. And the Flying Thunder God technique was taught to us by the 4th. Aoi, standing nearby, also offered an embarrassed smile. It's somewhat shameful. We cannot compare to the 4th Hokage, as it takes all 3 of us to perform it. Apologies for the embarrassment. It is worth noting that the Flying Thunder God, a signature technique of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, can be executed instantaneously, while their trio requires collaboration to achieve the same. As the 3 sensed the coordinates of various battlefields, the seals of the Flying Thunder God technique emerged among them until they enveloped Terumi-mei's location. Ready. Lady Tsunade carries the mark. As soon as she reaches the battlefield, we shall transfer you there. Time progressed slightly, and far on the battlefield, Uchiha Madara wreaked havoc upon the ninja allied forces, leading them to a profound realization of the vast disparity in strength between the ninjas of the Warring States period and those of the present. Not only did he wreak havoc solely with taijutsu, but he also unleashed a B-rank fire release technique, the Great Fire Destruction, whose flames required multiple shinobi to combine their water release techniques to counteract. Finding the battle dull, Uchiha Madara further summoned the heavenly Deva path, extinguishing any remnants of resistance from the Ninja Alliance. Faced with this meteor, the Earth Shadow, Inoki, summoned his courage to employ the lightweight rock technique in conjunction with Gaara's rising sand to successfully halt the first meteor. However, against the second, they were powerless, helplessly watching as it fell, resulting in catastrophic casualties for the Ninja Alliance. Subsequently, Uchiha Madara unleashed the wood release techniques reserved for the first Hokage. Fortunately, Naruto received temporary assistance from the Nine Tails, utilizing the Super Big Ball Rasengan to withstand the onslaught of Madara's descending forest. However, to counter this strike, Naruto exhausted all the chakra granted by the Nine Tails, and he was supported by Gaara, gasping for breath. Uchiha Madara gazed down at the remnants of the defeated, expressing his regret. I had intended to test my strength further, but it seems you are unable to move, Inoki. Inoki reflected on their previous encounters, shook his head to dispel the memories, and then confronted the man who had instilled fear in him for many years. Looking at these young ones, I realized that time has not been squandered. Though the departed are no longer with us, this world is gradually progressing towards peace. Madara coldly replied, there is no longer any need for that. You should all peacefully slumber within the infinite Tsukuyami. Once, you were the reason I forsook my identity. Now, I must reclaim it. Unsteadily, Inoki rose to his feet and declared resolutely, it is you who should descend into eternal slumber. Madara's gaze grew increasingly frigid. It appears you still possess some strength. For ourselves, for the future, we must defeat you here. Is that so? Observing the resistance in the young one's heart, Madara felt a surge of battle fervor. With a powerful push from his legs, he charged towards Inoki and the others, accompanied by the second Hokage. Just as the situation reached a critical point, two figures materialized before them, swiftly delivering heavy blows to their chests. Although Madara managed to react in time and block the strikes, the force was beyond imagination. As he created a chasm in the ground upon impact, he realized his arm had bent unnaturally. Even the formidable Uchiha Madara found himself in such a state, while the second Hokage lay incapacitated on the ground. How intriguing, Madara remarked, rising and dusting himself off as he turned to face his opponents. Alongside Inoki, Gaara, and Naruto, two new figures emerged, a muscular man with dark skin and golden hair, and a golden-haired woman clad in a green coat. Tsunade. Upon seeing her, Naruto initially felt joy, but it quickly transformed into concern as he noticed Tsunade had activated her mitotic regeneration, and her body bore numerous healing lacerations. Suddenly, Terumi appeared beside Tsunade, having utilized the Flying Thunder God technique. Observing the surviving four Kage, Terumi exclaimed, everyone is still alive? It seems we made it just in time. The fourth Hokage spoke in a deep tone, finally, we can engage in a grand battle. I've grown impatient waiting. Tsunade deactivated her mitotic regeneration. We are finally prepared. Gaara stood tall. Indeed, the Hokage levitated himself using the weighty rock technique. Indeed, it's much better to be alive. At that moment, the Five Kage stood united, confronting the once mighty Uchiha Madara. I never expected the Five Kage to gather here, joining forces to fight. Chapter 41. We must win. Uchiha Madara gazed at the Five Kage who dared to confront him, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he remarked, ah, how fortuitous. Otherwise, I would have struggled to summon any interest in this endeavor. My apologies, Tsunade. I must attend to the healing of these two, Hokage, Mizukage. I implore you to buy me some time. At that moment, Tsunade placed her hands upon the backs of Inoki and Gaara, channeling her formidable healing chakra into their bodies, visibly mending their injuries with remarkable speed. Hokage erupted from his lightning armor, declaring, Mizukage, let us proceed. Liquid release. Corrosive technique. Hokage Terumi swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed a torrent of caustic solution, which, upon contact, eroded the stone beneath it, creating a significant crater. However, Madara regarded such ninjutsu with disdain, opting not to employ the absorption abilities of his Rinnegan, instead relying solely on his agility to evade. As Uchiha Madara dodged Terumi's onslaught, a fleeting shadow caught his eye, moving with such velocity that even his Rinnegan could scarcely track its movements. Boom! An attack, infused with potent lightning chakra, struck Madara squarely in the chest, propelling him like a cannonball through the trunk of a massive tree. This assault compelled Madara to exclaim in admiration, impressive speed. Lightning release. Raijin's dance. At that moment, the identity of his assailant was revealed. It was the fourth Hokage, from the village hidden in the clouds. A once more confronted Madara, delivering a devastating hand strike imbued with destructive chakra. Boom. This time, Madara did not dare underestimate his opponent, swiftly activating his Susanu's skeletal form for defense. Yet, even this formidable shield was not impervious. It fractured under the force of A's blow, driving Madara into the ground. Is that all you've got? Just a tad more. Reflecting on the previous assault from pain, Tsunade, having exhausted her chakra, appeared aged and weary. Naruto hurriedly asked, Tsunade Baba, are you all right? Won't you tire from using that technique? Tsunade reassured him, do not worry, this time. It is merely for healing, and the expenditure is not as great as when I face pain. Naruto urgently requested, then please heal me. I cannot allow the shadow clone to vanish. There is no need for that, came the response. Why? Naruto inquired, only to be met with a stunned silence. That Sasuke elucidated, because this war is no longer just about protecting you. Initially, we opposed your involvement as a Jinchuriki solely to prevent the tailed beasts from falling into the hands of the masked man. However, the situation has evolved. This is no longer merely a battle for the tailed beasts, but a war for the very fate of the world. Despite sustaining considerable damage, Uchiha Madara nonchalantly remarked. The combination of lightning releases instantaneous movement and liquid releases Kekkei Genkai is rather formidable. Mei Terumi interjected, while I do have a preference for men who do not dissolve. Perhaps you should reconsider. Raikage added, if even my speed cannot penetrate his defenses, we must augment our strength to breach his guard. Oh, is that so? Then what of your defenses? Uchiha Madara let out a cold laugh and promptly expanded the form of Susanoo. In an instant, the half-formed Susanoo emerged, its arms outstretched, holding several Magatama of 8 Shaku in its hands. With a swift motion, a widespread A0E attack sent many of the ninja coalition covering their eyes in anticipation of death. However, all they heard was the sound of stone shattering. Upon closer inspection, they beheld a peculiar shield composed of a stone figure and sand before them. Uchiha Madara found himself increasingly intrigued. The dual shields of sand and rock? Quite impressive. Here they come. It is time for a coordinated assault. Water shadow, lightning shadow. I have a strategy. Inoki briefly communicated with Terumi Mei in the lightning shadow. Water release. Hidden mist technique. Immediately, Terumi Mei unleashed an expansive hidden mist technique, enveloping the battlefield in a fog that could disrupt the observational capabilities of both the Sharingan and even the Rinnegan. Within this obscured vision, the colors of chakra filled the surroundings, rendering everything invisible to Madara, who chuckled softly. So, you wish to seal off the Rinnegan? Let us go. Lightning shadow. It was not until a terrifying aura pierced through the mist that Uchiha Madara spotted the approaching lightning shadow and Inoki. The speed of the lightning shadow already surpassed the reaction limits of the Rinnegan, and with Inoki's enhancement through the lightweight rock technique, the lightning shadow's velocity surged to new heights. Super. Heavy rock technique. Upon making contact with Susanoo, Inoki altered the technique he had bestowed upon the lightning shadow, instantly amplifying its offensive power severfold. Crack. The surface of Susanoo shattered in an instant, and the explosive impact compelled Uchiha Madara, concealed within, to instinctively raise a hand to shield his face. With this strike, Susanoo was propelled back over 100 meters. Naruto hurriedly urged, Tsunade Granny, now is your chance. However, Inoki floated before Naruto, stating, listen, Naruto, my initial reason for joining the battle was solely due to the necessity of confronting the Akatsuki. I was compelled to ally with you to form a ninja coalition. Inoki cast a glance at the now standing Uchiha Madara. However, after fighting alongside you, my perspective has shifted. Now, I wish only to stand as the Tsuchikage of the ninja coalition in this battle. As he spoke, Inoki positioned himself opposite Uchiha Madara. Furthermore, the once fragmented ninja villages are beginning to unify. If this continues, we may indeed alter the chaotic and hateful world of ninjas. The lightning shadow stood beside Inoki, declaring, we shall handle Madara here, and we will certainly prevail. This is the first step towards ending the curse of accumulated grievances. Uchiha Madara. Oh, Inoki. I never anticipated you would utter such words. Inoki, to be honest, I never expected myself to say this either. Senju Hashirama. To eliminate barriers and join forces in battle. It is remarkable to witness the scene I have long envisioned. Senju Tobarama. It appears that only with a common enemy can we achieve this unity. Gaara. Patting Naruto's shoulder, you can entrust this matter to us. However, the other Madara must be confronted by you. For this is the first step towards igniting hope for future generations. Tsunade stepped forward. Regardless of the Madara we face in this war, it signifies the conclusion of conflict. We shall protect you on this battlefield, and in turn, we ask that you safeguard us on another. Naruto, we, the Five Kage, have one message to entrust to you. You must prevail. Upon hearing these words, Naruto fell silent for half a second before resolutely dispersing his shadow clones. Indeed, I will emerge victorious. As the shadow clones dissipated into smoke, Naruto on another battlefield received the will conveyed by the Five Kage. Without hesitation, he charged towards the masked figure of Madara before him. Chapter 42, The Will of the Rock in the Desolate Battlefield. Uchiha Madara was embroiled in a fierce clash with the Five Kage. Inoki swiftly summoned a colossal stone giant, towering at 30 meters, and hurled it towards Uchiha Madara. Would release. Flowering world descends. In the face of the overwhelming hand descending upon him, Uchiha Madara calmly formed hand seals. Suddenly, from the barren earth, an abundance of trees erupted forth. The sheer number of trees not only transformed the arid desert into a lush forest, but also obliterated the stone giant in a mere instant. Senju Hashirama, what is happening? Madara, how can you utilize wood release? Uchiha Madara, you may deduce this for yourself. Senju Tobarama, during the battle at the Valley of the End. My brother sustained a bite on his shoulder, yet I found no trace of his flesh or blood within your stomach. Could it be that you? Uchiha Madara, truly impressive, Tobarama, that you could deduce this. Senju Hashirama, Madara, that is grandfather's ninjutsu. They're coming this way. The sprawling forest compelled the Five Kage to retreat, but thanks to Gaara's cover, they swiftly ascended to a safe altitude. Beware of the pollen, do not inhale it. Tsunade, having witnessed the arrival of the floral realm, urgently warned while covering her mouth and nose to shield herself from the paralyzing pollen. In the face of the towering woods, Inoki couldn't help but exclaim, "What a grand scale." It formed a forest in an instant. The other three Kage were similarly astonished by this secret technique, for their intelligence indicated that the wood release displayed by the Konoha ninja Yamato lacked such magnitude. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the colossal figure of Susanoo emerged from below, swatting the unprepared Five Kage aside. At such a moment, you focus on the pollen. As the Five Kage crashed to the ground, Susanoo landed atop a stone pinnacle, while Uchiha Madara completed his hand seals. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A fierce column of flame instantly ignited a vast expanse of forest, engulfing the area where the Five Kage stood. As the flames devoured the surroundings, the blossoms that had already formed exploded, and when the Five Kage lifted their heads, the pollen had blanketed the entire region. Tobirama's attempt to extinguish the flames with water release, great waterfall technique, was thwarted as the pollen, already inhaled, paralyzed her body, rendering her unable to prevent herself from toppling forward. Truly, H has caught up with me. In her final moments, Inoki reminisced about his past. In his youth, he had merely been a lowly ninja serving under the first Hokage, spending his days polishing the stone that symbolized a Wagakure. Though he often complained, he diligently maintained the stone. One day, the first Hokage saw through his thoughts and tossed the stone into the water before him. Terrified, for while it was a symbol, it appeared no different from an ordinary stone. Retrieving it from the pool was a task more daunting than finding a needle in a haystack. Remarkably, the first Hokage did not seek it. Instead, he replaced it with another stone before Inoki's very eyes. Ultimately, he was made to realize that the true value lay not in the stone itself, but in the unyielding resolve it represented. When faced with insurmountable obstacles, one may be tempted to abandon them, seeking excuses, yet what you may reclaim could be hatred. Listen, do not forsake your will. Let it become your stepping stone. Recalling the words of the first Hokage, Inoki felt a surge of strength, gripping the rubble in his hand, and, despite his paralyzed state, he stood resolutely. Dust release. Original world separation technique. He gathered his hands, forming the dust release, and with a fierce flick, the technique sliced through the fiery prison, encircling the Five Kage like a razor. The unleashed original world separation even inflicted damage upon Uchiha Madara, carving a significant gash in his chest. Had he not been in the state of impure world reincarnation, such a blow would have rendered him immobile. Suspended in midair, Inoki self-deprecatingly remarked, "Time spares no one. Even with excuses, a poor outcome awaits. Will you still resist?" Uchiha Obito adjusted his posture and gracefully descended to the ground. Inoki shouted to the four who had just regained consciousness behind him, "Are you all awake? Good. It is now our turn to counterattack." At that moment, Tsunade beheld a sight that left her astonished. There, on Uchiha Obito's chest, was a face she recognized all too well, the visage of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Hashirama remarked, Obito, your taste is rather peculiar." Tobirama added, "Brother, this is not mere eccentricity. This creature was indeed nurtured from your very flesh." Proving once again that the Uchiha clan is inherently malevolent. Uchiha Madara, that was achieved solely through my own strength. Senju Hashirama, Madara, to be frank, if you wish to study my cells, I can assist you. Is it necessary to engage in such malevolent antics? At that moment, Uchiha Madara, with a proud demeanor, gazed down at the five individuals struggling below. "Your abilities are far inferior to mine." The Hokage exclaimed in astonishment. "That face, is it the first Hokage? I am taken aback. No wonder he can wield wood release." Tsunade, upon witnessing this, finally understood her earlier confusion regarding why Uchiha Madara would utilize the Senju clan's bloodline limit. It was because he had assimilated the cells of the Senju clan. Upon hearing Tsunade refer to Hashirama as grandfather, Uchiha Madara pointed to the woman employing medical ninjutsu. "That woman over there, have you inherited his bloodline?" Tsunade affirmed, "And if so?" Uchiha Madara declared, "Then I shall eliminate you first." To which Karatsuchi retorted, "It is common sense to prioritize the elimination of the medical ninja within the squad. Do you think that we, understanding this principle, would allow you to succeed so easily?" Uchiha Madara waved his hand, gazing at the face of Hashirama, whose chest was gradually healing and being covered anew by his garments. "No, the reason I do this is solely because she is a descendant of Senju Hashirama." Uchiha Madara cast his gaze once more upon the five individuals before him, declaring, "The level of medical ninjutsu you possess merely serves to prolong survival. It pales in comparison to that of Hashirama. The difference is akin to that between heaven and earth. That man can heal wounds without the need for hand seals, and no ninjutsu can rival his prowess. He is revered as the strongest ninja. I have engaged in a life and death struggle with him. I have no interest in playing at games of make-believe. In comparison to him, what do you, as a descendant of Hashirama, truly have to offer?" Listening to Madara's assessment of her grandfather, Tsunade found herself at a loss for words, for her grandfather's strength was indeed unreasonable. When measured against her grandfather, anyone else appeared as mere children, their efforts only serving to amuse him. Chapter 43. The Principles of Medical Ninja. After a moment of silence, Tsunade conceded. I do not possess would-release techniques. My medical ninjutsu falls far short of my grandfather's, and I am but a frail woman. Uchiha Madara dismissively remarked. The weak are grotesque, and the feeble Senju clan members are even more so. The hot-tempered Raikage was immediately incensed. Do not parade around with your arrogance while spewing nonsense. Be careful lest I take your life. Tsunade intervened to prevent the impending eruption of the Raikage, stating, although I am a descendant of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, I must admit that I lack the ability to use would release, in contrast to the first, who could perform medical ninjutsu without hand signs. My own skills in that regard are hardly noteworthy, and I am, after all, a woman, Tsunade asserted resolutely. However, I am not a frail woman. What I possess is not merely strength, but the legacy passed down from the first. That is my true power. Do not underestimate the will of fire that we carry. Uchiha Izuna, the mind control capabilities of Konoha are truly remarkable. Senju Tobarama, you shall never comprehend the essence of the so-called will of the legacy. Your descendants surpass you by a considerable margin. Anoki, do not underestimate the might of the Five Kage. Uchiha Madara, the Five Kage? Did you not notice that I have maintained an unwavering sense of vigilance throughout? Only Hashirama can compel me to exert my full strength. As the video continued, Uchiha Madara scoffed. Do you truly believe that the so-called will left behind by Hashirama after his death can triumph over me? Tsunade stepped forward with measured grace. The will of the departed can inspire the living, thereby manifesting strength. My power is born from this conviction. Furthermore, I have established guidelines for medical ninjas. First, never abandon treatment. Second, medical ninjas must not position themselves at the forefront. Third, medical ninjas must not perish first. At this juncture, the Byakugan seal upon Tsunade's forehead began to radiate outward, and the final stipulation, fourth. Only those who master the art of ninjutsu creation and regeneration may transcend all of the aforementioned rules. The medical ninjas empowered by the Byakugan technique are permitted to break every one of these regulations. Upon concluding her declaration, the Byakugan seal, which had previously resided solely on her forehead, now spread across her entire body, and her aura intensified beyond its prior strength. Uchiha Madara, perplexed, inquired, Baryon? I've never heard of it. It is a secret technique of my own invention, and only I possess the ability to engage in battle in such a manner. As he spoke, Tsunade had already charged forward. Uchiha Madara, unfazed, surveyed the current battlefield. The pollen had been dispersed by the dust release technique. And with the addition of a medical ninja, if 4 were insufficient, then 5 would join the fray. Do not underestimate me merely as a medical ninja. At this moment, Tsunade had charged her way to the forefront, her clenched fist aimed directly at her opponent's face. Boom. Uchiha Madara casually unleashed Susanoo for defense. Yet as he sensed the force radiating from its surface, he couldn't help but be taken aback, although its speed was inferior to that of the Raikage. Its power far surpassed his own. Crack. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. Just as the skeletal structure of Susanoo was about to be shattered by Tsunade's punch, Uchiha Madara swiftly leaped back and retaliated with great fire annihilation. Water release. Water pillar technique. Just as the flames threatened to engulf Tsunade, a massive curtain of water collided with the front of great fire annihilation, instantly enveloping the area in steam. Lightning style, thunder dance of the 1,000-year-old. At that moment, while Uchiha Madara strategically retreated, he was caught off guard by the arrival of the Raikage and Inoki behind him, empowered by the super heavy rock technique. Their full-force strike caused cracks to form in the skeletal structure of Susanoo. When did this happen? Before Uchiha Madara could register his surprise, Tsunade delivered a flying kick that struck Susanoo. Faced with the simultaneous heavy blows from Tsunade and the Raikage, the defenses of Susanoo proved utterly inadequate, resulting in its immediate destruction, and Uchiha Madara was sent crashing to the ground. Nevertheless, even after being knocked down, Uchiha Madara rose unfazed, declaring, Indeed, you are no weak woman. As he spoke, his gaze shifted towards the other Kage. However, since you have chosen to court death, the others are doomed as well. After all, you are the only one with healing techniques. At this moment, Uchiha Madara began to murmur to himself, Hashirama, I do not know what you have left behind. If this is all you are capable of, you fall far short of my prowess. If you wish to pass something on to the next generation, it would be far better to teach them the method of resurrection as I have. What you left behind after your death is merely the vitality of my cells. What my brother left behind after his demise are only the ocular techniques of my eyes. Tsunade interjected, that is precisely why you are mistaken. Uchiha Madara wore an unusually grim expression. If there is anything that can be inherited, it is only hatred. You are already dead, so cease spreading hatred. Faced with this obstinate adversary, Tsunade charged forward, delivering a powerful punch that pierced through Madara's chest, the sheer force shattering half of his torso. Wind Shadow. Now is your chance. Desert Layer Burial. Raikage urgently called out to Gaara, who did not hesitate. He raised his hands, summoning a storm of sand and stone, sealing Madara tightly before he could regain his composure. It's sealed. Sensing the presence within the seal, Gaara silently relayed this good news to the others. Well done. However, before Tsunade could revel in their success, a massive blue blade pierced through her waist, lifting her off the ground. At that moment, the true Uchiha Madara emerged from the trees, his tone dripping with mockery. What you have sealed is merely a wood clone used by Hashirama. It is indeed lifelike. Only I, Hashirama's rival, could see through it. With my ocular prowess. In the past, Hashirama's wood clones were indistinguishable from reality. And even he had suffered several defeats before discerning the truth. So, who shall be next? Just as Madara prepared to select his next target, Tsunade, whom he believed to be dead, suddenly stirred and delivered a heavy blow that shattered the sword impaling her. This scene left not only the four shadows astonished, but also caused Madara to pause in surprise. Is she still alive despite such injuries? Surely she isn't going to claim this is merely a superficial wound? Concerned about any unforeseen developments, Madara commanded Susanoo to strike Tsunade away. His gaze fixed intently on her in the pit. At that moment, Tsunade had risen again, casually discarding the long sword that had pierced her abdomen. Remarkably, the wound, through which one could see the world beyond, was visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Uchiha Madara rarely displayed a look of astonishment. Is this the true power of the technique you mentioned in the fourth class? The ability to regenerate wounds without the need for hand seals? It is truly akin to that of Hashirama. Uchiha Madara, Hashirama. Do enlighten me, how could one with such remarkable regenerative abilities ever contemplate ending his own life with a kunai? Senju Hashirama. Haha, Madara, you misunderstand. This ability is one I can consciously deactivate. Thus, I could indeed have used a kunai to take my own life at that moment. Tsunade, fortunately, grandfather, you did not resort to such an act. Otherwise, you would undoubtedly have been infamous for meeting your demise by kunai. Senju Hashirama, surely. It would not have been that dire. Chapter 44, Complete Body. Susanoo Tsunade wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, remarking, I had hoped to seize a favorable opportunity with this technique. Uchiha Madara let out a cold snort, declaring, however, this merely prolongs your feudal existence. Suddenly, Inoki unleashed the technique of realm separation from Madara's blind spot, instantly engulfing Madara's figure. With my technique, I can eliminate you. Yet, contrary to everyone's expectations, Uchiha Madara was not reduced to ashes by the realm separation technique. Instead, he effortlessly absorbed its power. Uchiha Madara gazed at Inoki with an expression of amusement. Have you lost your senses? The Rinnegan can absorb all ninjutsu. Such techniques are futile against me. Only through close combat can you hope to seal me away and bring about my demise. Do you understand? You clearly penetrated my right shoulder earlier. Inoki recalled the previous strike that had extricated him from the inferno. Although it bore the element of surprise, it undeniably inflicted genuine harm upon Uchiha Madara. Reflecting on the moment, Madara chuckled lightly before uttering words that left all present in astonishment. That was merely to undermine your morale, a deliberate display for your benefit. At that moment, Tsunade intervened, striving to maintain the fighting spirit of her allies. Allow me to pose a question. Since you evaded our assaults using your would-release clones, it implies that we have indeed cornered you, forcing you to resort to clones for survival. Uchiha Madara surveyed his surroundings. After all, it was 5 against 1. Kagaya Otsutsuki also remarked, even if it is 5 against 1, we must prevail. After all, you are Uchiha Madara. Do not accuse us of being despicable. Uchiha Madara scoffed coldly, I shall not call you despicable. 5 against 1. Just the perfect opportunity for some amusement. With that, he formed hand seals, and the trunks behind him began to stir. Soon, a legion of Uchiha Madara emerged from the shadows, precisely 25 in number. Uchiha Madara, in his true form, restored his arms and embraced his chest, exuding an air of superiority. Now it's 5 against 1. Do not accuse me of being despicable. For you are the Five Kage. Before the Five Kage could engage in battle against their respective Uchiha Madara clones, he posed a chilling question. Can these clones utilize Susanoo? Or can they not? Facing one Uchiha Madara was already a tremendous challenge. Now they had to contend with 5, each capable of manifesting Susanoo. Are you too feeble to answer? Let me provide the answer. With that, as his words echoed, all 25 would release clones activated Susanoo, transforming into towering blue giants. Gaara broke into a cold sweat. Is it 5 against 1? Inoki was equally dismayed. No, it's 5 against 25. Yet, despite their fear, they had to fight. Even knowing they might perish, they must charge forward, for they were the Five Kage. Anyone else might flee or retreat, but not them. Soon, the Five Kage clashed with the 25 would release clones. Yet, it was not merely a matter of numbers. They were also at a disadvantage in strength. Were it not for Madara's apparent amusement, they would have been utterly overwhelmed. Suddenly, Meitarumi was caught off guard and sent flying by a punch. Fortunately, Gaara managed to raise a cushion of sand to protect her, but this left him vulnerable. The 5 Susanoo behind him swung their blades down upon him. With no time to evade, Gaara could only raise a sand shield in defense, but faced with the assault of 5 Susanoo, his shield shattered within a heartbeat. And he too was sent sprawling. Tsunade shouted, rushing forward and delivering a powerful punch that sent one Susanoo crashing to the ground. However, in doing so, she had been pierced by 2 Susanoo blades. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she wrenched the blades free, collapsing weakly to the ground, clutching her abdomen. Even with the mitotic regeneration technique to sustain her, the agony was undeniably real. Naruto, this is chaos. as Reikage moved to assist Tsunade. A Susanu's hand seized him and simultaneously ensnared him in an illusion cast by the Sharingan. Damn it, I've fallen for this trivial Sharingan illusion. Though Reikage struggled valiantly. His body was compelled to kneel, immobilized. Meanwhile, 5 Susanoo closed in, their swords poised to strike. Boom. Thankfully, Inoki raised a stone wall just in time, absorbing the blow, and placed a hand on Reikage's shoulder, channeling chakra to dispel the illusion. From a distance, the true Uchiha Madara muttered that Inoki could not only withstood a Susanu's attack with heavy stone jutsu but also save the Reikage. Simultaneously, Inoki shouted to his comrades, "Stand tall, fellow Kage. In this critical moment, we cannot show weakness. We must not betray the name of Kage. As long as they remained the 5 Kage, they could not falter in their promise to Naruto. They had entrusted the battlefield to him, and this battle was a charge from all ninjas. They could not allow the trust of the 5 Kage to be in vain." With Inoki's rallying cry, the exhausted Kage rose, gathering around him. As the 5 Kage united, the 25 Susanoo also converged, their imposing presence evoking a sense of dread. "My chakra is nearly depleted. This will be our final attack." Drawing upon every last bit of chakra within him, Inoki once more conjured a formidable dust release. "Tsunade, lend me some chakra. I know without you saying." Tsunade placed her hands on Inoki's shoulders, and with a surge of chakra, Inoki extended his hands, causing the dust release block before him to expand rapidly. In an instant, a massive square area spanning hundreds of meters was reduced to dust by the original world-severing technique, which included the 25 would-release clones. Moreover, this time, the original world-severing technique not only had a vast range but also remarkable speed, even managing to diminish part of the true Uchiha Madara, who had activated his Rinnegan. However, Madara, positioned farther from the center, had time to react. As Inoki expanded the entire dust release block, a colossal water dragon surged forth. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Madara coldly smirked and raised his hand to absorb it. "I've told you before, only physical attacks can harm me." Yet, halfway through the absorption, Madara realized that the water dragon contained not only water but also a significant amount of fine sand, which could not be absorbed. Moreover, he sensed that the water dragon was infused with lightning, transforming it into a lightning water dragon bullet, its spreading currents continuously numbing his sensory nerves. Although he could absorb it using his Rinnegan, doing so would envelop him in sand and hasten his healing. If he refrained from absorbing it, he would soon face the onslaught of the nearby 2 original world-severing techniques capable of slicing through Susanoo. Behold, the full might of the 5 Kage. Noticing their fervent struggle, Uchiha Madara acknowledged his underestimation of them. "Ah, so this is the power of those who bear the name of Kage." Thus, Uchiha Madara resolved to unleash his full potential. He released the full power of his Rinnegan, and a skeletal structure rapidly enveloped his form, expanding swiftly, growing muscle, then skin and clothing. In mere seconds, a colossal blue giant loomed before the 5 Kage, and Madara showed no signs of stopping, continuing to enhance his Susanoo. Ultimately, a towering figure adorned in armor, donning a Tengu mask, and sporting a pair of blue wings, stood before the Kage. Chapter 45. Edo Tensei unleashed. Gazing up at this colossal entity, even the eldest, Inoki, was stunned into silence, lowering his hands that had been weaving jutsu. Such an immense chakra, and it can be solidified. Inoki struggled to comprehend the enormity before him. Is this truly the opponent my grandfather once faced? Tsunade, too, was left speechless. The previous 25 Susanoo had not instilled such a terrifying pressure, and now even the mere act of moving felt arduous. Perched atop Susanoo's forehead, Uchiha Madara proclaimed, "I previously stated that only Hashirama could halt me. Unfortunately, that man is no longer present. However, this should come as good news for you, for." At that moment, Susanoo drew forth its long blade and swung violently, unleashing a terrifying storm that transformed into an enormous sword aura that radiated outward. The 5 Kage, positioned near Susanoo, barely managed to withstand the onslaught. The ground beneath them cracking as the wind from the blade's draw was undeniably formidable. The evidence was stark. Distant peaks were swiftly sheared away under the sword aura's assault, reduced to flat-topped mountains. "This world is small. It barely suffices for my endeavors." When Uchiha Madara uttered those words, he exuded an air of arrogance, yet none present dared to challenge him, for he possessed the power to back it up. The mere presence of his Susanoo was sufficient to obliterate the entire shinobi world. Noki reminisced about his encounter with Uchiha Madara in years past and could not help but question, is this truly Uchiha Madara? How is it that we survived back then? Uchiha Madara nonchalantly remarked, "Have you ever seen an adult engage seriously with a mere child?" Upon hearing this, Noki was instantly stripped of his fighting spirit. He had once believed that he could survive under Uchiha Madara's might, perhaps even seeing himself as the hope to vanquish his adversary. However, he now understood that his survival had been solely due to Uchiha Madara's disdain for his existence, rendering him unworthy even as an opponent. In a tone laced with reluctance, Noki declared, "After wandering in confusion for so long, we have finally discovered our path. How could we possibly abandon it now?" Uchiha Madara proclaimed, "Susanoo epitomizes destruction. With a single stroke, its power can sever all, rivaling even the tailed beasts. Cling to your convictions, and meet your demise, 5 Kage." Ding. We shall now commence a rapid-fire question session. Correct answers will receive rewards, while incorrect ones will incur penalties. Should no one respond, all shall be deprived of one ninjutsu. The question is, how did the Five Kage evade this strike? A. They did not evade. Uchiha Madara ceased his assault. B. They evaded, and the Five Kage retaliated against Uchiha Madara. C. Uchiha Madara withdrew from the confrontation. Uchiha Madara. How could I possibly cease my actions? That assertion is unequivocally erroneous. Senju Hashirama. Given Madara's character, he would never refrain from an attack. Thus, assertion A must be incorrect. Senju Hashirama. Though I yearn to place my faith in Tsunade and the others, it is implausible for them to achieve such a feat. Therefore, assertion B cannot be accurate either. Tsunade. We undoubtedly survived that battle. Otherwise, how could we possibly exist in the future where Naruto resides? Uzumaki Naruto. Speaking of which, I was engaged in combat with Obito on another battlefield at that time, and I remained oblivious to the particulars. All I knew was that Uchiha Madara soon arrived at my location. Uchiha Sasuke, at that time. I was still in the process of releasing my brother from the impure world reincarnation, and I became aware of it. It is a Sakura Uchiha. Sasuke, are you certain? Uchiha Sasuke, indeed, at that moment, my brother, and I nullified the reanimation jutsu cast by Orochimaru. And it was solely due to this that Uchiha Madara refrained from making further moves. Uchiha Sasuke answered correctly. As a reward, his chakra will be multiplied tenfold. Uchiha Sasuke, indeed, the chakra has grown even more immense. Naruto Uzumaki, as expected of Sasuke. Boruto Uzumaki, master is truly formidable, just as Sasuke had predicted. When Uchiha Madara was about to strike down the Five Kage, his body suddenly lost control and made contact with Susanoo. Subsequently, he fell to the ground, enveloped in a radiant white light, and began to disintegrate slowly. It was evident that someone had terminated the impure world reincarnation, causing all resurrected ninjas to return to the realm of the dead. Could there have been an incident on the caster's side? Observing the peculiar changes in his own body, Uchiha Madara swiftly concluded that it must have been that individual who calls himself Orochimaru who had encountered trouble. What was that light, after all? The Hokages was taken aback, fearing that Uchiha Madara was about to unleash yet another scheme. Uchiha Madara spoke with an air of calm. It appears that the impure world reincarnation has been undone. What? This revelation startled everyone. The impure world reincarnation has been lifted? Tsunade inquired with confusion. Who could have done this so efficiently? They not only located the caster but also thwarted them. Who could it possibly be? Although the Ninja Alliance had dispatched a team at the very beginning to track down Orochimaru, no news had arrived until now. Consequently, the entire Ninja Alliance had been prepared to seal all the impure world reincarnation ninjas, yet someone has now managed to reverse the technique. Inoki expressed his joy, exclaiming, "Whoever it may be, they are a true hero who has safeguarded the ninja world." Uchiha Madara could not help but commend. It seems that there are formidable individuals on your side as well. However, upon witnessing Uchiha Madara suddenly launch an attack towards them, Inoki hastily exclaimed, "This is bad." He intends to deliver a final blow before vanishing. Fire release. Dragon flame song. Water release. Facing the barrage of fire dragons unleashed by Uchiha Madara, Kuratsuchi quickly formed hand seals, preparing to utilize a large-scale water release to counteract the assault. Yet, the speed of the dragon flame song was too swift. She was unable to complete her seals in time. At that moment, Tsunade leaped forth, using her fist to disperse all the fire dragons. But this action came at the cost of her arms being scorched by the flames. Fortunately, the strength of 100 technique was still in effect. Before Tsunade could revel in the fact that the technique was still operational, the black markings symbolizing its power began to fade, and the sudden onset of weakness caused her to lose consciousness. In her final moments of awareness, she witnessed Madara's soul detach from his body. And with a smile of relief, she thought, "At least we have one." However, Uchiha Madara's soul abruptly returned to his body, summoning Susanoo to strike down at the unconscious Tsunade. Just as everyone felt powerless, the unconscious Tsunade suddenly rolled and leaped, evading the blade of Susanoo. What had just transpired? She should have been devoid of consciousness. The others were momentarily stunned by this unexpected turn of events, as they had never witnessed anyone evade an attack while unconscious. Yet, Tsunade understood the situation, for she was now within her inner world, encountering a familiar figure, Kato Dan. Jeraiya, TCH, pretty boy. Chapter 46, The Defeat of the Five Kage soon. As Kato Dan's soul bid farewell to Tsunade, her consciousness returned to her body, and the mark of the strength of 100 reappeared on her forehead. Observing Tsunade's restoration of the mark, Uchiha Madara remarked, "You have regained vitality. Has someone transmitted chakra to you?" Tsunade replied, "I merely encountered an old friend." At this moment, Kuratsuchi inquired, "Why, just as he was about to shed his corporeal form, did Madara's chakra return completely?" Hokages shared the same curiosity. "Why have you not vanished? Wasn't the impure world reincarnation already released?" The impure world reincarnation had indeed been undone, and Uchiha Madara had nearly dissipated moments ago. Yet, why had he returned? What was the reason for this transformation? Uchiha Madara spoke leisurely. "This technique indeed carries a certain risk. If a deceased individual who has been reincarnated through impure world reincarnation performs the hand seals for this technique, they can actively escape the binding contract of the summoning. In such a case, the troubles would diminish significantly. The immortal body, along with boundless chakra, would no longer be subject to the caster's control, allowing for unfettered movement. Uchiha Madara, while calmly forming his hand seals, appeared utterly unconcerned about any interruption from his adversary, confident that even an attempt to disrupt him would prove futile. A troubling thought crossed Inoki's mind. He felt compelled to caution the caster. One should never recklessly employ forbidden techniques without a foolproof strategy, just as Inoki had feared. Upon completing his final seal, the radiance emanating from Uchiha Madara began to wane abruptly, eventually vanishing entirely. How could this be? Observing the scene, Terumi Mei was gripped by a rising sense of dread. To her, Uchiha Madara loomed like an insurmountable mountain, while she felt as diminutive as a mere ant. Uchiha Madara calmly stated, "With such techniques, you cannot possibly harm me. As adversaries, you should not be surprised." He then spoke of the complete form of Susanoo, asserting that those who have witnessed it are doomed to death. However, having already employed it once, using it again would be somewhat embarrassing. As he concluded, Uchiha Madara expressed a hint of frustration. After all, resolving conflicts with the same tactic felt rather tedious. Unless the opponent was genuinely a foe that could only be countered with Susanoo, being interrupted was indeed disheartening. After much contemplation, Uchiha Madara decided to disregard the Five Kage present. It was time to seize the Ninetales. Observing Naka's intent to act, Tsunade hastily intervened, saying, "Lord Tsuchikage, even as the Five Kage, we find it difficult to contend with him." Noki recalled their agreement with Naruto. The Madara before them was already formidable enough, and they could not allow this version of Madara to escape. Even so, we must advance. If we surrender here, it is intolerable. Yet, against Noki stood Madara, whose Rinnegan had long lost its luster of interest. After indulging in this charade for so long, Uchiha Madara had grown weary. It was time for these individuals to witness the vast chasm that lay between them. Ding. Answering time. What is the final outcome for the Five Kage? A. All perish but are resurrected by Edo Tensei. B. All survive, albeit severely injured. The answering commenced, and the fourth Reikage responded quickly. Noki remarked, "Truly worthy of the Reikage. Your speed is remarkable." Kushina added, "It's not that our Minato is unwilling." The fourth Reikage chuckled, "Haha, when it comes to speed, I will not be outpaced by anyone." Boruto chimed in, "But I heard that uncle was outpaced by my dad in terms of speed." The fourth Reikage retorted, "Impossible. Aside from the fourth Hokage, I've never been bested in speed by anyone else." Naruto laughed, "Haha, don't take it to heart." The third Reikage urged, "Hurry and answer." "You foolish son." The fourth Reikage declared, "They certainly survived." "I choose B." Uchiha Madara, "Oh? How can you be so certain that I haven't dispatched all of you on the spot?" Fourth Reikage, "By my instinct." Uchiha Madara, "Humph, indeed. I have no interest in killing you. Your survival rests solely in your own hands." The fourth Reikage answered correctly, thereby earning a reward. The power of lightning release is doubled. As Uchiha Madara himself stated, he harbored no desire to slay the Five Kage. Yet he would not show them any mercy. Shortly thereafter, Uchiha Madara stood unscathed atop a tree branch, surveying the devastated landscape below, before turning to depart. In the wake of Madara's destruction, the Reikage lay grievously wounded, barely drawing breath. Tsunade was sprawled on the ground, her body riddled with wounds, the blood pooling around her forming a small lake. Noki had suffered a severe blow to the head, though he was not dead yet. Without medical attention, his demise was imminent. Gaara's gourd lay shattered, his limbs fractured, as he lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Most tragic of all was Tsunade, whose body had been cleaved in two, the lower half lying at least 10 meters from the upper. Blood was splattered everywhere. At this moment, Tsunade, still able to maintain a flicker of consciousness through the strength of 100 technique, hastily dipped her hand into the blood around her, slowly forming the seals for a summoning technique. Tsunade never imagined that the full-strength Uchiha Madara would be so terrifying. Together, they had failed to last even a single exchange against him. Each of them had been swiftly dispatched, and Tsunade was certain that Madara had shown restraint. Otherwise, they would all be corpses by now. What had once taken her less than half a second to complete the summoning technique now took her a full 5 seconds. With her right hand extended, a plume of smoke erupted. Lady Tsunade. Upon seeing her state, the summoned slug hurried forward to render aid. However, Tsunade stopped the slug, saying, "Slug, I have a favor to ask." The slug, thinking Tsunade wished for healing, quickly replied, "Yes, I will restore your body at once." Tsunade continued, "No, my lower half can wait. First, bring the Kage to me, I can still save them." "But Lady Tsunade, your injuries are far worse." "Hurry." Tsunade exerted herself too much, coughing up blood. Fearing for her recklessness, the slug quickly divided into numerous smaller slugs, most heading to transport the other Kage, while a few remained to maintain Tsunade's upper and lower body's vitality and hygiene. After Tsunade's treatment, the other 4 Kage were no longer in mortal danger. Yet whether they would awaken depended solely on themselves. This was not a matter of Tsunade's unwillingness to heal them, but rather her own critical state. Having exhausted all her chakra, she succumbed to unconsciousness, unable to sustain the summoning technique. At this moment, the slug remained only by relying on its own chakra. If it were to return to the wet-bone forest, Tsunade would truly have no hope left. The confrontation between the Five Kage and Uchiha Madara ended in a devastating defeat for them. Although the Five Kage had performed admirably in this battle, demonstrating remarkable cooperation, they ultimately succumbed to Madara's overwhelming prowess. Chapter 47. Team Duel. After watching the video, aside from Naruto and Sasuke, who had never endured the trials of the Otsutsuki or the Fourth Great Ninja War, the others had their perceptions of Uchiha Madara profoundly altered. The only individuals capable of reducing the Five Kage to such a state were Madara himself, along with Naruto and Sasuke. Hashirama and Naruto were relatively safe. One was the first Hokage, and the other the seventh, and as long as they did not provoke him, they would not face his wrath. Sasuke, however, needed to tread carefully. Angering Madara could result in being incinerated by Amaterasu. As for Uchiha Madara, it was best to hope he harbored no murderous intent toward you. Why did such perverse individuals always emerge from Konoha? Observing Konoha's flourishing state, other villages found it difficult to share in the joy. As they lacked the genuine camaraderie depicted in the video, their thoughts were more inclined toward devising schemes to undermine one another. Thus, witnessing Konoha's happiness was even more disheartening than suffering financial losses. At this moment, the first Hokage punched his junior, saying, "Keep your mouth shut." Did you not see in the video that 5 of them together could not withstand a single Uchiha Madara? Reflect on how the 7th Hokage and his peers could unleash such cataclysmic battles. Do you wish to meet your end? My apologies. The beaten junior could only murmur a lowly apology. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hayden remarked, "Speaking of which, the boss has already taken the initiative to go to Konoha. Should we not follow suit?" Kisame disdainfully replied, "You go if you wish. We are rogue ninjas. Have you ever seen a traitor knowingly approach their destination?" Indeed, Hayden had always been solitary, and only by following Kisame did he find any semblance of amusement, thus he did not care much for matters beyond sacrificing others. At this moment, Deidara, bound within the confines of a Wagakure, suddenly noticed that Kisame had somehow infiltrated Konoha's territory, exclaiming, "What the hell? Kisame, have you betrayed us?" Kisame merely chuckled, addressing the limping guy, "I merely wish to converse with the esteemed beast of Konoha." "Who are you?" Guy scrutinized the familiar figure before finally recalling. "Aren't you Kisame?" Beside them, Kakashi sighed, as he felt that if Guy failed to recognize him, a potential one-on-one encounter could ensue. Kisame flashed a chilling smile. "Esteemed beast, you actually remember me." Guy replied with a hint of nostalgia, "I never expected to see you again. Back then, on Turtle Island. I would rather die than reveal any information. You truly exemplified the cold-heartedness of a ninja, leaving a profound impression on me. What's the matter? Do I look different?" Sensing Guy's gaze was that of an old friend, Kisame felt puzzled. Although he enjoyed conversing with the simple-minded Guy, they were hardly even friends, so why this expression? Guy shook his head. "It's nothing. So, do you still wish to duel with me?" Kisame did not answer directly, instead eyeing Guy's leg. "Now encased in plaster, it seems you have undergone quite a unique battle in the future." "Indeed, after that, I burned through my youth." "Yet my youth is far from over," Guy concluded with his signature wide grin. Kisame laughed lightly, sitting cross-legged. "Is that so? Since we have no compelling reason to fight, why not have a proper conversation? I wish to witness the Konoha that Mr. Itachi once called home." At this moment, Boruto recalled the scenes he had witnessed when he entered the realm of ninja heroes in the earlier video, marveling. It's remarkable how those who once clashed now engage in such calm discourse. Sasuke, however, calmly stated, "Given the emergence of a system that transcends understanding, it is unsurprising that we can accept this situation with composure." In this unforgettable scene, the ninja Uchiha Madara was showcased, rewarded with a Ten Tails Jinchuriki experience card, allowing one to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki for 10 minutes. Gazing at the card adorned with the emblem of the Ten Tails, Madara nonchalantly tucked it away. Although its effects lasted only 10 minutes, it was better than nothing, allowing him to acclimatize to the state of a Jinchuriki. The 10 tails? Aren't tailed beasts limited to 9? Hashirama pondered. For having personally captured 9 tailed beasts, he was well aware of their quantity. Madara sneered, Hashirama. You seem unaware that there exists a 10th tailed beast, one that surpasses all others." Nearby, Naruto interjected. "This is also the reason for the outbreak of the Fourth Great Ninja War, to resurrect the 10 tails and become its Jinchuriki, to initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi." Madara, intrigued, regarded Naruto and his companions who had come from the future. "No wonder you know so much. You have experienced it all." However, Sasuke countered, "But we have previously mentioned that your infinite Tsukuyomi plan merely serves to benefit others." "Impossible. You are misled by the altered stone tablet, modified long before your birth. Which is why you are so convinced of the infinite Tsukuyomi." Before Madara could finish his retort, Sasuke articulated his thoughts clearly, providing an explanation. Madara dismissed it with indifference. "Do you think such words will sway my beliefs?" Recognizing Madara's obstinacy, Naruto shook his head slightly, saying, "We cannot reveal everything now. But perhaps you will encounter those experiences later. Just wait and see." Ding. Now, esteemed warriors, Please select a reward mode. Duel rewards? Answer rewards? At that moment, two options appeared on the luminous screen in the sky. While acquiring rewards through answering questions seemed simple, facing a rapid response quiz, aside from a few from Konoha, the others could hardly compete with the swift, muscle-bound warriors of the Cloud Village. Moreover, those present were primarily formidable figures from various eras. Choosing a mode that required no challenge to earn rewards would be an affront to their prowess. Here, as long as it was not a life-or-death mode, survival was assured. Thus the outcome remained uncertain unless one faced Naruto, Sasuke, Madara, Hashirama, or Boruto. Consequently, all present unanimously opted for the dual reward mode. Dual reward mode confirmed. This dual mode will feature multiple teams in combat. Participants may form teams or engage individually. Oh, such an intriguing arrangement. Madara glanced at Hashirama, suggesting, "How about we team up and engage in battle against Naruto and Sasuke?" Responding to Madara's provocation, Naruto stretched his limbs. "Staying here is making me rusty. Let us accept the challenge." Sasuke. "Sure." Sasuke stood, feeling uncomfortable from sitting idle. "I too wish to spar with you, Seventh Hokage." Hashirama eagerly rose. Previously invigorated by the sight of Naruto and Sasuke's battle, now, an opportunity to engage was at hand. As for those itching for a fight, let us not even mention the Konoha crowd. He himself had already shifted into spectator mode. As for the other ninja villages, they could only contemplate if they could triumph over them after witnessing the battle. Chapter 48, The Strongest of the Past Versus. The strongest of the present. The arena was set, and the participants prepared for transport. With the System S teleportation feature activated, the four warriors were instantaneously transported to a familiar valley, surrounded by desolation. This barren environment was perfectly suited for the four gods to unleash their prowess. To prevent a team from ganging up on a single opponent, the battle rules stipulated that only one member from each team could engage in combat at a time, while the others observed and could provide support, albeit with a cooldown period for assistance. Naruto remarked upon reading the rules. "These regulations remind me of a fighting game Boruto plays." Sasuke, unconcerned about the game aspect, was eager to land a blow on Madara. "So Madara, who shall go first?" "I'm indifferent. How about a game of rock, paper, scissors, Sasuke?" "Sure." After conferring, they decided on the combatants, Naruto and Hashirama. Seventh Hokage, do not hold back. I humbly request your guidance. First Hokage. The two Hokage exchanged polite salutations, while the Uchiha pair locked eyes, a palpable tension between them. Battle preparations. 3, 2, 1, begin. As the countdown concluded, Naruto and Hashirama surged forward, their fists colliding with tremendous force, shattering the ground beneath them. In an instant, they engaged in close-quarters combat. Their formidable techniques complemented by their exceptional martial arts skills. In terms of melee, Naruto held the advantage. His mastery of chakra allowed him to manifest multiple arms. A barrage of chakra-infused fists relentlessly assaulted Hashirama, sending tremors through the earth. However, as the dust settled, only splintered wood remained. Would release. Would dragon technique? Suddenly, a magnificent wooden dragon surged forth, opening its gaping maw toward Naruto. Aware of its formidable chakra absorption capabilities, Naruto understood that if ensnared, even the mightiest of the nine tails would struggle to escape. Nevertheless, as long as he prevented it from absorbing chakra, the dragon's resilience would pose no significant challenge. With a colossal iron fist, he struck the dragon's head, dispersing its form into fragments. Lava release. Spiraling sphere. Utilizing his sensory abilities, Naruto quickly pinpointed Hashirama's location and, in a swift motion, hurled a spiraling sphere imbued with the chakra of the four tails. Would release. Advent of the trees. Sensing the destructive potential of the lava-infused attack, Hashirama unhesitatingly summoned a vast forest in response. However, the expansive trees rapidly succumbed to the encroaching spiraling sphere, creating a circular vacuum in its wake. Such terrifying power. Seventh Hokage. Hashirama had never witnessed anyone withstand the advent of the trees, not even Madara, as no one possessed the chakra reserves to contend with the exponentially growing foliage. Thank you for the compliment. First Hokage. Naruto attempted to maintain a polite address, but midway through, his casual demeanor returned. After all, regardless of age, Naruto remained true to himself, mature yet infused with humor. But now, I shall show my true strength. Acknowledging Naruto's prowess, Hashirama decided to unleash his full capabilities. Intertwining his fingers as immense chakra began to affect the earth beneath him. Would release. Would human technique. As the chakra surged forth, trees rapidly interwove, culminating in the emergence of a colossal wooden giant before Naruto. Well then, I shall not hold back. Naruto fervently ignited his chakra, which swiftly expanded and solidified. And in the blink of an eye, a golden fox rose from the ground. Confronted by this wooden entity capable of clashing directly with Susanoo, Kurama unleashed a barrage of tailed beast bombs. Although the rapid-fire assault suffered from inaccuracy, the overwhelming saturation of attacks compensated for this shortcoming. In an instant, a multitude of explosions engulfed the wooden giant, yet in the next moment, it burst forth from the flames of the explosions. Enduring the onslaught of tailed beast bombs as it approached Kurama, the wooden dragon-enveloped fist swung toward Kurama's head, and before the fist could connect, The ferocious wooden dragon opened its maw wide, seizing Kurama's neck, rendering him unable to evade the subsequent punches. Boom. Struck squarely by the fist. Kurama fell to the ground. Just as the wooden giant prepared to swing its second punch, 9 tails emerged from the earth. Though Kurama's tails appeared soft, their formidable density upon swinging rivaled even the defenses of Susanoo. Fortunately, the wooden giant's defense was comparable to that of Susanoo, in the face of the 9 tails thrusts. It merely sustained cracks while its entire form was sent flying backward. Observing this, Naruto quickly rose, raising his right hand above his head, channeling vast amounts of chakra within. In a mere breath, an enormous spiral shuriken formed, completely enveloping Kurama. Tailed Beast. Planetary Raisin Shuriken. As Naruto hurled the gigantic shuriken, Kurama simultaneously fired 8 tailed beast bombs. The 8 rapidly advancing bombs aligned perfectly alongside the spiral shuriken, transforming it into a celestial body hurtling toward the wooden giant. Boom. The violent vortex of wind chakra, combined with the unparalleled destructive force of the tailed beast bombs, inflicted devastation even at the cellular level. Thus, once the effects of the planetary raisin shuriken subsided, the ground was left with a massive crater 3 kilometers in diameter, devoid of anything but air. Could it truly annihilate Hashirama's wooden giant? Observing from the sidelines, Madara was astonished. As one who had been soundly defeated by the wooden giant, he understood its formidable defense well, knowing that even a direct hit from a tailed beast bomb would necessarily obliterate it. Yet Naruto managed to reduce the entire wooden giant to mere air, leaving no trace behind. Such destructive power was nothing short of miraculous. Sasuke, filled with pride, remarked, "Naruto's strength is far beyond this. Phew, I almost got taken out." Emerging from the ground, Hashirama laughed heartily, reflecting on the previous danger, yet his tone bore no hint of fear toward Naruto's might. Naruto likewise commended Hashirama's strength. First Hokage. You are indeed unfathomable. Chapter 49. Uchiha Civil War Hashirama. Naruto. Switch. Unable to bear the sight of the clash between Hashirama and Naruto, the call for a switch was immediate. Hashirama and Naruto exchanged glances with the two challengers, reluctantly opting to swap places. As they seamlessly transitioned like celestial forces, Madara fixed a cold gaze upon his opponent. Let's see if you, the strongest in the ninja world, truly possess any substance. Sasuke silently elevated his Sharingan to the eternal Manjiki. Whether or not you possess substance is not for a deceased man like you to judge. Madara swiftly upgraded his Sharingan to the Rinnegan. You little brat, this time, there will be no system to prevent our battle. As soon as he spoke, the two transformed into blue and purple lights, crashing into one another and rapidly engaging in a fierce exchange. Each collision shattered the ground beneath them. Soon, the blue light plummeted to the earth, sending debris flying as Madara's figure was propelled backward, only to stabilize his landing. Whoosh! Suddenly, a Kusanagi sword, crackling with lightning, shot toward Madara's head. Madara summoned his Susanu's arm to swat it away. In the next moment, the Kusanagi was replaced, and Sasuke's Chidori surged toward Madara, its speed and stealth rendering Madara unable to utilize the powers of the Hell Path. Madara. Universal Pull. Just as the Chidori was about to pierce Madara's skull, a tremendous repulsive force emanated from him, sending Sasuke flying. Heavenly Attraction. However, as Sasuke performed a backflip, his right hand formed into claws, exerting a powerful gravitational force that seized Madara's body. Damn it. Madara had momentarily forgotten that Sasuke also possessed the Rinnegan. He hastily formed hand seals, his fingers intertwining. Would release. Advent of the trees. A multitude of trees erupted from the ground, charging towards Sasuke. Amaterasu. Sasuke activated the power of his right eye. Black flames rapidly ascending from his feet, forming a 360-degree protective dome in an instant. Madara scoffed dismissively. Humph. Amaterasu won't save your life. Sasuke paid no heed to Madara's taunts. With his left eye's eternal Manjiki, the flames of Amaterasu, which could incinerate anything, morphed into tangible spikes. The onslaught of trees, akin to a ferocious flood, could not breach Sasuke's fiery defense, failing to inflict any harm upon him. Moreover, the advent of the trees not only failed to penetrate the Amaterasu shield, but also succumbed to its black flames, igniting a sea of black fire amidst the forest in an instant. Kirans. Accompanied by brilliant blue lightning, the sky flickered with terrifying thunder, and a beast entirely composed of lightning materialized. Following the guidance of the Chidori, the near light-speed attack homed in on Madara. The Kirin opened its mouth wide and engulfed Madara, unleashing terrifying arcs of electricity around him. Humph. Yet, in the face of this beast capable of obliterating even the Earth explosion star, Madara merely snorted, releasing his chakra to its utmost limit, causing his Susanoo to expand rapidly. A flash erupted, followed by a heavy roar, culminating in a mushroom cloud symbolizing death rising slowly, signifying the end of the Kirin's assault. However, against the skeletal version of Susanoo, the damage inflicted by the Kirin was minimal in the face of its complete form. The attack only managed to damage a portion of its armor without causing any substantial harm. Madara disdainfully commented on the Kirin's power. Is this the Kirin? Not all that impressive, is it? Oh, is that so? However, just as Ban finished his sarcastic remark, 3 Kirin emerged from the thunderclouds. Faced with such a formidable number of Kirin, Ban could not help but grow solemn. Should they all strike simultaneously, his Susanoo would undoubtedly be obliterated. What was even more alarming was that the number of Kirin only seemed to increase, and within moments, the sky was filled with the lightning beasts. To unleash a jutsu of this magnitude would require an immense amount of chakra, and Ban could only surmise that only Hashirama could barely sustain it. However, if Ban had known that the chakra consumption was merely akin to Sasuke's Chidori, and that the terrifying Kirin were entirely supported by the forces of nature, he would have felt differently. Nevertheless, Ban did not need to be aware of such details, even when faced with this seemingly insurmountable predicament. He possessed a means to counter it. As the vast number of Kirin descended in unison, the sheer force of their lightning was potent enough to annihilate Susanoo. Yet, inexplicably, the lightning was halted before reaching Susanoo, scattering and shattering the ground nearby. Although Hashirama could not perceive it, Sasuke could see clearly that before Ban's Susanoo stood a gray figure shrouded in its own Susanoo. This was the Wheel of Rebirth. Similarly invisible to Naruto, he could nonetheless distinctly sense that someone was shielding Ban from all of Sasuke's Kirin. He recognized the technique well, as it was a unique ability of Ban's Rinnegan, Wheel of Rebirth. Apart from Sasuke, who also possessed the Rinnegan, no one else, not even Naruto with his 6 paths powers, could see it, only sensing its presence. For others, the existence of the Wheel of Rebirth was imperceptible, leaving them defenseless against its onslaught. Years prior, when Ban regained his Rinnegan, a single Wheel of Rebirth had effortlessly subdued the Nine Tails, underscoring its formidable offensive capability. So you know about the Wheel of Rebirth. What of it? Despite his surprise at Naruto and Sasuke's awareness of the wheel, Ban felt no trepidation. On one hand, the wheel shared the same power as its original. And on the other, without the chakra of the 6 paths, one could not even approach the wheel, resulting in a one-sided beating. What of the wheel? It wasn't as if he hadn't faced it before. Sasuke unleashed the power of his eyes, and as the black flames dissipated, his purple Susanoo expanded forth. The violet Susanoo swiftly approached Ban, and the concentrated black lightning in its grasp pierced through the body that defended the wheel. Even the Wheel of Rebirth was not spared. Ban could not finish his thought. He controlled Susanoo to unfurl its wings and ascend into the air, never anticipating that his greatest trump card, the wheel, could be so easily countered. Don't think you can escape. On the ground, Sasuke discarded the now defenseless wheel and took to the skies. Above the clouds, the 2 Susanoo engaged in a fierce battle, with blue and purple blades raining down upon the already ravaged earth, further obliterating it. Merely observing from the screen, the gathered leaders felt a chill run down their spines, lamenting for what felt like the umpteenth time that Konoha was exceedingly formidable. Chapter 50, True Thousand Hands Versus. Tailed beast balls above the clouds, blue and purple lights flickered incessantly, occasionally accompanied by the terrifying slash of a blade that carved deep gorges into the ground. As the camera ascended, the leaders witnessed a peculiar battle scene. Sasuke's purple Susanoo appeared to be encircled by something, dodging while retaliating with slashes, while Ban's blue Susanoo unleashed the 8-span jewel from a distance, providing covering fire. Switching to Sasuke's perspective revealed that he faced not only Ban's Susanoo, but also 4 other Wheel of Rebirths attacking him simultaneously. In this moment, Sasuke found himself in a predicament reminiscent of the Five Kage, contending alone against 5 of Ban's assaults. Yet, unlike the Kage, Sasuke faced a fully unleashed Ban and 4 wheel clones that were impervious to normal attacks. However, Sasuke's physical prowess compelled Ban to reassess the current level of ninja's martial arts. Now, Sasuke could traverse the entirety of the Warring States period with mere physical techniques. Not only was he swift, but his strength was also formidable. And combined with the lightning nature of his strikes, he could skillfully fend off the wheel's onslaught, even when surrounded. Clearly, the earlier opponent named Danzo had not been weak. Rather, the disparity had been too vast, rendering Sasuke unable to take him seriously. Suddenly, seizing an opportunity, Sasuke exchanged positions with one of the wheel clones, his concentrated black Chidori colliding squarely with Ban's Susanoo's chest. Chidori. The terrifying penetrating force easily pierced through Susanoo's chest, and the dark currents spread like a curse, causing even Ban to cry out in alarm. Fortunately, having been forewarned of Sasuke's Tenketsu, Ban swiftly employed a substitution technique, pulling in a nearby wheel clone to take his place. What a troublesome space-time ninjutsu, Ban gasped, having narrowly escaped danger. He had encountered similar instantaneous techniques before. Tobirama's Flying Raijin was one such ability. However, Flying Raijin required a marker, which implied a reaction time. This was why Ban had never feared Tobirama. Tenketsu, on the other hand, possessed no such reaction time, as the instantaneous positioning was entirely determined by sight, making it impossible for Ban to predict where Sasuke would appear next. Seeing this, Sasuke discarded the wheel clone and taunted, "What's the matter, Ban? Have you conceded?" Ban, experiencing such disarray for the first time, recognized that merely relying on his Rinnegan was insufficient to contend with the current Sasuke. Thus, he decided to temporarily lift the restrictions on both sides, allowing both teams to engage. Just as Ban prepared to transform into the Tin-Tails Jinchuriki using his experience card, the system lifted the constraints on Naruto and the others, leading Hashirama and Naruto to appear by their respective partners' sides. That side is no weakling either, Ban. Humph. I will assist you, Sasuke. Indeed. The two Uchiha returned to the ground in unison. It's time to conclude this, 7th Hokage. Indeed, it was time to settle this with one final move. Neither side was inclined to yield easily. After prolonged engagement, they deemed it better to resolve the conflict with a decisive strike. Would release. True Thousand Hands. With hands clasped together, Hashirama's eyes rapidly manifested the shadow of Sage Mode, and in the next instant, a colossal wooden figure erupted from the ground, towering into the heavens. Its immense stature evoking awe even when gazed upon from below. Only this time, Ban's arrogance led him to assist Hashirama, as the full power of his ocular technique surged. The body of True Thousand Hands was enveloped in Susanu's protective shell at a visible speed. Witnessing this transformation from the Buddha of Thousand Hands into the Asura of Thousand Hands, all those watching, especially the Kage of Hashirama's era, felt a wave of dread wash over them. Fortunately, we chose a path of peaceful development. Otherwise, we would have been helpless against such a Susanoo wooden giant, even if united. Are you afraid, Kurama? This time, let us show that scoundrel Ban the true strength of the tailed beasts. It's rare for us to stand united. Naruto and Sasuke gazed at the colossal figure before them, their previously waning fighting spirit igniting once more. In unison, both directed their chakra to its utmost limit. The golden and purple flames of chakra rapidly spread, and in the next moment, a massive golden fox lifted its head to gaze upon the enormous entity, which was hundreds of times greater than itself. Almost immediately, a suit of purple armor enveloped its form. From a distance, the gigantic Nine-Tails appeared no larger than a mere kitten, easily grasped in a single hand, when faced with the true Senju's Thousand Hands. However, this kitten had become significantly more formidable than before. Hashirama called out to the golden light below. How do you plan to respond, 7th Hokage? We shall not yield easily. At that moment, the Nine-Tails plunged two long blades into the ground for stability, raised its head, and opened its mouth to condense a tailed beast ball that was several times larger than itself. Amaterasu. Sasuke infused the surface of the tailed beast ball with the flames of Amaterasu. Observing this, Naruto wasted no time and immediately summoned 9 shadow clones, declaring, "Let us finish this in one breath." Each clone transmitted the chakra of a tailed beast, and with the infusion of 9 distinct chakras, the Nine-Tails further compressed the tailed beast ball, reducing its original size of over 100 meters to just over 10. Now, let me witness your full strength. Hashirama clasped his hands together, and the true Senju's Thousand Hands unfurled the massive pedestal behind them, revealing countless gigantic fists. Upon closer inspection, each fist gripped a Susanu's sword, greatly amplifying their destructive potential. Boom. Simultaneously, the more terrifying tailed beast ball was launched by the Nine-Tails, and the resulting recoil. Despite the Nine-Tails embedding its blades into the ground, sent it crashing down. However, a tailed beast ball capable of producing such force also possessed unparalleled power. The entirety of the attacks from the top-tier transformation was utterly obliterated upon contact with the surface of the tailed beast ball, offering no semblance of resistance. Even the Susanoo armor covering the fist was shattered merely by passing through. Boom boom boom. Nevertheless, the top-tier transformation was nothing if not abundant in quantity. If one hand was insufficient, then 10 would suffice. If 10 were inadequate, then 100. If 100 failed, then 1,000. When quality could not match, they would overwhelm through sheer numbers. Countless fists surged forward in relentless assault against the tailed beast ball. Ultimately, after tens of thousands of strikes, the tailed beast ball reached its limit and detonated between the two combatants. The devastating inferno consumed everything in its path, engulfing even the immense form of the true Senju's Thousand Hands in an instant. The scene abruptly faded to black, leaving the spectators bewildered. What transpired? Who emerged victorious? The overwhelming force of the battle had obliterated the entire map, severing the visual feed and rendering judgment of the outcome impossible. Chapter 51. The arrival of Uchiha Light. The sheer magnitude of the battle had indeed ravaged the entire map, resulting in the disconnection of the visual feed and leaving the victor undecided. In response to the system's announcement, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. It was the first time they had encountered a battle with such destructive capacity that it annihilated the entire terrain. Was this the might of top-tier combatants? No longer confined to merely shattering mountains, but now capable of laying waste to the very earth itself. At that moment, Naruto and his companions were teleported back to the system's space, landing unceremoniously due to their suspended position and consequently tumbling to the ground. Hashirama quickly settled into a cross-legged position, bursting into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. Truly impressive 7th Hokage. You youngsters are remarkable. Naruto chuckled sheepishly in response. In stark contrast to the amicable exchange between Hashirama and Naruto, Sasuke and Madara were on the brink of exchanging blows once more. You're not so impressive yourself, Madara. You insolent brat. This is not even my full strength. The banter escalated, with both parties hurling taunts at each other, their insults flowing freely barring any mention of familial ties. The first Hokage inquired, why does this Uchiha harbor such animosity toward Uchiha Madara? He was well aware of Madara's character. While he may not have treated those outside his clan well, he had been quite benevolent towards his kin, a trait that had facilitated his rise to leadership. Yet, what was unfolding now? Were the Uchihas embroiled in internal conflict? Sakura pondered and explained. I heard that Sasuke was once stabbed in the back by Madara, so it was a grudge born from betrayal. Upon hearing this explanation, the crowd began to grasp why Sasuke had exhibited such disdain for his ancient ancestor from the very start. Given that the duel had been interrupted due to the destruction of the entire map, the outcome was declared a draw, with no rewards to be given. No one objected to this resolution. After all, aside from the two combatants exchanging barbs, who dared voice dissent, unless they sought their own demise? A draw. Then? That is acceptable. Perhaps we can have another match in the future. Naruto and Hashirama did not oppose this outcome. Rather, they engaged in friendly dialogue, fostering a sense of mutual respect. Let us have a few more rounds, Madara. You're getting old. You insolent brat. Bring it on again if you dare. As for the two Uchihas, had it not been for the prohibition against unauthorized combat, they would likely have summoned their Susanoo and plunged into battle. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge? The system inquired, excluding those who had already participated. Upon hearing that they could apply for another duel, both Madara and Sasuke eagerly raised their hands, only to be doused with cold water by the latter part of the announcement. Finally. We don't have to worry about those maniacs. Upon the system's prohibition of these four titans capable of obliterating the map from competing, the other villagers collectively sighed in relief. After all, with them present, every duel had been a display of their prowess. Without them, it would be a contest among the various ninja villages. I'd like to give it a try. At that moment, Boruto raised his hand, indicating his desire to participate. Although Boruto was not particularly combative, everything he had witnessed in the previous battle had stirred his fighting instincts, prompting him to seek personal combat experience. Team battle or individual battle. Either is fine. In response to the system's inquiry, Boruto expressed indifference for, as evidenced by Naruto's previous battle, whether in team or individual formats. The focus had primarily been on individual prowess. Only when the system lifted restrictions would it evolve into a multi-combatant scenario. Uzumaki Boruto was ready, and the mode was randomly determined for a team battle. Has anyone volunteered to assist Uzumaki Boruto? Commencing teleportation. Before Sarada had a chance to express her willingness to team up with Boruto, a familiar beam of light activated, and a girl well known to all emerged from within. Huh? The young girl had just heard a question about whether anyone was willing to assist Boruto Uzumaki. Instinctively, she agreed, only to find herself inexplicably transported to this place. Around her were many unfamiliar faces, identifiable as members of various clans, including the Uzumaki, the Yuanfei, and even the prominent Senju and Uchiha clans. As she surveyed her surroundings, a wave of dizziness washed over her, for she recognized not only her own clan but also a multitude of strangers, such as a group of muscular men with dark skin and a young man carrying a gourd. This overwhelming situation left the girl, who was accustomed to solitude, feeling out of place. Are they going to fight here? She stammered, her words tumbling out in a flustered manner due to her anxiety. Amidst her panic, she caught sight of three golden flashes in the crowd. Although the two adult men were unfamiliar to her, the young man was unforgettable. He was the son that had rescued her from the depths of despair, the hero who had given her hope that fateful morning. Boruto, she exclaimed joyfully, rushing into his embrace, repeating the name she had held dear. The girl, who had once failed to grasp that moment, was determined not to let it slip away again. Whoa, Boruto exclaimed, raising his hands in surprise, not wishing to take advantage of the situation, but he quickly recognized her. Despite the changes in her appearance, he could never forget her face. She was the girl he had risked everything to save, Uchiha Hikari. It's been a long time. I'm so glad to see you. Hikari beamed, elated to finally reunite after so many years. Boruto had grown up so much, becoming quite handsome. As she gently touched the scar near his right eye, she expressed her concern. Boruto, your eye. With a grin, he replied, oh, this? It's nothing. Life is just a series of bumps along the way. Seeing his smile reassured Hikari, and she decided that as long as Boruto was happy, everything would be all right. Hikari. Suddenly, Kiyuki rushed over to embrace Hikari. Caught off guard and lacking any hostile intent, Hikari blushed and froze, unsure of how to react. Grandma, let go. I'm shy now, Boruto interjected, hastily pulling his affectionate grandmother away. Grandma? Hikari was flabbergasted to see this woman, who looked no older than 25, being referred to as Boruto's grandmother. Her mind momentarily short-circuited, and had Boruto not been there to steady her, she might have fainted. Boruto quickly introduced her to his family. This is my dad, Naruto Uzumaki. This is my mom, Hinata Uzumaki, and this is my little sister, Himawari. Hello, uncle and aunt. Hi, Himawari. Hikari regained her composure and bowed to greet Naruto and the others. Then she turned to the handsome blonde man beside her. You must be Boruto's brother, right? Minato, slightly bemused, clarified, in terms of lineage, I'm Boruto's grandfather. Eh? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Hikari blurted out, her face reddening as she apologized repeatedly to Minato, who waved his hands dismissively, telling her not to worry about it. Chapter 52. The opponent, Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Following this brief interlude, Hikari learned from Boruto that they were in a mysterious space. One so enigmatic that even Sasuke's Rinnegan could not escape it. So, does that mean we team up to fight? She inquired. Boruto nodded, yes. And there's no danger in this battle. We can go all out. As long as I can fight alongside Boruto, I'm in, Hikari smiled, viewing him as the hero who had saved her life. Uzumaki Boruto, Uchiha Hikari, ready for a challenge, while others felt confident facing Boruto alone. The addition of Uchiha Hikari made it intimidating. As silence enveloped the crowd, the system began selecting opponents at random, observing the swirling lights. Those from outside Konoha felt apprehensive about being chosen. The selection concluded, Uzumaki Boruto Uchiha Hikari versus Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Huh, Otsutsuki? Not Kaguya, but a new Otsutsuki? Many were puzzled by the opponent, with only Obito possessing some knowledge, while most assumed Kinshiki was from the same clan as SH-10, originating from the moon. However, Naruto and the others were shocked to discover they were up against Kinshiki, prompting Boruto to quickly check the seal on his palm, only to find it still intact. It's Kinshiki, Naruto mused, reflecting on how recent the invasion had been in his timeline. The battle was still fresh in his memory. Sasuke glanced at Boruto's palm and noted, the seal is still there, which means Kinshiki from another timeline has been summoned. Sensing Sasuke's concern, Boruto assured him, Master, it's all right. The one inside me is quite calm. He won't interfere. Hinata cautioned, be careful. Commence teleportation. Upon arriving in a new arena, they encountered a figure with skin as pale as snow, suspended in the air. Kinshiki was well aware of his surroundings. He had just received intel about Earth still being in its unripe state regarding chakra fruits, and had arrived with Kinshiki to acquire them. Upon their arrival in the space once occupied by Kaguya Otsutsuki, they were ambushed by a formidable man whose martial prowess matched theirs, even overpowering Kinshiki and severing one of his horns. Later, Kinshiki learned that the individual blocking their path was one of the strongest on the planet, Uchiha Sasuke. However, Kinshiki was more concerned about another name that echoed alongside Sasuke's, the 7th Hokage and Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Naruto Uzumaki. They ventured into the realm known as the Shinobi World, successfully retrieving some chakra fruits that had been scattered, just as they were about to press on toward Konoha. Kinshiki was inexplicably brought to this place. That man is terrifying, although no longer a weapon. Hikari's extensive battle experience allowed her to keenly sense that this seemingly harmless pale figure possessed the strength to annihilate the entire Uchiha clan during the Warring States period. Don't worry, I'll protect you, Boruto declared, positioning himself in front of Hikari as he urgently communicated with Kinshiki within him. Hey, Kinshiki, are you there? Soon. Kinshiki's voice resonated within. Kid, didn't we agree? I want to interfere with you, but you mustn't disturb me. Understood? At that moment, the Peach Sage within Boruto sensed the presence of the external Peach Sage, and instinctively turned to observe. The external Peach Sage coldly regarded Boruto, stating, Boy, why do I sense my essence within you? If his perception was accurate, this golden-haired youth bore an 80% resemblance to himself, with only the remaining 20% distinguishing him from a complete transformation. The Peach Sage within Boruto, with a hint of amusement, inquired, Boruto, how did you find him? Although he had previously altered the remaining fragment to heal Boruto's wounds to save his life, thus sacrificing his ability to resurrect through Boruto's body, he now saw hope for revival. The individual before him was undeniably a genuine Peach Sage, and by utilizing his fragment to fill the missing part, he could achieve complete resurrection. The implications of how this self had come to be, or what would happen after his fragment was taken, were of no concern to the Peach Sage. After all, the Otsutsuki were devoid of familial ties, particularly in his case. Meanwhile, the external Peach Sage, noticing Boruto's indifference, felt a surge of anger. I do not intend to connect with his fragment. Abandon your efforts. Yet, in the face of this fury, Boruto merely uttered a nonsensical remark before opening his eyes. How do you know about the fragment? However, Boruto disregarded the inquiry once more, turning to Light. Stay by my side. This opponent is not comparable to those we faced before. Understood. Though uncertain about the ensuing situation, being with Boruto reassured her. You inferior being. The continuous neglect ignited profound humiliation within the Peach Sage, prompting him to launch an assault against Boruto and Light. The battle commenced. Concurrently, within the system space, the group gained new insights into the Otsutsuki Peach Sage. Otsutsuki Peach Sage? Who are they? What connection do they have with Kaguya? Obito was curious about the origins of the Peach Sage, knowing only Kaguya as the progenitor of everything, yet now another Peach Sage emerged. Naruto responded. According to the information we possess, the Otsutsuki Peach Sage is Kaguya's superior. Their purpose for coming to Earth is to cultivate the chakra tree to obtain chakra fruits. Sasuke added, the infinite Tsukuyami you released is actually a large-scale illusion employed by the Otsutsuki to drain the planet's chakra. Although Obito remained skeptical, a flicker of realization began to stir within him. Chapter 53, Boruto and Light's full power. At this juncture, Boruto engaged in an intense taijutsu duel with the Peach Sage. Although both were Otsutsuki, unlike Ishiki, who was a master of taijutsu, the Peach Sage's combat style relied on absorbing chakra and retaliating with exponential force, rendering him weak in close combat. Thus, Boruto seized every opportunity to strike at the Rinnegan in the Peach Sage's hand. The Peach Sage, recognizing that Boruto was aware of his vulnerability, made every effort to protect the Rinnegan. For losing it would mean the cessation of chakra production and the inability to create elixirs. However, trained under Sasuke, Boruto's fighting style emphasized speed, precision, and lethality, leaving little room for superfluous movements. Moreover, the Peach Sage had yet to activate his second form, resulting in Boruto pushing him back consistently, compounded by Light's distant support. Following Boruto's directive, Light employed various ninja tools, making the Peach Sage's situation increasingly precarious. To eliminate Light, the Peach Sage would first need to breach Boruto's defenses. To eradicate Boruto with Light present would be akin to threading a needle while driving a race car. Come on, finish him off. Observing the external version of himself struggle against Boruto, the Peach Sage within Boruto felt a sense of elation. Only by vanquishing the external version could he implant a new fragment, thus attaining a complete copy and achieving resurrection. As Boruto swung his blade, forcing the Peach Sage to evade, he executed a spinning kick to the chest, murmuring, "You truly wish to be revived. Boy, how do you possess my fragment?" The Peach Sage questioned. "Why don't you guess?" Just as Boruto began to respond, the Peach Sage within him seized control, mocking the external version instead. "You scoundrel." In the next instant, both uttered exclamations, Boruto in surprised reproach, while the Peach Sage seethed with rage. In a fit of fury, the Peach Sage consumed some prepared elixirs, causing his skin to become even fairer, his hair to lengthen, transforming from a frail boy into an ethereal male figure. This was the Peach Sage's second form. "You will regret this." The Peach Sage propelled himself forward, becoming a streak of light, his palm pressed against Boruto's chest. Not good. Realizing the impending danger, Boruto swung the Kusanagi sword, infused with lightning, but the Peach Sage sneered, "Too slow." He clenched his fist, delivering a devastating blow to Boruto's chest. Cough. Boruto felt a sharp pain in his chest as he was sent crashing into the ground, and but for the timely use of chakra for protection, that strike could have pierced him entirely. Boruto. Witnessing Boruto's swift defeat, Light rushed to assist, but the Peach Sage had already positioned himself behind her. Sensing the danger, Light swiftly brandished a kunai, but before she could execute her move, a massive hand seized her, followed by another grasping her head. With a thunderous crash, the Peach Sage showed no mercy, lifting Light and forcefully slamming her into the ground, sliding several meters before discarding her. Fortunately, Boruto arrived just in time, cradling Light in his arms, shielding her from further harm. "Cough, cough, so strong." Light lamented, rubbing her aching head. Until that moment, the Peach Sage's taijutsu had seemed relatively weak, comparable to that of a shadow-level ninja. However, in his transformed state, his speed and power had surpassed his previous self. "Let me witness your strength, Boruto." Uchiha Madara. Both speed and strength have been significantly enhanced upon assuming this form, truly deserving of the Tsutsuki lineage. Senju Hashirama, however, it appears rather unimpressive. With the use of ninjutsu, one could easily dominate. Uchiha Sasuke. No, among the Tsutsuki we have encountered so far, Kaguya possesses an eye capable of absorbing ninjutsu, which can then be retaliated with amplified force. Therefore, we cannot use ninjutsu against him. Senju Hashirama. Absorbing ninjutsu? Isn't that the ability of the Rinnegan? Uzumaki Naruto. Not all Tsutsuki have this power. For instance, Kaguya and Kinshiki, whom we have faced, lacked such an ability. At that moment, Boruto, holding Hikari, arrived at a cliff, gently placing Hikari down and saying, "Now he is getting serious, be careful." Observing the disdainful Keishur, Hikari inquired, "What should we do?" Boruto asked, "Do you still have chakra stored in your Yagakoro? Will you use it?" "No, use it all yourself. But don't worry. After all we've been through, I've grown up, haven't I?" Gazing at Boruto's sunlit smile, which bore the scars of experience, Hikari's face flushed slightly. And after a brief moment of hesitation, she acquiesced. Meanwhile, the arrogant Keishur suddenly noticed Boruto and Hikari approaching him. Lowly creatures. "Do you still have the courage to face the power of a god?" "The power of a god?" "Keishur, you truly haven't changed at all." As Boruto spoke, he slowly opened his tightly shut right eye, revealing a pure white pupil filled with boundless killing intent. "Boruto, let him witness our strength." As Hikari spoke, her three tomo quickly converged, forming a kaleidoscopic pattern. "Our power." With that declaration, the wedge on Boruto's right hand began to enlarge, tracing a unique pattern along his arm to his right eye, while Hikari's entire being erupted with potent chakra energy. Looking disdainfully at the two before him, Keishur surged forward. Simultaneously, Boruto and Hikari launched their fists in response. Boom! A thunderous roar resonated as their fists collided, producing shockwaves that rippled the ground like a disturbed water surface. Interesting. Keishur chuckled at the force of their punches. It was remarkable that Boruto could wield the wedge to such an extent with a human body. Only in Tsutsuki could achieve such prowess. As for Hikari, merely through perception, she sensed the immense chakra within her, enough to excite even Keishur. The amount of chakra she had condensed could rival that of Tsutsuki. And the intrigue only deepens. Chapter 54. A battle beyond the shadow level. Boruto smiled slightly, and before Keishur could react, he seized Keishur's arm, swiftly intertwining his legs in a standard chokehold. Feeling the constriction, Keishur quickly raised his hand to slam Boruto into the ground, But at that moment, Hikari delivered a flying kick squarely to Keishire's face. Empowered by the Yagakoro, Hikari's kick was immensely powerful. Even Keishire could not withstand it. His face severely deformed as he was sent hurtling like a cannonball through several small hills. At this juncture, Boruto and Hikari dashed toward Keishire. Although Hikari's speed was formidable, even surpassing that of many shadows, Boruto, enveloped in lightning release, was faster still, transforming into a streak of lightning before Keishire. The glimmering Kusanagi sword swung toward Keishire's head, but Keishire summoned a multitude of weapons that deflected Boruto's strike. Grabbing a nearby spear, Keishire aimed it at Boruto, who, using his keen dynamic vision, resisted Keishire's attacks while searching for an opportunity to strike at Keishire's weak points. However, Keishire's reflexes were swift, Boruto's movements fell short, and he was sent flying by a sweeping blow. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. Hikari leapt up, unleashing a barrage of small fireballs. Keishire, seeing this, wore a mocking smile as he prepared to absorb the flames. Just then, the fireballs exploded, revealing a flurry of shuriken racing toward him. Startled, Keishire swiftly spun his spear to deflect the projectiles. Humph. Ridiculous. At that moment, Boruto hurled the Kusanagi sword at Keishire. Keishire easily dodged, but he failed to notice the mark on the sword's hilt glowing brightly. Whoosh. Rasengan. In an instant, Boruto appeared behind Keishire, the Rasengan crashing into Keishire's lower back. The tremendous tearing force left Keishire's waist grievously injured. And Boruto had managed to leave a flying thunder god mark in that precise spot. As Keishire swung back in agony, Boruto escaped using the flying thunder god technique. You little brat, I will make you. However, Keishire's words were cut short as Boruto reappeared beside him, crouching and delivering a powerful upward kick that shattered Keishire's lower jaw, sending him soaring into the air. Hikari, already airborne, spun and delivered several whipping kicks to Keishire, the explosive force shattering nearby mountains as if they were mere tofu. Immediately after, Boruto utilized the flying thunder god to reach Hikari, delivering a full moon kick to Keishire's head, sending him crashing into a mountain with a terrifying impact that obliterated the entire structure. Just as Boruto and Hikari aimed to pursue their advantage, Keishire extended several chains from his body. Due to their incredible speed, Hikari could not react in time and was ensnared and flung away, while Boruto swiftly severed the chains, advancing toward Keishire. Yet Keishire merely sneered, sensing the imminent danger. Boruto was unable to retract his hand in time as a multitude of fine chains formed a net that ensnared him. Prepare to die. Keishire raised his axe, ready to eliminate Boruto, but Boruto's figure once again vanished, reappearing beside Keishire. However, Keishire, prepared for this, swiftly turned and swung his axe. Clang. Fortunately, Boruto reacted quickly, raising his blade to block the attack. The sound of metal ringing as Boruto was sent flying hundreds of meters, crashing into a hill. In that moment, Keishire, determined to prevent Boruto from interfering further, raised his hands, summoning two semicircular mountains to pin Boruto down. Fourth Hokage. Is this truly a battle primarily reliant on physical prowess? Senju Hashirama. To avoid having ninjutsu absorbed, one must either engage in close combat or use ninjutsu as a cover. Their battle strategy is quite impressive. Uchiha Madara. Observe that technique of the peach. It is evident that the absorption of ninjutsu necessitates the use of the palm's eye. This is starkly contrasted with the Rinnegan wielders, who can absorb with various parts of their body. Naruto Uzumaki. Indeed, with the knowledge of the peach's intelligence, even the other shadows alone could effectively restrain him. Uchiha Madara. Is this the Tsutsuki? Senju Hashirama. Yet now, he can unleash such destructive power solely through physical prowess. Imagine if he were to utilize ninjutsu. Boruto. As Boruto is ensnared, SHKO's eyes whirl with intense focus, and the crimson skeletal structure of Susanoo rapidly takes form, expanding in size. In the next moment, a colossal red giant descends before Momoshiki. With a mighty swing of its raised blade, a terrifying wave of cutting energy cleaves through the earth behind Momoshiki, forcibly carving a vast chasm. However, in the face of this onslaught, Momoshiki remains unyielding, the blade's passage merely leaving a faint scar upon his visage. Moreover, he grips the long sword tightly with both hands. Despite the vast disparity in size, he manages to keep Susanoo's blade immobilized. Susanoo? Humph. Inazuka Kinmei. Momoshiki scoffs derisively, then summons four wooden canine-headed creatures, each of which clamps down on Susanoo's limbs, securing them firmly. There is no escape. SHKO yearns to break free from the restraints. Yet Susanoo finds itself unable to shake off the grip of these dog-headed monstrosities. At that moment, Momoshiki stands before Susanoo's forehead, his clenched fist swinging down towards SHKO. Crack. Although Susanoo's exterior is formidable, it withstands not even a second against Momoshiki's punch, which pierces through with ease and embeds itself deep within SHKO's abdomen. Gah! SHKO feels a rush of warmth in his throat, and in the next instant, Susanoo's head erupts, sending SHKO crashing into the ground with a thud. Uchiha Madara. Is Susanoo truly so fragile? Uchiha Sasuke. Indeed, the defensive capabilities of Susanoo are inadequate when compared to the true Otsutsuki. Uzumaki Naruto. Back when we battled Kaguya, Sasuke's Susanoo was never able to withstand her onslaught. Senju Hashirama, the fact that even Susanoo can be shattered so effortlessly, truly confirms the immense strength of the Otsutsuki. Suddenly, Boruto's presence materialized beside Hikari, supporting her while channeling chakra to alleviate her pain from the injury she sustained. After all, while it was said that in battle one would not perish from defeat, it did not imply that one would be free from pain when wounded. Chapter 55, The Combined Strike of Boruto and Hikari. Are you alright? I'm fine. I was just a bit careless. Once she regained her composure, Hikari wiped the blood that trickled from the corner of her mouth, utterly astonished that this being named Otsutsuki Kinshiki could effortlessly withstand the assault of an incomplete Susanoo. Such an occurrence was unprecedented for her, leading to a moment of disarray that resulted in her being flung away. Kinshiki, in turn, unleashed a scornful remark. Inferior creature. I concede your strength, but it is merely an amplification granted by the Kaguya. Ultimately, an inferior being remains inferior. Despite Kinshiki's derisive words, he had begun to harbor a sense of trepidation towards Boruto. From the onset, it had been Boruto who confronted him head-on, and as of now, he bore no injuries. The dust upon him was merely a remnant from their earlier clash against the hillside. On the other hand, Hikari, despite her vast reservoir of chakra that enabled her to engage in battles beyond her limits, faced a glaring drawback. Her power was not inherently her own. Thus her capacity to inflict damage was rather restricted. Ultimately, Boruto had emerged from the conflict thus far unscathed. While he himself had suffered damage, his kidneys compromised and several teeth shattered, revealing that he was the one truly at a disadvantage. Hikari gazed at Kinshiki, who continued to mock her. Her spirits dampened. He is indeed formidable, so much so that I am no match for him at present. Boruto reassured her. This is not your fault, after all. That guy is an Otsutsuki. It would be truly astonishing if he could be dealt with merely by relying on the 8,000 spears. Boruto had initially intended for Hikari to assist him while he took the lead in their confrontation with Kinshiki, testing the extent of his control over the Kaguya. However, it now appeared that his prowess was still lacking, as he had failed to ensure Hikari's safety, leading to her injury. Uzumaki Naruto, Boruto's strength has already surpassed ours. Uchiha Sasuke, indeed, but reflecting upon it now brings a sense of nostalgia. We have aged. Sasuke Uchiha. Boruto, have you truly become this formidable? Kushina, my dear grandson is quite impressive. Himawari Uzumaki. Go, big brother. The first Raikage. I once thought we could manage against this lad's strength. How naive that notion seems. Hashirama Senju. I can distinctly sense that Boruto has yet to unleash his full potential. He is merely in the phase of acclimatization. Tobarama Senju, to be this powerful and still only adapting? Uchiha Izuna. Is this Uzumaki truly human? In the frame, Peach feared that Boruto might genuinely target her. So she prepared to take the initiative, bringing her hands together and conjuring a multitude of stones beneath her feet. The stones gathered, combined, and compressed, rapidly forming a colossal stone ape. Boruto. As the immense stone ape gradually rose, Keika quickly glanced at Boruto. He grasped Keika's small hand tightly, stating, I'll use my chakra to activate Susanoo. Is that all right? Keika hesitated. Her ability to manifest Susanoo relied entirely on the vast chakra accumulated from the 8,000 spears. Without it, she couldn't even extract enough chakra on her own. Boruto smiled gently, reassuring her, Don't worry, I've inherited my father's lineage, so my chakra reserves are substantial. Encouraged, Keika proceeded to mark Boruto with the 8,000 spears and began transferring portions of his chakra into her body. As Boruto's chakra flowed into her, Keika realized its uniqueness. If others' chakra could be likened to iron, Boruto's was akin to refined steel, abundant in quantity and exceptional in quality. Effortlessly usable and infused with an indescribable strength. As the chakra surged within her, Keika's eyes activated their full power, causing the red skeletal frame of Susanoo to once again envelop and expand until it formed a giant. Once Susanoo reached its previous ultimate form, it didn't cease to evolve. A tangible armor enveloped its entirety, culminating in the appearance of a Tengu mask that covered Susanoo's face. Completed. The full form of Susanoo left Keika in disbelief. Even with the assistance of the 8,000 spears, she had only ever managed to manifest a humanoid form. Achieving the complete form had seemed utterly unattainable. Let us go. Boruto's voice broke her thoughts, and Keika noticed that despite providing such an immense amount of chakra, he showed no signs of fatigue. Boruto, you are incredibly strong, and you still have the energy for flirting? Over there, I'm already prepared to attack. In truth, Boruto had already sensed the enormous creature charging at them, its massive fist hurtling towards Susanoo's face. However, as one of the drivers, Boruto formed a hand seal with one hand, propelling Susanoo to a distant location where the Kusanagi sword was embedded. Immediately, Susanoo drew a massive sword from its wings, unleashing a tremendous sword wave that obliterated everything in its path, even distant mountain peaks. Yet, this formidable blade failed to sever the stone ape's body, leaving only shallow cuts upon impact. The stone ape pounded its chest, causing the earth's magma to stir, and soon, a massive bird cloaked in magma soared forth, screeching as it lunged towards Susanoo. The bird's speed was astonishing, almost instantaneously closing the gap between itself and Susanoo, its sharp claws aimed at its head. Susanoo raised its long sword to block the fierce assault. As Susanoo resisted the bird's attack, numerous dog-headed creatures surged from the ground, ensnaring Susanoo's limbs. Prepare to perish. Simultaneously, the stone ape charged forward with an arrogant voice that echoed through the air, its colossal fist approaching Susanoo with a piercing whoosh. Just as the fist was about to crush Susanoo's head, it vanished, reappearing in midair. Peach, witnessing this, was astounded. How is this possible? Peach was certain that Susanoo couldn't teleport. The Kusanagi sword remained with Boruto, and there were no markings in the vicinity. Even the mark on his waist had been severed and destroyed. Yet, how did Boruto manage to escape? Wait, who is that other Boruto? He is actually floating in midair? Noki. He can fly without relying on the lightweight rock technique. Uzumaki Naruto. This should be an innate ability possessed by the Otsutsuki clan. I can also fly in Sage of Six Paths mode. Fourth Hokage. If that is the case, your son may no longer be considered human. Uzumaki Naruto. Regardless, he is my son, and that will never change. To avoid the predicament of escaping without a mark, Boruto had previously created a shadow clone bearing the Flying Thunder God seal, waiting in the air. This is the final strike. As Boruto and Keika simultaneously channeled their chakra, Susanoo raised its longsword, charging down toward the heart of the stone ape. Peach. Swish. A flash of cold light sliced through the air as the terrifying sword energy effortlessly cleaved through the stone ape's entire body, striking Peach directly and embedding him in the earth. As the sword plunged into the ground, the spreading blade energy cleaved the earth apart, making it appear as though an entire continent had been split in two. The victors of this duel are Uzumaki Boruto and Uchiha Keika. Chapter 56. After victory. A new review begins once Boruto and Keika were transported back to the system space. They waited for a while, but the anticipated Peach did not appear. What is going on? Why has that pale-faced guy shown up? Deara inquired, having expected to see Peach after his earlier arrogance, which had intrigued him. I see. The Otsutsuki clan is prohibited from entering. Upon receiving this response, Naruto realized that while it was claimed that strong individuals would arrive, he had not seen Kaguya, Shin, Kinshiki, or Peach throughout. It seemed the system had filtered them out. However, faced with the system's response, Boruto quickly voiced his confusion. Not only was 80% of his body composed of Otsutsuki, but he also housed a genuine Otsutsuki, Peach, within him, excluding restricted Otsutsuki. TCH. Hearing the system's response, the Otsutsuki Peach within Boruto scoffed in dissatisfaction. On one hand, he was displeased with the system's actions, which implied he had entered solely because of Boruto. On the other, he was frustrated that he had been so easily defeated, wasting his efforts to restore the copy. Yet, no one paid attention to Peach's reaction. As Boruto and Keika were currently receiving a warm welcome from the villagers of Konohagakure, Naruto approached, ruffling Boruto's hair with a proud smile. You've really grown, Boruto. Sasuke conveyed his sentiments as well. You have indeed surpassed us. The younger versions of us would be proud. Indeed. However, Boruto felt a pang of disappointment, after all. At that moment, his parents were still alive, and Sasuke was sealed by a tree. Sensing something amiss, Naruto asked, What is wrong? You look a bit downcast. It's nothing. Boruto quickly composed himself. Big brother is amazing. A sunflower leaped into Boruto's embrace, interrupting Naruto's inquiries. Kikana embraced her prospective granddaughter-in-law, exclaiming, Xiao Wang. You are truly remarkable to have survived such a fierce battle. Xiao Wang blushed and shyly replied, No, it was all Boruto's doing. Indeed, Xiao Wang spoke truthfully throughout the entire confrontation. Her role as a support was merely to create distractions. Even with the Susanoo activated, without Boruto's assistance, she could not have landed a blow on their adversary. Minato comforted her, saying, Do not speak so lightly. Even the Five Kage would hesitate to claim they could endure such a battle. Not only did you survive, but you also fought back. Tobirama remarked, Truly, the former weapon of the Uchiha clan. Hey Tobirama. Hashirama interjected, unwilling for Xiao Wang to reminisce about the past. He quickly corrected his brother, turning to Xiao Wang and saying, I apologize, young lady. My brother tends to be quite blunt. Xiao Wang waved her hand dismissively, assuring, It's quite all right. Boruto has already brought me sunshine, and I no longer fear those memories. Young lady? Tobirama muttered quietly, bemused. Even Madara, from their era, referred to Xiao Wang as a former weapon of the Uchiha clan. Had they lived in his time, she would have been considered their elder, leading to a curious reversal of titles. The victor of this duel would receive a reward capable of fulfilling a wish. When it came to rewards, Boruto was indifferent. If he were to express a desire, it would simply be to awaken Kawaki and defeat the God Tree to protect his world. If this reward were to manifest his wish, he would feel no satisfaction in it. Thus, he preferred to realize his aspirations through his own efforts. Not particularly concerned with the reward, Boruto turned to Xiao Wang and said, You take this reward, Xiao Wang. She quickly protested, Oh, but this is something you deserve, Boruto. Yet, Boruto waved his hand dismissively, smiling, You said it was mine, therefore, it's perfectly acceptable for me to gift it to you. Especially since I have no wishes of my own. All right, no more refusals. Ultimately, Xiao Wang acquiesced. The wish had been granted. Soon, Xiao Wang clasped her hands together in front of her, silently contemplating her desire until the system's voice rang out. signaling that the wish had been fulfilled. Boruto inquired, "What did you wish for?" "A secret." Xiaoguang replied playfully, her smile momentarily rendering Boruto speechless. Sarada, noticing this, nudged Boruto's side with her elbow, teasing, "What's wrong? Are you shy?" "Me? Shy?" Although Boruto vehemently denied it, the flush on his cheeks and his evasive gaze betrayed his embarrassment. Ignoring Boruto's reaction, Sarada remarked, "Xiaoguang is truly adorable. If I were a boy, I would undoubtedly be enamored with her." Boruto remained silent, quietly observing Xiaoguang as she joyfully conversed with everyone. Being playfully teased by Kikana, her laughter illuminating the atmosphere. Has he developed feelings for Xiaoguang? Boruto pondered inwardly. He did not fully comprehend what it meant to like someone. All he knew was that Xiaoguang was his friend. When she was happy, he felt joy. When she was sad, he shared her sorrow. He wished to remain by her side, to accompany her in joy and play, ensuring she would not suffer as she once did in the past. Next, they began recounting the legendary tales of the three legendary Sanin, Jeraiya. Although this title was originally bestowed by the rival ninja Hanzo, it gradually became a hallmark of their identity. However, with the passage of time, the trio had become fragmented. Tsunade wandered the ninja world with scarce news. Orochimaru betrayed Konoha and carved out his own path, even contemplating the destruction of the village, while only Jeraiya maintained the name of the three Sanin. Having undergone numerous experiences, he took on a few apprentices, some of whom posed significant threats to the ninja world. Others became renowned for their speed, while some gained fame as Hokage. Yet, he also suffered great losses. The woman he cherished harbored feelings for another, his closest friend had severed ties with him, and one promising student had vanished without a trace, while another had met an untimely demise. Until that day, Jeraiya accepted an S-rank exploratory mission dispatched by Konoha, leading him to the Rain Village. In the legendary scene of Three Legendary Sanin, Chapter 57, Infiltration of the Rain Village. Orochimaru, Jeraiya, did you know? In the future, I have not encountered you. Jeraiya, oh? So I am dead, am I? Orochimaru, oh? You seem rather unfazed, how dull. Tsunade, Jeraiya, you. Jeraiya, Tsunade, do not be sorrowful, after all, in my timeline. I perished in the Rain Village, so I am aware of that. The Rain Village, a place perpetually drenched in rain, where its inhabitants had long forgotten the sun's warmth. Yet none complained about the unyielding downpour. This was the protective veil cast over the village by their deity, Pain. At that moment, by the edge of a pond in the Rain Village, a croaking toad emerged from the water, surveying its surroundings with its wide, watery eyes. Once certain no one was present, it opened its mouth. Following this, a large hand reached out, leading to the emergence of a man hundreds of times larger than the toad. This man, with long white hair and tear-like markings on his face, wore the kanji for oil on his forehead. He was none other than Jeraiya, one of the three legendary Sanin. Having successfully infiltrated, Jeraiya stood, gazing at the seemingly endless raindrops falling from the sky. His initial delight transformed into caution. Could it truly be this easy? This mission, ostensibly assigned directly by Konoha, was one Jeraiya had eagerly claimed for himself, as its target was the enigmatic leader of the Akatsuki organization. Such a high-caliber individual posed a challenge for anyone. Yet only Jeraiya, the legendary Sanin, was deemed fit for the task. Nagato, indeed, as Jiraiya-sensei said, this mission was his alone at that time. Jeraiya, ha ha ha, coming from you. Nagato, that means a lot. Tsunade, by the way, I have always wondered about the identity of the Uzumaki clan member. Why have they always been with us? Nagato, Lady Tsunade, have you truly forgotten me? Tsunade, you were that child from back then? In a video, two Rain Village ninjas walked along, gazing up at the torrential rain. One of them couldn't help but exclaim, what a downpour. Although the Rain Village was accustomed to rain, never had it been as intense as today. Ninja A suggested to his companion, shall we find a place to drink and wait out the rain? Ninja B adjusted his straw hat and replied, this is the lowest area. How could there be a shop here? We should hurry up and move to higher ground. Ninja A shrugged, suggesting they seek refuge from the rain, albeit with the prospect of getting drenched for a while longer. Just as he uttered these words, his gaze fell upon an advertisement proclaiming, grand opening today. Or counter inside, just 500 Rio for unlimited drinks. The notion of unlimited drinks for merely 500 Rio piqued his interest, especially when considering that a bowl of the renowned Ichiraka ramen in Konoha costs only 300 Rio. Thus, for just a slight increase in expense, one could indulge in a copious amount of drink, a delightful prospect indeed. Fortune was certainly on their side. With these musings, the two ninjas entered the tavern. The establishment was simply adorned, featuring only a bar counter and no other seating arrangements, but this posed little inconvenience for those seeking libations. At that moment, the silver-haired proprietor behind the bar noticed their arrival and instinctively greeted, welcome. Two of you, is it? What can I get for you? Upon entering, the two Rain ninjas shed their waterproof cloaks and briefly articulated their intentions. Very well, please hold on a moment, the owner responded before turning to attend to their order. While the ninjas settled down and engaged in conversation, Ninja A inquired, today can't possibly be Sunday, can it? Ninja B pondered for a moment before explaining. It's likely that Lord Pain has some significant matters to attend to. Ninja A, still puzzled, remarked, but it has never rained this heavily outside of Sunday. Despite the perennial rain in the land of rain, it was only on Sundays that the downpour was particularly torrential. Ninja B suggested, perhaps he intends to wield that power. Ninja A expressed dissatisfaction, but the rain is falling so heavily. Ninja B quickly interjected, hey, Lord Pain's actions are for the sake of the entire city's populace. We must endure. Only then did Ninja A relent, recognizing that Pain was indeed a deity to the people of the land of rain. Though somewhat fearsome, it was under his rule that they enjoyed the peace and stability they had come to cherish. Apologies for the wait, the owner announced as he approached them. Where are the drinks? They instinctively reached for their cups, only to grasp at thin air, prompting them to question the owner. Unfazed, the proprietor replied, today marks the opening of my humble establishment, and we have a special promotion. Oh, is that so? Ninja A exclaimed, his earlier irritation dissipating. However, before they could revel in their excitement, the owner dispelled his transformation jutsu, revealing his true form in an instant. The two ninjas gasped, who are you? That question should be posed by me, for I have many inquiries. Jeraiya chuckled, and the ninjas quickly realized the predicament they had stumbled into. But it was too late to escape the trap. Accompanied by their cries, the frog-shaped structure gradually morphed, ultimately shrinking into an actual frog that leaped into the water. The scene returned to tranquility as if nothing had transpired, until shortly thereafter, the torrential rain ceased, followed by a flurry of white butterflies fluttering past. Simultaneously, the two ninjas regained consciousness, only to discover they had been embedded within a wall that resembled a mass of flesh. At that moment, Jeraiya stepped forward, saying, all right. You will each divulge the information you possess. Though you may be mere minions, you are still ninjas. Ninja B, ever the vigilant warrior, queried, where are we? Jeraiya nonchalantly replied, you are within the belly of a frog. Upon hearing Jiraiya's response, Ninja B sensed an opportunity to turn the tables. Who are you? Jiraiya, however, produced a feather. I already stated that I will be the one asking questions, did I not? Feeling the ominous nature of the feather, the two ninjas inquired in unison. What do you intend to do with that feather? Unless you wish to be ridiculed, you shall answer my questions regarding your leader, Pain, everything you know. Jiraiya twirled the feather in his hand, coldly pressing for answers. Chapter 58, Pain. Aha. Ninja A, unable to contain himself under Jiraiya's incessant tickling, burst into uncontrollable laughter. Tears streaming down his face and his sides aching. Each time he felt the feather's movement at his waist, he could not help but laugh out loud. Quickly, divulge all the information you possess about Pain, Jeraiya urged, confident that this childish method would yield results, as he detested employing torture to extract confessions. Endure. Do not harbor foolish hopes. I will never betray my comrades. Despite the pain racking his body, Ninja A remained resolute in his loyalty. Jeraiya couldn't help but admire the tenacity of this individual. What a tough guy. I suppose I must resort to my trump card. Ninja B, feeling a sense of trepidation, stammered, what do you plan to do? Jeraiya replied with unwavering confidence, since you refuse to speak, I will simply turn you into a frog. However, mid-sentence, Jeraiya stumbled over his words, realizing that what he had said sounded amusingly akin to turning into a frog in Japanese. As a cold breeze swept through, the awkwardness of the moment compelled Jeraiya to continue tickling Ninja A, attempting to mask his own embarrassment with the other's laughter. Orochimaru, Jeraiya, you never fail to amuse. Managing to make such a brutal interrogation entertaining. Jeraiya, oh spare me. I enjoy it, so what of it? Frog Sage, I feel a bit embarrassed to be seen with you. Naruto, the pervy sage is indeed the pervy sage. Third Hokage, Jeraiya, your kindness is your downfall. Ninja B, unwilling to witness his comrades' torment any longer, declared their resolution. We may be mere lackeys, but we are still ninjas, and we will never betray our comrades. Is that so? Then this is how it must be. Faced with the obstinacy of the two, Jeraiya discarded the feather, formed a simple hand seal, and placed a hand atop Ninja A's head. Ninja art. Frog transformation technique. No, please. As the sensation of losing control over his body washed over him, Ninja A uttered his final words as a human, followed by a resounding pop as a half-meter-long frog materialized in his place. Witnessing his comrade's transformation into a mindless frog, Ninja B began to feel a creeping dread. At that moment, Jeraiya turned to him with a benevolent smile, sending a chill down Ninja B's spine, until Jeraiya extended his hand towards him, declaring, now it's your turn. Adhering to the principle of better a dead friend than a living enemy, Ninja B promptly abandoned his earlier resolve, exclaiming, it's said that Lord Pain resides in the tallest tower to the west. Oh, it seems betraying comrades isn't so difficult after all. Faced with Jiraiya's smug expression, Ninja B turned his gaze away, a blush creeping across his cheeks. However, shortly thereafter, Ninja B's expression shifted to one of disappointment as he admitted, to be honest, we don't know much about Lord Pain either. Jeraiya, intrigued, inquired further. What do you mean? Ninja B explained, it is said that he possesses the bloodline of the Wind Demon clan, but none know his true appearance. In fact, there are those who doubt the existence of Lord Pain in this world. Jeraiya countered, stop the nonsense. I strolled through the streets earlier and noticed that the people here frequently mention Pain with great reverence. However, Ninja B remarked, here, Lord Pain is akin to a deity. His existence is inconsequential, for he will always protect us. Listening to such words, Jeraiya felt as if he had stumbled into a cult. Astonished that such sentiments could emanate from a mere underling, Ninja B continued, whether it be rituals, speeches, or commands, they are all carried out by his agents. Jeraiya, puzzled, inquired, if he is the leader, why does he conceal himself from his comrades? What is he afraid of? At that moment, Ninja B turned to Jeraiya, who responded with a look of bewilderment. It was now Ninja B's turn to be astonished. Huh? Did you not accept a commission from the remnants of the Rain Village? Am I that sort of person? Jeraiya retorted angrily, unable to fathom why he would stoop to become a mercenary. After a deep breath, he pressed on. What do you mean by the remnants of the Rain Village? Realizing he had misconstrued the situation, Ninja B hurriedly clarified. Well, some remnants infiltrated here to take Lord Pain's life. Speaking lightly, Ninja B added, but you needn't worry, they have already been dealt with by Lord Pain. Worry? Is it not said that this country is embroiled in a civil war? Jiraiya's confusion deepened, as his intelligence from Konoha indicated that the Rain Village was still in the throes of conflict. Ninja B, unperturbed by Jiraiya's reaction, explained, it is understandable that you are unaware. This country is exceedingly insular. The civil war has actually concluded, and we emerged victorious. Lord Pain has become a legend, having single-handedly annihilated the entire Rain Village. Jeraiya found it hard to believe. Even if Pain were formidable, Hanzo of the Salamander was a renowned figure in the ninja world. Ninja B did not dispute Jiraiya's assertion, stating, you are correct. Hanzo's strength is formidable, and he is quite cunning, making it incredibly difficult to approach him. Jeraiya acknowledged the truth in Ninja B's words. According to his gathered intelligence, Hanzo was exceedingly cautious, with guards rotating every 24 hours. Anyone wishing to see him, even a child, had to undergo a stringent search before being allowed entry. Jeraiya then asked, how did Hanzo meet his demise? What are Pain's abilities? Ninja B shook his head. I have shared all I know. Beyond that, I am at a loss. Faced with Ninja B's silence, Jeraiya understood that the latter truly had no further insights. The mere thought of Hanzo, who once triumphed against 3 opponents, being slain was unfathomable to him. With a hint of melancholy, Jeraiya mused, I cannot believe he was killed by a single individual. Ninja B scoffed, a god is a god. And what makes Lord Pain most terrifying is his jutsu and his unyielding heart that knows no mercy. Any dissenter threatening his ideals is thoroughly eradicated. What? Jeraiya was taken aback to learn that not only had Pain eliminated Hanzo, but also his wife, children, distant relatives, friends, and even those merely connected to him. Lord Pain obliterated everything Hanzo held dear. That was true retribution. Jeraiya could scarcely comprehend how someone could be so ruthless, eliminating everyone even remotely associated, questioning whether this was truly merely for the sake of punishment. Chapter 59. Jiraiya's speculation. Uchiha Madara. Truly ruthless, he annihilated the entire family of his opponent. Jeraiya, at that time, it was indeed difficult to imagine that the cowardly child of yours could be so merciless. Senju Hashirama, what grudge could provoke such animosity? Nagato, he conspired with Danzo to murder my closest friend. Thus, I took control of Yahiko's body and personally brought an end to this enemy. Tsunade, yet, no matter how deserving Hanzo may have been of his fate, his family should never have been entangled in this. Not to mention, you targeted anyone even remotely connected. Nagato, at that time, I had already proclaimed myself a god. My actions had descended into extremism. Subsequently, Jiraiya sought to extract useful intelligence from Ninja B, but the latter resolutely declared that he would rather transform into a frog than divulge any information regarding Pain's abilities. Seeing this, Jiraiya felt powerless. After all, Ninja B was bound here by him, so he turned and left, allowing Konoha's interrogation team to deal with him. After completely departing from the frog, Jiraiya found a relatively safe location, formed a seal, and summoned the scroll frog. Upon appearing, the scroll frog looked at Jiraiya and inquired, Jiraiya, why have you summoned me? Isn't Naruto's ki already prepared? Jiraiya explained, no, I do this not for training, but rather as a precaution, to ensure you depart from my presence. The scroll frog, puzzled, asked, depart from you? Why? I must confront a formidable adversary. To be honest, as Jiraiya prepared to face Pain, he too felt a sense of uncertainty. For this was the individual who had single-handedly erased Hanzo the Salamander from existence through sheer force. Is this reason enough for me to leave you? This only deepened the scroll frog's confusion. After all, he was a crucial key, and how could Jiraiya bring himself to let him escape his jurisdiction? Jiraiya smiled faintly. Isn't this for precautionary measures? Enough of this chatter. I need to complete the summoning seal swiftly. How long must we wait? Reluctantly, the scroll frog unfurled his form, revealing the 8-trigram sealing technique. After Jiraiya inscribed the summoning seal, the scroll frog reverted to its original state. Jiraiya spoke as if he were imparting his final wishes. It won't be long, but should anything happen to me, you must transfer to Naruto's body. The scroll frog retorted vehemently, stop this nonsense. My belly is inscribed with the key that can merge with Naruto's 8-trigram sealing technique. By doing this, aren't you simply placing the key before the vault's door? Jiraiya replied earnestly. Yet, this key is a relic of Minato. It is destined to be entrusted to Naruto one day. It is still too early for that, have you forgotten? I once heeded your advice and intentionally loosened the seal, which resulted in I do not forget, but Minato entrusted the key to me with the hope that Naruto could master that technique. Jeraiya was well aware of the Scroll Frog's concerns, having experienced the consequences himself. Apart from Tsunade's fists, it was the closest he had come to death. In his attempt to test Naruto's ability to control the number of tails, he had prompted the Scroll Frog to loosen the seal, resulting in Naruto entering the four-tailed state. Although he managed to subdue Naruto afterward, he bore the cost of a grievous wound upon his chest, leaving him with an X-shaped scar. The Scroll Frog could not comprehend Jiraiya's actions. Is this technique truly necessary for Naruto? He is still incapable of fully controlling the Nine-Tails chakra. Merely loosening it slightly will force Naruto's chakra to retreat, causing the Nine-Tails chakra to surge uncontrollably and dominate him. If the seal is released, Naruto will completely transform into the Nine-Tails, defying the fourth Hokage's will. Jiraiya retorted coldly. Minato merely utilized the Reaper Death Seal to seal the Yin chakra of the Nine-Tails. He intentionally sealed the Yang chakra of the Nine-Tails within Naruto, possibly for reasons known only to him. Jiraiya had formulated many hypotheses regarding Minato's actions. Yet he struggled to comprehend the motivations of his prized pupil, ultimately choosing to place his trust in Minato. The Scroll Frog stammered. Perhaps there were no other options at that time. Jiraiya shook his head. No, that is impossible. As Minato's teacher, I understand his character. That man would never act without reason. As he spoke, Jiraiya supported his chin with his hand, pondering. Perhaps Minato discovered something, which is why he entrusted the Nine-Tails to Naruto. The Scroll Frog felt his thoughts lagging behind Jiraiya's reasoning. Are you overthinking this? Yet Jiraiya asserted, for a long time. It has been said that the attack on Konoha by the Nine-Tails was a natural disaster. However, I have recently begun to suspect that there is more to this story. What do you mean? It may have been summoned by someone. The Scroll Frog scoffed at Jiraiya's hypothesis. How could that be? Who possesses such power? Currently, no one in the entire ninja world can tame a tailed beast. Even the leaders of various villages are incapable of doing so. Otherwise, they would not rely on Jinchuriki to manage the tailed beasts. Jiraiya reminded him, there is one person who could accomplish this. Who? The founder of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Madara. Kakashi, Lord Jeraiya, you are truly remarkable. Had we not experienced the events that followed, we would never have suspected that the chaos caused by the Nine-Tails was orchestrated. Jeraiya, I merely speculated based on the circumstances. By the way, do you know who instigated the Nine-Tails rampage? Kakashi, it was my friend, Uchiha Obito. Obito Uchiha, we are no longer friends. Kakashi, Obito, you must abandon your misguided obsession. You cannot belong to my timeline. Your actions and thoughts are excessively extreme. Please, cease this path. Uchiha Obito, impossible. Uchiha Madara Obito? Is there truly someone capable of forcibly controlling tailed beasts, just as I can? It seems that the descendants of the Uchiha clan have given rise to intriguing individuals. Obito Uchiha, you are not the one, or perhaps I should say, you are not the one I once encountered. Uchiha Madara. Oh? How so? Uchiha Obito, you may as well guess for yourself. The toad on the scroll erupted into laughter at Jiraiya's conjecture. Impossible. Uchiha Madara was a figure from the founding era of Konoha. Furthermore, that event happened nearly 15 or 16 years ago. How could he possibly still be alive? Jeraiya, understanding the gravity of the situation, could not help but let out a faint smile. Indeed, it is common knowledge that Uchiha Madara was defeated by the first Hokage at the Valley of the End. Yet, as the conversation progressed, Jiraiya's expression grew serious. Nonetheless, I cannot shake this unsettling premonition that has lingered within me. Chapter 60. The official battle with the god in a dimly lit sewer. Ninjabi emerged from the toad's mouth. After ensuring the surroundings were clear, he said to the toad, now is the time for you to return to Konoha. I have already spoken with Ibiki. At this moment, Ninjabi's demeanor had transformed, shedding the previous innocence for a touch of cunning. Once the toad departed, Ninjabi turned and entered the tower. Yet, after an indeterminate amount of time had passed, the only sound that accompanied him was that of his own footsteps, creating an eerie emptiness that heightened his vigilance. Upon arriving in a spacious area, a flurry of paper suddenly enveloped him, swirling like snowflakes in the air. But not in chaos, they converged in an instant. Just as Ninjabi prepared to retreat, the papers wrapped around him. Simultaneously, a multitude of papers in the sky came together, forming a humanoid figure. A paper figure raised its hand, ready to hurl a spear fashioned from paper. Suddenly, Jeraiya emerged from Ninjabi's shadow, unleashing a torrent of searing flames towards the paper figure. Firestyle. Fireball. The ferocious flames consumed a significant portion of the paper, revealing the figure beneath. It was a blue-haired woman clad in a red cloud-patterned robe. Upon seeing her, Jiraiya's expression faltered momentarily, as if recalling a distant memory. Is this the toad shadow manipulation technique? The blue-haired woman, evidently familiar with the technique, recognized it. I initially thought the one caught was Pain, yet unexpectedly, it is you. Jeraiya fully emerged from the shadow, offering a gentle smile to the blue-haired woman. Your technique has advanced, and you have become more beautiful, Conan. Conan, addressed by that name, offered no response. Jeraiya continued, speaking to himself. It has been so many years. I thought you were gone, only to discover you have transformed into paper. Regaining control, Ninja B gasped for breath and looked at Conan. Ah, ha, ha. You are the angel of the messenger. Jeraiya pondered, stroking his chin. An angel? Then you must be the divine messenger. At that moment, Ninja B, realizing Jiraiya's attention was no longer on him, hastily surged forward. He is an intruder. Dispose of him quickly. Throughout the encounter, Conan's gaze remained fixed on Jiraiya, her demeanor vigilant, only urging Ninja B, leave this place quickly. Understood. Ninja B recognized that the ensuing battle was beyond his capability, and with a flurry of leaps, he vanished. Jiraiya, undeterred by Ninja B's escape, pressed Conan. Who exactly is Pain? That does not concern you, sensei. Conan unfurled her angelic form, massive paper wings blossoming behind her. Jiraiya looked at the levitating Conan. A hint of mockery in his tone. So, you believe you have become an angel? This is a command from the divine. I must eliminate you. Without hesitation. Conan launched her attack against her former mentor, a torrential downpour of paper shurikens cascading forth with the movement of her wings. Toad oil bullet. Jiraiya executed a series of backflips to evade, inhaling deeply before unleashing a vast quantity of toad oil toward Conan. Caught off guard, Conan was drenched in the viscous oil, which effectively hindered her movements. Subsequently, a long strand of white hair ensnared her. Jiraiya regarded Conan with a hint of sorrow. You, who cherished origami, were undoubtedly the gentlest among them. Seeing Conan's silence, Jiraiya continued. It appears they are not truly dead. Is that so? Then which of them is Pain? Conan responded, her tone tinged with reproach. What can you accomplish by appearing now, sensei? Jiraiya, with a hint of helplessness, replied, I do not wish for this. If only you were not involved with Akatsuki. I heard that you all had perished, yet I never anticipated you would become this. As he spoke, Jiraiya's heart grew heavy. He had been overjoyed to hear of their accomplishments, only to later receive the sorrowful news of their demise. Yet Conan remained indifferent, coldly remarking, if only we had heeded Orochimaru's words back then, right? But you not only disregarded that, you saved us. It is too late. We have begun to embrace his ideology and take action. Pain is undoubtedly that child. Conan's reaction allowed Jiraiya to infer the identity of this so-called Pain. This prompted a flood of memories, taking him back to his first encounter with Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan. He recalled how he had just completed a mission with Orochimaru and Tsunade, resting when Yahiko approached them, asking for food. A child so small, yet bereaved of parents due to war, moved by compassion, he had given all the provisions he had to the three children. Ignoring Orochimaru's objections, he chose to remain and care for the destitute children, until one fateful day, when Yahiko and Nagato encountered danger, and Jiraiya arrived to find Nagato had already killed the assailant. At that moment, Nagato's eyes, previously hidden beneath his hair, revealed the Rinnegan, eyes that belonged solely to the Sage of Six Paths. Realizing that Nagato's character was not malevolent, Jiraiya sought to prevent such tragedies from occurring. Thus he began to mentor the trio in their ninja arts. 3 years later, their combined strength had reached a point where they could defeat his shadow clones. It was then that he chose to part ways with the three children, until this day. As Jiraiya attempted to appeal to their shared emotions, Conan responded coldly, you have no idea what we have endured, sensei. Those words struck a painful chord within Jiraiya. I indeed do not know. But the actions of Akatsuki are fundamentally wrong. As he spoke, Jiraiya raised his head, seeking to persuade Conan to abandon this path, for he still held affection for the children he had raised. However, a frigid voice interrupted his thoughts. That conclusion was reached after careful consideration. Jiraiya, upon turning towards the voice, found himself staring at a man adorned with orange hair, embellished with numerous decorative spikes, draped in a black cloud-patterned robe, perched atop a statue. When the man raised his head, his dark pink-ringed eyes caused Jiraiya's own to widen in shock. The Rinnegan. Chapter 61. The ideology of Pain. Your appearance has changed drastically, yet those eyes, indeed, Pain. You are Nagato. Although your visage bears no resemblance to the memories I hold, the presence of those Rinnegan eyes leaves no doubt in Jiraiya's mind that this individual is his disciple, Nagato. For only Nagato and the Sage of Six Paths possess such eyes. It is impossible for anyone else to bear them. However, observing the frigid and even callous gaze before him, Jiraiya's expression turned equally icy. It seems your growth has encountered a significant issue. What exactly has transpired? Nagato coldly replied. You need not know. After all, you are merely an outsider. You have changed, Jiraiya remarked. Summoning technique. This time, it was Nagato's summoning technique that responded to Jiraiya. A massive crab erupted from the smoke, its imposing size and remarkably tough shell astonishing. Most strikingly, its eyes also bore the distinct patterns of the Rinnegan. With a sudden burst, the summoned crab unleashed a torrent of foam towards the front, disregarding Conan entirely. Jiraiya, unable to retreat with Conan in time, had no choice but to withdraw. However, just as he freed himself from the foamy onslaught and prepared to rescue Conan, her hair was abruptly liberated, and she was propelled into the air. Seeing Conan free from the toad oil's grasp, Jiraiya could not help but exclaim, truly remarkable, she has discerned my weakness as well. Conan, retreat. Upon hearing Nagato's command, Conan swiftly fell back. Jiraiya, intent on pursuing, was met with the crab crashing through the adjacent wall, launching an assault against him. Ninja technique. Lion's mane technique. Suddenly, Jiraiya's hair surged forth, ensnaring the summoning crab tightly. With a powerful tug, he tore the formidable crustacean into several pieces. As the crab succumbed to its demise, a plume of white smoke whisked away its remains. At that moment, a colossal white dragon emerged from the smoke. Its gaping maw aimed directly at Nagato. Whether it was due to a lack of reaction or deliberate intent, Nagato found himself ensnared. Nagato, I must ask you, what of Yahiko? Jiraiya inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Nagato replied thoughtfully, indeed, there was such a person. Yet, his subsequent revelation stunned Jiraiya. That fellow has long since passed away. Nagato, you. Jiraiya struggled to comprehend how this once gentle youth, who had expressed a desire to protect his companions, had transformed into such a cold figure, filling him with sorrow. How could you have changed so drastically? The you of yesteryear. Unmoved by Jiraiya's heartfelt words, Nagato responded, it is nothing. After all, I have endured the ravages of war, the loss of family, and the death of dear friends. Such pain has fostered my growth. What do you mean? Jiraiya pressed. Nagato replied, unhurried, even an ignorant child, when faced with such suffering, inevitably matures into a person. Their words and actions evolve in tandem. Now somewhat irked, Jiraiya retorted, so, you believe that relinquishing the memory of friends equates to becoming human? Nagato, unfazed, continued, teacher, you are but a mortal. After experiencing such pain as a human, I have continued to evolve. And to what extent? Nagato closed his eyes briefly, then slowly opened them, uttering a word of profound significance. God. Jiraiya clenched his fists in disbelief. What has led you to such a transformation? Nagato, dismissive, replied, teacher, it is only natural for you, as a mere human, to struggle with understanding. As a god, I perceive many truths that elude human comprehension. I have witnessed the limitations of humanity and the boundless capabilities of divinity, essentially, the evolution of man. Jiraiya found himself increasingly bewildered by this once familiar disciple. What exactly do you intend to achieve? With a grave expression, Nagato declared, I shall bring an end to this tumultuous world. This is my duty as a god. Nagato reflected, looking back, I truly was excessively delusional at that time. Was there truly no one to impede my path? Naruto Uzumaki interjected, that seems highly improbable. Your previous actions were far too intimidating. And as the very faith of the Rain Village, your heightened delusions only served to garner their trust. Nagato mused, no wonder it led to such misguidance for Tendo. Hashirama Senju chuckled, ah, how reminiscent of Madara. Uchiha Madara, where is the resemblance? Uchiha Sasuke, I am only aware of someone afflicted with a delusion who has believed in a falsehood for a lifetime. Uchiha Madara, Sasuke Uchiha, father. Could you not be so brazen? After all, he is our Uchiha clan's esteemed ancestor. Uchiha Kagami, when was Uncle Madara from? Uchiha Madara, how is it? Tobarama Senju, what is it like to be addressed as uncle by someone who is actually older than you? Uchiha Izuna, odious white-haired one, do not jest with my brother. Uchiha Madara, what's the big deal? I dare to call Inoki a child, so what feelings could there possibly be? In the scene? Jiraiya questions Nagato, if you have such intentions, why are you still collecting tailed beasts? After pondering for a moment, Nagato slowly replies, since you were destined to die anyway, I might as well reveal my true intentions to you. Subsequently, Nagato elucidates the purpose behind his actions thus far. To put it simply, tailed beasts serve as strategic weapons for the 5 great nations, possessing destructive power that directly threatens other ninja villages. Therefore, Nagato intends to gather them, which would allow him to unleash a forbidden technique capable of annihilating an entire nation in an instant. The Rain Village, as the holder of this forbidden technique, would become a target of hostility from other nations, while they would find themselves powerless to counter this technique. Consequently, as long as this forbidden technique exists, other nations would unite against the Rain Village, which would refrain from attacking, thus establishing a genuine peace under this deterrence. How could creating such a forbidden technique lead to world peace? Such actions would only exacerbate conflicts. Jiraiya is acutely aware that Nagato seeks to establish a common enemy to foster hostility, reminiscent of the legendary First Hokage's unparalleled strength. However, this so-called peace was only maintained during the First Hokage's lifetime. Once he passed, the ninja world erupted into war. Thus, Jiraiya understands that if the hearts of the people cannot unite, any facade of peace will ultimately shatter, evolving into an even greater war. Chapter 62. Sage Mode. Nagato calmly asserts, in this era of incessant conflict among nations, this is the only way to bring it to a swift conclusion. Wouldn't you agree? Jiraiya-sensei? Jiraiya retorts, I am the one asking you. Speak up. Nagato's expression remains unchanged throughout. As long as we provide weapons to nations embroiled in war, there will inevitably be those who wield them, and once they do, countless lives will vanish in an instant. Such weaponry instills terror in anyone, be it individuals, nations, or the world. This fear will give rise to a power of restraint, thereby eradicating conflicts. Suffering fosters growth, just as it did for me in the past. Only under divine guidance can this world evolve, contemplate, and progress. Hearing such nonsensical rhetoric, Jiraiya points at Nagato. Your mission is to bring pain to everyone to facilitate the world's growth? Nagato nods. Indeed, after all, I still believe in peace through strength. You become quite articulate, Nagato. Jeraiya realizes that his former disciple has transformed into a familiar stranger. Observing this, Jeraiya shows no mercy, with a single hand sign. He transforms Nagato's long hair into spikes, turning him into a hedgehog. However, in the next instant, Nagato's form morphs into a wooden stump. Using the body replacement technique to relocate, Nagato coldly states, "Sensei, to me, you are merely a small figure incapable of growth." Faced with Nagato's belittlement, Jeraiya laughs instead of getting angry. Ha ha ha. I never imagined I would be underestimated by a mere child. In fact, I am no longer even considered human. With that, Jeraiya swiftly performs the summoning technique, and with a puff of white smoke, he introduces himself. I am the legendary Sanin, now a sage, the Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku. Jeraiya. Alas, before he can finish, he slips and falls. Watching the comical side of Jeraiya, Nagato can't help but scoff. You truly haven't changed at all. You're as foolish as ever. Jeraiya hastily gets back up and vents his frustration at the toad beneath him. Hey, Fukasaku, stop moving. Can't you see I'm making my entrance? Sorry, I can be a bit clumsy. At that moment, as the smoke dissipates, a giant toad, at least 40 meters in size, wielding a steel fork and bearing a shield resembling a bowl, appears before Nagato. Jeraiya stands atop the toad's head and adds a touch to the tear streaks on its face. If this is my opponent, then there's no need for any probing. I'll come at him with full force. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Fukasaku is somewhat astonished. What? Are you going to? Jeraiya joins his hands together. That's right. I'm entering sage mode. Buy me some time. I need to summon those two to assist. Fukasaku raises the steel fork toward Nagato. Don't worry. Even though I'm clumsy, I'll do my best. Noticing Jiraiya's preparations, Nagato becomes wary. Suddenly, the environment shifts, and a colossal chameleon opens its mouth, swallowing Nagato whole, seamlessly blending back into the surroundings. With Nagato's figure gone, Jeraiya feels a pang of frustration. Where did he go? Where did he find that creature? However, Jeraiya remains undeterred. Quickly devising a strategy, since I can't see him, I'll have to rely on barrier tactics. He leaps into the air, clapping his hands together, sending out powerful sound waves radiating from him. That thing should become apparent once it crosses over. Although this is Nagato's first encounter with such a technique, he uses his Rinnegan to observe as a circular membrane expands, allowing him to deduce its purpose. Upon witnessing the barrier, Nagato quickly escalates to a stronger attack. In the next moment, a ferocious giant hellhound bursts forth from the white smoke, launching a nearly frenzied assault on Fukasaku. Boom, boom, with several consecutive clashes. The entire tower collapses, while Fukasaku leaps from the debris, grabbing hold of a metal pipe, hanging precariously on the wall. Can you please perform well? I'm sorry. I can be a bit clumsy. Faced with Jiraiya's dissatisfaction, Fukasaku can only silently apologize. However, on the opposite side, a multi-headed hellhound lets out a furious roar, causing Jeraiya some headaches. Once it starts fighting, it can divide. This is going to be chaotic. When this creature first emerged, it had only 3 heads. But after Fukasaku gave it a beating, it immediately sprouted more heads, and its attack power grew even stronger. It can even split apart. Before Jeraiya and Fukasaku could formulate a counter-strategy, the hellhound immediately divides into several parts, launching a comprehensive assault on Fukasaku. Seeing this, Fukasaku can only jump away, but alas, the overwhelming numbers trap him midair, hindering his movement. Fukasaku swings the steel fork, knocking a few hellhounds away, then uses his shield to block one of the hellhound's charges. Since he is airborne, the impact sends him crashing into the tower behind him, his massive form obliterating it. Fukasaku props himself up, instinctively apologizing. Sorry, I was too clumsy. Jeraiya, however, is not concerned about that. Instead, he inquires, Fukasaku, I sense something is amiss. Fukasaku, unable to defeat a singular foe, laments, I'm too clumsy. I can't figure it out. Jeraiya elucidated. Nagato possesses eyes akin to those of the Sage of 6 Paths, and he has also mastered all elemental chakra. Moreover, I imparted all ninjutsu to him in the past, yet, why is it that he has solely relied on summoning techniques until now? As Nagato's former mentor, Jeraiya was acutely aware of the knowledge he had bestowed upon him. Yet, with the conflict now underway, Nagato persisted in utilizing only summoning arts. Was there a strategy at play? However, there was no time for Jeraiya to ponder this, as a formidable new summoning beast, a colossal water buffalo, charged towards them. Froggy. You should retreat now. My apologies. With the disappearance of the Froggy, the summoning water buffalo crashed into the very spot where Jeraiya stood, its immense force shattering buildings hundreds of meters behind him. Yet, the water buffalo, which could have easily continued its advance, suddenly seemed to be halted by some unseen force. Unable to move an inch forward. Boom. Almost instantaneously, the gigantic water buffalo was propelled away by an unseen force, crashing into a distant tower. Within the dark cavern, an aged female voice echoed, Little Jeraiya, why do you call upon us only in times of peril? No wonder one eye has been in such a fury. A frail male voice interjected, My dear wife, let it be. Our young Jeraiya must have his reasons. However, the elderly woman retorted sharply, Silence, you old fool. At that moment, Jiraiya's voice emerged. It has been a long time, my esteemed companions, I sincerely apologize. The old man inquired, but little Jeraiya, didn't you disdain this transformation for fear of losing your allure among women? Jiraiya sighed in resignation. There are more pressing matters at hand, for my opponent wields the Rinnegan. The elderly woman expressed her astonishment. Ah, the eyes of the sage, do such things truly exist? Indeed, and that is why I require your assistance, Jiraiya replied. As their conversation drew nearer, a colossal figure appeared at the cavern's entrance, accompanied by two smaller figures perched upon its shoulders. Let us proceed. Chapter 63, The Burden of a Master. To be honest, little Jeraiya, you ought to learn to enter Sage Mode independently. I lack the experience compared to you two. From Nagato's perspective, Jiraiya's appearance was obscured, yet an overwhelming chakra emanated throughout the cavern. Nagato dared not underestimate this, for despite having once bested Orochimaru alone, that encounter had not been fought with full resolve. Now, facing the relentless Jiraiya, Nagato could not afford any complacency. His familiarity with Jiraiya assured him that survival under such circumstances was improbable. At that moment, Jiraiya leaped forward to the cavern's entrance. With a thunderous crash, his seemingly diminutive form shattered the ground beneath him. Only then did Nagato finally discern Jiraiya's true appearance. The once humorous yet dashing visage of Jiraiya had transformed into that of a frog-like figure, with two small frogs perched upon his shoulders. This was Jiraiya's ultimate trump card, Sage Mode. Naruto Uzumaki exclaimed, "How hideous! Is this truly Sage Mode, pervy sage?" Jiraiya chuckled, "Haha, my talents are limited. If this is what Sage Mode has to offer, I consider myself fortunate." Naruto recalled, "I remember. Sage Grandpa wanted to lend me his Sage Chakra by standing on my shoulders, but Kurama refused." Kurama interjected, "Let a frog rest upon me? Not a chance." Boruto added, "Yet, Dad's Sage Mode merely enhances his eyeshadow and alters his pupils. Why does Uncle Jiraiya undergo such a dramatic transformation?" Jiraiya retorted, "I've already said my talent is insufficient." Hashirama Senju remarked, "The difficulty of mastering Sage Mode is considerable. The fact that you have succeeded speaks volumes of your potential." Uchiha Madara, the Sage Mode is hardly a challenge. The sage Daisaku perched on his right shoulder surveyed the surroundings, but, failing to catch sight of the coveted eyes he yearned for, inquired, "Where are they?" "The Rinnegan you mentioned, I see none." Meanwhile, the sage Shimara on his left shoulder interjected with a smirk, "Perhaps your old eyes are merely failing you." Jiraiya swiftly intervened before their argument could escalate, clarifying, "It is not that. He has summoned a creature capable of invisibility through summoning techniques, thus concealing himself." The sage Shimara pondered aloud. "So, one akin to a chameleon?" Jiraiya elaborated, "I have already established a sensing barrier." However, his explanation was met with reproach from Sage Shimara. "How long will this take?" "Simply use biological detection to flush him out." Sage Daisaku jested, "Calm down, old heck. Mind your wrinkles." To which Sage Shimara retorted, "Silence, you decrepit old fool." Sage Daisaku chuckled lightly, disregarding her outburst, and turned to Jiraiya, "Young Jiraiya, what compels you to summon us for battle against him?" Jiraiya paused for a moment before revealing, "Because I once taught him." Sage Daisaku was taken aback. "I have never heard you mention this. Could he be, as Sage Shimara was forming hand seals," she continued, "the child of prophecy? How then could you engage in combat with him?" The Toad Sage had once told Jiraiya that his pupil would be the legendary child of prophecy, capable of altering the world's fate. Thus, Jiraiya had been exceedingly strict in selecting his disciples, with the first criterion being the character of his students. Any with malevolent tendencies or violent inclinations were swiftly dismissed. To this day, the only individuals known to Sage Daisaku and the others were the legendary figure from the ninja world, Minato Namikaze, and the current host of the Nine Tails, Naruto Uzumaki. Jiraiya explained, "It is due to his deviation and growth, and I had previously believed them to be deceased. Hence I never considered him in the light of the child of prophecy." Sage Daisaku asserted resolutely, "If he has strayed from the path, he must be dealt with." Sage Shimara comforted Jiraiya, "Do not fret. The so-called prophecy is merely the ramblings of that senile old man." At that moment, Sage Shimara extended a tongue reminiscent of a hunting dog, sniffing around the vicinity. The connection of her tongue allowed her to share its olfactory senses. "Found you." Soon. Through her keen sense of smell, Sage Shimara pinpointed the enemy's location, and her tongue swiftly lunged toward the chameleon. So swift, although Nagato perceived the impending attack. By the time he prepared to react, the tongue had already ensnared the chameleon's body tightly. "Don't even think about escaping." Noticing the creature's struggle, Sage Shimara immediately formed seals, causing her tongue to secrete a potent corrosive liquid, which elicited a shriek of agony from the summoned chameleon. With a mighty yank, she dragged the creature to the ground and called out to her partner, "Old man." "I know." Sage Daisaku was already prepared. After taking a deep breath, he unleashed a torrent of water, the force of which sliced through everything in its path, including the chameleon. With a splat, the chameleon's segmented body dissipated into two clouds of white smoke, revealing a figure with flowing orange hair. Gazing into those extraordinary eyes, Sage Shimara remarked, "Is that the Rinnegan? It truly resembles the legends." Sage Daisaku scoffed, "Those detestable eyes. I never expected the child of prophecy to be him. Meanwhile, Jeraiya reminisced about his days in Myaboka Mountain. He had spent several years there until one day he was summoned by the great Toad Sage, who foretold that his future disciple could either bring about the world's destruction or lead it towards peace. The pivotal factor in determining which path his pupil would take rested upon his decisions as a mentor. Toad Sage. It seems the time has come for me to make a choice. Jeraiya was resolute, recognizing his pupil had gone astray. It was his duty as a teacher to eliminate this present threat. Summoning technique. Nagato formed hand seals and unleashed the summoning technique once more. However, as the smoke dissipated this time, the summoned entity left Jeraiya and the others in shock. Was this a summoner? Previously, the various summoned beasts could be attributed to Nagato having contracts with them, but this was a summoner? Was it reverse summoning? Yet, Jeraiya did not dwell on such matters. He faced his former pupil with unwavering determination, stating, regardless of the circumstances, you are a harbinger of destruction for this world, and it is my duty as your teacher to eradicate you. Chapter 64. The battle begins, in an odd place as the two summoned individuals opened their eyes. Jeraiya, Sage Daisaku, and Sage Hashirama stood frozen in disbelief. Rinnegan? All three possessed Rinnegan. How could this be? Wasn't this eye exclusive to the Sage of Six Paths? How could there be so many? Sage Daisaku exclaimed in astonishment. What is the meaning of this? All three have Rinnegan. Jeraiya speculated. This must be part of his technique. There is certainly a hidden agenda. Sage Hashirama, however, was far from pleased. How could this happen while I was preoccupied with dinner preparations? Sage Daisaku hastily reminded her. Old hag, focus on the enemy at hand. Yet, his words ignited a powder keg within Sage Hashirama, who angrily retorted, What did you say, you old fool? Paying no heed to the bickering between the two sages, Jeraiya flicked his white hair, declaring, Now it is my turn. Allow me to present my sage version of the opening remarks. What was to unfold next would be not ninjutsu, but sage arts. Behold, the great Jeraiya. What a cacophony. However, before Jeraiya could finish his opening lines, both Sage Daisaku and Sage Hashirama simultaneously struck him. Though the blows lacked great force, they effectively interrupted his speech. Jeraiya felt utterly fatigued. His normal introduction had been interrupted by the Toad Sage, and now his sage version was disrupted by the two sages. Why was he so unfortunate today? Orochimaru, Jeraiya, have you never considered the possibility of dying here? Jeraiya, I have thought about it. Which is why I intentionally sought out Tsunade for a wager, and well, haha. Tsunade Jeraiya. Jeraiya, Tsunade, do not attempt to stop your counterpart from that timeline. Fulfilling my mission is my choice. Tsunade, but I cannot just stand by and watch you. Jeraiya, as long as you can survive, that is what truly matters. Hashirama, little Tsunade, Jeraiya is indeed a good child. Have you considered this? Tsunade, grandfather, has no one told you that you have a knack for ruining the atmosphere? Hashirama, successfully interrupting Jiraiya's opening remarks, Sage Hashirama resumed her earlier unfinished dinner preparations. Hurry up so we can finish and return to dinner. Sage Daisaku continued to remind. Old hag, focus on the enemy's ocular techniques. That is the real threat here, the strongest ocular jutsu. Sage Hashirama exploded once more. What do you know? Deciding what to make for dinner is no trivial matter. This time, the Sage of Deep Work was truly infuriated. What tone is that? Wasn't I expressing my concern for you? Who, after all, was causing this ruckus? Caught in the middle, Jeraiya could only listen to the incessant chatter, feeling a mix of anger and helplessness, for either of these two formidable figures was someone he dared not provoke. However, amidst the quarrel between the two sages, the long-haired Nagato surged forward, launching an attack at Jeraiya. Bang! Yet, seemingly unprepared, Jeraiya executed a flying kick that struck Nagato squarely in the head, producing a sickening crack as the long-haired Nagato was sent crashing into the ground. The ponytail Nagato, witnessing the long-haired version of himself temporarily incapacitated, couldn't help but exclaim, impressive. Jeraiya retracted his foot and addressed Nagato, urging, Gentlemen, let us cease this bickering and engage in battle. Thus resolved, he declared, Tonight, we feast on fried chicken. Recognizing the absurdity of the situation, the sage of Jeraiya quickly steeled his resolve, clasping his hands together to gather chakra. Little Jeraiya, use oil. Old man, coordinate with me. Understood. At the sound of this command, both man and frog simultaneously performed hand seals, and the three of them unleashed a combined sage technique. Sage art. 5 right guards. Jiraiya's oil was ignited by the sage of Jiraiya's fire release, and then disseminated by the sage of Deep Work's wind release. In an instant, a wave of roaring flames surged toward Nagato. Upon witnessing this technique, the bald Nagato hurriedly positioned himself before the others, arms outstretched to counter the scorching wave that had already melted nearby stones. The explosive force raged for several seconds before the trio ceased their assault. However, as the flames subsided, an astonishing sight met their eyes. The area engulfed by the flames remained largely unscathed, save for some stones that had succumbed to the intense heat. And even the bald Nagato standing in the center emerged unscathed. Did the oil fail? It should have hit, Jeraiya pondered, sensing that something was amiss. Although the exact cause was unclear, he removed his wooden sandals, positioning himself on all fours before launching himself forward with vigor. Let South test him with close combat. This time, Jeraiya moved with remarkable speed. As his sandals touched the ground, he was already in front of the bald Nagato. His hand outstretched as he unleashed a spiraling sphere far larger than his usual technique. Sage Art. Super Giant Rasen Shuriken. He bellowed. But the vortex was firmly blocked by the bald Nagato. In the next moment, that immense chakra was inexplicably absorbed into Nagato's body. The entire colossal sphere vanishing without a trace. Jeraiya leapt back in astonishment. He can absorb the entire technique? So that was why, look out. Just then, the long-haired Nagato, previously incapacitated by Jiraiya's kick, attempted a sneak attack. Fortunately, the Sage of Jeraiya had warned him, and the Sage of Deep Work promptly deployed a smoke bomb. The thick smoke enveloped them, dense enough to interfere with the Byakugan's detection. Although the smoke could disrupt the Byakugan, it posed little challenge to the two sages. Under their guidance, Jiraiya seized the opportunity to launch an offensive against the long-haired Nagato amidst the smoke. However, it was peculiar that, regardless of whether Jiraiya attacked head-on or from an angle, the long-haired Nagato always managed to evade or block the strikes. How could this be? Without sight or any cues. He still dodged the Sage Mode attacks? Jiraiya was taken aback. The speed and power of Sage Mode were unmatched by ordinary ninjas. Yet, here was a blind man evading his stealthy strikes? It was inconceivable. I must uncover the truth. Outside the smoke, the bald Nagato remained vigilant. Suddenly a frog leaped from within, drawing everyone's attention. Sage Art. Hair Needle 1000. In an instant, a plethora of hair transformed into needles capable of piercing steel. Launched from behind the ponytailed Nagato. Without a glance back, the ponytailed Nagato summoned a fearsome-looking panda, effectively blocking all the needles. Not a single extraneous movement was made, typically. One might glance toward the source of an attack while evading, yet he seemed to have sensed the attack beforehand, raising a hand to summon the panda. What was happening? Once or twice could be attributed to luck, but this was a consistent pattern. They neither spoke nor exchanged glances, and even if they were all sensory-type ninjas, one would expect at least a glance to trigger a response. Faced with such an unfathomable situation, even Jeraiya began to feel the strain of confusion, struggling to rationalize the events unfolding before him. The Sage of Jeraiya remarked, "It seems they are not ordinary clones." What little Jeraiya said about hidden intricacies holds true. The Sage of Deep Work then interjected, "Did you notice?" Jeraiya turned his gaze toward the Sage of Deep Work. Huh? The Sage continued, "Earlier, during our ambush, I saw someone watching us." Jeraiya nodded slightly. "I noticed that too, but they never communicated or signaled to one another." The Sage of Deep Work proposed an audacious theory. What if those three individuals share a vision through their identical eyes? 3 pairs of eyes sharing sight. It was a considerable possibility. While Jeraiya found it hard to believe such a ludicrous notion could be true, it was the only hypothesis that could explain the current predicament. Naruto Uzumaki mused, "The perverted sage is engaging in battle with Pain without any intel." Nagato replied, "Had Jiraiya-sensei been aware of Pain's secrets, he would likely have obliterated him." Deara commented, "The boss is truly remarkable. Without understanding the mechanism, the challenge is immense." Uchiha Itachi, indeed. Nagato, anyone can say that, but Itachi, you have no right to speak. Uchiha Itachi, do not forget, I possessed the intelligence at that time, which enabled me to swiftly formulate a countermeasure. At this moment, Jeraiya found himself at a considerable disadvantage. On one hand, he was unaware of all the enemy's information, leading to a reliance on trial and error with his sage techniques. On the other hand, in a situation where he was utterly unable to utilize ninjutsu or sage arts, his physical combat alone could inflict minimal damage upon the adversary. Therefore, the current battle presented Jeraiya with 2 options. One was to fight without regard for the consequences, a course of action that would likely result in his demise and the loss of vital information. The other was to make a hasty retreat, for as the saying goes, if the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the lack of firewood. While intelligence was indeed critical, it should not come at the cost of one's life. Sacrificing oneself without acquiring any information would be the gravest loss. Little Jeraiya, retreat. With the command of Sage Fukasaku, Jeraiya immediately threw a smoke bomb, vanishing amidst the ensuing cloud. Although the smoke did obscure the view of the Rinnegan, Nagato's gaze followed the residual chakra flow to the cave from which Jeraiya had emerged. He fled from there. Meanwhile, Sage Shima, dissatisfied with the retreat, questioned, "Why must we run?" Sage Fukasaku elucidated, "We need to analyze the abilities of the 6 paths in order to devise a strategy, which requires some time. They may have differing appearances, yet they share the same pair of eyes. In other words, they all possess Rinnegan." By the end of his explanation, Sage Fukasaku exhibited a hint of trepidation towards those eyes, for they belonged solely to the Sage of 6 Paths, a figure only the great Sage of Toads had ever encountered. Any intelligence regarding them had long been lost alongside the great Sage's fading memories. Jeraiya pondered, even if one among them is Nagato, it should not account for all of them. What could this mean? Who among them is the true Pain? As per the current knowledge, Jeraiya found himself utterly perplexed, particularly concerning Pain, who Rain Shinobi had frequently mentioned. Was it one of the 3, or were they all Pain? Sage Fukasaku remarked, "We do not yet know who Pain truly is, but we can at least draw some conclusions." This piqued Jiraiya's interest. What conclusions? Sage Fukasaku explained. Their visions are interconnected and shared. The abilities of those eyes may indeed function in this manner. What benefit could this possibly confer? This left Sage Shima feeling perplexed. Sage Fukasaku continued. Simply put, it is akin to surveillance cameras. One individual could effectively operate as 3 cameras. Even if only one person observes, the others can react without needing to watch. They possess a vision 3 times that of an ordinary person, and unlike the Byakugan, which requires chakra to observe, they can continuously eliminate their blind spots. This constitutes one of the most formidable abilities in coordinated combat. Having absorbed Sage Fukasaku's deductions, Jeraiya proposed a combat strategy. It appears that to engage them, we must separate them. In one-on-one confrontations, victory may be attainable. Sage Fukasaku nodded. With such capabilities, their primary combat method will likely involve coordinated group tactics, avoiding solitary encounters. However, with physical techniques being ineffective and ninjutsu susceptible to absorption, Jeraiya found himself grappling with the dilemma of how to fight. Even in Sage mode, he could not breach their defenses outright, and as for ambushes, the enemy had no blind spots to exploit. If both physical techniques and ninjutsu were off the table, then illusions would be the only recourse, suggested Sage Fukasaku. Jeraiya replied, somewhat resigned, but I am not adept in illusions. Sage Fukasaku continued. Was he not once your disciple? He is surely aware of your lack of proficiency in illusions. We could exploit this gap. Suddenly realizing something, Sage Shima vehemently refused. I will not. Not even if it costs me my life. Huh? Why? Jeraiya was left bewildered, while Sage Fukasaku reprimanded her. Old woman, this concerns the fate of world peace. This is not the time for your stubbornness. Curse that senile prophecy. Mind your words. Old woman. The refusal from Sage Shima led her to lash out at the great sage of toads, prompting Sage Fukasaku to chastise his elderly companion. Intrigued, Jeraiya inquired, what exactly are you rejecting? Sage Shima could only explain. At our age, having to perform a duet with that old fossil is utterly shameful. A duet? After Sage Shima's remark, Jeraiya was left with even more questions. A duet? What does that have to do with illusions? What even is this? Chapter 66. The Final Confrontation with Pain. Part 2. Sage Fukasaku clarified. Our most potent illusion involves a technique that influences the opponent's auditory senses through song. Upon hearing this explanation, Jeraiya finally understood. So that is why you urge me to retreat. Sage Fukasaku continued. Although this technique is powerful, it has evident weaknesses. Once initiated, it will reveal our position due to the sound. Moreover, the coordination of voices requires time to take effect. Should the adversary locate us and strike before it activates, defeat is inevitable. After considering the advantages and disadvantages of this technique, Jeraiya grasped the situation. After a brief pause, he declared, if a situation arises that endangers the lives of both of you, please vanish from my shoulder immediately. Hearing Jiraiya's seemingly morbid acknowledgement of potential consequences, Sage Fukasaku quickly countered, no, this battle concerns the future of the ninja world. Upon hearing Sage Fukasaku's concern, Jiraiya felt warmth in his heart and remarked, I have a plan, though it may carry significant risks. Let us hear it. Senju Tobarama. If one knows their own secrets while remaining oblivious to the limited information of the opponent, such a battle need not be fought. Uchiha Madara. Ultimately, it is a matter of insufficient strength. If one could dominate the opponent, who would care about intelligence? Senju Tobarama. That is precisely why you will forever remain overshadowed by your elder brother, Uchiha Madara, in the entire ninja world. Only Hashirama can compel me to exert my full strength. Can the others? Uzumaki Boruto. I would very much like to give it a try. Against an adversary who once pushed my father and master into a fierce struggle. Uchiha Madara. Boldness, young one. You are the first to dare challenge me upon learning my name. Uzumaki Boruto. How much do you truly know about me? Beyond the Flying Thunder God technique and the Rasengan I have displayed, what else is it that you comprehend? Uchiha Madara. Boy, are you provoking me? Vortex Boruto. I cannot say for certain. You may choose to believe it or not. Not long after, while the three Pain were searching for Jeraiya in the tunnel, they were suddenly enveloped by an unending chorus of croaking frogs. In that instant, all three experienced a momentary delay in their actions. Was that the croaking of frogs? An illusion? The sound emanated from deep within. Due to the influence of the croaking, the animal path, human path, and hungry ghost path could only utter a single phrase each. Before the human path sensed the direction from which the sound originated, they hastened towards the source. And as they turned a corner, they found Jeraiya lying in wait. As they charged in, the shadow concealed within the wall transformed back into Jiraiya's form. Surprising Pain with the revelation of a hidden shadow clone. Sage Art. Fire Style. Great Fireball. A terrifying fireball surged forth from behind the Pains, the intense heat instantly vaporizing all the water in the vicinity. Playing this game? The hungry ghost path quickly turned around, confronting this flame that could incinerate anything. Witnessing the hungry ghost path face the attack alone validated Jiraiya's suspicions. Initially, the long-haired Pain could only use summoning techniques, while this bald Pain only absorbed ninjutsu. Thus, the Pain with unknown abilities must possess just one capability. Next, through their shared vision, The hungry ghost path could only see the great fireball, while the human path, suffering from an eye injury, could see nothing at all. Hence, the only one capable of perceiving them was the animal path with its keen eyes. Sage art. Fire style. Great fireball. Ahead, Jeraiya unleashed a massive fireball, creating a pincer attack. The hungry ghost path could only defend against one side, and as expected, to evade the assault. The animal path had no choice but to leap upwards. However, this maneuver revealed Jiraiya's cunning plan. You've fallen into my trap. Just as the animal path's feet touched the ceiling, it abruptly sank in, realizing it had been ensnared by Jiraiya's ninjutsu, the Hell of Yellow Springs. Though the animal path reacted quickly, extracting its feet from the ceiling, Jeraiya was already upon it. Bang! A heavy blow to its chest sent it crashing into the wall behind. You shall not use summoning techniques. With both sages continuing to unleash the croaking of frogs from Jiraiya's shoulders, the delay experienced by the three pains grew increasingly pronounced. Soon, all three realized, to their astonishment, that they had unwittingly become trapped within a vast cube, immobilized within its confines. You've turned the tables on us, the human path stated, unfazed. The deep sage remarked. This is the binding illusion, capable of restraining the mind. Thus, regardless of who the original is, you are all rendered immobile. The animal path exclaimed, I never expected you, Jiraiya-sensei, to wield such illusions. Jeraiya responded, one must never let their guard down against any opponent, as I should have taught you, Nagato, as he spoke with deep emotion. Jeraiya closed his eyes, reflecting, rather than guiding the world, I wish for you to harness the power that transcends suffering to protect them. In the past, he had genuinely hoped that Nagato was the prophesied child spoken of by the great sage, thus imparting all his knowledge to him. Alas, the reality was far too cruel. The once gentle and timid child had transformed into a being that threatened the entire ninja realm. At that moment, Jeraiya opened his eyes, though the time was brief. I once believed that person was you. Farewell. As his words fell, the three lifeless bodies lay sprawled on the ground, each pierced by a massive blade. Nagato, to eliminate three pains under completely unknown circumstances, Jiraiya-sensei's strength is truly formidable. Jeraiya, ultimately, I let my guard down, otherwise. Senju Tobarama, Jeraiya. You have certainly lived up to your title. Kisame, it seems that what Itachi once said, that even united with him, we would perish at Jiraiya's hands, is no mere exaggeration. Confirming that the three pains had ceased all activity, Jeraiya finally exhaled, it's over. Cough, cough. The sudden coughing of the two sages prompted Jeraiya to inquire. Are you all right? The deep sage explained in a raspy voice, this illusion song is quite taxing on the throat. Jeraiya turned to leave, his tone light. You should rest now. One must never be careless. This is what you taught me, Jiraiya-sensei. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed from behind, causing Jeraiya and the two sages to freeze. Boom. With a deafening roar, a building exploded, and Jeraiya was hurled backward, tumbling across the surface of the lake before finally coming to a halt. As he knelt on the ground, several drops of crimson blood dripped to the earth, instantly staining the water beneath him. Chapter 67, The True Face of Pain. Young Jeraiya, your right arm. I know. It was only upon hearing the exclamation of the deep sage that Jeraiya felt the excruciating pain emanating from the severed end of his right arm. Though Jeraiya had reacted swiftly moments ago, his opponent had been thoroughly prepared. The attack had been too swift, resulting in the loss of his right arm. What is happening? They are clearly different from the three just now. The deep sage was taken aback. They had been vigilantly observing those three, so how had another one suddenly appeared? Jeraiya pondered. Perhaps it was summoned in advance. The deep sage was stunned. Were they summoned before our action? Their exchange confirmed that no one was eavesdropping. How could the enemy have known? If not, could it be the power of the Rinnegan? That seemed far too far-fetched. At that moment, a voice rang out, and six figures leaped into view, each with distinct movements yet positioned identically, exhibiting an inexplicable synergy. All six possessed orange hair, adorned with numerous black rods, and more importantly, each bore the Rinnegan. The six paths of pain have arrived. 6? There are actually 6 of them? The deep sage gazed in astonishment at the 6 figures above, unable to comprehend that pain was not merely 3 individuals, but 6. At this time, the deep sage reminded, hey, look, the 3 from earlier are among them. As expected, the 3 pains they had just battled were now part of these 6 figures, and their injuries had completely healed, as if nothing had ever transpired. Fourth Hokage. 6 pairs of Rinnegan. 6 beings capable of sharing vision at will. How do we fight this? Anokio, are you muscle-bound brutes actually retreating? Fourth Hokage. It's merely difficult. I harbor no fear. Jeraiya contemplated. It seems the newly emerged individual has used some technique or other ability to resurrect them. What sort of jutsu can bring back those who have truly perished? Are they even human? The worldviews of Sage Fumizuki have been somewhat shaken. For the matters of life and death are irreversible. Even with the technique of impure world reincarnation, one cannot completely revive a person. Jeraiya inquired, Pain, who exactly are you? Among them, a face familiar to Jeraiya spoke up. Pain is the collective term for a 6. How could it be? 6 individuals possessing the Rinnegan. The rarity of a single person wielding the Rinnegan is already astounding, yet now 6 individuals simultaneously possess it. Does this still represent that unique Rinnegan from before? You are not at that moment. Jeraiya finally recalled why this pain looked so familiar. This was the very person previously declared dead by pain. Yahiko. How could this be? Yahiko was supposed to be dead. What? Jeraiya remembered clearly that Nagato had confirmed Yahiko's death just moments ago. So who was this Yahiko standing before him? Yahiko remarked, "Can you not see that I possess Yahiko's visage? It seems our teachings were not in vain." His tone turned cold, but Yahiko has long since perished. What stands here is pain. Jeraiya retorted, "Do not speak nonsense. How could you possess the Rinnegan?" Sage Fumizuki was taken aback by Jiraiya's sudden outburst and inquired, "Why is it that you, little Jeraiya, would react this way?" Jeraiya explained there was a former disciple of mine among them. But I distinctly remember he did not possess the Rinnegan. Could it be that the child of prophecy has too? At this moment, Jeraiya had no time to heed Sage Shima's words. He recalled that neither the individuals claiming to be Pain nor the one he had just encountered bore Nagato's signature red hair. It could be said that aside from the Rinnegan, they bore no resemblance to his memories of Nagato. Contemplating this, Jeraiya questioned, Are you Yahiko or Nagato?" "We are Pain. We are God," Yahiko declared, and all the Pains lunged toward Jeraiya. Without hesitation, Jeraiya met them head-on. He could not flee from this battle. He must barter his life for vital information, refusing to perish here without purpose. Yet, even as Jeraiya fought valiantly, he was forced to retreat against these 6. At least 4 of whom possessed unknown abilities. With one of his arms severed, Jeraiya found himself increasingly battered, his injuries mounting. After only a few exchanges, Jeraiya was impaled against the wall by a black rod, his already damaged insides spilling forth with every cough. However, Jeraiya did not emerge from this encounter empty-handed. He had managed to obliterate one of the animal path pains with a desperate strike. "Perverted sage," exclaimed Naruto Uzumaki. "Jeraiya, aren't you getting too old to lose your temper so easily?" After a brief respite, Jeraiya murmured, "Fortunately, I managed to draw him into the barrier, allowing for his demise. Is everything all right?" "It's fine," came the reply. Yet, despite his words, the grimace on Jiraiya's face revealed the perilous state he was in. Suddenly, Jeraiya sensed a potent force manipulating his chakra. "Why is my chakra in disarray? Is it because of this?" Realizing the black rod was the source, Sage Fumizuki promptly removed it. Indeed, once the rod was extracted, the controlling force dissipated. Jeraiya regarded the peculiar black rod and muttered, "What an unsettling appearance. The weapons in use are equally bizarre. This cannot be human. It is a true aberration." Reflecting on past encounters, Jeraiya lamented how circumstances had evolved to this point. How could the once optimistic Yahiko transform into Pain? Was it possible that Yahiko had seized Nagato's Rinnegan? However, Pain's tone clearly mirrored that of Nagato. Just then, the forehead protector of the animal path fell away, revealing a long scar upon his brow. Connecting the scar to his memories, Jeraiya recalled an encounter during his travels in the ninja world with a Wind Demon Clan ninja. He had fought that ninja once, and the scar on his forehead was a result of Jiraiya's own attack. Enlightenment dawned upon Jeraiya. "I remember now, this person is definitely not Nagato." Sage Fumizuki questioned, "What makes you say that?" Jeraiya explained, "This man, I have crossed blades with him before. Following the guidance of the great sage frog, I embarked on a journey, and he ambushed me on a mountain path. The scar on his forehead is from my attack." Sage Shima gasped in astonishment. "Then how's he here?" Sage Fumizuki rubbed his forehead. "I'm feeling a bit dizzy. Who exactly is Pain?" Some matters needed to be confirmed in person, and Jeraiya decided it was time to send the 2 sages back to Mount Mayaboku. The tasks ahead were perilous, and he could not allow them to take such risks. "Jeraiya, have you lost your mind? After barely escaping from Pain, why would you return?" Tsunade exclaimed. Jeraiya replied, "Because I have compelling reasons to do so." Tsunade countered, "Is it really necessary at this moment? Return and recuperate. I can send someone with you later." Jeraiya insisted, "This opportunity is rare. I must seize it, even if it costs me my life. As long as I can gather useful intel, it will suffice." Chapter 68, The Heroic Tale of Jeraiya. Listening to Jiraiya's tone, it was clear he intended to return to confront Pain. Sage Shima immediately rebuked, "What? That is out of the question. If you go out there, you will undoubtedly perish." Sage Fumizuki also urged Jeraiya to reconsider. Not only are there additional pairs of eyes, but they will surely not fall for the same trick again. While we remain undiscovered, we must flee. Yet Jeraiya quietly asserted, exiting now may indeed lead to death, but it could also unveil the true nature of the enemy. If I forego this opportunity, it may be a long time before I get so close to Pain again. This chance to uncover the truth may only occur once. Regarding death, everyone harbors fear. Even the once mighty Uchiha Madara feared death and sought to evade it. However, if there are things one wishes to protect or individuals one wishes to entrust, then death becomes less daunting. As Sage Shima noted, encountering Pain again would likely result in a fatal outcome for him. Nevertheless, should he validate his suspicions, the truth behind Pain might come to light. If he relinquished this opportunity today, many more lives might be sacrificed in pursuit of this information in the future. If his own life could procure this knowledge, it would be a worthy exchange. Jiraiya continued, "Moreover, now is the time for the choice foretold by the great sage frog. My friends, I implore you to take any information and the remains concerning Pain back to Tsunade." Witnessing Jiraiya's determination, Sage Fumizuki ceased her objections and turned to Sage Shima. Such tasks are well within the old woman's capabilities. Through the gaze of the esteemed Master Shimasu, the perceptive Master Jamaru understood without words and merely remarked, as if addressing her departing husband, "Make sure to return for dinner." Master Shimasu nodded in affirmation, responding, "Indeed, once I have completed the task at hand, I shall return with young Jeraiya." Thereafter, Master Jamaru transformed into a wisp of smoke and vanished from Jiraiya's shoulder. Uchiha Madara, in this regard, I must concede that I am indeed inferior to you. Senju Tobarama, oh? The illustrious Uchiha Madara would actually acknowledge someone other than his brother? Uchiha Madara, to view life and death with indifference is beyond my capability, unless I possess knowledge of a means to resurrect. Soon after, Jeraiya, having dispelled sage mode, stealthily returned to the battlefield. Through the observation of a small toad, he peered from a blind spot of pain. Summoning AF Mashuriken with the aid of Sage Fukasaku, the injured Jeraiya launched it with great force, transforming it into a black shadow aimed at the back of the Azura Path. However, the initiation of the attack alerted the other paints, and the Azura Path swiftly leaped aside to evade the ambush. It was only at this moment that Jeraiya discerned the true faces of all the paints. Apart from the Animal Path and the Deva Path, the others were individuals he had encountered during his travels. These individuals were all ninjas I have known. As he reflected on the previous events, all clues finally converged, allowing Jeraiya to realize the true identity of pain and whether these individuals were indeed the original bodies. But alas, such extensive contemplation left Jeraiya unable to react to the underwater assault, as the Azura Path's fist shattered his throat. Simultaneously, the four pains above pierced Jiraiya's back with black rods, driving them deep into the ground. I understand now the true nature of pain. I must urgently convey this information to the leader. Alas, my throat is crushed. Despite Jiraiya's desire to speak and relay this critical intelligence, his shattered throat allowed only muffled sounds to escape. Furthermore, due to his severe injuries, Jiraiya's hearing had completely failed him. Even Sage Fukasaku's calls seemed distant in his ears. Am I to perish like this? How unfortunate. My consciousness began to blur. Am I to die now? Have I truly failed? In his final moments, a montage of memories began to unfold before Jiraiya. He reflected on his life, realizing that he had always been rejected by Tsunade, unable to prevent the departure of his close friends, and had failed to protect both his pupil and his mentor. In comparison to the legendary Hokages, his own achievements felt utterly insignificant. I wish to die with the same fervor as the previous Hokages. The outcome of a story determines its brilliance. Even failure can be intriguing, as it allows me to forge ahead with resolute determination. Great accomplishments can overshadow past failures, enabling me to perish with the grandeur befitting a great ninja. Yet, here I am, on the brink of death. In the prophecy of the great sage Toad, I am the guide of the revolutionary, the one who must choose between peace and destruction for the ninja world. I must defeat pain here and halt Akatsuki's plan to obliterate the ninja realm, but I have failed. How humiliating. Jiraiya's heroic tale concludes in such a manner. What a disgraceful story. This cannot be the end. With the echo of a familiar voice, a memory surfaced deep within Jiraiya's heart. It was a man with golden hair, reminiscent of Naruto, cheerfully holding his debut work, Tale of Heroes, as he spoke to him. This was his most esteemed pupil, the fourth Hokage of Konohagakure, Minato Namikaze. Minato, perusing the well-known narrative, continued to express his admiration. This story is truly captivating. Many elements are drawn from Jiraiya-sensei's personal experiences. It could almost be described as an autobiographical novel. Feeling a touch of embarrassment at Minato's praise, Jiraiya scratched his chin, but it hasn't sold well at all. I wish to incorporate more of my specialties next time. Minato continued to extol, the protagonist of this novel never gives up, right until the end. It's incredibly admirable, just like you, sensei. Yes, indeed. Jiraiya felt even more bashful. Minato closed the book, excitedly suggesting, can I use the protagonist's name for my child? Jiraiya quickly declined. That might not be appropriate. I thought of it while eating ramen. If that child were to learn their name was conceived during my ramen meal, how would they feel? Naruto is truly a wonderful name. Just then, a red-haired woman, visibly pregnant, approached Minato from behind, praising the name's excellence. Kushina. Faced with the approval of Minato and Kushina, Jiraiya could only laugh heartily to ease his embarrassment. Ha ha ha. If that's the case, I'd become the one naming the child. Is that truly acceptable? You absolutely have that right. You are a truly great ninja with remarkable talent. Minato's earnest expression brought Jiraiya back to consciousness, reminding him of Naruto's dreams, his determination, and his ninja way. Yes, indeed. I see now that Naruto, you embody the protagonist of my story. Minato and Kushina's hopes are slowly manifesting through you. But sensei, you undoubtedly have that right. Minato's words once again provided encouragement to the disheartened Jiraiya. Speak plainly, never give up. If this is your ninja way, then Naruto, as your teacher, I cannot yield. For ultimately, a pupil's ninja way should be inherited from their master, correct? Naruto, with the last remnants of his belief, the nearly lifeless Jiraiya struggled to rise from the ground. Sage Fukasaku, incredulous, exclaimed, has he revived through sheer will? How is this possible? His heart should have stopped beating. The distant pains, preparing to retreat, were momentarily stunned by Jiraiya's revival. They had confirmed that his heart had ceased, yet here he was, alive again? Remarkable. Upon meeting Jiraiya's gaze, Sage Fukasaku understood and swiftly removed his outer robe, leaping in front of him. Jiraiya quickly channeled his final chakra, inscribing a series of mysterious numbers on Sage Fukasaku's back. After enduring the pain of this final message, Sage Fukasaku wasted no time. Forming hand seals, I have indeed received your information. In an instant, Sage Fukasaku transformed into smoke and returned to Mount Myaboku. Just as the Azura path unleashed a barrage of steel fists, shattering the ground. With the ground lost beneath him, Jeraiya plummeted into the water, descending slowly into the endless darkness below. Never yielding, this is the true choice I must make. Naruto, I am certain you are the child of prophecy. The remaining matters are entrusted to you. As Jiraiya sank, his tale reached its final curtain. The saga of Jiraiya, the hero, was indeed a riveting one. The final chapter. The frog at the bottom of the well, meeting the vast ocean. Haha, truly spectacular. It is time to set down the pen. Oh, by the way, what should the sequel be named? Ah, of course. The Tale of Naruto Uzumaki. Chapter 69, returning to their respective times as the video concluded. Many were deeply moved by Jiraiya's final words, especially Naruto, who was already in tears. Although it is often said that men do not cry, who can truly hold back their emotions when it matters. Furthermore, this was the first time Naruto had witnessed Jiraiya's death in its entirety. Dad, I'm fine. He quickly wiped away his tears in response to his family's concern, regaining his composure. I will not let down the name of the perverted sage. Jiraiya maintained his jovial demeanor, patting Naruto on the shoulder. Haha, honestly, just seeing the future you has already brought me great satisfaction. Meanwhile, Fushin, having watched the video, found himself in a state of turmoil. In the past, he believed he was merely a clone of Jiraiya, created solely to eliminate Ishiki or compel him into his complete form, leaving the aftermath to the 7th Hokage and Sasuke Uchiha. However, after witnessing Jiraiya's story, he harbored the desire to inherit Jiraiya's title, to bring the Toad Sage back to the ninja world. Ding! The Jiraiya Ninja Art Scroll has concluded. The reward is the fire release, True Flames of Samadhi. At this moment, the system issued its reward, but Jiraiya felt perplexed. True Flames of Samadhi? I have never heard of such a flame. Is it related to Amaterasu? Fushin, having approached Jiraiya, explained. True Flames of Samadhi are a special fire found in the Mountain of Flames, akin to Amaterasu, possessing the characteristic of eternal flames that do not extinguish. Jiraiya looked at Fushin in astonishment. Huh? How do you know so much? Fushin summoned a glimmer of golden flame in his palm by channeling chakra. I can use this fire release. Many widened their eyes at the sight of the golden flame. They were familiar with the name of Amaterasu, but had never heard of True Flames of Samadhi. Fushin extinguished the flames and said, I can guide you in its use. You should learn it quickly if it's you. Thank you. Ding. A significant amount of time has passed. All individuals will be returned to their respective timelines. The deceased must use a revival card to leave. Huh? As the system's voice faded, everyone except the deceased had already been transported back to their original timelines. Observing the sudden decrease in numbers, Hashirama inquired of Madara, revival card? You are the only one with such an item. Do you wish to resurrect? Madara produced the revival card, toyed with it for a moment, then tossed it before the Hokage. Whoever desires it may take it. Madara, you. No one expected such a precious revival card to be discarded so casually. Madara continued, although I still wish to implement the infinite Tsukuyami plan, resurrecting now, without understanding why it failed, would lead to the same outcome. Hashirama stepped forward to smooth over the situation. Do not mind his words. Anyone who wishes to revive should feel free to use it. Fourth Hokage, you should take it. Tobirama contemplated and handed the revival card to Minato, who hastily declined. No, the former Hokages should enjoy such a privilege. Minato, please accept it. Sarutobi chimed in. You and the first Hokage are both from an era long past. Reviving now would not yield much. I, on the other hand, am not in a rush to return. But third Hokage, do you not have many duties left? Minato questioned. Sarutobi chuckled softly. I owe Naruto a childhood. Consider this my compensation for that debt. With that, he pressed the revival card against Minato's chest. Thank you, third Hokage. Thank you, Uchiha Madara. Minato expressed his heartfelt gratitude to those who gifted him the revival card. Go, Minato. Take good care of Naruto, he replied. I will return shortly. As the revival card disintegrated into shards, Minato vanished from the system space under the watchful gaze of Kushina. In various timelines, powerful individuals sequentially returned to the moments before their departure. Tsunade found herself back in her office, encountering Naruto and Jeraiya, who had just returned from their training. Hey, Tsunade. The moment she saw Jeraiya, memories of their fierce battle against pain flooded her mind, prompting her to rush forward. Don't hit me. I haven't done anything yet. Despite Jiraiya's carefree attitude, facing Tsunade's iron fist was an ingrained fear. However, instead of a punch, Jeraiya was met with her embrace, leaving him momentarily speechless. Tsunade? On the other hand, Naruto returned to his Hokage office, now equipped with a computer and instant noodle boxes, a stark contrast to years past. Am I really back? Naruto felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief, yet the memories incessantly reaffirmed the reality of his return. Dad, We're back. Suddenly, the office door swung open, and a golden-haired boy entered. Upon seeing him, memories of a youth burdened with many responsibilities surfaced in Naruto's mind. Enough dwelling on the past, he said softly, a warm smile spreading across his face as he addressed his son. Boruto, how did the mission go? Boruto replied with a grin, it went splendidly. In a distant future. When Boruto opened his eyes again, he found himself not in the system space, but beneath a tree enveloping a dark-haired man. Uncle Sasuke, am I back? Boruto surveyed his surroundings, relieved to confirm he had returned to his timeline. It seemed that his parents and Hinata were not part of this timeline. He found the current state of affairs quite dismal. If possible, Boruto wished for them to remain where they were. Boruto? Just as he felt at ease, a familiar voice pierced the air, causing him to turn around in surprise. A dark-haired girl stood behind him. Upon seeing the man encased in the tree, she inquired, "Why is Uncle Sasuke inside the tree? Shinobi, how did you get here?" Xiaowang stuck out his tongue in response, leaving Boruto at a loss. For everyone harbors secrets they prefer to keep hidden. Meanwhile, Minato, having used a resurrection card, opened his eyes to find himself atop a new and unfamiliar summit. A gentle breeze rustled the fourth Hokage's cloak draped over him. The sights before him were utterly foreign, with towering skyscrapers dazzling his gaze. Had it not been for a building emblazoned with the Uchiha symbol, he might have believed he had traversed into another world. So this is Hokage Rock, the era of Naruto. As he looked down to see the statue of the seventh Hokage, a smile crept across his face. It must be here. Soon. Minato shed his Hokage cloak and approached the door of the Hokage's office. Although the Hokage holds the highest position in the village, the office typically lacks guards. For the Hokage himself is present, who would be foolish enough to launch an attack? Moreover, anyone daring enough to assault the Hokage building would find themselves facing certain defeat. Thus, apart from routine guards, there were no other defenses in place, and anyone could enter the Hokage's office, unlike Hanzo's heavily fortified stronghold. My apologies. You are hearing footsteps. Naruto, lost in the beauty outside, instinctively picked up a mission file and began to peruse it. However, when he turned to see who had entered, he froze in place. The newcomer, sharing his striking golden hair and handsome visage, was clad in the attire of a former elite shinobi of Konoha. Naruto. Dad. Minato's gentle voice brought tears to Naruto's eyes. A long-suppressed name finally able to escape his lips. Moments later, in Ichiraku Ramen, Naruto and Minato engaged in conversation, drawing curious glances from others. Who was this young man dining with the seventh Hokage? He bore an uncanny resemblance to him. The fourth Hokage? But he had died over 30 years ago. How could he be here enjoying ramen? Unperturbed by the stares, father and son continued their exchange. Minato marveled at the technological advancements of the present day. Indeed. Now traveling to other villages no longer requires the constant protection of shinobi. One can simply take a rail car and arrive in a short time. Having been resurrected for merely 2 hours, Minato could not help but be awed by the beauty of the life he now witnessed. A vision he and previous Hokage had strived to construct now realized in Naruto's generation. Before long, Naruto and Minato ascended to the pinnacle of the Hokage building. Gazing out at the modern Konoha, Minato felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Dad, I found you here. Mom was worried you'd forget to eat lunch and resort to instant noodles, so she asked me to bring you this. At that moment, Boruto approached, clutching a bento prepared by Hinata. Thank you. Although Naruto had just finished his ramen, he could still make room for his wife's delectable creation. Who is this? Boruto suddenly noticed Minato standing nearby. Who is this handsome older brother? He looked so familiar. It was Minato's first time seeing Boruto as a child. And compared to the young man he had observed in the system space, Boruto appeared blissfully happy. Minato, reaching out, intended to ruffle his hair. You must be Boruto. Who are you to impersonate my grandfather? Boruto's realization struck him. This man was none other than the fourth Hokage, his grandfather. But his grandfather had passed away long before Boruto's father was even born. How could this man be his grandfather? Seeing Boruto's reaction, Naruto intervened. Calm down, Boruto. This is your grandfather. Are you insane, Dad? How can that be? Finally, through Naruto's rather poor explanation, Boruto accepted that this man was indeed his grandfather, albeit under mysterious circumstances. Meanwhile, Sasuke returned to his own world. Upon his arrival, he promptly scanned the vicinity for enemies. Once assured of their absence, he settled beside the campfire, reminiscing about the peculiar experiences of the day, longing for the days when his wife, daughter, parents, and brother were all alive. Yet, now that he had returned, he resolved to continue living his life. Ding. System alert. Everyone should rest well, as there will soon be a gathering. Along with the introduction of new characters, the summoned individuals reacted differently to the system's prompt. Those who had settled in the system space expressed indifference, for they were already dead. Being alive now felt rather fortunate. Conversely, those who had returned to their own timelines displayed varying responses. I must continue training to prepare for our next encounter. Oh no, don't, big brother. I still want to hold a concert. The fourth Hokage promptly immersed himself in intense training, dragging Killer Bee along, who lamented with his woeful raps. On the other hand, the Tsuchikage's secretary observed Inoki diving into the library and inquired, Tsuchikage, what are you doing? While perusing through the books, Inoki replied, I need to check our forbidden jutsu scrolls. The secretary gasped, but those are. Inoki, tossing aside the book in hand, continued his search. No worries. I know what I'm doing. CHJR trailed behind Mei Taram and asked, Water Shadow, where are we headed? Without hesitation, Mei answered, to Konoha. CHJR was taken aback. Mei clarified, only there can we find the water-style secret techniques left by the second Hokage. Through her experiences in the system space, Jiamei realized that the most formidable water-style jutsu was not wielded by the successive water shadows, but by the second Hokage, who had perpetually opposed the Uchiha clan. The second Hokage's water jutsu was not only immensely powerful but also extensive in range, capable of unleashing torrents comparable to a flood, even when his strength was reduced to a mere tenth of its original capacity. Thus, to enhance her mastery of water jutsu, she resolved to venture to Konohagakure. In Chapter 71, a new summon, new characters appear. 3 days had passed unnoticed. During this time, some individuals continued their lives as usual, while others devoted themselves to rigorous training, striving to bridge the gap in their abilities. Only Xiaoguang felt a mixture of exhilaration and heartache, for during these 3 days, Boruto had not remained in one place for more than a day. If he lingered too long, it was as if they were trapped in a game, with pursuers suddenly appearing around them. At first, Xiaoguang contemplated dispatching these adversaries swiftly, but Boruto dissuaded her, insisting that merely incapacitating them would suffice. Xiaoguang found herself perplexed by Boruto's restraint. Despite the opponent's lack of strength, so feeble that even she could easily defeat them, why did he refuse to eliminate them when they clearly intended to kill? Though she had distanced herself from the Uchiha clan, remnants of her past notoriety led to her being pursued by those with ulterior motives. In such instances, she would not hesitate to eliminate her pursuers. Yet, upon hearing Boruto's rationale, she admired his kindness even more. While the world regarded him as a treacherous wolf, he continued to treat everyone with the same compassion as before. Xiaoguang expressed her indignation regarding Boruto's past. So, you intend to eliminate Kawaki, the one who transformed you into this? No, I merely wish to give him a good thrashing, Boruto replied calmly. Ultimately, Kawaki's actions were rooted in a desire to protect his father, albeit through extreme measures. Moreover, Kawaki was genuinely safeguarding Konohagakure. All Boruto needed to do was investigate thoroughly and resolve the threat of the Ten Tails to alleviate the world's crisis. As for his identity, Boruto had long since prepared to protect Konohagakure, his family, and friends in the shadows, much like Sasuke. Since Boruto had faith in Kawaki, Xiaoguang chose to trust Boruto's judgment. Although she was initially reluctant to place her faith in Kawaki, she was willing to accept Boruto's decisions. Today, after confirming that no pursuers were nearby, Boruto and Xiaoguang decided to set up camp at the mouth of a cave. Xiaoguang skillfully skinned and cut the freshly caught rabbit, while Boruto took charge of cooking. This had been their division of labor over the past 3 days. Though Boruto could manage all tasks, Xiaoguang felt uneasy simply sitting idle, so she took on these responsibilities. Despite being relentlessly pursued by unknown assailants each day, Boruto had taken good care of her, leading Xiaoguang to feel significantly happier during these days than ever before. She mused that living like this in the future wouldn't be so bad. Just as Xiaoguang entertained this thought, the voice she dreaded most echoed once more. All strong warriors have rested for 3 days. Inventory check continues. Teleportation begins. Xiaoguang had just handed the prepared rabbit meat to Boruto when her form abruptly vanished, reappearing in front of the crowd. It seems I won't be needing this, Boruto remarked, accepting the meat with an expression of mild amusement. He had anticipated a much longer wait to return, only to find it had been merely 3 days. In stark contrast to Boruto's nonchalance, Xiaoguang's face flushed with embarrassment, and she quickly concealed herself behind him. At that moment, Naruto approached and inquired, Boruto, how did you come to be with Xiaoguang? Having observed that only those existing within the same temporal realm appeared together, like himself and Minato, he noted that others arrived in chronological order, with those closer to the future appearing last, as was the case with Boruto and Xiaoguang. Looking at Xiaoguang hiding behind him, Boruto explained, honestly, I am just as puzzled as to why Xiaoguang ended up in my era. Meanwhile, Kyukai, who had been waiting here for an extended period, felt quite lonely. Aside from her friend Mikoto, there were no other women around. The only conversations she could engage in with the others revolved around strategies to reduce their enemies to mere pulp, as the temporal gap was too vast to bridge. When she caught sight of Boruto, Kyukai's eyes lit up with excitement, akin to a famished tiger pouncing on its prey. Had there been any malice in her actions? Boruto might have instinctively drawn his sword and fled using the Flying Thunder God technique. Just then, Boruto sensed an unusual chakra surge, unmistakably a sign of impending danger. Grandma, please let me go. Danger is approaching. Boruto. A furious voice rang out, followed by a figure leaping toward Boruto's position. Boruto merely grasped the hilt of his sword, confident in his ability to withstand the blow without harming Kyukai. However, he was overly cautious. In this system space, beyond the dueling grounds, no one could engage in combat without permission, not even the Otsutsuki. With a resounding crash, the imminent attack was forcefully pressed into the ground, the impact shattering the earth beneath. The assailant struggled to free their arm but found it impossible. What on earth is happening? Boruto released his grip on the sword hilt and advised, Kawaki, I suggest you refrain from attacking me here. If you wish to fight, let us save it for later. Boruto, where are we? What have you done to me? The youth referred to as Kawaki continued to struggle, seemingly unwilling to accept his predicament. Boruto, what is going on? Seventh Hokage. Upon Naruto's arrival, Kawaki was visibly taken aback, quickly sensing the presence of Naruto and Hinata still within the protective barrier of the Great Black Heaven. Noticing the astonishment in Kawaki's eyes, Naruto mistakenly assumed he had inadvertently triggered a reaction from Kurama, causing Kawaki to feel alarmed and thus inquired, is something wrong? No. Nothing at all. Although the individual before him was not the Naruto he had protected, through chakra perception, Kawaki recognized him as Uzumaki Naruto. Even sensing the existence of the nine tails within him. In the presence of Naruto, Kawaki adopted a much more respectful demeanor, inquiring, Seventh Hokage, where are we? Naruto explained. This is a special space created by an inventory system, where many historical figures of great strength gather, including myself and the previous Hokages. Kawaki surveyed the area. Aside from the familiar faces of the Hokages he often saw on Hokage Rock and those he recognized from Konohagakure, he did not know anyone else. Boruto warned sternly. The area you inhabit is vastly different from that of my father. I advise you to cease any reckless behavior. At this moment, Boruto is no longer the powerless child he once was. Now, as long as he is present, he will ensure that Kawaki is never again imprisoned in the darkness. Humph. In response to Boruto's warning, Kawaki can only acquiesce, for he senses an ominous presence ever watching him. Ding. All personnel are present. Please refrain from engaging in unauthorized combat. We shall commence the new inventory. He was once the exemplary youth of Konoha, consistently arriving late due to his good deeds. He would risk infiltrating enemy strongholds to rescue his comrades, and a singular incident transformed him from the model student into a formidable adversary in the ninja world. It was only upon realizing his mistakes that he sought redemption. As we recount the legendary moments in the ninja world, we turn to chapter 72 of the tale of Uchiha Obito, the fierce battle in the Kamui dimension. Within the Kamui realm, the clashing of metal echoed through the brilliant blue lightning until two figures collided, their strikes piercing each other's chests. Obito, let us cease this trivial game. Kakashi stated calmly to the Uchiha, as if the wound he had inflicted bore no significance. At that moment, Obito remained silent, yet the illusion began to unravel. After all, against Kakashi, who also possessed a Sharingan, such genjutsu was rendered ineffective. As the illusion faded, the two combatants, who had pierced each other's hearts, gradually vanished, their true forms materializing behind. Kakashi slowly formed the hand seal reminiscent of his days in the Ninja Academy, signaling the commencement of battle. I no longer wish to prolong this. Upon seeing this, Obito understood his opponent's intent and mirrored the gesture. Indeed. Let us settle this once and for all. The fourth Hokage exclaimed, Rinnegan? Why is it always the Rinnegan? Is it being mass-produced? Uchiha Madara. It seems that the plan is progressing quite smoothly. Kakashi Hatake. Obito, I am aware that you are watching. The scheme you so fervently cherish will ultimately falter. You may doubt my words, but the unfolding events will reveal the truth to you. Therefore, cease your evasion. Uchiha Obito, at this moment. It was as if both parties had returned to the days of the fourth Hokage's team. Kakashi was still the prodigious ninja he had always been, having ascended to CH Nin at a tender age, while Obito was unmistakably the underachiever. As members of the same squad, they had engaged in numerous training sessions, one of which unfolded under the watchful eye of Minato. Now, the commands issued by Minato echoed simultaneously in their minds. The ninja duel commenced. With the mental command resonating within them, they charged at one another, their fists colliding with remarkable speed. The ensuing close-quarters combat was intense. Kakashi, being a gifted ninja, had even triumphed against Might Guy, a master of taijutsu, on several occasions. However, under the tutelage of Uchiha Madara and through countless battles, Obito's taijutsu had become equally formidable. Moreover, situated in the Kamui dimension, Obito's phasing ability was rendered ineffective. Thus, their physical confrontation reached an impasse, each unable to gain the upper hand. Even when wielding their respective weapons, the fierce clashes yielded no decisive victor. Use your hands. At this juncture, they engaged in another bout of grappling. But Obito unexpectedly shifted tactics, catching Kakashi's palm and forming hand seals. Realizing the imminent danger, Kakashi was struck by Obito's knee to the chin, leaving him momentarily dazed. Seizing the opportunity, Obito kicked Kakashi away and completed his final seal. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Faced with the onslaught of flames, Kakashi rolled to his feet, completing the necessary seals within half a second before slamming his hands onto the ground. Earth style. Earth flow rampart. A massive stone wall erupted before Kakashi, absorbing the impact of Obito's fireball technique. Yet, the ferocious flames relentlessly battered the outer layer of the earthen barrier, ultimately shrouding it in a thick veil of black smoke. At that moment, Kakashi heard the sound of kunai being picked up, swiftly realizing Obito's proximity. Utilizing his Sharingan's dynamic vision, he pinpointed Obito's impending location and prepared himself. However, the figure that burst forth was not Obito. but a parachute crafted from kunai and cloth. Oh no! Realizing he had fallen into a trap, Kakashi swiftly turned, only to find Obito had already maneuvered behind him, delivering a crushing blow to Kakashi's head. A heavy wave of dizziness engulfed him, rendering him momentarily immobile. Like a fish on a cutting board, vulnerable and defenseless. Just as Obito was about to strike, another Kakashi emerged from the ground. Anticipating this, Obito thought, "The real body is this one." With that thought, he swung his weapon, piercing through Kakashi's form. In the next moment, however, Kakashi transformed into a violent current of electricity, coursing through Obito's body, leaving him utterly astonished as it was a lightning clone. In an instant, the tables turned. Kakashi executed a nimble maneuver, performing a backflip kick that struck Obito squarely in the chest. Obito was sent reeling backward, tumbling several times before coming to a halt. As the numbing sensation still lingered, Kakashi had already charged his Raikiri and lunged towards Obito. Despite the paralysis, Obito summoned a black rod to his hand and aimed for Kakashi's heart. Yet, the lingering numbness thwarted his aim, causing him to strike Kakashi's side instead. With a piercing sound, Kakashi's Raikiri undoubtedly penetrated Obito's chest, while Obito's black rod inflicted a wound on Kakashi's waist. "Obito, your past will always accompany me. My duty now is to protect the present Naruto. Naruto, you must not lose your way. You must grow stronger than I, possessing what others do not. At this moment, my task is to safeguard the past Obito and eliminate the present one." Coughing, Obito groaned in agony while Kakashi stifled a grunt, half kneeling on the ground. In contrast to Kakashi's struggle to remain upright, Obito spat blood, collapsing onto the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Inoki. Now, this is a true ninja battle. Unlike those who rely on monstrous powers to clash. Uchiha Madara. Unable to bear defeat, one may choose to abstain from the game. Inoki. Senju Tobarama. Even if those matters are set aside, who among you possesses the capability to best Madara, myself, or my elder brother? Inoki. It has concluded, Obito. Gazing at the gaping wound in Obito's chest, which offered a glimpse of the scenery beyond, Kakashi breathed heavily, unexpectedly rather than erupting in anger. Obito burst into laughter. "Our confrontation indeed resulted in your victory, yet do not presume you can claim triumph in this war." With that, Obito vanished through Kamui, leaving Kakashi alone. Though Kakashi yearned to intervene, his injuries rendered him incapable, forcing him to watch helplessly as Obito departed. Shortly thereafter, on the battlefield of the Fourth Great Ninja War, Obito emerged amidst a swirling vortex, materializing atop the Ten Tails. However, his heart was pierced through, creating a vast hole. Despite his formidable vitality sustained by the cells of Hashirama embedded within him, the explosion of his heart meant that without treatment, death was merely a matter of time. Chapter 73. The birth of the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Just as Obito struggled to cope with the agonizing pain in his chest, his pristine right arm uncontrollably sprouted numerous black rods, even beginning to form seals with intent. Obito understood precisely what was occurring. It was Madara, the only one capable of this feat, attempting to compel him to use the Rinne rebirth to resurrect him, trading his life for Madara's revival. No, he would not allow Madara to have his way. He was determined to create a world where Rin still lived. Yet, Obito's steadfast resolve did not yield the miracle he sought. The encroaching darkness began to seize control of his body, forcing him to form a peculiar seal involuntarily. Simultaneously, the reanimated Uchiha Madara leisurely crafted seals, remotely directing Obito's movements. After all, he was not controlling Obito directly, but merely manipulating the black Zetsu that had usurped control of Obito's body. Reflecting on Obito's once Navi words, Madara couldn't suppress a cold smirk. "Now, it is time for you to repay me." Listening to the anguished cries emanating from the Ten Tails, the Sage Mode-empowered Hashirama recalled a technique that could only be executed with the Rinnegan, the Six Paths Forbidden technique. The Rinne rebirth. Aware that Hashirama had discerned his intentions, Madara remained unfazed, as maintaining the Four Crimson Ray formation left Hashirama with insufficient energy to thwart him. Seeing Madara's tacit acceptance, Hashirama hastily summoned numerous wood clone jutsu to intercept Madara. However, due to the constraints of the Four Crimson Ray formation, the chakra available for the clones was severely limited, capping their number at 5. "Only 2? I find myself in such a predicament." Meanwhile, Tobarama prepared to support his elder brother, but his chakra was nowhere near as formidable, and with his own efforts focused on maintaining the formation, he could only produce 2 shadow clones. At the same time, many on the battlefield noticed Obito's unusual behavior, prompting them to take action. Riding on the blue serpent, Sasuke leaped forth, prompting Naruto, still embroiled in battle with the Ten Tails clones, to shout, "Sasuke, wait a moment." However, no one observed that the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who had entered tailed beast mode, had sensed something amiss, his expression turning grave. "So, this is what it is." On the other side, observing the wood clones preparing to encircle him, Madara chuckled. "Realizing that they cannot halt me, they opt for direct confrontation?" With that, Madara's gaze sharpened. "But you must understand, mere clones cannot impede me." As Madara asserted, these wood clones were utterly incapable of hindering him. Indeed, he could eliminate a clone without so much as a twitch, and the numerous ones would merely prompt him to move slightly. At this moment, Sasuke had utilized the blue serpent as a springboard to reach above the 10 tails. His Susanoo poised to unleash a black arrow at Obito. However, though Obito was beyond control, the black Zetsu was not. Swiftly launching several black rods to deflect the black arrow. Recognizing the difficulty of successful ranged attacks, everyone hastened toward Obito. Yet, the 10 tails' immense size was daunting, dwarfing the combined mass of the other 9-tailed beasts. Even Sasuke, sprinting in a straight line, still had a considerable distance to cover. Simultaneously, within the nearly uncontrollable depths of Obito's mind, memories surfaced, words once spoken to him by Minato before he became Hokage. You cannot always choose to give up, Obito. Do you not cherish Rin? Then, show her by becoming Hokage. Suddenly, a cold flash pierced through, severing Obito's right shoulder and causing blood to spray profusely. Through his blurred vision, he beheld a figure enveloped in golden chakra, the man he revered most, yet felt he had wronged, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Teacher. Upon witnessing Obito collapse to the ground, Minato was momentarily taken aback. As he had merely sensed the flying thunder god mark he had inscribed on the masked man long ago, never expecting it to be on Obito. Obito. It was you all along. Minato could hardly fathom that the one responsible for the deaths of countless individuals and the unleashing of the 9 tails upon Konoha was once his own student. Kushina, Obito. You rascal, come out here. Minato, Kushina, do not be agitated. We do not even know where he is now. Kushina, truly, after all our concern for him. He turns out to be such an ungrateful wretch. Naruto, moreover, he has wantonly slain many and instigated the 4th Great Ninja War, regardless of the circumstances. He is undeniably the greatest sinner in this conflict. Uchiha Sasuke, these words hardly reflect your true self, Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, we have no right to forgive Obito's actions. Yet I choose to embrace the wisdom of the perverse sage. If we persist in viewing the world through the lens of hatred, we shall only witness the unending birth and spread of animosity. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Obito. I recall the days in Konoha when you were a kind-hearted child who would lend a helping hand to the elderly without hesitation. Senju Tobirama, the Uchiha clan possesses the most intense and extreme emotions, which is why their actions are equally fervent and radical. Uchiha Izuna, oh? You truly live up to your reputation, white hair, to have investigated the Uchiha clan so thoroughly. Yagura, indeed, you are worthy of being an Uchiha weapon. Confronted by this former student, now an adversary, Minato felt an inexplicable sorrow. The mark of Flying Thunder God will never fade away. This is something I have yet to reveal to you, Obito. If you were still alive, I would genuinely hope you could become Hokage. But why? The former Minato cherished this earnest yet somewhat foolish young man, but the current Obito felt utterly alien to him. At that moment, Sasuke arrived. Gazing at the now subdued Obito, and sighed. This is rather dull. All that remains is to seal that half-resurrected Madara, and this war will come to an end. What's left is merely this giant creature. As he spoke, Sasuke cast a glance at the 10 tails beneath him. However, Obito smirked coldly, as a fellow rogue ninja. What grounds do you have to declare that this war is over? Obito's words startled both present, but before they could react, the 10 tails, previously subdued by the divine gate, began to tremble. Soon, the immense form of the 10 tails was rapidly absorbed into Obito's body, ultimately coalescing into a luminous sphere of white light. The flung Sasuke and Minato were caught by Naruto's outstretched chakra claws, pulling them close. Sasuke remarked, that guy's initial target was that hand seal. Crack. At that moment, the sphere began to shatter, revealing a figure with pale skin, appearing to possess scales, adorned with 9 black tomo patterns on his back. It was the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails. Chapter 74. Power of the Sage of 6 Paths. As the Toad Sage distanced himself from Obito's location, Naruto, through malevolent perception, could only discern a grotesque scene. He couldn't help but exclaim, this is becoming increasingly terrifying. Sasuke inquired, Naruto, what do you mean? Naruto explained, I have forged friendships with the tailed beasts. When I previously obtained their chakra, I distinctly recognized their forms, and now I can clearly sense the chakra of the tailed beasts being absorbed one after another. Minato suddenly understood, so that means. Naruto continued, furthermore, I have seen the hand signs unique to the Sage of 6 Paths, yet Obito's seals differ from those. Sasuke clenched his teeth, so he intended to do this from the very beginning, regardless of our attempts to stop him. Meanwhile, Hashirama Senju had launched an assault on the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails. As he completed the hand signs, a colossal divine gate rapidly descended from the sky, forcefully pinning Obito into the ground. The divine gate is Hashirama's most effective method against the tailed beasts, once trapped beneath it. Even the most ferocious tailed beast loses its will to fight. This explains why the 10 tails, when restrained, never contemplated breaking free. Again, however, this marked Hashirama's first attempt to suppress a Jinchuriki, particularly one as formidable as the 10 tails, thus he cautiously summoned multiple divine gates for reinforcement. The resounding booms echoed continuously until, once silence returned, dozens of divine gates lay atop Obito. Hashirama declared solemnly, even as a Jinchuriki, there is no way to break free from the divine gate. Oh, remarkable. Observing the now motionless Obito, Naruto could not help but express his admiration. Yet, In the next instant, a sharp sound erupted, as the divine gate suddenly released its hold, seemingly thrust open by an unseen force, causing the gates to shatter into fragments. This scene astonished everyone present. No creature ever restrained by the divine gate had managed to escape, not even the tailed beasts. Yet, at this moment, Obito not only achieved this feat but appeared to stand up effortlessly, the divine gate imposing no pressure upon him at all. At this juncture, Obito rose, and fiery tendrils sprouted from his back, transforming into claws that reached for the four red yang formation, gripping it tightly. The four Hokage, though unaware of Obito's intentions, each fortified the four red yang formation. This formation had withstood even the tailed beast bombs, theoretically ensuring that as long as the four Hokage did not voluntarily dismantle it, any creature trapped within had no hope of escape. However, before the might of the four red yang formation, Obito rendered it as fragile as mere sheets of paper, tearing it apart in a single motion. Gasp! The four red yang formation was forcefully dismantled, causing the four Hokage to be struck back by the formation's backlash, resulting in the instantaneous disappearance of the team surrounding Madara. Hashirama's sole remaining would clone hastily urged the others. Everyone, do not let your guard down. The barrier has been breached. Minato quickly implored Obito. Stop, Obito, do not proceed any further. Obito. Yet, Obito appeared to have lost all sense of self. In response to Minato's plea, he merely repeated his own name in a daze, as if he had forgotten who he was. At this moment, the four Hokage confronted Obito, with the strongest among them, Hashirama, declaring, frankly speaking, he is now stronger than I am. I beg your pardon for my rudeness, but the truth remains. The third Hokage did not oppose this statement. Rather, he agreed that Hashirama was correct. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, added, even if we reclaim the chakra from our clones, we still stand no chance against him, brother. I understand, but, however, before Hashirama could finish, Obito had already darted past both Hashirama and Tobirama. The swiftness of Obito left only the shocked expressions of the two Hokage, who found themselves halved in body. Uchiha Madara, witnessing you Hokage suffer setbacks is truly gratifying. Senju Tobirama, however, Madara, do not forget that your Ten Tails Jinchuriki has already been claimed by another. Uchiha Madara, what of it? The one inside is in the state of impure world reincarnation, incapable of becoming a new Jinchuriki. Senju Tobirama, I thought you would be angry. Uchiha Madara, how could this be? After all, this is merely part of the plan. In the face of Obito's strike, none of the onlookers could react in time. Until Tobirama shouted, Hiruzen, the fourth Hokage, quickly evacuate. Understood. In response to the third Hokage's command, Minato had already utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport both himself and the third Hokage away. Simultaneously, Tobirama formed hand seals, activating the explosive tags he had affixed to Obito, brother. Alright. As they had grown up together as siblings, Tobirama's mere call prompted Hashirama to unleash countless trees upon Obito, coordinating with Tobirama's subsequent assault. At that moment, Obito was devoid of self-awareness, failing to react to Hashirama's onslaught as the trees ensnared him effortlessly. Tobirama then reached into his pocket. The Edo Tensei technique was developed by me, specifically to complement this technique. Explosive tag exchange. As Tobirama cast explosive tags around Obito, more tags materialized beside him through the summoning formula from the first tag. Boom, boom, boom. An overwhelming barrage of explosions engulfed Obito, ferocious flames consuming him for an extended duration, with the internal detonations persisting. However, this terrifying assault swiftly diminished at a visibly astonishing rate, revealing Obito's form. At that moment, all present witnessed Obito gradually transforming a black substance back into a sphere, seemingly negating the previous explosive tags. This substance not only exhibited remarkable speed but also rendered attacks ineffective. Seeing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi summoned a colossal shuriken and hurled it toward Obito, simultaneously forming hand seals, shuriken shadow clone technique. The giant shuriken instantaneously morphed into a massive wave of shuriken, certain to pierce through Obito if it struck. In response, Obito silently transformed those dark spheres into a black shield, subsequently raising it to withstand the shuriken onslaught as he charged forward. All the shuriken that made contact with the peculiar black shield were utterly obliterated, failing to impede even a fraction of Obito's visage. The shield then morphed into a spear, lunging toward Hiruzen. Though Hiruzen evaded the attack, his right shoulder was nonetheless shattered. Before Hiruzen could steady himself, a mighty hand grasped his head. This is bad. Boom. The black substance surged through Obito's palm, instantly annihilating Hiruzen's upper body, leaving only the lower half to collapse helplessly to the ground. In mere seconds, amidst the combined assault of the three Hokage, Obito had achieved the feat of injuring two and killing one. Had the three Hokage not been in their Edo Tensei state, the outcome would have resulted in the annihilation of the Hokage team. The vast disparity in power had instilled fear in all present. Chapter 75, The Adapted Obito. Meanwhile, Naruto, perched upon Gamakichi, inquired of Minato, Dad, can we use the Flying Thunder God to transfer Grandpa Third? Minato, with a hint of exasperation, replied, without direct contact with my chakra, it is impossible to relocate. Sasuke interjected, Naruto, stop shouting. The Hokage are aware of their Edo Tensei bodies. They specifically charged in to analyze the enemy's abilities and techniques. Minato, impressed by Sasuke's insight, remarked, "Sasuke, you are truly an exceptional child." He then cautioned, "Nevertheless, even with Edo Tensei bodies, recovery requires time. I will proceed to create an opportunity." On the other side, Hashirama's original form sensed the impending danger. Realizing that his clones were no longer effective and prepared to rush toward Obito. "I cannot wait any longer, Hashirama." Madara descended before Hashirama, having waited too long, and unwilling to prolong his desire for battle. Hashirama, however, was reluctant, preferring to prevent Obito's actions, yet understood that Madara was not an opponent to dismiss lightly. "Must we truly proceed like this, Madara?" Enough with the pleasantries, Hashirama. Faced with Madara's full onslaught, Hashirama had no choice but to concentrate all his attention on this encounter. A clash between the apex warriors of a bygone era unfolded once more on the battlefield. Meanwhile, on the other front, having effortlessly dispatched the Third Hokage, Obito surged towards Minato. Yet, midway through his flight, his body suddenly expanded, and he lost balance, plummeting to the ground. Upon witnessing this, Minato quickly recognized that while Obito had transformed into the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, he had yet to acclimate to this newfound power. Seize the opportunity. With this thought, Minato dashed toward Obito, kunai in hand, ready to employ the Flying Thunder God technique. However, just a few steps into his run, Gamakichi sensed vibrations from below, swiftly raising his weapon in caution, while Naruto alerted, "Gamakichi, be careful." No sooner had Naruto spoken than an attack struck Gamakichi's blade, the immense force propelling Gamakichi's colossal form through the air. It was at this moment that the assembled group realized the attacker was Obito. Yet his body remained in the same position. No, only his upper half had attacked. This violation of human anatomy surpassed everyone's comprehension. Is this still human? Kurenai Yuhi wondered, astonished that such a stretched body had sustained no harm. Uchiha Madara, this is a power of the Sage of Six Paths, far beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. Senju Hashirama, this transcends human thought, not only in terms of offensive techniques but also in physical composition. It is no wonder that the version of myself within acknowledges his superiority. Senju Tobarama, brother, though I hesitate to say it, in the face of this individual, even your true thousand hands may prove futile. Senju Hashirama, I cannot dispute that. Uchiha Izuna, brother, do you not possess a Ten-Tails Jinchuriki experience card as well? Utilizing it would grant you such power. Uchiha Madara, of course, Izuna. Naruto lost his balance and fell due to an attack from Gamabunta, and at that moment, Obito seized the opportunity to transform the black sphere into a pointed cone, thrusting it towards Naruto's body. Seeing this, Sasuke hurriedly summoned the hand of Susanoo to serve as a shield for Naruto. However, upon contact with that peculiar object, even Susanoo was swiftly eroded, leaving a gaping hole. Fortunately, during the time the black substance was consuming Susanoo, Naruto had already fallen to the ground. Observing the large cavity in the palm of Susanoo, Sasuke could not help but become vigilant. Not only ninja tools, but even Susanoo could not withstand this. Yet, Obito's assault offered them no respite as he charged forward, grasping the heads of both Sasuke and Naruto. Just as the black sphere was about to penetrate the palm, threatening to destroy both Naruto and Sasuke, Naruto quickly extended his claws, grasping both Sasuke and Minato. Minato immediately reacted, teleporting the three of them to the side of Gamabunta using the Flying Thunder God technique. Ouch! That hurt. I almost died. Upon arriving, Naruto quickly checked his body, ensuring he was unharmed before exclaiming in relief. It seemed Naruto was indeed as formidable as Sasuke. Minato silently praised Naruto for his swift reaction in that critical moment, as he had just mentioned that his chakra was necessary for indirect contact to utilize the Flying Thunder God, yet Naruto had, in that perilous moment, become the indirect link, not only saving Sasuke but also extricating them both from danger. After marveling at Naruto, Minato turned his attention back to Obito, stating earnestly, "We must resolve this before he adapts." However, at that moment, Obito extended his hand and launched a black sphere, which did not target anyone specifically but exploded nearby. Boom! The black sphere rapidly expanded, devouring everything within its vicinity like a black hole. When the sphere dissipated, it left behind a massive crater. Due to his proximity to the attack, Obito's body was also grievously reduced by half. Yet, even in such a state, Obito remained alive, and the severed area did not bleed, instead appearing dark and murky. "I will create an opportunity. You all be cautious." Seeing this, Minato immediately threw several Flying Thunder God kunai and swiftly maneuvered through them, making it difficult for the enemy to pinpoint his location. Just as the name suggests, the spiral flashed super round dance roar. However, while Minato was attacking, Obito was simultaneously acclimating to his body. In the depths of his mind, Obito was ensnared by numerous white tendrils suspended in midair, and as his memories faded, the tendrils relentlessly tore at his body. Obito was in agony. His heart, memories, and past were gradually slipping away. His grandmother, himself, his teacher, Kakashi, all became increasingly blurred, until he reached the memory of that short-haired girl. "No, Lin," he cried out, unwilling to relinquish the memory of her. This unwavering determination pulled Obito back from the brink of disintegration. As his memories resurfaced, the reality of Obito swiftly shrank his form, returning him to his original appearance, yet this time he possessed a sense of self. I have finally completed it, sensei. Though his words startled Minato, he did not hesitate to swing the kunai towards Obito's neck. Clang. However, Obito merely waved the staff formed from the black sphere, effortlessly shattering the kunai. This is bad, Minato exclaimed upon seeing Obito strike with the black staff, promptly using the flying thunder god to evade. Yet, Obito's attack was even swifter. After Minato escaped, a golden chakra-covered arm fell nearby. Thank goodness I managed to escape using the flying thunder god. Although Minato had lost an arm, at least he had preserved his life. However, at that moment, Obito questioned, is that truly the case? It was only upon Obito's reminder that everyone noticed a black sphere had followed Minato back to their midst, and the emanating light signified that it was about to explode. We must relocate quickly. In the face of this impending threat, Minato prepared to swiftly distance himself from the others, while Sasuke hurriedly shielded Naruto with Susanoo. Even Minato was caught off guard. Exclaimed the fourth Hokage. It seems your speed ranking will drop another position, Inoki remarked. What a shame. It must merely be that Minato was inattentive. Konoha's Ino added. Master instinctively protecting dad. That's truly impressive, Boruto observed. Uchiha Sasuke, at that moment, my sole focus was on preserving the lives of those not subjected to Edo Tensei. Chapter 76, The Unfathomable Black Sphere. Just before Minato's teleportation, a colossal hand seized the black sphere, which then instantaneously shifted to Obito's side. The counterattack must commence promptly. It was only when that resonant voice echoed that Obito realized that the Senju Tobirama, carrying the black sphere, had materialized beside him. Boom. In no time, the black sphere expanded, resembling a gigantic entity engulfing both Obito and Tobirama. Naruto, witnessing this, called out loudly, Uncle Second Hokage, do not worry. It is merely a shadow clone. At this moment, another Tobirama approached them, reassuring Naruto. Sasuke glanced around in astonishment. Huh? When did this happen? Tobirama explained. When he previously encountered me, I left a mark on him. Naruto couldn't help but exclaim. Incredible. Dad's technique can do that too, right, Uncle Second Hokage? It is the fourth Hokage who learned from me, and you should properly address me as the second Hokage. Tobirama shot Naruto a look, recognizing the resemblance between this foolish young man and his own elder brother. However, as the shockwave from the black sphere's explosion settled, Obito emerged unscathed from the protective barrier created by the sphere. Such swift defense. This remarkable defensive capability reminded Naruto of Gaara's sand, which could also provide instant protection to its wielder. Yet, in the face of such a defense system, only two known methods could penetrate it, either overwhelming it with destructive force or accelerating to surpass the black sphere's defensive speed. However, neither option was feasible at present. The sphere rendered any ninjutsu or physical attacks ineffective and shattered them. As for speed, even with Tobirama's Flying Thunder God technique, Obito was momentarily stunned. Yet the black sphere still managed to defend against it. Thus, it was clear that neither speed nor strength would suffice. Indeed, I must rely on my Rasen Shuriken to create an opportunity. Minato, having observed Tobirama's attempts to outpace the black sphere, held utmost confidence that his Rasen Shuriken would breach Obito's defenses. Hearing this, Tobirama couldn't help but comment. Your naming conventions are quite amusing. Ordinarily, I would provide some critique. Amaterasu. However, Sasuke disregarded all else and unleashed his most potent fire technique against Obito. The black flames materialized before Obito, yet before they could even reach him, the black sphere had formed a shield, effectively nullifying the Amaterasu. Sasuke, Naruto, did I not mention that I would create an opportunity? Let us forge that opportunity together. Charge forth, Naruto. The main assault is entrusted to you and your father. Ignoring Minato's discontent, Sasuke and Naruto launched their offensive against Obito. Truly disobedient. Minato sighed in resignation, while Tobirama placed a hand on Minato's shoulder. Shall we join in, fourth Hokage? Minato returned the gesture, patting Tobirama on the shoulder. Very well. This body can withstand the impact. In silence, the two left their respective Flying Thunder God marks on each other. Naruto, this time, I shall coordinate with your chakra ratio. Alright, let us show Dad and the others how well we can synchronize. As they charged, Sasuke ignited the Amaterasu and controlled it with Kage's technique, ensuring it remained in his grasp without harming himself, while Naruto gathered his Rasen Shuriken. Fire release. Kage's technique. Wind release. Rasen Shuriken. Upon contact, the black flames enveloped the surface of the Rasen Shuriken, transforming it into a black fire wheel. Simultaneously, Tobirama once more utilized the Flying Thunder God to position himself behind Obito, but the ever-prepared Obito merely remarked, planning a pincer attack? The response did not come from Tobirama, but from Minato. Just as Naruto and Sasuke propelled the Rasen Shuriken, imbued with Amaterasu, forward, Minato unexpectedly dashed into the path of the attack. This astonished everyone present, including Obito. Is the teacher out of his mind? Ah, I see now. Kushina exclaimed. Minato, you still have the presence of mind to ponder. Why would you shield that brat? Senju Tobirama explained. Because the fourth Hokage and I intend to utilize a technique that can only be executed when both are simultaneously employing Flying Thunder God. Uzumaki Naruto, Dad. Your actions took us by surprise. Uchiha Sasuke, fortunately, no allies were harmed in the ensuing chaos. Has Minato's mind truly faltered? Of course not. In the fleeting moment of collective astonishment, both Minato and Tobirama activated their respective Flying Thunder God seals simultaneously. A mutual exchange of Flying Thunder God. Two in an instant. Minato, who had been poised to collide with the black flames of the Rasengan Shuriken, switched places with Obito, while Minato appeared in the position previously occupied by Obito. This technique is known as Scorch Release, a whirlwind of blazing darkness. In any case, let the battle continue. Initially intending to elaborate on the name of this technique, Minato opted to abbreviate it due to its length. Seeing their attack successfully strike Obito, Naruto and Sasuke unleashed their full might, propelling Obito backward for several dozen meters until he was sent flying. From a distance on the battlefield, Sakura could only witness the explosive display of the unique ninjutsu executed by Naruto and Sasuke together. She hastily inquired of Hinata, "Hinata, what is happening?" The pair were smiling. What appeared in Hinata's sight was the triumphant smile of Naruto and Sasuke after their successful collaboration. Gazing at the inferno blazing ahead, everyone marveled at their success. Knowing that even if Obito survived, he would certainly be left with significant injuries. At this moment, Tobirama arrived beside Minato via the Flying Thunder God technique. Observing the black flames ahead, he remarked, "If we strike before those black entities shield him, this attack should prove effective." However, as the darkness was pushed aside by some unseen force, Obito merely knelt on the ground, exuding an air of nonchalance. There was not a single wound on him, nor even a speck of dust. Tobirama's voice was tinged with resignation, so even a direct hit is ineffective? Minato sighed. This must be what it means to possess the power one has always desired. What is it? Minato asked, noticing Tobirama suddenly glance at him. Thinking he might have made a mistake, Tobirama muttered, "Logically, your left arm should have healed by now." Ascending into the air, Obito cast a contemptuous gaze upon the gathered crowd below. "I have now attained power equal to that of the progenitor of ninjas. Your understanding cannot even begin to fathom it. Could it be your technique? What is happening?" Tobirama recalled a forbidden technique he had seen in scrolls from the past. "Fourth Hokage, you must not sustain any injuries from here on. This individual likely wields a technique based on yin-yang release that can nullify ninjutsu, meaning that even a body resurrected through impure world reincarnation would not recover upon sustaining a blow. Should it suffer extensive damage, it would face true death once again." Tobirama's words detonated like a deep-sea bomb, stirring tumultuous waves of shock among the crowd. Impure world reincarnation. A technique that grants the resurrected an immortal existence and boundless chakra. Could it truly be defeated once more? Chapter 77. Successfully breaching the defense. 6 paths Obito Senju Tobirama. Yin-yang release. No wonder all previous attacks inflicted no damage whatsoever. Uchiha Madara. Truly. The power of the Sage of 6 Paths transcends all forms of ninjutsu. Anoki, how can we possibly fight? All ninjutsu is rendered ineffective. Yagura. So this is the power of the progenitor of ninjas. Uzumaki Naruto. There is still a chance. That black sphere is not invincible. After witnessing Obito's strength, Naruto did not yield but instead glanced at Sasuke and said, "Sasuke, from now on, we shall take the lead and intensify our attacks. Can you keep up?" Sasuke responded with formidable confidence. "Do not underestimate the Uchiha." "Very well. I shall enter the mode of Kurama." With Sasuke's affirmative reply, Naruto clasped his hands together, and chakra erupted with tremendous force, the golden chakra flames expanding exponentially. However, just when everyone anticipated the dazzling golden fox, akin to the sun in the night, to reappear, Naruto's chakra cloak unexpectedly dissipated. Observing Naruto poised yet inactive, an unusual awkwardness enveloped the scene. Tobirama could not help but comment, it malfunctioned at the critical moment. He cast a glance at Obito above, who mirrored his incredulity. "You two father and son are so naturally oblivious that it's speechless. Even that guy can't bear to watch. My apologies." After a brief silence, Minato could only utter an apology. "Senju Tobirama, 7th Hokage, I had not realized you possessed such comedic talent." Uzumaki Naruto, I am sorry. Uchiha Sasuke, how embarrassing. Uchiha Sakura, haha. So even you, Naruto, experience moments of chakra exhaustion. Uzumaki Boruto, Dad, you look hilarious. Uzumaki Naruto, enough laughing, Boruto. Hinata. You too. Uzumaki Hinata, I apologize, it's just too amusing. In the video, Naruto hurriedly inquired within his inner world, "Kurama, what is happening?" At that moment, the Ninetales, gathering chakra, explained, "Transforming into a tailed beast requires an immense amount of chakra. For now, just manage with the Ninetales mode." Suddenly, Gamabunta launched an attack on Obito, a powerful water bullet striking the black shield before him. Tobirama murmured, "Is that a frog from Mount Myaboku?" Naruto turned to Gamabunta, questioning, "Gamabunta, what is going on? If you're going to attack, you should coordinate with us." Gamabunta waved his hand dismissively. "Sorry, Naruto, my summoning time is nearly up." I just wanted to give him a parting gift before I vanish. Feeling warmth in his heart, Naruto replied, "Thank you, Gamabunta. Now, you should rest well." After a brief apology, Gamabunta transformed into smoke and returned to Mount Myoboku. Witnessing Gamabunta's departure, Naruto refocused on Obito, and at that moment, his eyes widened in surprise. Watergate questioned Obito. "Obito, wasn't your dream to become Hokage? Why are you doing this now?" Obito coldly retorted, "Is it too late for a lecture now, sensei? You always arrive late at crucial moments, just like that time and Rin's incident." Reflecting on the two significant events that changed his life, being buried under stones and Rin's death, Obito felt bitterness. The Golden Flash teacher could have arrived in time, yet he always showed up at the last moment. With a heavy heart, Obito slowly spoke, "It's wonderful that my teacher is Hokage. Thanks to that, I've abandoned my dream of becoming Hokage." Listening to Obito's words, Watergate found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. For as Obito stated, if he had arrived in time, perhaps none of this would have occurred. Even during the Nine-Tails incident, had he identified the mastermind as Obito, Rin would not have died. And Naruto would not have had to endure a tragic childhood as a Jinchuriki. Seeing this, Obito continued to stab at him. "As my teacher, you failed to realize it was me. It seems you are not so remarkable after all. What is more tragic is that as a hero, you stand humiliated before your son." However, it was not Watergate who responded, but Naruto. At that moment, Naruto had prepared a Rasengan in his hand, addressing Obito mid-air. "You, who have not become Hokage, should cease your petty insults against the Hokage." Observing Naruto's expression, Tobirama couldn't help but admire his fighting spirit. Stepping closer and placing a hand on Naruto's shoulder. "More importantly, do not casually insult my father, who has already become Hokage." With Naruto's final roar, Tobirama transported Naruto behind Obito, and the spinning Rasengan struck forcefully against him. The violent tearing force instantaneously ripped through Obito's skin, launching him into the ground like a projectile. Witnessing Naruto's Rasengan inflict damage on Obito, Sasuke stood momentarily stunned. Just moments ago, a more powerful Rasengan had failed to breach his defenses, yet now it succeeded. Was the power of the Rasengan truly greater? However, upon seeing Naruto's eyes, now bearing orange shadows and rectangular pupils, he quickly realized the truth. Ninjutsu could not break through Yin release, but Senjutsu could. The water bullet released by Gamabunta earlier must have been a Senjutsu technique. No wonder the black shield couldn't negate it, but instead, part of it melted away. Therefore, if ninjutsu fails, one must resort to Senjutsu. Meanwhile, Watergate gazed at Naruto, who had entered Sage Mode, his expression somewhat dazed. Sage Mode, he never expected Naruto would master it, a feat even Jeraiya had struggled to achieve. Naruto has truly matured into a dutiful son, Watergate thought. At that moment, a voice echoed within Watergate's inner world. Upon entering this realm, he saw a massive shadow appear behind him, a familiar figure adorned with 9 tails. "Jeraiya, Watergate, your praise is making me blush." "Tsunade, Jeraiya. How is your mastery of the sage fire going?" "Jeraiya, don't mention it. I've only just begun learning. If only that fellow, Gokushin, Henti returned so soon." "Gokushin, actually, you've grasped the basic method. All that remains is practice. You don't need my explicit guidance." "Tsunade, if that's the case, are you up to mischief again?" "Jeraiya, no? Absolutely not." Chapter 78. The resplendent sun. Once more Watergate turned to face the immense figure, the Yin release of the Nine Tails, whom he had sealed within himself long ago. The Yin Nine Tails jested. "Watergate, do you think I will join forces with my other half simply because you sealed it within your son?" Watergate was taken aback by the Nine Tails' words. In the past, when he had just sealed it within the Shinigami, they had battled for an extended period. The duration of their fight was lost to memory, and eventually, they began to converse, leading to their current relationship. The Yin Nine Tails comforted him. "Kushina's death is not your fault. Your son becoming a Jinchuriki is not your responsibility either. You need not bear the burden for the world estate. It is your son who can change this. He is no longer the crying infant of the past." The Yin Nine Tails gazed at Naruto outside, seemingly recognizing the young counterpart within Naruto, who was gathering chakra. Meanwhile, Obito rose from the ground, inspecting the wound on his back. "I didn't expect a Ten-Tails Jinchuriki to have such a weakness. Though the attack didn't hurt much, it's surprising that an ant could breach my defenses. Wonderful. Sage Mode is indeed effective." On the opposite side, Naruto and Tobirama returned to Sasuke and the others. Naruto remarked, "I can soon coordinate with my Flying Thunder God technique. And mastering Sage power feels like fighting alongside my brother." Observing Naruto's back, Tobirama reminisced about the days he fought alongside Hashirama. Just then, Obito healed his back wound, and the spiky appendages on his back ignited with a ghostly blue flame. Though the flame appeared harmless, it was evident that anyone who approached would face immediate annihilation. Tobirama lowered his head, muttering, although it's effective, he immediately fortified his defenses after healing. Recklessly approaching would be fatal. It's time to clear the obstacles for the infinite Tsukuyami. With both hands pressed firmly against the barren ground, Obito summoned forth an enormous tree that sprouted abruptly, adorned with 4 peculiar flowers. In this desolate world, the intrinsic value of existence seemed to have vanished entirely. As Obito's words echoed through the air, the 4 bizarre flowers began to charge, manifesting 4 orbs of tailed beast chakra, reminiscent of the earlier Ten Tails release. The assembled ninjas stood in stunned silence, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of this display. Previously, they had barely managed to withstand the onslaught with countless Earth release barriers, only surviving due to the timely intervention of the Fourth Hokage. Now, facing four-tailed beast orbs simultaneously felt like a death sentence. Naruto inquired, "Is there any way out of this?" Tobirama shook his head. "Flying Thunder God can only transport one at a time. I will handle one. And the fourth will take another, but the remaining two are beyond our reach." As the colossal tree charged in the distance, Hashirama grew increasingly anxious. "Madara, wait." Yet, Madara remained unfazed, commanding Susanoo to launch a fierce assault on the Treant. "We are both reincarnations. We need not concern ourselves with such trivialities." After all, Madara had finally found an opponent he could engage without restraining his power, and he was unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. As Madara kept the main body occupied, a would-release clone from the Ninja Alliance urgently called out, "Everyone, remain calm. I am here. We merely need to alter the trajectory of those tailed beast orbs. Our Hokage will find a way to transport them." With that, the would-release clone interlocked his fingers, preparing to unleash a grand technique. "Please continue to create Earth release barriers. I will use the advent of the tree world to redirect them to the sea." "Not so fast." Obito shot a glance and casually hurled 6 black rods imbued with a massive amount of chakra, securing them in 6 different locations. 6 paths of the Red Sun. With the formation of a seals, an even more formidable sealing wall enveloped the entire Ninja Alliance. Yes, a barrier. With only the high exit in the sky visible, the morale of the Ninja Alliance crumbled as the specter of death loomed ominously over them. Hashirama's would-release clone remarked, "Are we trapped here, unable to redirect the tailed beast orbs? It is time to end this battle." At that moment, Obito transformed a black sphere into a colossal form, enveloping himself within it. "In that case, we can only rely on Flying Thunder God." Tobirama turned to Minato, Fourth Hokage. "Can you transport 2? Minato shook his head. "Without a mark, I can only move 1. Obito seized the moment to taunt, "You cannot save anyone." Those words left Minato speechless, for he felt utterly powerless in this dire situation. His pride in the Flying Thunder God seemed inadequate to resolve the crisis. Perhaps Obito was right. He could save no one. Naruto then spoke up. "Dad, I have an idea, but I'm not sure if it will work." Raising his fist, he asked, "Can we do a fist bump?" Minato, unsure of the intention but trusting his son, did not hesitate to connect fists with Naruto. As their chakra linked, their inner worlds intertwined. The young Ninetales appeared with a playful grin. "Ah, my other half, you seem to be doing well. Mind sharing some chakra?" The Ninetales shrugged. "It feels a bit odd being asked for a favor by myself." Meanwhile, Obito shifted his focus back to Naruto. "Naruto, that man can save nothing. Your mother and his subordinates are powerless too. Do you know what tomorrow is? It is the anniversary of Minato and Kushina's deaths. When they are gone, everything in this world will perish. Listen closely." But before Obito could finish, Naruto replied with a calm smile. "Yes, tomorrow is also the day I was born." Raising his head with determination, Naruto declared, "You need to understand this. This world will not end. Because I'm still here." Kushina, Naruto has truly matured and grown strong. Minato, indeed. Hiruzen, Naruto has really grown up. Naruto, hee. Boruto, Dad, don't be awkward. Let us go, Dad. All right. As the two connected their chakra, the 2 Ninetales within them also collided their fists, instantly replenishing Naruto's chakra. A radiant golden chakra cloak enveloped him. This golden chakra shone like a beam of sunlight piercing through the dark night, dispelling the shadows of despair within the hearts of the Ninja Alliance, reigniting the flame of hope within them. Chapter 79, The Might of Flying Thunder God Within the Inner World. The young Ninetales expressed gratitude to the Ninetales. "Your chakra support has been immensely helpful." The Ninetales smiled gently. "There is no need for such sentimental words. We are one, after all." It then glanced down at the father-son duo. They too share a bond. In the real world, witnessing the 4 massive tailed beast orbs looming overhead, Sasuke inquired, "Naruto, what shall we do next?" Yet, Naruto calmly replied, "What we need to do now is focus our strength." Observing the resolute expression on his son's face, Minato felt a deep sense of pride. "Naruto, you have truly grown up." "I'm sorry, Naruto, you must have faced many hardships and pains along the way." To his surprise, through their chakra connection, Naruto's inner voice resonated. "Don't worry, Dad. The hard times are still ahead." At that moment, the tailed beast chakra that Naruto had previously shared with the Ninja Alliance began to expand once more, forming a protective chakra cloak around them. This unexpected turn left the Ninja Alliance astonished, as they had thought this protective barrier had been shattered during the earlier chaos caused by the Ten Tails. Observing the sudden surge of crimson on the battlefield, Hashirama marveled. He actually shared his chakra with the entire alliance? "His chakra is on par with mine." "Ray, Sasuke, shall we use the reverse summoning of snakes?" "Yes, but I also need to get you and Naruto out." Sasuke, indifferent to the fates of others, was solely focused on ensuring Naruto's survival. The 4 Hokages were reincarnated and unafraid of attacks, but what of the others? Their lives seemed inconsequential. Sakura Uchiha. Alas, Sasuke was truly heartless back then. Uchiha Itachi. It is because of me that he was so adorable in his childhood. Uchiha Fugaku, alas. I can't shake the feeling that my skills have been wasted. Uchiha Sasuke. Hey, there's no need to put it that way. Uzumaki Naruto. Haha, Sasuke, you're feeling shy. Uchiha Sasuke. Shut your mouth, you laggard. At that moment, Naruto suddenly recalled something and quickly turned his head to look at Sasuke, right? I haven't transmitted my chakra to you all yet. Come quickly. Sasuke, visibly displeased, retorted, at this point, what use is your chakra? Stop your prattling and hurry. Ultimately, under Naruto's insistent urging, Sasuke reluctantly accepted Naruto's tailed beast chakra alongside Go. Obito, observing the crimson expanse below, scoffed. How could such a thing possibly withstand the resonance explosion of the ten tails? Let everything turn to ash. As Obito enveloped himself within the truth-seeking ball, four-tailed beast balls cascaded into the six paths yin-yang formation. Boom. A deep rumbling explosion erupted, causing the six paths yin-yang formation to balloon outward like an onion until the exit expelled the shockwave and smoke, restoring it to its original state. However, the violent explosion did not annihilate the Ninja Alliance. In fact, they witnessed firsthand how the tailed beast balls deformed the formation. Huh? We're not dead. We're really not dead. How wonderful. Seeing their survival, the Ninja Alliance erupted in jubilant cheers, their relief akin to that of children. Observing the exuberant Ninja Alliance below, Tobirama praised, Fourth Hokage, counting this instance, you have saved everyone twice. It was merely luck, Minato gasped in response. Although the previous instance was a momentary transfer, the Flying Thunder God technique operates on a one-to-one basis. Thus, Minato had effectively executed thousands of transfers in half a second to relocate the Ninja Alliance. Consequently, the chakra consumption was immense. Had it not been for the rapid recovery of chakra in his reanimated body, he would not have been able to stand at this moment. Go gazed at the towering six paths yin-yang formation, puzzled. What did you do? Naruto explained, it was my father who transferred the Ninja Alliance outside. Using that technique? Transferring everyone? Sasuke could hardly believe it. How could he transfer everyone in an instant? Was it not stated that only those who had been in contact with the fourth Hokage's chakra could be transferred together? How did you accomplish that? Naruto chuckled. Everyone has the chakra from me and Kurama that was transmitted earlier. As he spoke, Naruto felt his brain begin to overload. So, I first connected my dad's chakra with everyone else's. What do you call that? At this, Minato quietly reminded him, indirect contact. Naruto then realized, yes, indirect contact. Tobirama elaborated. You must have utilized the principle of shadow clones, dispersing chakra while retaining a small amount within. When the main body wishes to manipulate the chakra, the dispersed chakra resonates, resulting in a chain reaction. In essence, Naruto connected his chakra with the fourth Hokage's, thereby linking the alliance's chakra through himself, correct? Faced with Tobirama's explanation, Naruto appeared utterly bewildered. He understood the words, yet when they were strung together, they became incomprehensible. Observing Naruto's reaction, Tobirama sighed and covered his forehead. Forget it, I won't ask you anymore. At this moment, Naruto, having rebooted his brain, praised Tobirama, Uncle Tobirama. You truly understand my shadow clones. However, Naruto's comment elicited a retort from Tobirama. The shadow clone technique was my creation. It is my jutsu. Senju Tobirama, 7th Hokage. Be careful, or I'll sue you for copyright infringement. Uzumaki Naruto. I'm sorry, Uncle Tobirama. Senju Hashirama. Don't take it to heart. Has the 7th Hokage elevated your shadow clone technique? You should be pleased. Kawaki, the 7th Hokage has such a side to him. Uzumaki Boruto. Yes. Dad used to live alone, which is why he values the village and family so highly. Make sure to free them sometime. Uzumaki Naruto. Free them? What do you mean? Uzumaki Boruto. It's nothing. Just something between him and me. Amidst the laughter and joy, Minato gazed at Naruto's smiling face, unable to help but reminisce about their previous conversation in the inner world. At that time, Naruto had already explained the entire strategy, although his explanation was rather poor. Minato grasped it instantly. Naruto clenched his fists, excitedly declaring, let us give it a try. With the power of the Nine Tails, no, Kurama, there is nothing we can't achieve. Let us fight side by side. The Ein attribute Nine Tails couldn't help but exclaim, for people? He actually considers us as humans. How has he been educated? Haha. The young attribute Nine Tails shrugged, implying that he would eventually find out. Minato looked at Naruto softly, saying, Naruto, I truly wish to have a good talk with you now. Naruto replied, there is no need for lengthy discussions between men. I understand everything. Moreover, I have already encountered my mother's chakra. Upon hearing this, Minato recalled the many words he and Kushina had exchanged with Naruto before their deaths. Naruto, with a sunny smile, responded, no need to say anything. It must have been just like my talkative mother, right? Yes. Observing Naruto now, Minato felt a mist gather in his eyes. Kushina, Naruto, 555. Kamikaze Minato, you've worked hard. Uzumaki Naruto, Hiki. Chapter 80. A counterattack unleashed in light of this scene, Minato felt nostalgic. Cornered by enemies, yet enveloped by a sense of fearlessness. Indeed, it felt reminiscent of the time he fought alongside Kushina. At this moment, Naruto's pupils transformed into the slitted eyes of a fox, signifying that his chakra had fully recovered. He suddenly leaped forward, his blazing chakra coalescing into a massive fox head. The sheer quantity of chakra astonished Sasuke, who marveled at Naruto's ability to unleash such an immense amount. Tobirama, noticing this, casually reminded, Naruto, while being fierce is commendable. Do not forget that only sage techniques can be effective. Tobirama's words momentarily stunned Naruto, who then clutched his head in alarm. Right? I completely forgot about that. Tobirama felt he had overestimated Naruto's intellect, exasperatedly holding his forehead. I've confirmed it. You are an even greater fool than your brother. Sasuke quietly scoffed. Having so much chakra is simply a waste on you. Only Minato wore a resigned smile, this feeling isn't too bad. Meanwhile, within the inner world, the young attribute Ninetales burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. You have surpassed all previous Hokages, albeit in a different sense. Naruto, feeling embarrassed, shouted at the young attribute Ninetales. Shut up. You idiot, Kurama. The young attribute Ninetales, unfazed, continued to laugh. Ha ha ha. It's quite endearing. Once the young attribute Ninetales had its fill of laughter, it said. But you need not worry. This is easily manageable. This left Naruto momentarily speechless, pondering. I'm not saying you should worry because I called you an idiot. The young attribute Ninetales shook its head, clarifying. No, I meant that you can enter Sage mode in this state. Alas, it was now Naruto's turn to be taken aback. Can two modes truly coexist? The young attribute Ninetales began to elucidate. Perhaps you have forgotten. During your encounter with Pain's true body, you were in Sage mode and, due to your overwhelming anger, excessively utilized my chakra. At that moment, my chakra and Sage chakra managed to coexist. Did that really happen? Naruto pondered the words of the young attribute Ninetales, struggling to recall the events from before. He only remembered his confrontation with Nagato and had disregarded everything else. Suddenly, a thought struck him. When he first began training in Sage arts, he had difficulty synchronizing with the Sage. Could it be? Pointing at the young attribute Ninetales, Naruto exclaimed, Ah, I remember now. You even hindered my training with Grandpa Sage. The young attribute Ninetales retorted, That was because I did not want a toad perched upon me. Besides, having my chakra was sufficient. The fact that you sought to practice Sage arts was rather irksome. Seizing upon the Ninetales' admission, Naruto wore a mischievous expression and said, Ha, you stubborn old thing. The young attribute Ninetales countered, Stubborn is what you are. Attempting to ignore Naruto's remarks, it continued, In any case, I now permit you to use Sage arts while harnessing my power. Would you still deem me stubborn? In response, Naruto donned an even more audacious expression, declaring, You are such an ungracious fellow. The young attribute Ninetales could no longer contain itself, sprawling on the ground and bellowing, You little brat. Lately, you have been increasingly dismissive of my presence. However, Naruto returned to his usual demeanor and gently replied, No, as you said, this feels rather comforting. Observing Naruto closing his eyes to absorb Sage chakra, Minato approached him, prompted by the suggestion of the attribute Ninetales within himself, and also manifested a golden fox head. Yet, in contrast to Naruto's radiant golden aura, Minato's appearance was comparatively subdued, aptly reflecting the dual properties of their respective Ninetales chakra. As Naruto was currently in the mode of the Ninetales, he absorbed more Sage chakra than usual, allowing the characteristic eyes of Sage mode to emerge. Alright, let us commence. With Naruto prepared, the father and son rapidly ignited their chakra, and in an instant, two identical Ninetales materialized upon the battlefield. Naruto, infuse Sage chakra into the Rasengan. Okay. Second Hokage uncle. The pale golden Ninetales first conjured an enormous-tailed beast bomb, while Naruto commanded the bright golden Ninetales to lend Sage enhancement to the massive orb. Simultaneously, Tobirama positioned himself between the two Ninetales, touching one of their tails. Due to the considerable distance, Obito was unable to intervene in time, and as the enemy readied themselves, the seal upon his waist began to glow. In haste, Obito activated his defense, but before he could fully deploy it, the Sage art, Super-tailed Beast Bomb had already teleported behind him. Fortunately, the defensive shield he had partially erected completely shielded his body, preventing him from being entirely exposed to the devastating attack. Otherwise, the bomb would have reduced him to mere fragments. Crack. Although the defensive shield of the tailed beast bomb was formidable, the opposing attack was equally powerful, causing the shield to begin shattering under the strain. In a desperate bid to avoid being obliterated by the Rasengan, Obito swiftly formed another tailed beast bomb into a spear, thrusting it towards the colossal orb. Boom. The clash caused the tailed beast bomb spear to crack, yet Obito could distinctly feel the pressure on his shield beginning to wane. There was hope. Seizing the opportunity, Obito exerted force and ultimately succeeded in propelling both Ninetales outward before the shield and spear were shattered. Obito found himself sliding back several meters, while the two Ninetales hurtled away, crashing into the ground. The bright golden Ninetales quickly flipped over, with Naruto, located at its head, expressing his discontent. Darn it. That dark thing is so resilient. Tobirama, now inside the Ninetales, lamented, Our actions have been anticipated by the enemy. Relying solely on the Flying Thunder God technique has become rather predictable. Since earlier, their offensive strategy had relied heavily on surprise attacks through the Flying Thunder God technique. and with such frequent usage, it was only natural for anyone to start taking notice. Naruto, however, countered, then we must simply destroy that black entity. How should we proceed? Of course, we shall use a tailed beast bomb infused with sage chakra. In response to Tobirama's inquiry, Naruto gathered a massive black energy sphere, which represented his answer. His most formidable technique, the tailed beast bomb. Tobirama, witnessing this, could not help but express his admiration. This is impressive. Perhaps you might indeed surpass your brother as Hokage. The nine tails nearby also came to assist. No problem. Minato quickly maneuvered his pale golden nine tails to join in the process of forming the tailed beast bomb. And its size immediately swelled, now comparable to that of a small hill. Watching from a distance, Sasuke clenched his fists as he beheld the tailed beast bomb brimming with terrifying energy. Is this the Naruto of today? Just how powerful must one be to master such a colossal chakra with such finesse? Vortex Boruto remarked, Master, you are exhibiting jealousy, how rare. Uchiha Sasuke, at that time. I was merely in my adolescent phase, do not pay it any heed. Uzumaki Himawari, speaking of which, didn't you once fantasize about being some sort of superhero, brother? Uzumaki Boruto, haha, what a black history. Chapter 81, The Purpose of Infinite Tsukuyami. Obito stood before the colossal tailed beast orb, realizing that if it truly were to attack, the truth-seeking orb would likely not hold up as before. Thus, it was imperative to strike first. Clapping his hands together, Obito astonishingly separated the ten tails from within him, liberating it from the host's constraints. The ten tails erupted in a thunderous roar. However, before long, its eyes retreated into its body, and a transformation began to unfold. Upon witnessing this, Obito raised his hand to dismantle the six red yang formation. At that precise moment, the ten tails form rapidly expanded, evolving into a colossal tree. The roots of this tree spread over an extensive area, not only interrupting Naruto and Minato's assault but also ensnaring the two-tailed beasts. Minato barely had time to react before he sensed a rapid depletion of chakra within him. Yet the roots' reach did not stop there. They swiftly extended to encompass the entire allied shinobi forces, as if the roots possessed a consciousness of their own, capturing one ninja after another. Those ensnared had no time to comprehend their predicament before their chakra was completely drained, leaving them as mere husks. This is terrible. It absorbs chakra. If we do not flee quickly, we shall perish. Help. In an instant, chaos erupted among the allied shinobi forces as they fled in disarray. What is happening? So many are coming for me alone. This is outrageous. In contrast to ordinary individuals, the Jinchuriki killer found himself pursued by an even greater number of roots, pushing him to the brink of exhaustion. The eight tails within killer hastily warned him, this is the divine tree, the final form of the ten tails. It knows you possess abundant chakra, hence this onslaught. With the emergence of the divine tree, the battle between Hashirama and Madara had to be paused momentarily. Evading the divine tree's attacks, Hashirama questioned his dear friend and adversary. What is happening? Madara, also under attack by the divine tree, wielded his Uchiha fan to sever the roots, stating, chakra inherently belongs to the divine tree. Yours, theirs, it is all the same. Hashirama shattered a root with a punch, exclaiming, what? The origins of chakra are indeed unknown to them. But they have been taught by their ancestors that chakra is produced by trillions of cells within the human body. However, Madara's statement indicated otherwise. Madara smirked as he dodged another root's strike, launching a counterattack on Hashirama. It is merely reclaiming the chakra that was dispersed long ago. Hashirama abruptly pushed back. What do you mean by that? Madara summoned Susanoo, slicing through the roots approaching from behind, and inquired, after so many years. The true history has become veiled. Hashirama, do you know how ninjas came into existence? Seeing the look of confusion on Hashirama's face, Madara began to recount a hidden history. In an era long before chakra was known, the conflicts between humans had never ceased. The divine tree merely observed the strife among humans without intervening. Until one fateful day when it bore fruit once every millennium. Amidst the chaos, a figure arose to seize the power of the divine tree for victory. Her name was Kaguya Otsutsuki. Before long, Kaguya harnessed this power and single-handedly quelled the entire war. She became the first to possess chakra. Not only Kaguya but her children were also born with chakra. Yet the divine tree, in its bid to reclaim chakra, resorted to brutal measures, manifesting as the ten tails. Ultimately, the ten tails was subdued by Kaguya's child, Hagoromo Otsutsuki, who then began to teach the ways of utilizing chakra and founded the shinobi sect, thus becoming the ancestor of all ninjas, a man we now refer to as the Sage of Six Paths. Upon hearing this, Hashirama was astounded. How do you know all of this? Madara landed upon a tree branch, the growth of the divine tree now stabilizing, because all of this is inscribed on the stone tablet of the Uchiha clan. In Madara's voice, a rare hint of helplessness emerged. To quell the war, I partook of the forbidden fruit, yet in the end, nothing has changed. The war continues, escalating ever further. When I learned of this, I truly fell into despair. There is no such thing as true peace in this world, Hashirama. Since we cannot eliminate war, it is better to utilize the power of the divine tree to cast a grand illusion. Hashirama questioned, is this what you call a dream? Madara gazed towards the towering bud of the divine tree. It is somewhat different. when the flowers of the divine tree bloom. The eyes within the blossoms will project onto the moon, completing the infinite Tsukuyomi, and the one to initiate this technique shall be I. Senju Hashirama, is this what you refer to as the infinite Tsukuyomi plan? Uchiha Madara, indeed, if true peace cannot be achieved in reality, then why not manifest it within dreams? Kagaya Otsutsuki, is this the reason you have embarked on such a mad scheme? Uchiha Madara, is the ninja world truly at peace now? Anoki, even though conflicts persist, no significant wars have occurred. Uchiha Madara, ultimately you are fighting for your own interests. Once the infinite Tsukuyomi is activated, the entire world will descend into a realm devoid of conflict. Fourth Hokage, you are nothing but a madman. Uchiha Madara, whether as a madman or a savior, all my actions are driven by the pursuit of world peace. Senju Hashirama, Madara. I find myself struggling to comprehend your intentions. Senju Tobarama, brother, I have always maintained that the Uchiha are a band of lunatics. Uchiha Sasuke, while one may speak of him, do not conflate his identity with that of the entire Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku, Lord Second, we may become emotionally charged. Yet you have never considered this issue from our perspective. Senju Tobarama, oh? How so? Uchiha Fugaku, from my perusal of past documents, prior to the establishment of Konoha, you harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Uchiha clan, did you not? Senju Tobarama, indeed, at that time, the Senju and Uchiha were locked in a fierce battle for survival. Uchiha Fugaku, it is entirely understandable that you harbor resentment towards the Uchiha, for brothers, relatives, and friends have perished at their hands. Similarly, the Uchiha harbored profound hatred towards the Senju's existence at that time. Senju Tobarama, what relevance does all of this hold in relation to the matters we have been discussing? Uchiha Fugaku, indeed, hatred is relative. The Uchiha clan is known for its emotional volatility, however. It is undeniable that such emotional responses are a reflection of our reactions to external circumstances. Uchiha Fugaku, ultimately, we are but human, and as humans, we inevitably experience our own emotions. Prior to the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, we endured prolonged oppression from Konoha. If the roles were reversed, would you not desire to resist? Senju Tobarama, Uchiha Fugaku, what I wish to convey is that while I do not deny the existence of madmen within the Uchiha clan, I implore you not to extend such notions to every individual of the Uchiha lineage. In Chapter 82, The Ninja Alliance That Lost Faith, we witness in the video how Naruto has had the majority of his chakra extracted by the divine tree, with his tailed beast mode dissipating entirely, leaving him increasingly powerless to escape. Water release. Water severing wave. At that moment, Tobarama unleashed a sharp water blade, severing the roots ensnaring Naruto. Yet, the roots grew back at an alarming rate, quickly enveloping him once more. Damn it, there are just too many. Tobarama contemplated utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to relocate. But the roots had bound Naruto tightly, rendering any such transfer futile. As Naruto appeared on the brink of being consumed by the roots, a figure wielding an iron staff appeared before him, shattering the roots apart. Grandpa. Although Naruto's consciousness was fading, he recognized the one who had saved him, his caretaker. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Apologies for my tardiness, Hiruzen exclaimed as he swiftly lifted Naruto and brought him to Tobarama's side. Seeing this, Tobarama quickly placed a hand on Hiruzen's shoulder, and they escaped the area using the Flying Thunder God technique, having freed Naruto from the divine tree's grasp. He soon began to regain some chakra. As his awareness returned, he beheld the battlefield, a scene of utter devastation, and clenched his teeth in despair. There is no hope left. When will this assault come to an end? On the battlefield, despair permeated the air. A single attack had rendered them powerless to resist. And should more assaults follow, they would merely await their demise. Hovering in the sky, Obito issued his final ultimatum: cease your struggles. You surely do not wish to continue suffering. Faced with Obito's terrifying power, the Ninja Alliance found themselves devoid of any will to resist. Seeing this, Obito added fuel to the fire. The world of ninjas has come to an end. There is no longer any need for it to persist. With no resistance, there will be no slaughter. If you do not wish to regret, then do nothing. Listening to Obito's words, some ninjas began to waver. If we do nothing, could we truly be saved? Obito affirmed, indeed, by refraining from action, you need not confront the fear of death. You may enter a dreamlike state. As the Ninja Alliance began to lose their resolve, Hashirama urgently called out, do not give in. If you succumb to the dream, you will truly perish. Yet, even the divine call of the god of ninjas was met with silence. Reflecting on the sensation of facing the roots, Hiruzen muttered, this colossal tree is intricately connected to Obito. Approaching those extended chakra tendrils blindly is perilous. How cowardly. This is not your style at all. Just then, a familiar voice echoed, and Hiruzen turned to see a recognizable figure land beside him. Sensei Hiruzen. Orochimaru, you were rather late. What are the Five Kage? Their surprise at Orochimaru's arrival was minimal, for these four Hokage were summoned by him through the reanimation jutsu, albeit they had arrived here more swiftly. Orochimaru replied, I have restored them, but if they lack the courage to come forth, there is little I can do. Hiruzen sighed in exasperation. You truly enjoy belittling others. Given the dire state of the Five Kage, if they lack the fortitude to confront the situation, It was likely that Madara would show no mercy and would have eliminated them on the spot. Meanwhile, free from the divine tree's interference, Hashirama and Madara engaged in battle once more. Though they did not summon their Susanoo or wood golem this time, the destructive force they unleashed was still formidable. Their clash shattered nearby roots as Hashirama questioned, "When will that thing bloom?" Madara retreated and unleashed a great fire annihilation, instantly incinerating a vast expanse of roots. Amidst the flames, Madara coolly remarked, "The Eight Tails and Nine Tails Jinchuriki are still present. Do you grasp the implications?" Hashirama summoned a barrage of trees to assault Madara. Are the chakra of the Eight Tails and Nine Tails essential? In response, Madara wielded his fan to fend off the attack. While possessing the chakra of the Eight Tails and Nine Tails provides stability, it will bloom regardless. It merely requires time. After clearing the trees, standing atop the roots of the divine tree, he slowly stated, "If I estimate correctly, we have about 15 minutes. Within this time, I must thwart Obito and assume his role, then utilize your sage power to complete everything, through the sharing of his essence." Hashirama's wood clone within the Ninja Alliance was privy to this information and knew he must relay it to all. With this thought, Hashirama's clone turned to inquire, "Is there anyone from the Senju clan present?" The nearest Ino quickly stood up. "Yes." Hashirama's clone continued, "Can you perform the mind-body transmission technique?" "Yes." Upon receiving Ino's affirmative response, Hashirama's clone earnestly pleaded, "Please, connect me with everyone. I need to inform them about the tree and the infinite Tsukuyomi." As Ino placed a hand on Hashirama's clone's forehead, the mind-body transmission technique activated, yet the first connection was not with the Ninja Alliance, but rather a group of familiar faces. Tsunade's voice resonated first, "This feeling. Grandpa." Hashirama responded with joy, "Oh, little Tsunade." Inoki's voice followed. "That voice is unmistakable, Lord Hashirama." Ino felt the weight on her shoulders increase significantly, for the line was now filled with esteemed figures, the Five Kage. "Have they entered my range?" Hashirama's clone asserted, "We can reminisce later. I have urgent matters to convey to the Alliance. Listen closely." Soon, through Ino's connection, the Ninja Alliance learned of their current predicament in a short span. The divine tree is absorbing chakra, with a bloom time of 15 minutes. Can we truly prevent it in such a brief period? If we do nothing, the outcome is inevitable. Thus, we must strive to sever the divine tree or confront the caster within these 15 minutes. Moreover, do not give up, everyone. Despite Hashirama's clone's encouragement, the crowd remained unresponsive. 15 minutes. What can we accomplish in that time? Whether severing the divine tree or neutralizing the caster, these tasks exceed our capabilities. Rather than that, we might as well await the completion of the infinite Tsukuyomi. It is over. Had I known it would come to this, I would have never commenced. Disheartened, the Ninja Alliance had begun to succumb to despair, with the vast majority losing faith in victory. Inoki lamented, in the face of an insurmountable foe and an unchangeable fate. "We have indeed lost all hope." Deara exclaimed, "Oh, my art will surely obliterate the divine tree flawlessly." "Save your one-time art for another occasion," Scorpion retorted. "Uchiha Obito, at last, it is finally coming to fruition. Hatake Kakashi, Obito, you will come to understand that your current actions are utterly misguided." Chapter 83, Reclaiming Belief. Gazing down upon the ninja coalition, who had lost their will to resist, Obito continued, "Indeed, there is no need for regret. I shall lead you into another world." Naruto yearned to counter his words, yet he found himself devoid of any words of encouragement for the others. The situation was dire beyond measure. Even those few who still wished to fight were disheartened by the overwhelming atmosphere. What should be done? Suddenly, at the moment when hope seemed to shatter, a beam of violet sword light severed a root of the divine tree. The fallen root stirred ripples in the hearts of the onlookers. When they looked up, they beheld a colossal figure, brandishing a longsword as it soared past the severed root. At that moment, Sasuke, without glancing back, declared, "Naruto, if you're to give up, then let it be. I shall handle this. Let us advance, Yugo." Indeed, in response to Sasuke's resolve, Yugo chose silence, placing his faith in Sasuke's decision. Witnessing Sasuke's determination to resist, Naruto fell into contemplation, and through the expansion of the mind-body technique, many perceived the depths of Naruto's heart. In that moment, I wish I had greeted him. The scene shifted to Naruto's childhood, where he observed Sasuke's departing figure, yearning to call out, but ultimately refraining. This thought haunted him countless times thereafter. The subsequent memories surfaced, Sasuke's departure, which he failed to prevent. Thus, the death of the third Hokage, which he could not avert. Asuma's demise, where he could only console Konohamaru. The losses of Jeraiya, Chiyo, Niji, one by one, comrades departed from his side. Regret loomed over all the actions he had neglected to take. Reigniting the fervor within, Naruto was once again enveloped in a golden cloak of chakra. Moreover, with a leap, his chakra surged dramatically as a golden fox emerged beside Sasuke. Naruto resolutely proclaimed, "Furthermore, I cannot dismiss all that we have endured as if it never transpired." Naruto's remarkable recovery of chakra was entirely attributed to the Ina tribute Nine Tails, for his current form was that of a reincarnated body, lacking in many aspects, yet never in chakra. After borrowing substantial chakra from his Ine counterpart, the young attribute Nine Tails felt somewhat sheepish. Apologies for borrowing chakra from you. The Yin counterpart, however, was unconcerned. No need for apologies. Naruto turned to face Obito, stating, Sasuke, you must know that only sage techniques can inflict harm. Do not equate us with the you of earlier. Sasuke, unlike Naruto, had retained this knowledge throughout. Standing within his Susanoo, Yugo unleashed his heavenly curse mark, instantly cloaking the Susanoo in black patterns that culminated in a diamond shape at its center. Suigetsu remarked upon the appearance of Sasuke's Susanoo. That must be Sasuke's curse mark. Karen expressed her astonishment. The curse mark should have long since lost its power. Orochimaru leisurely elucidated. Yugo is the source of the heavenly curse mark. What he has unleashed can be deemed a sage technique curse mark. Thus, this Susanoo should now be referred to as Sage Mode Susanoo. At this juncture, Naruto and Sasuke launched their assault on Obito, empowered by Sage Mode and the Sage Technique Curse Mark, capable of inflicting significant damage. The battlefield erupted in a cacophony of explosions, blade winds, flames, and ninjutsu clashed violently. Observing from a distance, Orochimaru and Tobirama pondered. These two may indeed surpass Hashirama and Madara in the future. They have truly charged into battle. What shall we do now? Should we await the arrival of the Five Kage for guidance? Is that truly wise? Yet, as they watched Naruto and Sasuke engage Obito, the ninja coalition remained at a loss. Suddenly, a new memory, unintentionally released through the mind-body technique, surfaced, one belonging to the first Hokage, recalling the inaugural Five Kage summit. At that time, under Hashirama's summons, the five great nations convened for their first meeting. Hashirama, striving for peace among the nations, even contemplated gifting the previously captured tailed beasts to other countries, a plan thwarted by Tobirama's intervention. Uchiha Madara, Hashirama, I must critique you on this matter. Why offer them as gifts? Would it not suffice to annihilate the opposition directly? Senju Hashirama, after all, it is for the sake of peace. What harm is there in providing them with ordinary weapons? First Hokage, only you would dare to refer to those tailed beasts as mere ordinary weapons. First Hokage, did you not consider at the time that such strategic weapons posed no threat to the first Hokage? First Mizukage, the first Wind-Kage is even more amusing. Thinking he could extract benefits from Konohagakure. First Wind-Kage, and what of it? I refuse to believe that Senju Hashirama could withstand the might of the four great nations alone. Uchiha Madara, let me clarify. It is not he alone who stands against the four nations, but rather it is the combined forces of the four nations resisting a single individual. First Hokage, is that not essentially the same? Senju Tobirama, it is not the same. The former depicts an elder brother opposing you four, while the latter illustrates an elder brother effortlessly overpowering you four. First Hokage, truly a jester, oblivious to his own circumstances. However, the Five Kage of that time were not convinced. Each harbored their own ulterior motives and engaged in various overt and covert struggles for the benefit of their respective nations. Yet, only Hashirama genuinely aspired to promote the development of peace. Thus he continually implored, all present, I beseech you, I implore you, please, my beloved children. At this moment, Hashirama's voice resonated with everyone in the ninja allied forces. Let us weave our dreams from the past's anguish, torment, and setbacks. Let us craft the true dreams of our ninja. Hashirama's final exclamation echoed within the hearts of all. Gradually, the people began to sense the first Hokage's yearning and determination for peace. Dreams. They still possessed their dreams, which they should never forsake. Indeed, we must not give up. Just as the first Hokage stated. Slowly, the previously shattered beliefs rekindled, and the haze of confusion and fear dissipated, replaced by resolve and bravery. This time, in the face of the pressure exerted by Obito and the God Tree, no one faltered. Instead, they brandished their weapons with fervor. Chapter 84, Dual Strike. The catastrophe of the tailed beasts. Boom. The clash of Susanu's sword and the truth-seeking orb erupted in a terrifying sonic boom, followed immediately by a tailed beast bomb unleashed at close range, illuminating the sky with a brilliant blaze. The Nine Tails and Susanoo were hurled to the ground by the explosion, skidding for over 100 meters, while Obito, suspended in the air, retracted the shattered truth-seeking orb. You will come to regret this. It is our lack of resistance that will lead to regret. In response to Obito's words, Naruto and Sasuke intensified their assault. Meanwhile, under the leadership of the Five Kage, the ninja allied forces commenced a coordinated attack on the God Tree. Moreover, Tobirama collaborated with Minato, enabling each member of the ninja allied forces to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to escape to designated safe zones when faced with danger, effectively preventing casualties. Tsunade and Sakura simultaneously performed summoning techniques, bringing a fraction of the slug's true form to the battlefield, creating a vast area for healing. With both relocation and healing at their disposal, no one hesitated this time. They launched a fierce assault on the God Tree. Although the damage inflicted by each individual upon the God Tree was minimal, almost negligible, as the saying goes, dripping water pierces stone. If one is insufficient, then let it be hundreds, thousands. Once the numbers amassed, even such a colossal God Tree would be within their confidence to sever. Senju Tobirama, it is truly rare for ninjas from various nations to unite so harmoniously. Senju Hashirama, I told you, there will come a day when people understand one another. Uchiha Madara, there exists an even more formidable adversary. Uchiha Izuna. My brother is not wrong. Nagato, however, even with such an adversary, without Naruto's personal charisma and unwavering determination, it would be impossible to create the current situation. Despair would have been far easier to succumb to. As the Ninja Alliance, witnessing their convictions crumble, rallied once more. Obito felt a surge of inner turmoil. Time and again, why could they not simply resign themselves to despair? Soon, facing the onslaught of the Ninetales and Susanoo, Obito chose not to engage in a direct confrontation but instead utilized his smaller stature to execute evasive maneuvers with remarkable speed. Damn, their speed is overwhelming. In an instant, the Ninetales and Susanoo felt as though they were swatting at a mosquito, their attacks consistently missing. However, Naruto's formidable sensory abilities were continually sharpening, gradually allowing him to pinpoint Obito's trajectory. As for Sasuke, his eternal Manjiki Sharingan was no mere ornament. His terrifying dynamic vision had adapted to Obito's speed, transforming the initial afterimages into a clear perception. There. Ultimately, both locked onto Obito's position, launching a dual assault with Golden Claws and the Blade of Susanoo. With no means to evade, Obito activated the truth-seeking ball to withstand the impact, feeling the force resonate through the shield, prompting an internal acknowledgement of his timely defense. Yet, he displayed no outward sign of his thoughts, coldly proclaiming, "It is time for sleep. Allow me to guide you into dreams." In the next moment, the protective shield morphed into two enormous hands that seized the Ninetales and Susanoo. The sheer force rendered them unable to resist, only capable of futilely struggling. Obito afforded them no respite, swiftly ascending to great heights before plummeting down in a standard earth throw, forcefully driving the Ninetales and Susanoo into the ground. A thunderous crash resonated as a cloud of dust shot up hundreds of meters, with countless debris scattering like flowers in the wind. Naruto and Sasuke were directly struck by the blow, shattering their tailed beast and Susanoo forms. Observing Naruto, who despite his excruciating pain was slowly rising, Obito questioned, "Why do you still stand? What are you fighting for? For your comrades? Or for the entire world?" Seemingly resonating with Naruto's childhood, Obito continued, "Listen closely. Whether for comrades or the world, betrayal is inevitable. You should understand this. In the past, both the village and Sasuke betrayed you, and Jiraiya's death sowed seeds of hatred within you." As he spoke, Naruto was compelled to reflect on the past. The villagers once wished for his absence, and Sasuke had departed in pursuit of power. You are no different from me. One day, the accumulated pain will transform you, and ultimately, you'll find yourself in greater anguish than before. However, if I were truly in Obito's position, perhaps I would indeed become like him. Even so, can you assert that you would not change? Yet, there are no ifs in this world. Irika-sensei's teachings, Kakashi-sensei's guidance, and the wisdom of the perverted sage, all have shaped the person I am today. At this moment, Obito sternly inquired, "Why do you continue to fight?" Naruto gradually rose, "Because this is my ninja way." Obito appeared momentarily stunned. "What?" Naruto lifted his head, his chakra cloak enveloping him anew. "Speak plainly. Press forward. This is my ninja way." Uzumaki Himawari. "My son speaks so well. So cool." Uzumaki Boruto. "This is dad's ninja way, right?" Kawaki, 7th Hokage, TT. Uzumaki Boruto. "Kawaki, what is wrong with you? Why are you crying?" Kawaki, "What do you know? The 7th speech is so cool. And you act like it's nothing." Uzumaki Boruto. "Forget it. I won't bother with you." At that moment, Sasuke approached Naruto, his eternal Manjiki Sharingan calibrating perfectly to envelop the chakra Naruto emitted. "Naruto, let us finish this in the next round." Oh, as their chakras surged, the golden fox head took shape, encased in a layer of purple armor, the armor of Susanoo. "If it's time to sleep, let us dream tomorrow." Dreams must be realized through one's own efforts. In the blink of an eye, vast chakra formed the body of the Ninetales, while the Susanoo shell simultaneously enveloped the entire being. Unlike their future combined technique, which merely adorned the Ninetales with Susanoo armor at this moment, Susanoo fully armed the Ninetales to the teeth, shrouding all but its mouth in golden chakra, merging the devastating power of the tailed beast with the weaponry of Susanoo. The current Ninetales could be deemed a veritable war machine. Sensing the comforting aura surrounding him, Sasuke could not help but exclaim, "So, this is what Madara felt back in the day." However, Obito remained unmoved, his gaze fixed intently on the impending disaster of the tailed beast, coldly stating, "At this point, your efforts are futile." As Obito remarked, there were now less than 15 minutes remaining. No matter how hard Naruto and Sasuke tried, they could not eliminate him or sever the god tree. It could be said that the infinite Tsukuyomi had succeeded halfway. Chapter 85, The Defeat is Inevitable. To simply await death was not an option. In response to Naruto's words, Obito's patience began to wear thin as he gathered several truth-seeking balls in his hand. These spheres swiftly coalesced, elongating into a sword reminiscent of DNA, a weapon of the Sage of Six Paths, the Sword of Tenjin. Brandishing the Sword of Tenjin towards Naruto and Sasuke, Obito declared, "You cannot defeat me when I wield such a divine instrument." However, Sasuke was unfazed, replying coolly, "We won't know unless we try." Obito continued, "The Sword of Tenjin embodies my fervent desires. It was through this sword that the Sage of Six Paths created the world. His words were meant to intimidate Naruto and Sasuke, urging them to retreat. After all, they were facing a weapon belonging to the Sage of Six Paths. Under such circumstances, surrender would seem prudent. Yet, neither Naruto nor Sasuke cared about the weapon they faced. They understood that they must win. They had to win. Their resolute will was transmitted through the heart-to-body technique to the 12 ninja of Konoha. Although Naruto did not actively convey this, Sakura, Hinata, Lee, Tintin, Shikamaru, and others received the message of support for Naruto. Naruto urged Sasuke, Sasuke, let us concentrate our power for this one strike. We only have one chance. Don't miss it. Sasuke retorted with annoyance. Do you think I'm anyone else? As the exchange unfolded, Obito's patience was exhausted, and he swung the sword of Tenjin at Naruto and Sasuke, declaring, I will use this sword to destroy this world. Faced with the formidable assault unleashed by Tobi, the Nine Tails let out a thunderous roar in response. Concurrently, the comrades from Konoha descended, diving into the tail of the Nine Tails, where a Rasengan had already coalesced. As they made contact with the Rasengan, a magnificent cloak woven entirely from chakra enveloped them. I entrust the Rasengan to each of you. It is imperative that you shatter that fiend's shield. Naruto's voice echoed through the minds of his companions via the mind-body transmission technique. Would I be able to strike the target successfully? Surely I can. At last. A strike embodying the collective strength of the new generation of Konoha collided with the power of the Sage of Six Paths, which had once shaped the world. Kakashi, resonating through his Sharingan, caught a glimpse of the unfolding scene and couldn't help but marvel. Although he had initially acted foolishly, engaging in various misdeeds. Witnessing Naruto's unwavering efforts stirred a reflexive urge within him to reach out and grasp his hand. Ultimately, everyone would come to realize that the void within their hearts would be filled by their comrades. Those who fill their hearts with the bonds of friendship are undeniably formidable. Boom. A strike infused with all their might pierced the truth-seeking orb's shield, yet the exceptionally durable barrier only yielded slightly. However, the shield was soon to confront the Rasengan wielded by the Konoha allies. Boom, boom, boom. 9 immensely powerful Rasengan surged forth in unison with the sword of Susanoo, creating a cacophony that echoed through the heavens. Crack. Ultimately, the truth-seeking orb could not withstand such a fierce onslaught and was utterly shattered. Seeing this, Tobi had no choice but to clash his sword against the Susanoo blade. Clang. A crisp sound resonated as a flood of unfamiliar memories surged into Naruto's mind through the clash of their weapons. It was a fragment of history, a past that existed solely within memories. In this history, Tobi had arrived just in time at the battlefield, aiding Kakashi in defeating all the pursuing Umbu from the mist. Subsequently, Tobi cooperated with Kakashi, using his Sharingan to successfully subdue the three tails within Rin's body, ultimately bringing Rin back to Konoha. Due to this achievement, Tobi became a hero of Konoha, returning to Minato's team to fight alongside Kakashi and Rin, until a future day when Tobi gained fame and ascended to the position of Hokage, leaving his visage carved into the Hokage rock. Why? Why does such a vision manifest before my eyes? As the will within my heart wavers, the Ame no Murakumo no Tsurugi loses its invincibility, ultimately succumbing to the strike of the Susanoo blade. With a crack, the Ame no Murakumo shattered, followed by the swift and decisive strike of the Susanoo sword piercing through Tobi's body. Uchiha Madara, companions, a trivial matter. Uchiha Sasuke, this is Madara. The very reason you shall never succeed. Senju Hashirama, Sasuke speaks the truth. Without comrades, no matter how powerful one may be, ultimately, one will possess nothing. Hatake Kakashi, Obito. Deep down, you still think of your companions in Konoha. You are merely making excuses to deny this reality. Uchiha Obito, impossible. My will is absolute. Hatake Kakashi, then how do you explain this scene? Why are you still contemplating becoming Hokage? Uchiha Obito, all of this is merely a fantasy. In a flash of cold light, the sword of Susanoo has already sliced through Obito's body, leaving a deep gash upon him. As the blade imbued with the power of sage techniques cut through, 9 distinct chakras suddenly surged forth from the wound, transforming into the heads of 9-tailed beasts. The 9 tails, witnessing this, couldn't help but exclaim, just as I anticipated. Resonating with the tailed beast chakra you have acquired, a single strike has extracted the tailed beast chakra. The opportunity has arrived. Naruto swiftly extended his 9 tails to grasp the leaking tailed beast chakra, while the 9 tails cautioned, Naruto, this is the crucial moment. Just like before. Pull the tailed beast chakra out during the tug of war. All right. Naruto responded eagerly, but the process was fraught with difficulty. The chakras from the 2 tails to the 7 tails, as well as his own 9 tails chakra, linked effortlessly. However, due to the absence of the 1 tail and 8 tail chakras, he faced rejection when attempting to connect with these 2 beast chakras. The 1 tail was originally one with me. I will handle this. At last, a weakness was exposed. Little 8. Seize those chakras. Just as Naruto found himself at a loss, 2 figures swiftly emerged, each capturing the chakras of the 1 tail and 8 tail in their unique ways. These 2 were the former Jinchuriki of the 1 tail, the current Kazekage of Sunagakure, Gaara, and the current Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, the renowned killer bee from Kumogakure. Observing Obito's expression, the Nine Tails urged, "Quick, extract it now. He will be left with nothing but an empty shell, and the god tree will be unable to bloom." Chapter 86. The heart of Obito. As the tailed beast chakra was drawn out, Obito's control over the god tree diminished significantly, to the point where the god tree, which moments ago was visibly blooming, had now ceased all activity. Is it successful? Many ninjas were at a loss, although they were recklessly hacking at the tree. Had their actions truly impeded the god tree? Everyone. Just then, Shikamaru's voice echoed in the minds of all the Ninja Alliance. I previously mentioned that even if the power is weak, it matters not. What is important is how it is utilized. Everyone, listen to my explanation. As Shikamaru connected with the Ninja Alliance, Naruto, indirectly linking with Obito, continuously absorbed the memories from deep within Obito's heart. In his childhood, Obito's dream was the same as Naruto's, to become Hokage, the greatest ninja in the village. He once formed bonds with Kakashi and Rin, joyfully completing missions together for a time. Yet ultimately, all he gained was Rin's lifeless body, leading to a profound disillusionment with the world. The Nine Tails, witnessing this scene, scoffed, "TCH, is this the result of the chakra link, causing memories to flood in?" Unlike the Nine Tails' disdain, Naruto felt a deep sorrow for Obito's past and present. Do not underestimate the power that rivals that of the Sage of Six Paths. Sensing the tailed beasts being gradually pulled away, Obito grew anxious and pulled back with all his might. At that moment, it was entirely Naruto who was pulling. In terms of strength, he could not match the Six Paths level Obito, and the chakra was abruptly yanked back significantly. Suddenly, the armor of Susanoo extended a massive hand, firmly grasping the retreating chakra, halting its backward momentum. Sasuke urged, "All right, Naruto, hurry and pull." Not only Sasuke, but also the comrades who had previously assisted him remained steadfast, entering the Nine Tails' body. "Naruto, before this concludes, we will all aid you." The response from his comrades deeply moved Naruto, filling him with renewed strength, urging him to pull even harder. And it's not just us. As Shikamaru's words fell, more individuals joined this extraordinary tug-of-war, members of the Ninja Alliance. At that moment, Minato arrived behind the Nine Tails, extending several long ropes of chakra. "Everyone, grab hold of my chakra. That's it. I've got it. Whoa, don't push me. Let's go." The members of the Ninja Alliance eagerly seized the chakra extending from Minato, their cheers resounding like thunder. "All right, everyone, follow my command. Pull together. Ready." With Naruto's roar, the entire Ninja Alliance strained backward. Though one person's strength may be likened to that of an ant before Obito, the collective power of so many individuals was enough to make Obito feel the strain. He could hardly believe that despite having become a being akin to the Sage of Six Paths, he could not shake the resolve of the Ninja Alliance before him. Could it be that I am destined to lose? The wavering of his will began to turn his heart, influenced by Naruto's spirit. Suddenly, the scene before him transformed into an endless expanse of white space, where Naruto stood facing him. However, unlike Naruto, who had the support of countless allies behind him, Obito found himself utterly alone, without family, friends, or even a beloved. When Obito focused, he was astonished to see that Naruto had somehow morphed into the visage of himself in his fantasies, the version that returned to Konohagakure and possessed everything. Me? Am I truly filled with regret? Obito could not comprehend why such thoughts surfaced, as he had steadfastly believed in the infinite Tsukuyomi for all these years without faltering. Naruto reflected, "You once said that I am nobody and do not wish to become anyone." Obito replied, "Stop. Do not invade my heart any further." Naruto solemnly questioned him. "In truth, you, like me, wished to become Hokage, did you not?" Obito remained silent, recognizing that he could not firmly respond to this question. Perhaps, just as Naruto suggested, he still yearned to be Hokage, to become the pillar in the hearts of others. With Obito's silence, Naruto continued, "If things had developed differently, I might have pursued your shadow, as I have always aspired to be Hokage." Obito hastily interrupted, "I have abandoned that childish past. You cannot deceive me with such notions. Then why do I see those visions?" Yet Naruto's words left Obito momentarily speechless. Naruto fixed his gaze upon Obito and declared, "You wish to don a mask to conceal yourself? That is impossible. You are a friend of Kakashi-sensei, a subordinate of my father, a member of the same clan as Sasuke, and a senior with the same dream as mine." This time, it was Obito who impatiently inquired, "What do you truly want?" Naruto raised his hand, pointing at Obito, and enunciated, "I previously stated that I shall shatter your mask." Uchiha Obito. Obito Uchiha. Is it possible that my heart does not? No, it cannot be. Kakashi Hitaki, Obito. Minato Namikaze, Obito. I acknowledge that I am an inadequate teacher, yet I genuinely wish for you to become Hokage, for you are the kindest child I have ever known. Uchiha Obito. Perhaps I was truly mistaken, yet I find myself unable to turn back now. Hitaki Kakashi, Obito, as long as you abandon your plans, there remains a glimmer of hope for redemption. Obito paused, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Do you still refer to me as Uchiha Obito? At this juncture, what significance does that name hold? With that, Obito spread his arms. I have fused with the Ten Tails. I am no longer human, but a leader guiding others to the next stage. My will and body now equate to that of the Sage of Six Paths. One might say I am the second Sage of Six Paths. In the face of Obito's continued denial of his own heart, Naruto pressed on. No, you are Uchiha Obito. When we established our chakra link, I glimpsed your past. We share similar childhoods and aspirations. Moreover, we have both lost those who were most dear to us. Which is why the fear of solitude often assails us. You once yearned for the acknowledgement and approval of others, did you not? That is why you set the title of Hokage as your life's ambition. At this point, Naruto could not help but challenge Obito. Look at your current state, an adversary to the entire ninja world, yet you claim it is all for the sake of this world's misguided ideals. What you are doing will earn you no recognition from anyone. Your current aspirations, you, who once shared my dreams, have now strayed far from the path of Hokage. As Naruto's words crescendoed into a near shout, it was evident how deeply he lamented Obito's choices, for he could have become a figure of respect, yet now stood as a formidable enemy to the ninja realm. It is precisely because of our similarities that, just as Naruto was about to say more, Obito interjected, no, it is due to my despair for the world that I wish to see you. With that, Obito shook his head, rephrasing, no, I seek to reaffirm whether the path I have chosen is indeed the correct one. Our battle reminds me of my former self, which is why I wish to observe at what point you, sharing my background, succumb to despair and relinquish your dreams. Chapter 87, The Art of Argument? You were destined to lose. In response to Obito's declarations, Naruto felt a surge of exasperation. Is this truly the justification for your escape from everything? Obito stubbornly retorted, everything I have done is unrelated to becoming Hokage. One might even argue it transcends Hokage, as it can bring about peace. Are these words truly your heartfelt sentiments? Is this genuinely how you feel? Confronted by Naruto's unmistakably sincere gaze, Obito could no longer maintain his facade of conviction. Slowly closing his eyes, he realized that Naruto's expression mirrored that of Rin's gaze upon him in the past, so earnest, so genuine. Uchiha Obito, Naruto. I find myself in a profound state of inner turmoil, yet I ultimately concede, indeed, I have always harbored such thoughts. Naruto approached, speaking to himself, once. Someone imparted to me that this path is fraught with hardship and adversity. To achieve success, one must not evade challenges but rather forge ahead with unwavering resolve. The Hokage embodies the essence of enduring suffering, leading others forward, and persevering for the sake of all until the very end. There exists no shortcut to becoming Hokage. To attain that title, one must eschew the notion of escape. At this juncture, Naruto reminisced about the individual who had uttered those words, Itachi Uchiha. The man who had possessed the mindset of a Hokage from a young age. For the village's sake, he sacrificed nearly everything. And it could be said that Konoha owes Itachi a Hokage. Obito, too, reflected on the past, vividly recalling the moment when Rin had tended to his wounds after his accidental injury. He remembered her words and the smile she had bestowed upon him with remarkable clarity. At this moment, Naruto observed Obito gazing at his own palm and continued, you once confided in Kakashi-sensei that you relinquished all expectations and memories shared with your comrades. Did you not? As Naruto circled around Obito, their eyes met repeatedly. Yet, when you became the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki and nearly lost yourself, it was precisely these memories that restrained you, was it not? Thus, your desire to conquer the Ten-Tails and wield its power stemmed from your unwillingness to abandon those memories, to retain your true self. These words left Obito at a loss, for Naruto's insight was undeniably accurate. It was indeed the bonds formed with Team Minato that enabled him to suppress the Ten-Tails. His refusal to forsake those memories led him to become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. Observing Obito's reaction, Naruto pressed on. You truly cannot part with Kakashi-sensei, your father, and Rin, which is why you still bear the visage of Uchiha Obito. Am I mistaken? As he spoke, Naruto extended his hand. Come, join us. As Uchiha Obito, as a ninja of Konoha, make amends for the transgressions you have committed. If that girl named Rin were still alive, she would undoubtedly